Hey everyone, it's been a while, but welcome back to the next Bad Apologetics. This time we're going to be looking at a reaction to a video of James's that he did where he was reviewing Braxton giving a talk on consciousness and theism, and then Braxton did a response to him. So our first kind of new episode of this season, if we chunk them into seasons, which we kind of don't, is going to be us responding to Braxton's response. So response. My takes on this one are basically that, I mean, philosophy of mind is pretty difficult. Like, there's a reason it's called the hard problem. There isn't exactly a solution to some of those deep questions about consciousness and what gives rise to it. But I think there are very good reasons to prefer pretty much any position over substance dualism, right? I mean, there's a few respectable kind of substance dualists out there, and they can offer reasons for holding that position. But I think a kind of folk substance dualism that's kind of held at the popular level is probably one of the least respectable reasons for a bunch of the kind of issues that it falls into that we'll get into throughout this talk. And then I think there's several kind of tropes that apologists will play on, like, for example, that somehow substance dualism entails theism, for example, and also that the only available options to people who aren't believing in God would be a kind of reductive naturalism, reductive physicalism. And even though I think there's very strong positions within reductive physicalist accounts of mind and consciousness, there's more than that. So hopefully we'll get into all of that today. That's my kind of take on it. Any of your initial comments as it was responding to you in this video, James? So it's personal.
Well, yeah. So Braxton. Well, I suppose Braxton would probably say that I made it personal. Although I don't regard the remarks that I made as personal. Although some of them were focused on the church and the environment there, but I don't think of that as personal. Now, Braxton does make some personal remarks about me, which I find sort of a little annoying because they distract from the discussion. But that itself, I don't want to be the focus here. Now, a few points before we start. So yeah, we will just be focusing on Braxton's response to me today. And what I want the focus to be on is the arguments that are given, like either side. We will say some things about what Braxton says about my tone and my thoughts on like the sermon and other issues there when they come up. But those are peripheral. I feel like that Braxton is quite defensive in his response, and at least that comes across to me. And I just find that a little frustrating because although I can certainly improve, at the same time, I don't think Braxton dealt with the criticism that I put out very well, and I don't want to sort of fall into the trap of just sort of getting outraged and making personal remarks and so forth. So yeah, so I want the focus to be on the arguments and particularly evaluating the plausibility of Braxton's views as far as best as I can understand them compared to the sort of views that I hold. We won't be looking at other substance dualists. I may mention a couple now and then if it comes up, and Nathan may as well. But there's one resource is the Blackwell Companion to Substance Dualism, which has a resource and quite a lot of Christian philosophers publishing in there that would be good to look at a bit more in the future. And I want to engage with that, but again, everything takes time. So I think this is a good Braxton's video here is a good starting point, especially because it was a response to me. So that's the second point. That's what we're going to be looking at today and focusing on. Third point is that some people will probably say that we should have got Braxton on to talk about this, and I would agree with them. Braxton actually messaged me just before he put out this video. The response was about a month ago that he did. I don't entirely know why. Apparently, he just sort of does that when he's making responses to people, because he wasn't asking me to do anything or give any input. He just sort of said, "Hey, I'm doing this.
This is happening."
Yeah, pretty much. Which is fine. I don't think it's necessary, and it's whatever. But anyway, so I invited him to come and talk about it. I mean, I don't think I specified a venue. It could be Nathan's channel, my channel, his channel. I don't mind. He didn't respond, so I followed up when we decided we were going to do this video. And he then did respond and say he was too busy to come and talk about it. That was really the only reason he gave. So unfortunately, so that's how I would have liked to have done this. I would like to talk to Braxton about it, and that invitation's still open because I think we could make more progress that way. There's quite a few issues that I don't think he really provides. In my original critique, I asked questions. In Braxton's response video, he answers some of those, but most of them I do not feel like he gives real clear answers to. We'll obviously cash that out as we go through. But I'd like to clarify some of these issues with Braxton because I don't understand a lot of things about his view. And, I think an exploration that way would be more productive. But unfortunately, yeah, Braxton wasn't really, I didn't give a time frame. Braxton just said he's too busy. So that's what we have. So unfortunately, we weren't able to interact in any direct way. Maybe in some time in the future that would be possible, or with someone else who's interested in defending these sorts of arguments. But because it was a direct response to me and the issues I think of interest, that's why I thought it was good to respond to this. So those are a few things at the outset that I wanted to establish. Hopefully, people will sort of take what we do in that context. Anything else from you, Nathan?
Yeah, I actually have no idea if what I said at the start made much sense, but hopefully I'll start making more sense as I wake up a little bit as we go on. But what my initial remark would be, I think a lot of the things that you say that Braxton responds to are you'll say something substantive, and then I think after your substantive criticism, you'll say like, this just makes no sense to me, right? And then Braxton tends to kind of pick up on that and say, well, that isn't a criticism. And even though there is a criticism within that, which
he describes it as me emoting or engaging in rhetoric.
And often there is I mean, you are expressing frustration,
which is true.
You've also described.
I'm doing those things. Yeah, I'm doing those things, but I think I also articulate the objection. And I mean, we'll see this, but that's my frustration as well. I feel like that Braxton responds negatively to when I emote, when I'm frustrated or think this is silly, and when I do engage in rhetoric, because I don't hide the fact that I do that. Like, I try to make the videos interesting, and it's not just like a dry monologue. But I also think that there's substantive criticism in there as well. And I agree, Braxton reacts quite strongly to when I do that other stuff, emoting the colorful language and just saying it's silly, things like that. When I just, Braxton does that as well. I don't have a problem with when people do that. I think that I don't know why Braxton reacts so strongly, but regardless of that, I think the more important issue is that I feel like that he uses that as a shield to not have to, or at least to not respond substantively to the issues. So that's one of my big frustration.
You're often making those kinds of remarks, asking for Braxton to tell you a story about how substance dualism works, right? Like, it's quite clear that you have a lot of background commitments about the way reality is that are grounded in, the story that physics has to tell us about the world. And so you're kind of asking Braxton, well, how does any of this fit together? Like, tell me a story. How does causal interaction work between different substances, things like that? Or how do like processes work in soul substance, right? As opposed to, I understand processes in like physical substance and events, but how can you have like these events and how does time interact with soul substance and stuff like that? Like, what even is the story that you're telling me? And because of the emotion that's in there, like, Braxton will kind of respond to that part, but fail to like tell you the story, like what he actually thinks is going on there, other than giving you just a description of the phenomena that's supposed to be described, right? It's like, so there's a few times where I'll say, well, yeah, the soul just is you, or that, the soul just, like, whatever the phenomena is that that we're supposed to be describing with our different theories of mind. He's just going to like specify that that's what he means by something.
You'll see he'll do that a few times. He'll say a few vague sentences, and then when I repeat the criticism in slightly different ways in response to, Braxton and the original bringing it up again or bringing a similar issue, he'll sort of say, oh, I already dealt with this, or he'll give like one word answers where he's speaking over what I'm saying. Not that the speaking over is the point, but where his attitude is as if, look, I've dealt with this. This isn't that much of an issue. When I mean, I think it's clear that he hasn't really discussed many of these points in depth, especially when he's giving one word or one sentence answers. Again, we'll see this as we go through, but that's, I found his response disappointing largely for this reason, because he could have chosen to focus on like the real substantive issues. And if he didn't like my tone, he could have chosen to give his response in whatever tone he liked, right? But instead, he basically criticizes me for using the tone that I do, while at the same time, I think being quite condescending and dismissive at times and rude in slightly different ways. Again, I don't mind if he's rude, but what I don't like is the kind of inconsistency with him chiding me for doing it. Being like a big, that sort of stuff, I don't really care. But when he makes an issue of it, and then that detracts from his discussion of the issues, that's when it kind of annoys me. But he didn't have to do that, right? He could have explained in some more detail what he thinks about these things. and given references, he could have done whatever he wanted, right? It was his response. He's not on a stage now. He's just speaking to his YouTube audience. But we didn't really get any of that. And yeah, I just that was frustrating to me. So anyway, maybe that's enough to sort of yeah. So I don't hide the fact that I was disappointed with the response. I think a lot of the video is quite bad. I know that Braxton didn't like the fact that I said his original video was bad, but I kind of like to tell people where I'm coming from at the outset. I mean that unsurprisingly, people are not going to think that I didn't much care for what he said, but you know, I like to be open up front where I'm coming from. So I didn't think it was good. That being said, though, I did want to say that I think it is important when we receive criticism to try to learn from that and see if there's anything valid in the criticism. Unfortunately, I don't think Braxton really took anything from what I said. He acknowledges in a couple of points that he could have been. Yeah, he says I raised a few good issues at a couple of points, but like I don't think he agrees with me really much about anything or admits to any real mistakes. Which I think is disappointing because I think that there's always something we can learn from. And so I want to identify a couple of points. I may mention them throughout the video where I think I could have improved. One would have been sometimes when I raised issues that were somewhat peripheral, I didn't clearly identify why I was talking about them. You'll see this comes up with the 3% thing. You'll see what I mean when we get that in a minute. Braxton seems to have thought that I thought that he should have talked about that when actually I was just talking about it because I thought it was interesting and it's something that I've been thinking about recently. And that's what I do in these streams. They're kind of stream of consciousness. I bring up, like, they're not pre-prepared or scripted or anything. I talk about things, I give a commentary, and I talk about things I'm interested in. Like, I feel like that's a pretty common format. But I could be clearer there because there was some misunderstanding about why I was bringing up certain things. That's the 3% is one example, which Braxton brings up again and again. And that's just a miscommunication, right? Because I just brought that up because I thought it was interesting and it was sort of relevant, but I wasn't saying Braxton should have mentioned it or anything. So yeah, I could improve on that. Another thing is tone moderation. So I don't think there was necessarily anything wrong with my tone, but I think you have to be careful because some people do just respond negatively to, like, if you have any tone at all, it's not entirely, straight laced, they'll take that personally. And so that's just something to be more, I think, more mindful of as to exactly who my audience is, because you can see from the comments that some people are in agreement with Braxton that, like, I have no idea what I'm talking about and I'm just emoting and things like that, which I think is wrong. But I think that I gave them the opportunity to pick out things where they could, like, if they're cherry picking parts of the video, then they could find things to support that. Right. And again, I don't think that I shouldn't do that necessarily, because like I don't have to produce videos that are entirely just like factual and where I'm not having a bit of fun or doing anything. But I should be more mindful about doing that sometimes. So the clarity and the mindfulness of tone, I think, are lessons that I can take from this. And there'll be a few other points here and there that I'll acknowledge. And so I do thank Braxton for the response. It's always, well, maybe not always, but it's good when people put the effort in to actually say something substantive in response. Although I don't think that Braxton really engages a lot with a lot of the substantive arguments, but he does have something substantive to say at least. So I do thank him for that.
Okay, so do you want me to just play through or skip to a timestamp?
Well, I think having gone through this, and I have watched almost all of the video beforehand, I think Nathan did as well.
Yeah.
I found it a bit hard to sit through, but we got through most of it. I think we'll have to probably play through most of it from the start because, well, just because of the way it works. Maybe as we go through, we'll be able to skip through some parts of it if we feel like it's going to be repetitive. But I think we need to start from the beginning. If we can maybe play on 1.5 speed.
Yeah, I've got it on...
That will involve me.
Yeah,
we'll see how we go. That will involve, because I play his original sped up. That may involve him being, but I don't actually mind that so much because it's going to be a bit of us playing him who plays me, who plays him, which gets a little confusing. So I want to focus most on his response, Braxton's response, rather than what Braxton originally says. If people want the original context, of course, they can go and watch that video for themselves. So I don't feel like we need to preserve the full integrity of the original presentation, if you see what I mean, because we're not focused on critiquing that here.
Yeah, if it's too fast, let me know in the chat as well, and I'll bring it down one. But I think 0.75 is okay. I listened to it at 2 times, I think. So, yeah. Or
it's just long, so we need to we need to try to speed it up a bit. All right, let's go.
You found the Christian channel that loves atheists. I am so glad that you're here. Today we're going to be talking about consciousness as I respond to an atheist critic of a recent production I did with my church in which I made a case for consciousness and the soul and God's relationship to all of those things. And I'm going to do something a little...
Whoa, Jared,
oh, wow.
generous.
Yeah, thank you very much. I feel like I'm gonna have to figure out how to share this with James somehow, because that's an insane amount. But thank you, Jared.
I don't mind. But yeah, that's very generous. Thanks,
really
Jared.
valuable navigating these topics for the last year or so. Alongside these discussions, I learn a lot from you both. Yeah, that is an insane amount, Jared. So yeah, thank you. And I'll put it on. If you've got PayPal or something, James, we'll sort it out later. But because that is just a crazy amount. That's like we're rich.
We're gonna retire now.
Yeah.
Strange. Normally, I try to make these videos more concise by just clipping out the relevant portions and then responding that way, always linking the original video. But this time I think I'm just gonna play the original video, or the video, not the original video. The original video is my consciousness production, and you can find that on this channel just a few videos back as of posting this video. And I'll say some more about what that was and why we did it the way we did in just a few moments. But thank you, James Fodor, for at least for interacting with this content. I appreciate that. But I'm gonna be more straightforward probably than I typically am, because there's a lot. I mean, he made like a 2-hour video, so I'm just gonna go with this, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, let's begin. So I'm gonna do this again in a way that is unconventional for this channel. But now you're gonna see James Fodor from the very beginning of his video, because there's some things I want to say.
Hello, everyone. It's time for another live stream. And today we're going to look at a video that Braxton from Trinity Radio put up a couple of days ago. And
today we're going to look at a video that Braxton from Trinity.
Yeah, bear in mind that these videos I do are live streams, which I think is a bit different from if you record something and then there's no editing and things like that. The point is not to excuse anything that I say. I think that does matter when you're judging tone of things. That's all I mean there. The tone is a bit different. But anyway, we'll see why I mentioned that.
I shall work myself up by degrees. That's what Oppie says at the start of one of his papers.
Yeah, exactly. When I saw this, I kind of knew that I would just sort of have to respond to it. And then I thought, I don't need to do that. I can do other things. But then I thought, no, actually, I can't help myself. It's going to be bad, and I should respond to it. Now, in some sense, that's unfair, right? Because I should judge a video on its content, not based on preconceptions or thumbnails. But I watched it and it's bad, so I'm going to talk about it. So this is the video that I'm talking about here. Make it a bit bigger here. Why God Explains Consciousness is the title. What I didn't realize at first is that this is actually a sermon. I guess you would call this a sermon. It's presented at a church. The church is called, it mentions it in the comments here, or the description rather, One Life Church, or the network. Maybe it's multiple churches. I'm not really sure. But they've got quite a slick production there, which you'll sort of see throughout this. Anyway, so I'll call it a sermon. The sermon that Braxton is giving is about this issue of God and consciousness. And it's quite interesting, actually. It's sort of a little introduction to some aspects of philosophy of mind presented to what I assume is a Christian worship audience, presumably fairly large. We don't see the crowd. And it's interspersed by these this kind of rock music and these pretty slick visuals, which it's bizarre. I've never been to anything like this myself. Maybe others wouldn't find it bizarre. No, I find it a little odd. But anyway, so I suppose at the outset, it's important to note that, welcome everyone as they come in, by the way. It's important to note that because this is a sermon and because it's presented to a popular audience, I'm not expecting it to be, extremely rigorous or use a lot of technical jargon. That would be, I think, unreasonable. But the argument still should be good, right? I mean, just because it's to a popular or wider audience doesn't mean that the arguments can be lousy or invalid or not looking at alternate views or straw manning and that sort of thing. So I will be critiquing that. And having watched it,
I know I shouldn't be doing this, but when it's going so fast, and you see all the movements and stuff, like the kind of autopilot movements, it's a bit funny. I'm sure I probably do some of the same things, but it's just.
Through, I think that the arguments are just terrible, and that he does straw man alternate views quite a lot, and that the fundamental premise of this, which is that God explains consciousness, which he does, isn't just a thumbnail. Sorry, it's not just a title. He actually does effectively say that. I don't know if he says literally those words in the video, but that is his thesis. He doesn't even come close, in my opinion, to establishing that. So that's the let's see, that's my initial remarks.
Yeah, let's say some things about the initial remarks. So first of all, this is what we've all gotten before he's even begun. We've heard it's going to be bad. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I watched it and it is bad. It's kind of interesting. He's presenting some stuff related to philosophy of mind to a church audience. It's got these musical breaks, but it's in a church. It's like he's never seen anything like this before. I'm not expecting it to be extremely rigorous. Okay, we're gonna come back to that last point because that's pretty important to what is going to follow. But first of all, it's gonna be bad. It's bad. It's terrible. I agree with all those statements if we're talking about my visual appearance on the screen, because I have to say that though I'm used to watching myself on screen, I used to be used to watching myself on screen full-bodied when I was, and I still am when I pre-COVID and now when I go out and speak, I get to see that. But it's always a shock now because I've gained weight. And what is going to be bad and is kind of terrible is that I realize that about myself on the screen the way I look. And so I have renewed interest in losing weight. But of course, that's not what James is talking about. He's talking about something else. Now, I want to point out exactly what we did here as a church. What was the point of this? Well, our church has for years done an occasional project of sorts. That's what they call them, a project. Explorers in our church are people that are searching, like they're open to the possibility of Christianity being true, they're not sold or something like that, and they come to our church. And so we call those explorers. And once a month now we're doing what's called Explorer Edition. Not everyone is as highly produced as this one was, but at least once a Sunday, what we do is we assume in our language, we know it's not going to be true, but we assume that every single person we're speaking to from the stage is an unbeliever, is not a Christian, and doesn't believe this stuff. And and of course, on those days, some days, I'm sure there's more unbelievers than others, but what it does is it creates 1 week out of a month.
Did he say every person on the stage? Surely off the stage. Did I just mishear?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Where we're focused on giving you the reasons why we think that it's reasonable to be a Christian and why you don't have to check your brain at the door to be a Christian.
I think that this will be important though, because there's going to be several points later on. For example, I'm remembering the point where you criticize Braxton saying, "How does dirt become conscious?" For example, where he frames the physicalist side, rhetorically as dirt becomes conscious, right? And then he says afterwards that a pastor came up to him and said, "Yeah, that was a really great way of putting it." And I'll probably bring this up again at the time when he raises it, but the point is that Braxton recalls this as a really great piece of feedback that he received about the talk, but I mean that's clearly from someone who was already convinced of the conclusions. Like I doubt that pastor was seriously considering physicalism. Braxton probably just said something that kind of confirmed his biases, right? The conclusion that he already held to. And so, I mean, maybe people are being convinced as the upshot of these kind of talks that they do. Maybe it's a good form of outreach or whatever. But it seems, in terms of the feedback that Braxton is remembering as he kind of delivers this stream, it seems like it's from people who are there and already convinced of the conclusions, rather than maybe people who are more skeptical of the kind of claims that he's making, if there are any in the audience, amongst whatever this group of people are there, or however they get involved, which might be, it might not just be skeptical people. It might be people who are there for a whole host of reasons. Maybe, they've got family members who are religious, or, I mean, some churches do things where if you want to get married or whatever in the church, they make you come along to a few things beforehand. I'm not saying everyone has to be like that, but it also might not be the case that everyone in the audience is just a critical thinker who's like, you know what, let's just give Christianity a go and think about these things as well. And then I don't know that Braxton has representative feedback from that audience of that Braxton has remembered representative feedback of how they've responded to the kind of things that he's saying as well.
And a point on that. So Braxton quite a number of times says that I don't give enough credence to the fact that Christians have thought about this stuff before when it comes to the soul and other things. And it's true that I don't talk a lot about that in my initial response, partly because I was going off what Braxton said and not doing a lot of additional reading. But I think, because there's quite a lot of times he says, well, Christians think this, or Christians have always thought this. If his talk is supposed to appeal to non-Christians, I don't actually see how that's relevant. And that's kind of the point I'm coming at to. Like, I don't really, in this context, I don't really care what Christians think about it. The question is, how plausible is this, particularly from someone who's not coming from a Christian background? And so I think that is a little odd. Again, we'll see later how he often resorts to Christians have always thought this, or this is a standard Christian view, as if that is a response to a skeptic, which I don't think that it is. The question is, how plausible is it to someone who doesn't come from those presuppositions? And so I think that it is fair to judge the talk by those lights, because it appears that is, I didn't have this context when I viewed it. I didn't know who the audience was. And Braxton now clarifies that he's speaking as if people in the crowd are, or in the audience are non-Christians, or what does he say? Seekers, I think. I think of myself as a seeker, by the way, in that sense. But yeah, and in that sense, I think it's perfectly valid to critique him on the basis that these things are going to be quite implausible for people who don't share a lot of presuppositions. And I don't think he really acknowledges that, Braxton, that is.
Christian and those sorts of things. So because that's what some of the culture says out there. But yeah, there's going to be believers and unbelievers in the audience. But that's the goal. And part of the goal, even if it was just unbelievers in the audience, and we had that sort of way of thinking about it, still once a month, trying to presume that everyone's a believer in the way we talk, the way we present things, and all that, it sends a message to the Christians in our church that your unbelieving friends, you can bring them here. It's going to be fine. They'll feel comfortable. It's not like it's going to be a bunch of churchy religious dripping with Christianese and that sort of thing. Because I recognize that for someone who is not already a Christian or hasn't been a Christian for very long, certain church language sounds weird. For example, taking a bath in the blood of Jesus sounds like a violent and horrifying prospect, even though that's not at all. Well, we don't mean it the way that most people might hear that if they've never heard the concept before. So we take this one week out of the month and we aim it at unbelievers, and then the people in our church know that that's a good week of that month. They can bring an unbeliever, and I mean, if you're an unbeliever in your church, they're singing praise and worship songs and everything like that. It's like, well, what am I doing here? Now, other unbelievers might just join in as a social thing, but the point is, we're trying to create a place for unbelievers to feel comfortable and come. And we want to put a lot into it because we believe that the way we represent ourselves to unbelievers can be done with excellence. And so what we do is there were 2 original songs and a cover of an Aerosmith song, Dream On, in there. All the video production was original. The talk was original, and this is going to be important coming up.
I think that in a sense, some of the things that Braxton's saying here are, words are not coming to me today. Laudable on the part of, you know, what Christians should be doing in trying to outreach to people. I think I do think, though, it, to me at least, as someone who's a bit skeptical of these sorts of efforts, because, you know, I think that there's a natural explanation behind why religion exists and what these organizations are doing in terms of trying to get people to identify with the religious group and stuff like that. I mean, I view a lot of these things as kind of like entertainment, you know, like why do adults need a band playing Aerosmith songs, for example? Why do they need lights and a stage or smoke and stuff like that? I mean, okay, I'm not out there giving talks in this format, and I don't know, maybe I would include some of these things if I was, but it does seem to me a bit kind of gimmicky, if the point is just to promote critical thinking, and you're genuinely convinced that critical thinking is going to lead to people reaching the same conclusions as you if you present all of the evidence.
Well, but that's not what he's doing, though. He's not, and he never claims to be. Braxton never claims to be trying to promote critical thinking. Now, I don't want to say that Braxton thinks people shouldn't think critically, but his claim is, his aim is to bring people to Jesus through these arguments. Ultimately, I don't know that he says it in those words. I don't know what to put words in his mouth, but I think that's fairly clear both from the sermon itself and what he says in this video. And so, yeah, I mean, if his goal was to promote critical thinking, he probably would do things a bit differently, maybe have a debate or something instead of just presenting one side of it. That's usually what I recommend when people are trying to promote critical thinking, get two different sides on board. But I actually don't have a problem with the entertainment side of things. I do say later that I find certain aspects of it cringe or weird. Those are my personal thoughts on it. That's not an argument. Again, Braxton takes that really personally, it seems, or he just... I find it really, I mean, people in the audience can make up their own mind. I find his responses are quite defensive to things that are just my personal reaction, and I don't even know why he would care about it, since I'm not who he's appealing to, and I'm not going to go to this church and so forth. But the thing is, Braxton, in presenting his message, he does it in a certain way at his church because, you know, entertainment and people want to get people interested and be relatable and so forth. When I do a live stream as a response, my primary purpose is not to entertain people, but I want to make it entertaining, right? Which is why I throw in my personal thoughts about things and just reflect on, like, this seems weird to me. And I liven up the way I present it a bit. I make some jokes sometimes. You know, I put in the color and the flavor, and the attitude sometimes comes across a bit. That's part of just making it a bit more interesting. If I was presenting a philosophy paper or something, I wouldn't do that, right? Or much lesser extent, I suppose. So the point is, Braxton presents in the way he presents with all of that stuff on stage to make it more interesting, entertaining, relatable. I take that as similar in a different way to what I'm doing on my live streams. And I think the thing is, a lot of what Braxton is reacting to is just my way of presenting my thoughts about his sermon. And he just doesn't like the way that I present it because it's a bit snarky sometimes, because it's a bit emotive, because I'm presenting things that are just personal reflections, because I editorialize. For example, Braxton didn't like the fact that I said at the outset that I thought his video was bad. That's just my editorializing. Like, that's just how I do it. Like, obviously Braxton's not going to agree that his sermon was bad, I presume, right? So just ignore that. It's not an argument. There's no need to respond to it. And this is what I mean. Braxton does this throughout the video. And I think it's unfair because, again, as you point out, Nathan, he does the presentation with all of this audiovisual stuff and everything, and Braxton mentions other things later, pop culture references and so on, to make it relatable and interesting and entertaining and such. But I'm not allowed to do the analog of those things on my live stream. Braxton doesn't say explicitly I'm not allowed to, but he reacts very strongly to it, as you see. And I think that's a bit unfair. Like, if you just want to focus on the arguments, Braxton could have just focused on what I said and just ignored all the flavor and other stuff.
I think maybe where I'm coming from with some of this stuff is just that I mean, I want to critique it almost from the point of view of someone who wants to take seriously this notion of that Christianity expresses something divine or sacred, and if that's the case,
yeah,
this kind of Americanized style of marketing mixed in with entertainment and sort of you know, like commercialized kind of Christianity, it seems to kind of sully what's supposed to be sacred and divine. And that's where I think, you know, maybe the more traditional denominations and services, it doesn't have to be completely inaccessible and high church as well. But I think that what we kind of see in the kind of denomination that Braxton's a part of is something that just looks more akin to like a team building corporate event or something like that. In terms of the atmosphere, the lighting, the entertainment and stuff. And
and that's
to
what
me,
I
it
say
just
at the
seems to
end.
sully the divine. Yeah.
Yeah, I say he barely talks about Jesus. Braxton barely talks about Jesus, and the audiovisual stuff is like seems really over the top to me with bubbles on stage. Braxton's really, really defensive about this. Again, that's my reading of it. People can make up their own mind, but I find it. And I was saying, like, this is really weird to me. I've never been to a service like this. And Braxton says I'm basically like the old woman who doesn't want to have live music and things in the sermons. But I think that there's a critique to make there about exactly what aspect of faith is on display here. But even aside from that, I mean, I don't know why Braxton cares about my personal response to these sorts of things. I didn't even make any argument about it in the way that Nathan's doing, although I think that you can explore that aspect. But it's I don't know. It's just
I think it's it's kind of clear to me. I mean, his identity is in being a part of this tradition and group, and so when we criticize that, it's not as if we're criticizing something that's distant. We're criticizing him as a person because he's chosen to invest his life in this. And also, there's probably I mean, where he makes his money from and stuff like that is also invested in this identity. And so we're kind of criticizing like the man as a person and his career choice and everything like that when we sort of question these sorts of things.
I think that's how he appears to take it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Later, even what I presented, because the timing of this and getting everything done on time and with the elements that we were going to use meant that there was stuff that I would have liked to have covered that was left on the cutting room floor. All that said, I realize that this seems unusual to him, but it shouldn't seem, I don't know why it would be bizarre or odd for a church to try to do things differently or experiment a little bit. I mean, you realize there are different kinds of churches and that function differently, almost different genres of churches. And guess what? Those started somewhere. So
I think.
Well, what's the point of these remarks? I said I find it weird, and I've used a few other words, and he acknowledges that it might be strange to me. I mean, but then he says, "Well, we try to do like. Does this not?"
Well, he's trying to validate
this is just really
his
defensive.
Yeah, he's clearly
you don't
trying
have
to
to say anything.
Yeah, he's clearly trying to validate the existence of his tradition and the format that they do worship in and stuff. And look, I think accepting Christianity to be true, that there is some room for difference in how people like do worship in churches and stuff like that. But for me, the idea that there's this eternal truth of the Logos incarnate that's died for your sins, that's supposed to be expressed through Christian worship, just isn't kind of captured by smoke and lights and sort of like entertainment-y. It's too much like McDonald's for me,
Yeah, well, I guess that's the more substantive side of which I didn't really say in my response, but is that I think I'd be put off by a church like this. Although I do like the idea of obviously trying to reach out and trying to appeal to people who aren't already Christians and trying to present some of the apologetic side. I like that aspect, but it's more the way that it's done. I think I'd be a bit put off by that. It's sort of some of the reasons you said as well, Nathan. But that is going to be a personal thing. I don't pretend that that's objective, but I think it's a valid reaction to have, and that's all I presented as a reaction.
Yeah. Well, I think it's worth raising in a counter-apologetics context, because you can nest Braxton's activities within the purpose of trying to express that wider truth. And then you can say, and does this really look like that kind of story about reality that's being told? Or does it look more like, people who are trying to put on a kind of entertainment show, right? And then that creates a bit of cognitive dissonance, maybe, that should appropriately be there. But
that's what's going on there. I wouldn't expect him to understand. I guess it's that's what's going on. And also, as to whether this is a sermon or not, I kind of feel about it the way he does. It's like, well, it's in church on a Sunday, so maybe it's a sermon, but it's not a sermon in the typical sense that people think of a sermon. It's a presentation on some issues related to the philosophy of mind and consciousness that is aimed toward the truth of Christianity, the existence of God, the existence of the soul. So, you could call it a sermon, but I wouldn't think of it as a sermon. I would think of it as a talk or something. Presentation would be a good way of thinking about it. But if you're thinking the way this church does churches, they always do this kind of thing every week. No, that's not it. This is a special presentation. That's why you know about it. That's why I put it on YouTube. Okay. Now he says at the end of this section, I'm not expecting this to be extremely rigorous or use a lot of technical jargon because it's for a popular audience. That is going to be very important, because much of, if not most of, what I see James Fodor doing in this presentation, in his response to this presentation, is just using certain moments to jump off and talk about something else that's related that he's interested in talking about and spending time. You're going to see that in just a few minutes. But
I just want to comment on that, because it seems to me that most of the points that you raised, rather than them being extremely technical points, were more to do with just fairly representing the candidate options on the table and the way that the discourse is. If you take an intro to philosophy of mind module or something, right, at a university, and you sit through a few lectures, what's the landscape that's going to be painted? Well, it isn't the way that Braxton puts it across to an uninformed audience in his talk. He puts it across as if, so you either believe that dirt becomes conscious, or and then there's this vast articulation of the substance dualist position, and that's fine because he's obviously making a case for that position, but he should at least fairly articulate what the problems are for the view. I mean, even people who are sympathetic to substance dualism and write a philosophy of mind book are going to still put in, and there's this problem to do with interactionism, or there's problems to do with, like conservation of energy and stuff like that, and our best, what physics tells us, or the causal closure of like events and things like that. Like what's actually going on when you think something is a mental causation that's like downward. They're going to articulate what these problems are and talk about candidate solutions to them and say, well, all things considered, here's why I go towards substance dualism, right? But Braxton doesn't do any of that. It's all rhetorical framing of like, there's nothing, right? There's nothing, or you don't exist. And I don't think illusionism is actually that ridiculous, which we can come on to talk about a bit later. I think it's actually very interesting. There are certain phenomena that you can kind of look at to do where you can kind of get the idea of, oh yeah, clearly my cognitive faculties are sort of producing some kind of illusions in me, like phenomenal illusions in me when I look at things and stuff. But we can talk about all that later. The point is that Braxton just isn't fairly presenting the field, and I think that's your critique when you say, well, look at the Phil Papers survey, for example, and how things diverge, or what about this problem? Not because it's really technical, but just because it's a very basic so it's just a very basic criticism that Braxton should be highlighting.
So when Braxton says that what did he say again? Oh yeah, that I acknowledge that it's a popular talk, and therefore I don't expect it to be very technical. And then he says that I don't sort of follow through with that. This is an instance where I could have been a little more careful with clarifying why I was talking about certain things. It's perfectly fine to bring up technical things that you also think are fine to have not included in the original talk. Like I'm not constrained to mention in my response video the things, and only the things that Braxton himself should have been talking about. It depends how I'm using that. Also, as I said before, in my response, I sometimes just start talking about things that I think are interesting and relevant, but not necessarily. Braxton seemed to assume, we'll see this later, that everything that I mention is in some way a direct response or rebuttal to what he says. And it's not always intended to be. That's the overall purpose of the video. That doesn't mean everything that I say is directed at rebutting him. And I think that interpretive framework leads him to misunderstand the point of some of my remarks, the 3% being a big one, which will come up in a minute. But I could have been clear about that, so I'll acknowledge that and try to be more careful in the future. But that being said, I think that Braxton also often uses this as a defense. Whenever he doesn't address something, he says, well, it's a talk for a popular audience. The fact that I expect it to not be in-depth or technical does not mean that I won't hold it to covering important issues. You can't just not talk about something that's critical, or like even mention the space of possible views or things like that just because it's a popular talk. And so I don't think that that's fair just to say it's a popular talk, therefore there's no standards for what needs to be covered or what issues should be considered. There still are. It just means that they should be done in a brief and accessible way. And so that is, I think I was fairly clear there. I said I don't expect it to be in-depth and technical. That doesn't mean that there aren't criticisms that you can make about things that should be mentioned.
And that's what I meant about just fairly representing the whole landscape. Yeah. Like at least mention like there are problems for this view rather than painting it as just the solution to everything, because it just isn't.
Well, let's just keep trucking, and let's begin as he starts talking about my robot analogy. So let's go ahead and begin there.
Yeah, let's make a start and have a look at this.
They're amazing if you feel about it like we do in our family.
Oh yeah, so I think I've skipped a little bit of the intro bit here, but I just want to focus on sort of the main argument that he's making. So it should become clear what he's talking about here.
Blown away that these artificial intelligences and robots exist on the one hand.
Is that advert on your end, by the way?
No, that's part of the presentation.
Oh, really? What? Oh, I see. Yeah, because it's robot. Yeah. Okay, I see it.
But then on the other hand, they're really frustrating because if you asked it this morning, hey, how do I get to One Life East? Maybe it told you, or maybe it said, I don't know, but here's a website, you can read about it on your own. Thanks. Well, why is that? It's because these things aren't conscious like a human being is conscious. Siri, Alexa, Google Home, they don't have this first-person experience. You're not really interacting with a real person who's conscious. You're just interacting with pre-programmed responses. So we have those brains of a sort, the best we can do at coming up with a fake consciousness. Then on the other hand, there are some robots that you probably have some affinities for in a place like One Life and the people that might show up to church in a church like One Life. I would wager that some of you have some great feelings of love, admiration, or something toward one of these characters, maybe not. We have Commander Data there, and Commander Data is on Star Trek, and one of his story arcs is he really wants to be a real boy, basically. He wants to have that conscious experience of the world, or he acts like he does, and he wants to have a human experience of the world. Then we have the robot from Lost in Space, and some of you may remember the robot from Lost in Space who's always worried about Will Robinson, right? Then we have C-3PO. Everybody knows C-3PO. And when we look at these characters, you probably feel as though you have more of a human connection with these particular robots. And the problem is, yeah, you do, but they're not real. You're not really connecting with robots. Those other things, those consumer products, those are real robots, and you're not connecting on a human level with them. But these robots that are fictional, we really believe them. When we watch them on screen, we think Commander Data really is sad that he's not a real human being. We look at the robot from Lost in Space and he's Will Robinson, and we really think he's consciously worried about Will Robinson. And C-3PO, when he says we're doomed, we really think he's terrified. But the thing about it is, you're not really connecting with a robot when you're connecting with those fictional characters, are you? You're not connecting with C-3PO. You're connecting with this man, Anthony Daniels, the man who's inside of the suit, a real thinking conscious person. So all this talk about artificial intelligences and robots, we're going to come back to that later on. What I want you to realize right now is we've done the best we can so far, and still not conscious. Most of them will tell you they're still not conscious if you ask them.
All right, let's.
Shall I pause there or keep playing your bit?
No, keep going. Pause there and just review a few things. Now, it occurs to me because I started the video by clicking this link here, which skips to when Braxton starts talking. And that appears to be when he starts. Well, now that I mention that, it seems that he's spoken a little bit before then. I'm just wondering because he doesn't appear to define consciousness. So that is one concern I have. Maybe I'll just.
All right, notice he says that I don't seem to have defined consciousness. He's going to discover that he's wrong about that, or at least that I gave an explanation of this, what kind of consciousness I'm talking about. Let's watch how that plays out. Also, he's responding to this video, but he's not sure where it starts because he just clicked the person's link that someone in the comments said Braxton starts here. Let's watch him discover this.
I can check that. Why did they say it was 14 if it's actually 12? I trusted that link.
The question is, if you're listening to something and you haven't heard him define consciousness, are you warranted in saying, I haven't heard him define consciousness, and then looking to see if you can find it a bit earlier or not?
Well, I should start at the start of the presentation, but see what happens.
Yeah.
Don't trust random people in YouTube comments when you're making a response video. If you're worried about someone strawmanning someone, that's a good way to make sure that it happens. It's not a big deal because he's just trying to figure out where the video starts. You are behind you. What you're going to do after you've done this, stop thinking about that.
This isn't a big deal, but this did annoy me, right? Because can you scroll down to that comment that I used? And Braxton says, "Don't trust random people in YouTube comments." Oh, sorry, this won't be on. This will be on the original video. Can you just bring that up? I just
the original video. Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Well, he links to my video and I link to his original, so you can just follow those links.
Yeah. It'll be quicker just to go on your channel.
Yeah, we've got two Jameses and two Braxtons, but only one Nathan. It is unbalanced. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, because the start of the video is like 10 minutes of worship music mostly, and I'm obviously not going to play that. So I found out, well, what is this? Can you scroll down to the comments?
Oh, was it in the comments or was it in the chat?
No. It's the comments of the original video, but you can get to the original video in.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. I see what you mean.
Why is it so skinny?
In this one?
Yeah. Anyway, so
I see.
Down.
And there was a comment on this that says Braxton start. I see. Okay.
Yeah. So who pinned that comment?
Mainframe Supertasker.
Who pinned the comment?
Oh, Braxton. Yeah, sorry, Braxton pinned it.
Well, it's pinned by Trinity Radio, right? So I assume that if the uploader of the video pins a comment that says this is where the talk starts, that is where the talk starts. I think that is a reasonable assumption. I don't know if Braxton himself personally does that. He may have someone else who helps run the YouTube, but I think it's a little unfair for him to criticize me for not starting at the video when I started at the part of the video that the uploader of the video pins as saying that here is where the talk starts. It's not a big deal, but it annoyed me a little bit when Braxton called me out on that. Right. So I wanted to mention it. That's why I started there. Anyway, we can go back now. That was all that was about. I won't lie when Braxton called me out on that. I'm like, hang on, I thought you pinned that comment. Well, he did.
Yeah. It's kind of like I think because he's feeling a bit insulted by you, he's not like thinking, could there be like a rational, reasonable reason why James is doing this and be, he's not feeling like he wants to be charitable, I think. And that can easily happen when...
Well, we all get there.
Ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective that we call your consciousness.
Okay.
That's what we're going to talk about today, and whether it provides evidence, good reason to believe that there is a God, that you are a soul, as the song just said, and all kinds of other things about the afterlife. And so as we talk about that, I want to set it up by picking up on something that Brett said a few moments ago, and that is really...
One thing I want to just note, I probably won't remember it later because it's quite a bit later in the video, but when he said about people being like... people being more like robots and machines and stuff like that. There's a point that Braxton makes later about his daughter having learnt the Star Wars, having come across the Star Wars theme in popular culture, but it being used in jokes on TikTok or something like that. So she thinks that the appropriate response to make when you hear the music is to like laugh like a joke is being made, because that's the kind of social context where she's come across the music, and that's what success has been in those social contexts. And I think it's interesting because Braxton says then when they were actually watching the film, she was laughing like there was a joke being made, even though there wasn't, from where the music originally comes from. But she'd been socialized into these different practices, right? And I think that evidence like that is more consistent with us being, some kinds of sort of like more like automata, right, than we like to think, than us sort of grasping the Platonic form of the proposition that inheres in that particular music or whatever, which is something more like the kind of theistic view that Braxton's putting forward. Maybe this isn't that important of a point, but I just think that it's kind of ironic how on the one hand Braxton will say, well, it's that ridiculous to kind of think these sorts of things, but then there's just like really clear evidence that we are kind of bootstrapping ourselves up into the complex configurations that we're in as adults when we have like plenty of language and stuff to use to articulate points, and we seem pretty animated and all that.
Yeah, well, this is more of an anthropological approach to religious belief and practice, which I mean, in my experience, a lot of theists don't like, because they see that as sort of psychologizing, and it can lead to that sort of tu quoque sort of issue, which can lead to non-productive discourse. Maybe when original Braxton is talking, you might want to reduce the speed a bit, because I'm playing it on 1.5, and if we play 1.5 and 1.5, then that's over 2 times, which some people are saying is a bit much. But then you can, I mean, it doesn't have to be every time. As I said, I don't think we need to get original Braxton in full clarity, because that's not really the focus, and we do have to try to speed along. But yeah, maybe if you just remember sometimes to pull it down a bit when he's talking.
Yeah, sure.
One of the big conversations we're having right now in the world is whether artificial intelligences and robots can ever become conscious. I want us to start there and think about this for just a moment as you begin to maybe toy around with the notion that maybe your consciousness and your brain aren't exactly the same thing, even if they're related. So on the screen right now, what you are going to see is you're going to see a number of consumer products that may be in your home or even in your pocket, depending.
All right, yeah. So he doesn't really define consciousness, but he does say that it's something about, I think he said first-person awareness. Let me actually make sure I get it exactly what he said there.
Yeah, make sure you get it right, James. The people sitting around you or behind you, what you're going to do after you get done today, stop thinking about that. All of those. Notice he still didn't go back all the way. Things are possible because of this incredible ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective.
Yeah, so first-person experience. So that's the way he's sort of conceptualizing consciousness there. Now, unsurprisingly, consciousness is used in, the word is used in many different ways, both in real life and in philosophical life. Just having a bit of a browse through the Stanford Encyclopedia article on this.
Now, I just want to, at this point, so he says I don't seem to have defined consciousness. Well, first of all, I explained what I meant by consciousness in the very clip that he just played, a first-person experience of the world, something I say throughout this video in one way or another. It's not my fault that James didn't start from the beginning of the video. Here's what I actually said 15 seconds after taking the stage. I say, the reason you saw all that you just saw and felt and heard is because everything that you have been experiencing this morning in this sanctuary is because of your consciousness. Every thought you had, every song that you heard, every color you saw, what you're thinking about, the people sitting around you or behind you, what you're going to do after you get done today, stop thinking about that. All those things are possible because of this incredible ability to experience the world from a first-person perspective that we call your consciousness. That's what we're going to talk about, end quote. So that's the explanation of what I'm talking about. That's the definition. Now, once he sees at least part of the definition after searching around on the video, he just kind of makes a brief hand motion and says, okay. In other words, he doesn't say, whoops, sorry about that. He did explain what he meant by consciousness. Sorry, Braxton, don't want to spread misinformation about this. Nope, just, okay. First-person experience. Yeah, okay. So what he means is first-person awareness. That's what he means there. Well, multiple times I say first-person experiencer, but whatever. He understands what I mean because I was abundantly clear what I mean. And 2/3 of this talk detail and explore the parameters of that definition further. But this strikes me as a rhetorical trick, kind of. And I hope I'm not reading this wrong, and maybe I am. But it strikes me as kind of a rhetorical trick. He's created a problem that doesn't exist, right? I didn't give you a definition of consciousness, even though I told you exactly what I meant by consciousness. And then he doesn't correct himself on that. But to seem like he's kind of the real authority or educator or something.
He hasn't actually played you out to see whether you do correct yourself on that after just coming across the definition.
Well, no. So what happened is I started partway through because Braxton's channel pinned a comment that said that's where the talk starts. And the start of the video is a bunch of worship music, which I'm not going to play live on stream, if for no other reason than A, it's boring, and B, I'm worried about strikes against music, right? So I have to start partway through. I use the link that the channel provides. I realized that that's not the start of the talk, and I hadn't been able to find a definition of consciousness, which is kind of important at the, to get at the outset, right? I rewind and find kind of a definition. And then I use that to start talking about, okay, so that's what he said. Let's now look at how it's consciousness is used, right? And I say, well, there's many definitions, then I start talking about it. Now, instead of, see, Braxton interprets that in, I don't even want to say it's untrue. I just think his interpretation doesn't make sense, right? Whenever you're discussing these sorts of things, you want to set out your definitions, how are you using terms? And that's what I do in my videos. It's part critique, part education, right? So this is what I mean. Braxton remember I said before, Braxton interprets everything that I say as a direct critique of him in his video. When I'm talking about definitions of consciousness, that's not a critique of Braxton. I'm just setting out the stage, and I want people to understand the different ways that it's used. I do think I critique him as just sort of focusing on one part and not sort of distinguishing it clearly from the others. That comes up later, and I think that is important later. But when I'm just talking about the different ways that it's used, that I'm just giving context for people. I'm trying to help people understand the debate. I mean, I don't know why you'd think it's something other than that. I just see. I don't know. I don't have anything more to say about that. But that's what I'm doing, and I don't know why Braxton needs to comment on it. Why can't we just talk about the idea?
But it looks to me like you did go looking to see if he defines consciousness, found where he did, and then you're about to correct yourself, right? But he hasn't played that last bit yet. Like he's not got the evidence that you just ignore the fact that you came across like counter evidence.
Well, I think I just start talking about different definitions of consciousness. I said something like, okay, so that's what he says. So I guess I wasn't clear enough about the fact that he does define consciousness. Braxton seems to think that I should have like explicitly apologized.
Okay, so he does. Yeah, you should have.
Yeah, I should have signposted that more clearly for Braxton. And I could have done that. I don't really think it was needed, but I guess Braxton felt that it was needed.
He's going to needlessly trot out other definitions of consciousness that aren't the subject of what I'm discussing. He goes on for 3.
Well, they're not the definition of what you're discussing.
Why is it needlessly? Yeah. This is okay. That annoys me, right? Because why is it needlessly? Yeah. I'm trying to help people understand consciousness and consciousness debates, and Braxton just says it's needless to talk about that. Again, you see, he's viewing what I say. What I say is only relevant if it's a direct critique of what Braxton was talking about in the original talk. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm using it as a springboard. Yes, I do critique it. Yeah. I also talk about other things, and giving background is a way to help people understand the issue. How is that needless?
Especially if if the purpose of if part of the criticism is that you think that there are better definitions of consciousness, then, or that just giving one of these definitions without any of the others isn't an accurate representation of the kind of different positions that people take on the subject, then it's like just is the criticism, right? Like it's not needless in that sense to give like these different definitions, because that is the criticism. It's like just a misunderstanding of the purpose of your video or what you're doing or something.
3 minutes talking about that. Understand that we are now 10 minutes into, he's pontificated about different definitions of consciousness. We're about to hear that. And he's told you all this is really bad. But
I also don't think that Braxton has a leg to stand on in complaining about the time and stuff, because the time of the video that he's played to his commentary as well is like pretty much similar to yours, I think, in terms of, as a ratio.
Not one actual.
Yeah, and also, what about the original sermon? The first 10 plus minutes of the sermon, he doesn't like me calling it a sermon, but the presentation is not him giving arguments, it's him setting things up. I feel, and giving the background that he wants to establish and whatever. Like, I just don't understand the critique. The critique is that I haven't given a substantive criticism of Braxton's argument 10 minutes into a 2-hour video. What is the standard by which I should have done that? I at the start of all my videos, I give some context about why I'm talking about this. Often I'll give background into the subject that they're talking about. I'll just give some thoughts. Why is this a problem, I guess? I don't say that it's a problem that Braxton does that sort of thing. I never raise that as a critique. I actually raised a critique that I don't think he was clear enough about his conception of consciousness and how that connects with others. He could have said a little more about that. I think that comes up later. But Braxton is framing this as it's a problem with what I've said. I just don't see how it's a problem.
Full criticism yet. Let's hear more from James. Well, here we go.
It mentions a number of different conceptions
About different definitions of consciousness.
It's sort of wakefulness of being the difference between being alert and asleep, or
yeah, I'm unconscious if I'm asleep in one sense, but that would be not the use. When you're in a dream and you're having an experience of something, you're consciously aware. You're having a first person experience of that dream. You're conscious in that sense. The sense that I'm talking about in this video, you're an experiencer. But obviously that's different from are you conscious or unconscious, meaning are you awake or not, basically. Yeah, but I explained what I mean is you're a conscious experiencer of amazing world. It's how you are able to take in this first person awareness of sound, light, color.
I think that the distinction that you drew between different uses of conscious, like when people might use it, for example, sleeping or knocked unconscious, right? Like these are going to be important for maybe an audience who's perhaps thinking about these things for the first time in terms of getting them up to speed.
Yeah, imagine saying that that's needless to distinguish different usages of the word consciousness when you're talking to a popular audience. Like, come on, it's like, seriously, that's needless.
If you've never thought about these things, who knows what kind of like sort of muddled or vague concepts of some of these, like maybe you've got some kind of maybe you've thought about something in that area, maybe, or you're driving somewhere or something, you've thought, yeah, consciousness, it's kind of weird that I'm experiencing stuff, and had some thoughts, but you're not going to have this like well fleshed out landscape of oh yeah, like there's a difference between that there's something it's like to be me, or what I mean by when someone goes to sleep, or but I might use the same word, and it's important to draw that out for an audience.
Or all these kind of things.
Unresponsive. That is clearly, I think, not the sense that's meant here, because in that sense, I mean, you can actually kind of talk about machines as being conscious, sort of in that sense, right? And certainly even fairly low forms of life can have differences between like a sleep states and awake or alert states. So I don't think that's what's really meant here. That's the sense in which we say someone is can have consciousness when they wake up from.
I keep trying to use the hotkey to slow down the speed, and then accidentally it
sleep. There's self-consciousness, which is sort of like a knowledge of the self and sort of self-awareness.
So he's not challenging me here. He's just laying out different ways of thinking about consciousness,
related to intelligence,
or different types of usages of the word consciousness,
and I guess self-reflection. So that's maybe part of it, but I don't think that's primarily what Braxton is talking about here. I think what he's talking about is what's sometimes talked about what it is like to be something.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That I say that in the video, but let's skip. Well, maybe he's done now going on about consciousness.
Thomas Nagel has talked about this in terms of what it is like to be a bat.
What
His famous essay on this. Yet another conception of consciousness is relates to the idea of intentionality. So being conscious of something. So I'm conscious of the microphone in front of me and the lights in my room and other things like that. So that type of consciousness, or that aspect of consciousness, as an object. Whereas you can sort of think about consciousness in a more abstract way, that if you imagine, you go into a sensory deprivation chamber and there's no sensory.
Again, you realize none of this is related at all to this speech, except tangentially. As we're talking about consciousness, there are other ways you can use the word consciousness.
And you sort of. Do you see what I mean by how he keeps doing this later on? He's constantly saying, "Oh, this isn't critiquing what I've said," as if everything that I say has to be critiquing. Otherwise, there's not worth saying. If we were having a formal debate with each other, I would agree with Braxton. I would love to have a formal debate with Braxton about consciousness. As I mentioned before, he's too busy to do anything of that sort, he said. Braxton has said. But the point is, this is just me doing a live react video. I don't understand why Braxton continues to intervene with these remarks when I'm just trying to give some background. Braxton even says that that's what I'm doing. So, okay, that's fine. If he's not interested in it, he doesn't have to be, right? He can skip past it. But instead, he's making out as if it's a problem.
Yeah, these are like very defensive self-rationalizations, and I would think, I mean, I'm not saying that I necessarily exemplify the virtue that I'm about to go on to describe, right, all the time, but someone who is like good at taking criticism and interested in improving themselves as best they can would actually, I think, take something valuable in what you're saying here, which is that for an audience, because he's going to criticize you quite a lot for not being aware of how to do public speaking and stuff like that, or that different contexts outside of YouTube streaming.
There's an implied criticism about that. We'll come to that.
And but I think that here there is here you've got a pretty valid criticism for in terms of communicating philosophy or science or any of these topics to a popular audience, which is that who knows what confused usages of words that you're going to be using in a very specific technical sense that people in a popular audience are going to have. So yeah, it's like it's really valid to distinguish. It's really valid to criticize someone for not making these distinctions, but then rather than taking that on board, it's like all of this self-justification, right? These are like the really common like cognitive biases and stuff that are talked about in all the popular books about cognitive biases and stuff. The kind of self-justificatory, avoiding the negative feeling of taking the criticism on board type things.
Yeah, and as I said at the start, I want to try to take some positive things from Braxton's critique. So I think it is fair to try to be a bit more careful about asides like this and signpost exactly why I'm talking about them, a little more at least, to avoid this sort of misunderstanding. So
Right.
again, I
So
think
you're
I
not
do want to
open
take
to that criticism. Yeah.
I mean, that's important, right? It's easy to, the mote in your own eye and the beam in the other guy's. No, it's the other way around. the beam in your eye and the mote in the other guy's eye.
Because I never use mote as a word in any context other than that parable. Like, I don't even know what it means. Like,
it's just like a speck of something, right? But anyway, like a mote of dust or something.
right.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, I do want to try to take legitimate criticism forward. So I will be looking for that throughout the video. But at the same time, I think I will also be critiquing the way that Braxton responds. Sleep, right? But you're not really thinking about anything. There's still some sort of underlying awareness there, or whatever you want to call that. That state, and maybe that's the sort of what it is like to be something, as distinct from being conscious of a particular percept or memory. And these issues are complicated. All I'm doing is illustrating that the word consciousness is used in different ways. But the way I take Braxton to be using it here is essentially that it is like something to be a person, irrespective of what you're actually doing right now, or whether you're like asleep. Well, I suppose if you're dreaming, it's still like something.
Yeah, what you take me to mean, James, is what I tried to say in multiple different ways throughout this video, including that it's what she knows what, with the case that you're going to get to with the one that's seeing red, she knows what it's like to experience red. So I said all that. This is where I think that there's a rhetorical trick to try and say, look, Braxton's being sloppy here, but let me lay out for you all the different ways that consciousness is discussed. When he's already said that he understands this is a popular audience, we can't cover everything. So why don't I explain to them the sense of consciousness that I'm talking about and make my case there? I think I don't know. I would think that James would know that this isn't really necessary. I don't know. I think this is just look, here's a bunch of stuff I know about other usages of consciousness.
To be dreaming. If you're not dreaming, then maybe it isn't. There's one other point that I wanted to make, or, again, which I could have said in the original video. I don't know that it's really necessary to. Yeah, it's hard, right? Because you do too much signposting, it gets a little contrived. The point is, though, something I do quite a lot is try to paraphrase an argument or an idea. I don't want to say I always do this, but I do try to do it a lot. Paraphrase an argument or idea in my own words before critiquing it. I think that's good practice to help show that you understand it. If you're actually in person with the other person, like talking to them, then they can correct you if you're wrong in that. But even if you're not, it's I think helpful to illustrate understanding and to try to clarify, like to show whether or not you've understood them correctly. And so that's one of the reasons I do this. And so that's also part of the reason why I'm trying to make sure I'm saying that this is what I'm responding to, because this is how I've understood Braxton's talking about. Now, obviously, if I'm wrong in understanding what he was talking about, then the criticism will also be wrong. As it turns out, my understanding of what Braxton was saying was correct. Braxton just said that. And so, but that's part of the reason I'm doing it. Again, I didn't explicitly say that that's why I do it, but I think that that's important to clarify. Braxton has interpreted it such that I'm basically just trying to show how smart I am by showing that I can read the Stanford Encyclopedia or something, because I'm just sort of drawing from that primarily. But I mean, you can view it that way if you want. But the point is, I think that there is the issue is Braxton paints it as illegitimate to rephrase or paraphrase something that you're critiquing, and I think that's wrong. No. It's a good practice to do that in a lot of cases, because it helps to show that you've understood it, or if you've misunderstood it, you'll be able to show where, and then some people can, yes, I see where the problem's gone wrong, because this is what you misunderstood.
It also it kind of delegitimizes your critique as well if you're just someone who wants to be seen as smart by repeating back the kind of the words that Braxton said and offering definitions or something. Right?
I don't care if Braxton thinks that, right? But what I don't like is him portraying.
I mean, for his audience,
summarizing the opponents. Yeah, he may well be doing that, but delegitimizing, trying to clarify the views and summarize what the other person's saying. I think that's really important. The intentionality of conscious states. Anyway, so just that's important to set aside at the outset, that we have some idea of what we're talking about. So,
which is why 15 seconds after taking the stage, I explained with, I think, pretty solid clarity what I'm talking about.
What he then argues is that, again, just to clarify there, Braxton thinks he was clear. I just identified, I think, 4 different usages of consciousness that Braxton didn't say anything about. Braxton was clear enough for me to pick out which of them he meant. I'm not sure that would have been the case for everyone in his audience. Braxton obviously has to think about what he puts into his in terms of the time of the presentation that he has, but I think a few brief remarks about different senses. Like, I'm not talking about being awake versus asleep or something like that. He could have done that in a couple of sentences to get a bit of extra clarity there. I think that would have helped improve the presentation, and that's the primary purpose that I mentioned that, as well as trying to summarize his argument in my own words. Yeah, and I think that it's not enough just to say he has limited time, and that he was clear. There are all the other uses, and making sure we're clear about which he's talking about really does matter. And by the way, we'll see later where this comes. I think this issue comes up again, because later he then links the whole idea of qualia into issues of free will and other aspects, which I think do involve conflating different senses of consciousness. But that will come up again later.
And another thing to know, I mean, this isn't going to be particularly relevant to this context, but for philosophy of mind in general, oftentimes the way that people do define some of these upfront, like what is the phenomena to be explained? Well, the way that someone defines that can, in a sense, bake their cake of what theory they're going to choose later down the line. For example, if someone defines consciousness or qualia or whatever as intrinsic, ineffable, private experience or something, then in a sense, they've already ruled out certain other positions that might be plausible candidate options if the thing to be explained were taken in a slightly different way. And so it is important to these discussions, because I mean, I think that this is something that's close to Oppie's criticism of the deductive arguments thing, but it's just that if these things are inferentially linked in this kind of deductive way, in a coherent web of beliefs, well, someone defining something in a particular way that's theory laden up front, it isn't surprising when later on they come to the conclusion that this is the correct theory, because they've defined it in all the kind of like things that they've given you to introduce the topic in the first place. And I notice this sometimes in people introducing philosophy of mind to people for the first time as well, when actually I think in introducing the subject, and obviously this is a different context than what Braxton's delivering here, but in introducing the subject to an audience, you've got to be really careful about that thing if you want your audience to make up their mind for themselves, because it is hard to do, to kind of like talk about, well, what is the phenomena to be described, without just like indoctrinating people into a particular point of view.
Have any of this sort of internal state where it's sort of like something to be that device. And I think that that's plausibly true, although it's interesting. The results from the most recent survey of philosophers indicate that, well, actually, I should probably bring this up rather than trying to go by memory. But now this is where I make this.
We're talking now about whether artificial intelligences are conscious.
Oh, sorry, I missed that, James.
This is where the 3% comes up that I mentioned before, where I should have been clear about why I was mentioning this. And I think that that's fair, but I think, well, Braxton milks it a bit much, but we'll see. So just to clarify, Braxton is just sort of asserting that none of these devices are conscious. And I had in my mind the recent Phil Paper survey and wanted to show, well, actually, there are a few people who think that Braxton says that they're not conscious. And I said, well, there are a few people who think that they might be. I think I said a non-trivial number, which, well, that's vague, right? But I just kind of wanted to show and talk about it, and you'll see that I do that. I should have been a bit clearer there, that this wasn't directed as a critique of Braxton. It was just something that was interesting. And the only aspect that was a critique is that that Braxton didn't, well, he does sort of later, but he doesn't mention positions that there may be a few people who think that they might be conscious. And all he could have said is that, most people, or, generally we think these aren't conscious, that these machines aren't conscious. That's the sort of thing I would tend to say. And part of my sort of meta critique is when people make categorical statements about issues that are controversial.
Right.
And you don't have to get into the details to avoid that. You can just add some qualifiers, like most people, or it's generally thought. I mean, those can be a bit vague, but I think it's better than just making a categorical. That's the only aspect that I was sort of critiquing. I will acknowledge that wasn't so clear. The rest of it was just that I thought this is interesting and I wanted to explore it a bit more.
Yeah, I think because the obvious straw man, if Braxton does watch this and wants to kind of respond to what you said, is, oh, so you want me to list every single position that anyone has ever had on the topic? Which
he sort of says that later.
Yeah.
That's not what let's play out. I just wanted to explain the context there, because Braxton mentions this many times throughout the video later.
And he's saying that he pretty well agrees with me about this. Okay, then what are we doing next? If that's what, then what are you about to look up, and how is it relevant? Actually, what he looks up and shows, I think, helps my case. But let's go ahead and look at it anyway.
A number of philosophers don't actually agree that current AI definitely doesn't have.
Now wait a minute. What did he say exactly?
You're going to sensory to be using it here is essentially that.
I lost it, because this is an important
device.
Piece.
And I think that that's plausibly true, although it's interesting. The results from the most recent survey of philosophers indicate that, well, actually, I should probably bring this up rather than trying to go by memory.
but a non-trivial number of philosophers don't actually agree that
Yeah, non-trivial.
current AI.
I think I used that phrase, apart from the fact that I just use it too much, is because it's a bit of a weasel phrase, but can't always be precise. But well, I was bringing up the survey to be precise, but it surprised me how many philosophers thought that current machines might be conscious, even though it's only 3 and a bit %. That's still more than I thought. That's sort of what I had in mind.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, because you might
should have used clearer language
get what
there.
you're
I
saying.
agree.
You might think on the face of it that it would be none, right? And you're saying, well, it's not none, right? Even if it's a small amount, it's not.
That's
it's not...
basically what I had in mind. Like, I would have thought it might be about none, but it's actually more than you might think. That's what I had in mind. But I wasn't saying that Braxton should be talking about these statistics. This is an extension. And again, Braxton's assuming that everything that I say is directed as a direct critique. You'll see that.
And not just to inform your audience as well, who are coming to this topic about your thoughts about it and how you think about it.
definitely doesn't have any sort of conscious state. So
Okay. So this is a non-trivial number. I want you to understand the number he's about to give you. He hasn't told you what it is yet. He's about to give you a non-trivial number that think it's not true. That definitely.
Well, as you said, trivial is such a weaselly word that's like, well, what is a trivial or not a trivial number? Like,
The AI aren't.
Well, that's why I pulled up the survey,
current
right? Because I just sort of thought about it. Well, actually, a few people do think, but then I should pull up the survey to give the actual numbers. I said that, like, I should pull this up. So, like, that's me pulling up surveys clarifying.
are conscious in the way that we're talking about here. But let me just.
But I take him to mean he doesn't outright say this. But I take, and he did that with me. He's like, Braxton doesn't outright say this, but here's what I think. He doesn't outright say this, but the only reason to include this, I guess, is to say Braxton is just taking it as a fact that these AI aren't conscious. But and I agree with him actually. But there's he should have included what I'm about to share with you or something like it. Is what I think he means. Let's hear it.
do you think he should have included it?
No, and I never said so. This is Braxton's assumption that everything that I say in my response is like a direct response to his video and not me just talking about additional related things. And this is where I say it could be clearer in my editorializing, although I don't know that anything that I said in my videos warrants Braxton's assumption. But I don't know that I explicitly deny it either, which is where I'm saying, yeah, I could have been a bit clearer, but I do think that Braxton goes quite too far with it, as we'll see now, and he brings it up many times later. Because I never say Braxton should have said this, and Braxton just that's his reading of it. That's what I'm saying.
Let's try to find this question actually, because this isn't just me nerding out on this survey, which I actually want to talk more about later. But Braxton actually appeals to authority later on, where he mentions a couple of philosophers as
and go for it, James.
And quotes them as substantiating his point, which is a type of argumentation that Bill Craig uses a lot, and I really dislike.
Yeah, we'll get to that eventually.
I shouldn't have said that line. I just think it was
Avoid
irrelevant.
authorities.
I was just trying to say something. I was bringing up the survey, and I was just thinking about arguments to authority. But I think that it was distracting from the issue. I wish I could track that line.
But I think it does highlight, that in your video you're just monologuing, right, and not delivering a well thought through, edited.
Well, no, so that shouldn't be a cop out for anything that I say. All it should be is indicating that I'm not everything that I say is not just directed at Braxton. I think that should be clear enough. And
Yes,
it's not. Yeah, that's why I say that. Not that it's a defense for when I do say things that are irrelevant or unclear or just wrong or whatever.
Even when there's actually a lot of disagreement in the field. I mean, I suppose if you're trying to establish that like at least one person agrees with it,
You got to understand, it's really hard for me to sit here with this image on the screen because I look like a complete dope. Clip that out, atheists.
then that's fine. But that's that's often a fairly trivial point. The idea is normally that you want to see how plausible is it for you, or how many people view it. Why can't
Now, I just want you to know this is I mean, every time he goes off on a side trail like that, maybe he wouldn't think it's a side trail. Maybe he thinks this is relevant. The only reason to mention it is he thinks it's relevant, I guess. So I'm taking it to mean I should have included this sort of information, what he's about to include right now.
find this?
But look at how many minutes roll by.
Ah, yes, other minds. It's under other minds. Okay, let me actually show you this.
Or remember, this is a live stream. I don't know how the minutes is less relevant on a live stream, right? I know that people watch it back afterwards, but it's a different format. It's not as if this is an edited video. I just think the standards by which Braxton is analyzing this are not quite right. In a live stream, this sort of thing happens sometimes. Like, I should look up a link and then it takes a little longer to find. So you just sort of say some stuff. That doesn't mean I'm not responsive for what I do say, but Braxton's interpretation that, like, the only reason I say this is because I think that it's a direct critique of Braxton, I don't think is a fair inference. And I certainly never say that.
He's looking at this video through the lens of like an edited response to something rather than you just sat. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure you just sort of like randomly were bored or something and sat down to do it as well. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, usually these are kind of off the cuff because I feel in the mood or feel like I haven't done one in a while. Again, that doesn't exclude that's not an excuse for anything, but it's about interpreting my purposes of the video, why I think this is relevant.
Because I think this is interesting. So part of the argument that Braxton is making here is that it's just sort of trivial that. Which one is it? It's this one. current AI is not conscious. So the question here is, so this is a survey of philosophy professors and I think some PhD students and so forth in major universities, mostly in the English-speaking world. So I think it's a very useful resource for understanding what Anglosphere/analytic philosophers tend to think about things. So you see here that the question is, for which groups are some members conscious? Critical, they don't have to all be, but at least some of them. And if you look down here, current AI systems, only about 3% think that they are accept or lean towards, so think to some degree that they are conscious. Now, that is slightly larger than the percentage you think that particles are conscious. Now, you might think, well, how can particles be conscious? Braxton mentions this actually a little later. This would be effectively a version of panpsychism, which is the idea that consciousness is
okay. So 3%. Despite agreeing with me that AI are not conscious, he spends 3.5 minutes, a good chunk of time in a video like this, establishing that 3% of philosophers think AI have a conscious experience or lean that way. This isn't even saying that 3% think it's true. It's 3% thinking that in some instances, maybe it's true, right? They lean that way or they believe it. We don't have any information on how many of that 3% just lean that way or believe it hardcore. Now, let me remind you that James said at the start of this video that he knows this is a popular audience and he wouldn't expect that in a setting like this one would be extremely rigorous. And after all, he does agree with me. But with limited time in front of a popular audience where you can't expect to cover everything, it seems that he's chiding me for not mentioning that only 97% of philosophers agree with me about this issue. 97%. Like, if this is a criticism, is this what makes this video bad? Is this what makes this video terrible? Did I include information like this when it actually would have perhaps bolstered the point I'm making to say that 97% of philosophers actually agree with me? 3% don't even necessarily disagree. They just might even lean the other way. That's really interesting. It's not quite 100%. It's only 97. It's like, here's what it's like. It's like he admits by saying at the beginning of this thing, I realize this is a popular audience. I realize that, I don't know if he said there's time limitations. There obviously are. And there's all, and I know you can't go into everything. This is kind of the impression he gives me at the start. I get that. So I'm going to be fair to that. Just as long as you're not lying or strawmanning or anything. Okay, fair enough. Fine. That's fine. So then I hear that I get the strong impression that you think I should have included the fact that 3% of philosophers might disagree with me. 97% or more, depending on whether they just lean or not, actually do agree with me. This is really surprising. It's as if he said, I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Something that he's going to accuse me of in just a few minutes. But notice that we're now 13 minutes into his video, and still nothing of substance has been criticized. Let's keep going.
So just on this, yes. So later on, Braxton appeals to panpsychism as he calls it quite a popular view, or a fairly popular view, I think is a phrase he used. This will come up later. And I critique him on this point.
A non-trivial
again,
number of
survey. Well, I say non-trivial, and that's, Braxton mentions these as well. The point is, I think that Braxton is categorically wrong when he says that panpsychism is a fairly popular view. It's not. It has received some more attention lately. And Braxton kind of admits that he's wrong, but doesn't really admit. Well, again, other people can make up their mind about the way he says that. The point there is, though, that here, I bring this up because I think it's interesting, and it's 3% is like 3.5% is way more than I thought it would be for saying current AI systems were conscious. And here's the thing: if Braxton is content to talk about panpsychism as a popular view, which gets only 2%, then surely it's appropriate for him to at least add 1 or 2 hedge words instead of just saying categorically that current AI systems are not conscious in the way that he sort of does as a categorical fact. I certainly don't think that he should have mentioned all of this stuff. This is additional stuff that I think is interesting that I present for my audience in my live streams. Or the only aspect of the critique that I would advance, and I think and this is what I was saying originally, is that if 2% is worthy of talking about and you bring that up as bolstering your case, 3.5% should at least be enough to add a hedge word in so that you're not just categorically saying things that are at least a little contested. That's sort of the point. And that has nothing to do with like the length or degree of detail, because you can say that. You can say, generally most people think that current AI systems are not conscious. Something along those lines would have been fine. Any real sort of hedge that comes that avoids that being just asserted as a categorical fact. Right. That's the sort of thing that I would generally like when there's a controversial issue at play in a philosophical context like this. I know that not everyone does that, but I take disagreement about these things fairly seriously, and that's why I do like at least acknowledgement of that disagreement when it comes up and when it's relevant. I don't think that's unfair, given that the standard Braxton establishes later, which 2% can be relevant, but 3.5% is such that not even not even a little hedging would have been called for at all. Now, I acknowledge I could have been clear about this. I think that, I hadn't got to that part of the video later, right? Although I had pre-watched it once, but so I don't think I drew that connection explicitly between panpsychism and this point here about the robots. But I could have been clear. I'll acknowledge that. But I think that Braxton's interpretation is just not very reasonable. And I think he's sort of missing the point here about how he's inconsistent in the way that he appeals to small views and when they're sort of sufficiently large to mention or not.
It's a bad video, a bad, terrible presentation I get, but we're still waiting on something to directly criticize.
Mental, and to some extent everything is conscious. So this 3% being higher than 2% is not entirely surprising. So this says that there's some people.
Yeah, and the point that he's making right now, I think, is an important point for you to notice, which is, so panpsychists who we discuss in the presentation, who think that there are degrees of consciousness in everything, they're in this group presumably too. 2%, I think he said, think that fundamental particles or something, or electrons, I don't remember what he said, are have a degree of consciousness. Well, if those panpsychists are in there, that affects the number, right? That would impact, because if they think electrons are conscious, they're going to think AI is conscious in some way. I would suspect. I don't know how the question was asked exactly.
I actually think that's this is an interesting aside, that I think that this is an inconsistency that panpsychists have. I mean, it might not be when you get into it, but this is something that I find off-putting about philosophy of mind in general, because I've talked to Philip Goff about this, where, you know, when he says p-zombies, for example, are conceivable, but he also thinks then panpsychism is the conclusion. So then I was thinking, well, surely a physical duplicate would be conscious, right, on your view, because you couldn't have because consciousness is fundamental, you couldn't have a physical duplicate without it being conscious. And it's like, well, we need to distinguish between deep zombies and shallow zombies. And I mean, I find it a bit, maybe there's a point if you go down that avenue, but I find I don't find it convincing going down that avenue. But my point is, I do think there's an inconsistency that people like panpsychists have here, where, you know, they'll say fundamental stuff is conscious, but I don't actually know that they would attribute it to things like AI or even, you know, like p-zombies and things like that, which I find really interesting.
Well, yeah, typically one would hear something like a Chinese room argument or a Mary colorblind neuroscientist argument given against the idea that a physical system, or in the Searle case, particularly a computational system, could be conscious. Well, that's what I mean, right? Yeah. I guess the argument would be that, say, a physical computer would have consciousness, at least to some extent, in virtue of the fact that consciousness is fundamental, but not in virtue of its computational system, in the way that a functionalist would say. That does raise the question as to what type of consciousness it does have and how the physical arrangement of stuff alters the nature of consciousness. And I don't pretend to have those answers because I don't know enough about panpsychism. It's something I want to read up more on. I don't want to go down that road now, but it's an interesting point.
Yeah,
I'll footnote that for another discussion.
The stuff about deep versus shallow zombies and stuff, Philip Goff says, is in his book, his more like advanced book than the popular level one, Galileo's Error, that he wrote. But and I think a lot of his arguments pivot on some more philosophical points to do with like the scope of conceivability arguments and stuff like that. But yeah, he does use, in terms of arguing for panpsychism, he does use the classic sort of Mary's room and stuff like that, or arguments, just these kind of deductive, you know, like you'd get in Phil of Religion or something, like these deductive arguments that then entail that physicalism isn't true or something. The same arguments that Braxton will use pretty much for substance dualism. But I think it actually cuts against panpsychism, at least as far as I understand panpsychism, but, you know, maybe I just need to read more on it. But
I also don't think that Braxton gives us any reason to prefer substance dualism over panpsychism, interestingly enough, in his talk. Which is just a side thought. Does he have to? Well, if he mentions it as a position, which he does, then maybe he should say something about why because all he does is really argue against physicalism. So I think that that's another limitation of his talk.
Or why substance dualism over property dualism, right?
He doesn't talk about these different views, right? So
yeah, that's what
I mean. I don't think he doesn't have to talk about every view, right? But if you mention a view, which he does about panpsychism, and then don't explain why your preferred view is better than that because they're both alternatives to physicalism, I think that's a problem.
I agree with you, but I also do think that something like property dualism just is way more popular, or has at least historically been more popular as a way of kind of like marrying.
Recently, I think that is true.
And so I think it'd be worth at least mentioning, because I think that these are, or at least have been in the past 10 or so years, majority positions. And so it's like, well, why prefer substances, right, over like one substance with like different properties?
That kind of everything's conscious, and maybe then there's a few extra people who think that not quite everything, but then AI makes the category there. So it's not a lot, but you can still find a few.
I mean, so here's a point maybe for the argument that Braxton makes later towards the end. Like, is substance dualism more expected on theism than property dualism? Like, is it more expected that God would have the desires such to create a world with two separate substances than one substance with two properties? Like, what aspects of divine psychology make it such that he's disposed to do one over the other, right? And the other would be
as we'll see later when I start addressing these asking these sorts of questions. I don't think Braxton, similar to Craig, I don't think Braxton thinks that we need to have answers to any of these questions for their like views to be the better explanation. I think that we'll see later. I think that is sort of a fundamental difference. I think that they do need I think they do need better answers than they have. They don't have to have answers to everything, but that'll come later.
Philosophers who would lean towards the idea that current AI systems are conscious. In terms of the proportion who think that adult humans, at least some adult humans, are conscious, it's about 95%. So there's a small percentage there who are a bit unsure of that, although very few explicitly reject the idea. There are other views, like you can be unsure or have alternate positions there. Now, one thing Braxton does not talk about at all, which I think is really odd actually in this video, is consciousness in other animals. So he talks about AI systems and he talks about humans, but he doesn't mention any other types of animals like mammals, fish, insects, worms, plants. And I think it'll be really interesting to hear what he has to say about this actually, because I realize this is a little bit small. Apologize for that. Because some of his arguments, it's sort of unclear how they would apply to animals. So, obviously, Braxton, I don't think it's going to be a big spoiler, thinks that consciousness comes from any material soul of some sort. It's unclear whether he thinks that animals have such a soul. Now, he might, but then that raises questions as to, well, how many different types of souls are there, and how do souls fit into the evolutionary story with speciation events, and how do we understand where, like, at what level of life does souls stop? Because, you see, if I say as a naturalist and materialist that consciousness is the product of complex nervous systems, then it makes perfect sense to say that consciousness is graded, that as your nervous system gets simpler or loses the relevant complexity, then consciousness kind of fades away. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to say that souls kind of fade away. Like, it seems you either have one or you don't. Now, there could be different types of souls, but still you've either got one or you don't, right? I mean, and presumably rocks don't have souls, right? So what about flies? What about fish? What about amoeba? Like, what exactly has a soul? So what I'm saying here is it feels like if you're going to go down that route, you actually have to make a cutoff as to what has a soul and what doesn't.
Okay, so
And I think there's a further point to that argument that, like, any cutoff that you offer is going to be relatively arbitrary and poorly motivated, right? Aside for theological considerations, where you're already committed to the conclusion that Braxton's trying to use consciousness as or souls at least as an argument for that conclusion.
Animals. Now, I actually did talk about this a little bit on the One Life podcast. They have their own podcast, and part of what we did after this project, Explorer Edition, was to do an episode on the One Life podcast and an episode on Trinity Radio, and we've done that. Now I'm going the extra mile to respond to James. So if you want to hear more about that, you can go there. But there are two views that are to discuss among Christians about this. I guess just among theists who believe in the soul. And
Transducianism. Like, I find that these terms as well, like I think Braxton uses them because they sound kind of complex when they say something quite simple. Like, I don't think they actually bring that much to the table. It's just the difference between saying, like, well, you get the soul at this point or you get it at this point, right? But it's not like
well, it's the same thing I'm doing. I'm laying out the space of views. He's doing the same thing.
Well, what I mean,
although
is
he critiqued me for doing it.
I'm going to say that it doesn't answer the question that you have, which is, well, like, what's the principled reason that you can give me for putting the cutoff point, like, here, or saying that the soul gets introduced, through a speciation event, like here, or something like that? Like, what principle?
Well, yeah. So creationism and creationism and transducianism. I always forget how many like syllables there are. Transducianism, I think it is.
Yeah, I think so.
Those questions are about ensoulment and where souls come from. Those questions are not, those positions do not address, do animals have souls? I mean, people may also have discussed that. But I don't think that Braxton does actually answer this question. He basically says he doesn't know, which is fine not to know. But then I think that your explanatory power diminishes correspondingly the more things you can't explain about your own explanation. Anyway, you will see what he says about this.
Those are traducianism and creationism. Now, creationism is not to be confused with like scientific creationism. I
think I said transducian. It's traducian. I always think it's trans.
Which is that at some point, when
I mean, I've never looked into. I've only heard this actually mentioned as, like, some early church heresy controversy over something, but I can't remember the actual ins and outs of.
One of the difficulties is, as far as I can tell, these issues are only discussed within Christian theology. They're not discussed in broader philosophy. So you don't have this sort of critical analysis of them, as far as I've been able to tell. I mean, obviously people critique them, but from within a Christian framework, and that's different from them being subject to the standards of sort of mainstream analytic philosophy. As far as I can tell, and I'd love to be directed to literature if that exists, but I haven't been able to find any sort of non-theological discussion of these issues, which I think is important, because if you're going to advance and explain an abductive argument for substance dualism, you need your explanation to be better than alternatives. Right. And therefore, you kind of need to work out some of these issues, right? Now, the thing is, in mainstream analytic philosophy, I just don't think there are people making apart from maybe some Christian apologists, who are making an abductive, that is inference to the best explanation, argument for substance dualism. The arguments that you see are not abductive, they're deductive. They're like Mary, the colorblind neuroscientist, or like Searle's the Chinese room experiment, or conceivability arguments about pea zombies,
China
and things
brain.
like that. Yeah. These are the sorts of arguments that you see, which are attempt to establish that there's an in principle impossibility of minds being physical. And those don't rely on any alternative being explanatorily superior. And therefore, they don't carry any burden of explanatory success, right? Or explanatory scope and power, which, I mean, I don't think those arguments follow. But at that point, you don't need to debate how souls work. You see what I'm saying? Because that's not, the argument doesn't require that. Whereas Braxton, at least in a lot of points, and I'm pretty sure he said elsewhere, he is saying that, well, I think this was the title of his video, that God, what was it? Consciousness explains God, or no, sorry, the other way around. God explains consciousness.
Okay.
Yeah. But he's talking about the point is he's using explanatory language here. He does this in other places as well. Later on, he'll give forth questions on like which best explains
it. Explains it in what sense? Like
yes, well, that's right. If you're making an explanatory or abductive argument, you need to provide a model that is explanatorily superior to the alternative, and that's why then you have to answer these questions. I think about how souls work. That's why I present these questions, because I don't think Braxton has well-developed answers to them. Braxton's usual response is to say, "But Christians think this stuff about them." As in, well, there are traducians and there are creationists about souls. But the fact that Christians think things doesn't mean that it has explanatory power. That's just what they think. The question is, can you provide a package of these, a collection of them together that are mutually consistent? I don't think they all are, which is explanatorily superior in terms of scope and explanatory power, as well as simplicity, that outcompetes naturalism. And I don't think that Braxton can. And I think that he's not really aware, or at least he doesn't recognize that this is the argument he's pursuing. He seems to think it's okay that Christians have things to say about them. But what he needs for an abductive argument to work is that the explanation has to be better than naturalism. Traditional arguments within analytic philosophy for substance dualism don't, as far as I've been able to tell, don't rely on this, because they are deductive arguments that do not postulate any alternative, or any specific alternative, at least, about how souls work. But I think Braxton can't resort to those because he is using explanatory language. And to be fair, some other substance dualists as well, they talk about how naturalism can't explain the hard problem. But I don't think that's a good argument against naturalism if nothing else can explain the hard problem either. Anyway, that's a sort of an aside. But I think that one needs to be very cautious about the type of argument that's being advanced here. And I don't think Braxton is.
And I think that your question was quite specifically asking for, what are like the laws of soul substance, or what are, how does reality hang together such that when there's a particular kind of complexity, then a soul attaches itself to a brain, whereas it wouldn't in like a different case or something, whereas it wouldn't to like some other matter. Like what reasons can you give for me to suppose that this model actually even makes sense, that that's the sort of thing that can happen? Whereas what Braxton does here is he just says, well, either, it's at the point of conception, it just does, right? Or God makes creatures, so it just does. And it's like, well, those are two different options for how like God might have just done it. But what is that it just does, right? That's your question. Like, is it just does coherent in any sense? And that's the relevant part of the criticism that I don't think that Braxton has responded to here, because I think that's the important part. Like, what principled, or what even is the story about how this different kind of
what's the alternative theory?
Especially to one spatial place and everything as well.
Well, we'll get to those issues. But the point is, I think the traditional substance dualist doesn't feel that they need to provide these answers, many of them at least, because they will say that, I think that what they will say, I don't want to straw man, many of them will just say, look, there's an in-principle argument that it can't be physical and it has to be a non-physical substance, right. And that's as far as they will go. We use soul to describe that, but that's really all we can say about it. There's often a reluctance to say a lot more. And I think that's the right approach, because I think that most of the specific things that you can try to say just end up as a muddle of confusion, which is what I critique Braxton's view as being, and I think that is the case. So maybe we'll play this a bit further. But the point is, if you're going to say Braxton's view explains stuff, then you've got to be able to say something about, well, what things have souls? And if you have a cutoff, as I think you need to, because I don't think you can have like a partial soul, then why that cutoff? It seems arbitrary. And if your answer is God just did it that way, then I think that's a limit to your explanation. Your explanation that's not an explanation. That's just that's
a description.
Yeah, that's just a description of the phenomenon, of the postulated phenomenon. So that's the flaw that I'm trying to get at here. That if Braxton says his view is explanatory superior, then he does need to provide explanations for these aspects. And I try to point out a number of them, and which animals and also where in the evolutionary chain of humans is another issue. Which of those beings have souls is an aspect to that I think Braxton needs to say something intelligent and consistent about if we're to take his view as explanatorily superior to naturalism.
And I think that that one feature I've noticed of good explanations as well is that rather than just describing the thing that they supposedly explain, which, you know, like God wills X, right? Just does. It's like, okay. They tend to sort of like tell you something deeper about the phenomena as well. And that's what enables you to make predictions and things like that. Because once you've postulated some kind of I want to be cautious about using the word mechanism, right? Because obviously it's not a mechanism in the case for soul. But once, maybe law then is what I should use. But once you've postulated some kind of law between souls and physical stuff and how they combine together, well then that's how you get predictions about what, and then you can test it and then you can falsify it, right? So why? I mean, is there again some reason that the substance dualists can offer as to why there aren't these sort of laws? Like, do souls not operate in a law-like way where they combine with human souls? Because transducianism, for example, seems to postulate that, or traducianism seems to postulate that there is some kind of law-like connection between the souls and how they attach themselves to physical organisms that do have them. Right. Maybe creationism doesn't do it so much, but
the physical body is developing or whatever, God implants a soul. Like God creates through special creation a soul for that body. And perhaps that's the way it works, but it's not the only possibility on the table. And I'm not 100% sure exactly where I land on this, but traducianism comes from the word traducian, which has to do with a branch or of a vine. So people are like branches off of their parents. And the soul and the body are generated by your biological parents.
But this, like, how is this an explanation? It's like it just does. Like when you're born, you just do get a soul.
Yeah, so we can ask how do souls interact in a soul way that produces a new soul, and in virtue of what are soul children the children of those parents and not other parents? In order to say that they have a relation, right, there has to be a relata, like parent-child in a soul relationship.
Right,
there's some relata.
How do I get the soul from those parents?
That distinguish them from other souls? And I bring up this point later. In order for two things to be non-identical, it seems that they must have properties that differ from each other. And I say that under Braxton's view of what a soul is, it's unclear what those properties might be, because Braxton views souls as entirely separable, dissociable from their bodies, which is not actually a dualist view per se. That's why I say that Braxton's view of dualism is, I don't remember exactly the word I use, but there are more respectable versions of even substance dualism, and I think Braxton's is not one, because he views them as separable. Traditionally, and a lot of dualists that you'll hear will say, no, a substance dualism, the whole point of it is it's soul and body, and then they need each other to work, to function. And death, essentially, they're both extinguished, right? Or at least they don't function in the same way. But Braxton thinks that a soul can more or less function in many of the ways that we think of as like a human, but differently. We'll get to that later. But the point is that because he thinks of them as dissociable, then he kind of needs a theory about how that all fits together. And right. Then when he says something like parents and child might be connected like in a soul way, then you ask, well, what is it about the different souls that distinguish them? What properties do they have that are different? You can't point to saying that they're embodied differently, because they can be disembodied and still have those relations.
Yeah, why couldn't your soul come from different parents, right?
Like, well, what about it would be different such that if it were from a different parent? You see what I'm saying? Like, if I was from a different parent, I would have different chromosomes, for example. I would be born in a different location. Like, there's spatiophysical things you can say. But I don't think any of those things work for souls, because what properties of the souls are there to be different?
I think I mean we can talk about the pairing problem at some point. I don't know if this is the most appropriate point to bring that up, but the point that I'm making is why couldn't it be the case on Braxton's theory that your physical stuff comes from the parents, right? But the soul that attaches to you is from a different set of parents.
Yeah, there don't seem to be any facts of the matter that distinguish that, except to Braxton say, well, there's something that then I have to pull in to say it works this way. Does. Yeah. And I would say that's ad hoc, because it's purely been invented to account for that phenomenon. There's no further reason for believing it. Now, when I accuse Braxton of having ad hoc views a lot, and Braxton's typical response is to say, but Christians have thought that for a long time.
Right.
That doesn't make it not ad hoc. Something is
Yeah.
ad hoc if it's not otherwise motivated, if it's just motivated to deal with a specific problem. It's sort of just added in there as a tweak, if you like. Whereas our views about genetics are not developed just to explain how under physicalism children can come from, like they fit into a broader framework of how genetics and molecular biology and all of that works, right? They're not ad hoc in that sense.
And they give you
and
all
it
sorts
doesn't
of
matter
deeper
if someone
understanding.
it doesn't matter if someone came up with the views 2,000 years ago. That doesn't make them not ad hoc. And I think that Braxton doesn't appreciate this point. Saying that something is ad hoc is not a psychological claim about how Braxton came to hold the view, right? Braxton may not have come to hold the view because he wanted to solve this problem. The claim I'm making is that, and again, I could have been clearer potentially, but is that the views originally were developed solely to deal with, entirely, it seems, to deal with particular problems and maybe other theological issues as well. Maybe those are more relevant to Braxton than they are to me, I suppose. But the point is, they like, for example, suppose you say traducianism is true. What independent reason is there to think that traducianism is true, apart from to solve this issue of where souls come from? It doesn't seem that there is any, right? In that sense, that's what makes it ad hoc. It's just to solve that one problem. And then suppose that you say, well, there are different types of souls for different animals. What independent reason is there to think that, other than to solve the problem of where along the evolutionary scale do souls come in? Suppose that you say that that there's a particular what was I going to say there? There's a particular point in the evolutionary chain where somehow souls develop, but why think that? What reason is there to think that, other than just to answer the question of when did the soul come in? It's not like there's no independent reason for any of these views about souls, it seems to me, other than to resolve just that specific problem. And that's what makes it ad hoc. It's like if I'm coming to a murder scene and I see, the person must have busted through the door, and I say, yeah, but the window's smashed and there's glass on the inside. Well, coincidentally, a bird hit the window and then smashed in. But I can't see a body of the bird here. Well, it was injured, but it could still get out, right? You see that this is ad hoc because I'm just making these things up in order to account for that specific phenomenon, that there's no independent reason for thinking. That's the mark of a bad explanation. And it doesn't matter if someone came up with that 1,000 years ago. It's still ad hoc. That's an internal structural problem with the explanation. It's not a psychological claim about how Braxton came to think about that. And I think that's the point Braxton doesn't understand. So when I say ad hoc, I'm not talking about it's ad hoc sort of for Braxton. It's ad hoc internally as to the explanation doesn't have independent motivation, or the parts of it don't.
Not that the soul is biological, but it's generated by your parents. This is in opposition to the creationist view that we just talked about. So on the Traducian view, one can hold that animals have souls of the sort appropriate to that animal. And I think that's probably true. After all, Traducians believe that the physical and immaterial body and soul of the creature developed like the body. I have no guarantee of an animal afterlife, but
like after all, Traducians believe that it doesn't make it more credible, like, because after all, Traducians believe it, right?
This is what I mean. That's not an explanation. That's just saying there are different. Okay, so Braxton has now said, if you're a Traducian, I know I'm mispronouncing that word, but if you're a Traducian, there are different types of animal souls. Okay, so we can still ask, what about plant souls? Someone in the chat said Aristotle thought that plants do have souls of a sort, although Aristotle's view of dualism, I don't think is consistent with Braxton's, but I don't claim to be an expert there. That's just my impression. But you can still ask questions. Well, what about amoeba? What about bacteria? See, we know more about the natural world, right? And you're forced to, I think that you would have to say that all forms of life are ensouled. I think that that's the most consistent view that you can come up with. Otherwise, it's going to be ad hoc as to why there's this gap. Like, well, why did amoeba, but not this other, you know? But if you say that all forms, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that undercuts that. Part of what's motivating from within Christianity, the idea of postulating the souls, is that there's some special element to you that gets to go to heaven or whatever. But then if you grant that to everything, then it kind of it cuts against that. If you're going to say that all, I mean, maybe Braxton isn't, right? He might say that all pets and everything.
Well, he said he doesn't know. He just said that before. He doesn't know about. But yeah, well, it raises that question certainly. But then it raises a further question: in virtue of what is a plant soul different to an animal soul?
Right, exactly.
Particularly because Aristotle, I think, saw them as kind of a fusion, right? So you could point to physical differences.
Yeah, it's kind of for Aristotle. I think it's kind of like what you see.
It's the form.
The form of something is like what it is, but for living,
so you can't
things,
separate it. The point is you can't separate it from the form
from
that
the
it
physical.
has. That's what I mean, and that's clearly not what Braxton thinks because he believes in NDEs. This is why I say. vertical NDEs. This is why I say that Braxton's form of substance dualism is especially problematic, because it's not really dualism. It's sort of, but it's not the form of dualism that where you have to have both of them for them to be functional.
Yeah.
You can have souls functioning as persons or whatever separately from the body. And this raises the question that, well, what is it about a person's soul that differentiates it from a plant soul, say? And again, I'm emphasizing this because Aristotle could say, well, they're instantiated differently, right? They're the forms of different things. But I don't think Braxton can say that, because for him, a human soul can exist entirely separate from a body, and presumably a plant soul can as well. I mean, maybe not, but then why is it different? But then you ask the question, so there must be some intrinsic difference in a person's soul versus an animal or plant soul per se, not in terms of its embodied nature, but purely in terms of the soul.
In terms of the
souls
soul
are typically
substance.
itself, right, as a substance. But soul substances are typically thought of as simples. They're not supposed to have parts to them. And that's why I think there's a problem, because if things are supposed to be distinct, and particularly if they're different in kind, like plant versus human souls, right, then there must be things that distinguish them. But then it's not clear what distinguishes them. What is it that makes it different? Again, I can answer that super easily as a physicalist. I can talk about the DNA. I can talk about cell structure. I can talk about a million things. But what can the dualist say? It seems to me that the best they can say is that they're just an intrinsically different substance. And can't really say anything more. But then I would say, is that a better explanation that and how many intrinsically different substances are there? One for each species, but species are kind of graded, right? We can't actually divide that line. So
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? At this point,
the more intelligent dogs have a different substance than less intelligent dogs.
At this point, it seems that the explanatory power is really becoming strained, because we're having to ad hoc all this stuff in, and it still doesn't really fit. Species doesn't seem to work at the level of having intrinsically different souls, because that's too graded. So I don't know where we're going to go with there. And now we've got our ontology cluttered with like millions of different types of souls that are intrinsically different, but not in a way that we can really specify in any way, because if so, we'd have to specify some property of virtue of which this soul is different for that. And I don't think that can be done. So this is the point at which I'm pressing Braxton in our imaginary conversation, because he's not here with me to talk about it. And this is what I was getting in the video. And I'm saying, how does this make sense? It seems to me that it's collapsing under its own weight, having to have all of these parts and still not really being able to have a theory that kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna nip to the loo, James. I'm sorry if there's a really frustrating bit. Yeah, if there's a frustrating bit that you would have wanted to pause at. But...
toward at least some animals having one. No, the expression of consciousness will be different in different animals. And he asks about a gradation or cutoff. What some of us who are dualists will say is that as far as we can go is saying that whatever has an existence in brains sufficiently like human beings likely has a soul. But again, notice James said he would have liked it if I had covered animals in my talk. But I don't see a need for me to have talked about animals in my talk. I don't see a need for that for my argument. Is this the sort of thing that James thinks makes this talk bad? It's really weird. I get that souls in animals is interesting. I don't blame James for wanting to talk about souls being animals and souls and all that sort of being an interesting issue to hear from a theist about or from a substance dualist. But one thing that we need to notice is that we still haven't heard anything that's an actual criticism of what I've said of substance. It's just why I really liked it if he talked about animals. Well, that's what stuff like this after the fact is for. And again, of course, I would love to talk about that whole issue. But again, I'm not 100% sure where I land on certain things related to animals and souls. I'm sufficiently confident about the things that are important to know related to us, and does it serve as any kind of a serious objection to the positions that we hold. So, but I would have liked to have talked about those things more, but you just have limited time. As you said, it's a popular audience. You have a limited amount of time, and we did talk about it on 2 other podcasts. So hopefully that will suffice. And now we're going to move on, get some more interesting stuff from him.
Whereas I don't think the naturalist has to say that. You don't have to say that there's a cutoff. You just say, well, it grades out at some point. Maybe, I mean, Nathan and I have talked about some other apologists who talk about this a bit, and there are different views I know here, but I think that it's a significant problem, actually. The reason I mention it now is because, unfortunately, Braxton does not mention this issue at all. Which
Wait a minute. It's a significant problem. It's a significant problem if animals have souls. I've already said in the main presentation, and we haven't gotten to it yet in his video if you're new to all of this, but I said in what he says is a terrible analogy, and we will get there, about your brain and your physical body being like an FM radio, and the signal being like your soul coming through the FM radio, and the hardware of the FM radio, the limitations of that hardware, or if the hardware is damaged.
So this is analogous language, though. And so here's a problem with Braxton using these sorts of analogies. Is that how does an FM radio work? Well, here's a metal antenna, right? Here's a radio wave of electromagnetic radiation, right? And here's how that interacts with metal, which causes a current to flow through it, which can then be amplified by transistors. And here's how here's how semiconductors and transistors work to amplify that signal. Here's how that signal can stand for something or be outputted by speakers, so you can hear the noise. It can be understood in physical terms, right? where is there something analogous? Is there something analogous to that in souls that you can provide for how the brain works like an antenna to pick up soul stuff, right? That's the question.
Yes, this will come up more later, so I'm happy to defer further discussion of that until when it comes up more.
It's going to affect the representation of that soul. But I actually think that dogs have dog souls and animals have souls related to that, the limitations of that animal and that sort of thing. I don't think they have some of the important things that I think that human consciousness and human souls have. And that would be more of a theological discussion that I'd love to have, because I think there's something important to say about what we mean by being made in the image of God. And actually, this is a great moment to say this, because James wants to know, like, how I cash out certain things. Like, how do you make sense of this and that other thing? And how does it work? And what is it like? And here's what I want to say. Christian apologists don't think that necessarily every single position that we hold on anything or anything the Bible teaches, we have to have this separate apologetic just for that. Now, I'm not talking about consciousness or the soul, but I'm talking about things about the soul that we would really like to know that we don't necessarily know, or things that we claim to know and naturalists or atheists don't think we can know. Well, apologetics gets us so far as we're concerned to God's existence and the resurrection of Jesus and the authority of Scripture and other things like that. We believe that we can bring apologetics that demonstrate the existence of the soul, or at least make it incredibly reasonable to believe that there's a soul. But then specifics about that soul might come to us through special revelation through Scripture. That would be
specifics about that soul, like how it even interacts with the brain.
Well, that doesn't come through revelation. And Traducian is, I mean, most of the questions you have, like animal souls, don't come through special revelation, it seems, because there's little agreement about them. And I mean, if these things are important, then I'm not sure why God wasn't a little clearer about, these issues about how souls work. But of course, that leads us into a divine hiddenness discussion. What I want to say is that this highlights the point I was saying before. If you're making an abductive argument for souls, providing a better explanation for consciousness, etc., you need to say something about this, right? If the objection is physicalists can't explain consciousness, and then your alternative is souls, but souls can't explain like animal consciousness, or can't explain how souls interact with the brain, or how the different souls are different from each other, a host of other issues we'll get to. If you can't explain this, if you don't have an explanation, then I don't see how your explanation is superior, all things considered. I've actually made up a table, which we'll look at hopefully near the end of the video, where I try to summarize that in brief about some of the issues where I think that Braxton's explanation falls down, because he basically admits he does not have answers to most of these things. Now, that would be okay if he was making a deductive argument, but I think it's clear that he's not. He's making an argument that his explanation is superior to a naturalist explanation, or various forms of a naturalist explanation for the mind and consciousness. If that's true, you just can't not explain a bunch of this stuff. If an explanation, like let's take the example again. If an explanation of the murder scene, right? If an explanation naturally and kind of invariably raises further questions that you then just don't answer, it's probably a bad explanation. So if I say, I think the guy broke through, what was it? Yeah, I think the guy broke down the door,
smashed window.
But then that raises the question: how did the window get smashed? You can't just say, well, I'd like to know more about how the window got smashed, but we don't have to have an explanation for everything. No, the fact that you don't have an explanation, that makes it a worse explanation. That's the point there. Now, if you had a deductive argument that he must have come through the door, however you could have such a thing, then it wouldn't matter, because he must have come through the door, right? But hopefully the point I'm making is clear. If it's abductive or appealing to explanatory superiority, then you can't not have addressed these critical issues that naturally, and the questions that arise from these issues. Yeah. And that's, I think, the fundamental mistake that Braxton makes from my point of view is he thinks it's okay to just not explain these things, because for some reason, these questions are outside the explanatory scope of what's relevant. But questions of qualia and identity over time, which he thinks are relevant, naturalists have to explain those. But Braxton doesn't need to explain these other things. He can just put those to the side and say, well, we don't know. My question would be, what, in virtue of what are certain things inside the realm of what needs explanation and other things outside of it? I say we want to put everything in there and assess theories on the basis of their total explanatory power, not get to cherry pick things that, for whatever reason, we think are important to explain, but then put to the side those that we don't think are important. And that's my criticism. I think that's exactly what Braxton does.
Yeah, I was thinking while I was not sleeping last night about the interaction problem, for example, and if one holds that a soul can interact physically with the brain, right? So it can do something physically, it can move something or cause some charge or electrical potential to change, so it can do something in the brain. Like, why think that a soul can do that, but not just animate my arm? Like, why can't it physically interact in a way where it literally is the cause of my arm moving? Like, why would it interact through the brain rather than, so...
Braxton, I think, is going to say radio waves and receiver in response to that. And so we'll talk more about this later.
Yeah, okay. And then something else I want to say about the special revelation point was, I mean, it's, even though the Bible talks about souls, it's not like it talks about consciousness or qualia or different properties that souls. It's not like the Bible basically comes with the theory of substance dualism. I mean, that's one of the biggest Christian critiques of Cartesianism from some of the more traditional Christian denominations like Catholics and things like that. I mean, obviously Descartes was a Catholic, but it's like a, he's in the 1500s or whatever when he's writing, and the tradition's more grounded in Aristotle stuff. So yeah, it's not like the Bible. I mean, obviously, as William Lane Craig says, we build models when we read the Bible, and as we come to try and interpret it and do philosophy. So it's not just this self-interpreting thing, but the special revelation doesn't just teach us substance dualism. It doesn't tell you that there are disembodied souls, and that there's so much I mean, this is another point that'll come up later. There's so much disagreement about just what the nature is of what exactly happens to you, whatever you are, like when you die, or like what does it mean to be resurrected or to go to heaven? Like, do your atoms have to be physically constituted somewhere? Does God have to retain the information of the stuff that made you up so you can be reconstituted but in some different substance? Like, there's so many problems here trying to make sense of the biblical data, and substance dualism doesn't just simply solve them, and it isn't just simply painted as that picture in the Bible. So the idea that, well, we don't have to have answers because special revelation just tells us these things and we don't have to know everything about them. But it doesn't tell you the things that you're actually committing yourself to. You're committing yourself to them out of like thinking that it's a philosophical position that can marry up to the scriptural data. And then you've got a nice coherent worldview.
I make this point later that, to my reading, in my view, a naive reading of the Gospels points more to physicalism than it does to substance dualism because of the importance of resurrection. Jesus doesn't come back until he's resurrected, things like that. The focus on resurrection of the dead. Braxton doesn't like that because he says Christians have always thought that there was a soul, at least most Christians, right?
A soul, but what does soul mean?
Well, yes, but that's true. And I think soul can just be embodied. But more of the point is, putting aside the word soul for the moment, it doesn't matter what most Christians have thought. My claim was sort of what you were saying, Nathan, that a naive reading of the Gospels, at least plausibly, focuses much more on the importance of the body than it does about anything beyond that. I mean, it talks about, spiritual, but, what I mean, in terms of substances, right?
Like if Jesus was, I don't know that we get the heresies. Think of the heresies. If Jesus was just a spiritual resurrection, right, and not a physical resurrection, this is a big apologetic point against certain heresies.
Yeah, exactly.
It is like, well, if the resurrection was just, is it docetism, where it's like, if Jesus was just a kind of spirit or whatever, well then, then we're not actually going to be like properly resurrected. And so there's this really important point about it has to be physical in Orthodox Christianity.
One of the reasons I raise this is that the whole apologetic, what Braxton is doing, is supposed to be ultimately an apologetic for Christianity. But to me, there's a huge gap between thinking there's a soul and being a Christian, like in the mere Christianity sense, right? A follower of Jesus who believes in the physical resurrection, I just don't know that they have much of any commitment, at least prima facie, right, to like substantial souls. Anyway, again, that will come up a bit more later, and I think Braxton misses the direction of what I'm saying, in that he just says, well, Christians have always thought this for the most part. Whereas my point is that there seems to be a gap in your apologetic, which doesn't acknowledge that there's a huge difference between what the gospel seem to focus on and what your whole argument seems to focus on.
A separate discussion from how exactly what are the limitations of the soul of a dog if you could have something like a disembodied dog, like dog soul. I could speculate about something like that, but these are things that aren't important to my case. Number one, he says it's a pretty big problem. I've yet to see how at all that's a problem. I didn't notice it the first time around. He says, oh, this is actually a serious criticism or whatever he said. I can't see how, but anyway, I don't know everything I'd like to know about souls. But that's because some of the information that I think I have about souls, not usually what's discussed in this, not what's discussed in this project, is this stuff I get through special revelation. And I feel that I can establish things on special revelation if I establish that there's a God and that God raised Jesus from the dead and the scripture is authoritative, such that I can have something like a reasonable.
God raised Jesus' soul substance from the dead.
A reason to believe that special revelation is valid for me. So, but most of what I'm discussing here, I don't rely on special revelation. I'm just providing what I think is evidence to believe these particular things. But I don't see how, in any case, I don't see how at all the fact that animals might have souls. I think they probably do have souls. How does that hurt anything?
It's quite disappointing to be to hear what he says about that. Anyway, so that gives us a bit of a framework. So yes, it's pretty unlikely, I think, that contemporary AI is conscious, but you will find the odd philosopher.
And now see, we're still back to the AI 3% that maybe think AI might have some kind of consciousness, or they lean that way. We're still talking about this, and this issue, since.
Why are we still talking about it? Because in the video that's under review about 2 minutes has passed and you're still on the original point, the reason that you opened the Phil Papers survey, and you're sticking to that point.
Yeah, I don't know that I clarified. I can't remember because we've chopped it so much where I clarify why I think the animal soul thing is important. I think I discuss it more later. I maybe could have clarified why I think that's an issue here. I do think I discuss it more later.
So we talked about it now this long. I'm really thinking he thinks I should have included this in my case, but it's 3%. And he said he understood that we're.
Let's jump back to the video. I don't think current AI systems are conscious, by the way, but I just sort of wanted to
And that's all we had to say.
mention that. So let's take stock of where we are. We've got a definition.
I mean, unless there were like a really large percentage that do think they're conscious. Okay, well, yeah, now we need to really focus some more on that and figure out why that is. And maybe there are good reasons for thinking so that I'm not aware of. But at this point, that's, I mean, if 3% or less think so, and
relating to a first-person subjective experience.
Sorry,
What it is
can you
like to
just
be
pause there? I didn't notice this before. Braxton says that if a large percentage of philosophers think something, then he should pause and ask if there are good reasons to think that. A large proportion of philosophers are physicalists about the mind. Not as many as I would like, but it's certainly a majority. So by Braxton's own reasoning, that would be something to talk about. But he doesn't talk about that at all. He gives no reasons whatever why any philosophers would be a physicalist. I think that he presents the view in an extremely strawmanned way. We'll get to that. But by his own admission, it seems that he should have said at least something more in favor or looked at why so many people, like philosophers, are physicalists about the mind. But he doesn't do that at all. I just thought that was interesting because I noted he made that remark there.
Braxton says that, clearly as adult humans, we have this, and I agree with that. And he also thinks pretty clearly that current AI systems don't have that. And I also agree with that, although I've noted that there are a few philosophers who would be not so sure about that. He then gives some examples to sort of flesh out the point. I find it kind of cringe appealing, not so much in this sermon particularly, I guess, but more generally when sermons appeal to like pop culture stuff. Maybe this is just me, but it just...
Hasn't that, just going off of a comment someone put, I remember a TED talk from a while ago, like a guy who was colorblind and had some kind of implant into his brain that helped him see in color through a camera. I remember...
It's possible for me to say anything about that without more details. There are different types of colorblindness.
Yeah, right. The reason that I'm saying that is just because I'm thinking that potentially there's evidence out there. I mean, you can always just appeal to, okay, well, that's just more sensory input, and then that just gets transmitted to the soul, like the radio gets, I suppose. So
yeah, Braxton's going to say radio. If there's something wrong with the radio, then the soul won't be able to function properly.
But it's like, why can
we'll get to that.
But the thing I don't understand, if that is true, what I'm saying, that there are such sorts of things. Well, like, are there a specified number of inputs, in the soul substance? Like, does the soul substance have an interface to the brain where it can only accept like the natural sense organs, or can you add on sense organs, right? Like extended.
There must be causal powers that a soul has, in virtue of which it interacts causally in interaction of substantialism, only with the right type of brain. Otherwise, it's interacting like with, I don't know, with everything, and that clearly doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like why is it that it can downwardly cause like certain things in me and not like others, for example, or
because it has to have a specific set of causal powers. And this is what I say: if there are different types of souls, they must have different types of causal powers. So there must be differentiating properties between them. So I can legitimately ask, how many different types of souls are there? Because they are different in the causal powers they have. And I can ask, what causal powers precisely do they have? Why do they have those causal powers and not others? I can go down the questions. Braxton, if he's just going to say, I don't know, I'm going to ask, why are these facts not in our basket of things that need explanation, or these issues? Instead, it seems that Braxton only wants to put certain things in that he thinks are a problem for naturalism, but not all these other issues that I would want to put in that aren't a problem for naturalism, because naturalism has explanations for, why our brains can accept certain stimuli and others, and neuroplasticity, blah, blah, blah. Not perfect, but way more than substantialism ever does. So that's, again, I think this will become a little repetitive because it will come up over and over again. I'll raise an issue. Braxton will say, well, Christians have always thought this. I'm not entirely sure. It's not relevant. And my question will be, why is it not relevant? Why do you get to decide what's relevant or not? Or more to the point, what criteria are being used to establish what requires explanation? I would want to say everything that's relevant to the issue in terms of consciousness and explanations thereof should be put on the table in terms of what needs explanation. I don't think you can just put these issues about animal souls and so on aside.
I think if Braxton commits himself to the idea that there are souls with different causal powers as well that exist, if there are different human souls with different powers, well, then that might actually make his theory falsifiable, right? Because then we should, if that's right, then we should be able to observe humans with all of the physical neural architecture that they would have to like properly function, but they wouldn't have certain faculties. Like those faculties would be missing because the soul, they might have a soul that has like doesn't have that faculty to like downwardly cause a particular kind of activity. But we don't observe that. But I mean, obviously, this is all based upon Braxton accepting that there are souls with different causal powers, which you might not. But I think that would be interesting if he was committed to that. If he went down, you know, if he decides that that's a way of solving the previous issue that we just mentioned, then it's going to make his theory falsifiable, and then it would have been falsified by the fact that we don't make that.
Yeah, when if different souls have different causal powers, you have the issue of how many different types of souls are there. It seems that you end up being reduced to a position of either God just sort of decides using arbitrary considerations, which I don't think is a good explanation, or every different individual life form has a subtly different soul with like subtly different types of powers. Because I don't think you can use species because they're not demarcated sufficiently clearly. There's a, you know, species are a very problematic concept that is used in biology, but you can't really define them precisely. I don't think that's a problem for physicalism, unless you want to like reify species as a natural kind or something, but that's another issue. But if you say that they have different types of souls, well, then you kind of need to pick, does this specific organism have this type of soul or that type of soul? It can't like have a mixture of the two, I presume. I mean, that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. So the point is, you seem to have to answer this, need to have an ability to answer this question of what type of soul does this organism have and that. And then you're going to have to choose what set does it fall into. And there are going to be cases that it doesn't seem that there's ambiguity and vagueness about what class it should fall into. I think that may reduce to either there's only one type of soul, or each individual organism has its own distinct type of soul, which may be very similar to others, but are in some way different. But then you're going to have to say, in virtue of what are they different? What makes them different? Other than to just say, well, they're just different in some ineffable way that we can't explain. And then I would ask, is that a better explanation? I would like to have Braxton here so I could understand how he thinks about these issues, because I think that these are very significant problems for substance dualism, particularly the interactionist form that Braxton holds. Yeah, more of this comes up later in my critique. I'm not saying I've said all of this so far in my critique. But
find it odd or forced or whatever you said when comedians refer to pop culture stuff or politicians refer to pop culture stuff? I mean, look, the stories that we tell ourselves in our country are the things we get from pop culture. They are our modern myths that we enjoy. That's Star Wars is like that. Star Trek is like that. The stories that people listen to are very important to understanding how they process information. If I was talking about something, if I was talking about something I referred to Neo or the Matrix, would you think that's forced? Because that's really strange, because that would actually be a really helpful thing that people in a pop culture audience can grab onto to understand a deeper issue. I really don't get it is why. I mean, I think what he's thinking of is something like a South Park sort of, idea of the local youth pastor comes down and he wears sneakers so that he can seem like more relevant to the kids or something somehow. And yeah, I mean, we cringe at that too, but I think it's just an attempt to say, look how stupid or how silly these Christians are. They're trying to force stuff like this in. If that's what it is, I really don't get it. This happens everywhere with like literally almost everyone and in almost every field. So I don't know, whatever. I guess I shouldn't spend that much time. It's just a silly comment, I think.
I don't know, it always comes across as a bit
yeah, again, just briefly, Braxton shouldn't spend any time on that. It's just an offhand editorial comment that I make as part of these live streams to add a bit of flavor. It doesn't have any bearing on his argument. Also, yes, I do find it cringe in many other contexts when people make these sorts of references, including politicians and scientists, and it happens a lot. I said in the video, and I say again, this is just a me thing. This is just how I personally react. I'm allowed to have that view. I don't know why Braxton really even says anything about it, especially when he then says he himself also has a similar reaction, albeit maybe to slightly different things. So he kind of gets what I'm saying, but still seems to take some umbrage to it. Not a big deal, but I just, yeah, I think it's weird.
I also wanted to mention something about data as being
I love this.
a Trek fan, and obviously it's just an example. It doesn't really matter, but I can't help myself commenting on this. I would say it's quite unclear from the show, Star Trek: Next Generation, whether Data is conscious or not, in the sense of whether it feels like something to be him. I suspect that he actually is. In the show, it's ruled that he is a
Does he think I'm saying Data is not conscious? I do say something like he's conscious or wants us to think he's conscious and he wants to be human. The point is, it's very, very clear. Well, let's just listen to James.
But that's not necessarily the same thing, or at least I don't know if we can assume that. I think it's pretty clear that he has free will, maybe not in the libertarian sense, but at least I would say in a compatibilist sense. He certainly makes choices and can act unpredictably and things like that. Data also in the show is shown to have a very keen moral sense, can form friendships and all of these sorts of things. But what he can't do is experience emotions, I mean, until the very end, which he gets an emotion chip or whatever, but most of it he can't experience emotions. But he can form attachments to people for example, and he actually talks about how this works. So I guess the point is that even in a fictional example like this, I think it's actually kind of complicated as to exactly what we can and cannot say about data based on the evidence we have in that show, right? And we need to separate out different issues like feeling emotions, free will, forming friendships.
I love the way that when you say certain things, Braxton he opens his eyes wider, like as if a really obvious point in favor of his position has just been made by something that you said. But I don't get the same sense that is the case, that you've just said something that makes Braxton's criticism. He's like, obviously, right? Like he's like, yeah, that's my point, and I'm like, what?
Having a first-person subjective experience and maybe other aspects as well. And I think that, well, Braxton doesn't do that. He just sort of lumps them all together, and we'll see that a little bit.
No, I'll do that. Here's the reason you can lump them together in this sense. I think that it is, I think that to experience, what all did he say? Emotions, what did he say? Self-awareness. Well, let's just run it back just a little bit here.
Forming friendships, having a first-person subjective experience, and maybe other aspects.
Think about the things that he's saying here. Forming friendships, having emotions, having a subjective experience. Can any of these things be done without some level of experience? How can you do this without experiencing friendship? How can you have friendship without experiencing friendship?
I think that is actually pretty obvious. Like, is it a behavioral?
Well, remember what
duplicate?
Braxton means when he talks about Remember what Braxton means when he talks about experiencing. He means qualia, the feeling, the suchness of what it is like to be. That is why I started with trying to define these terms out. Friendship could plausibly be defined in cognitive and behavioral terms, which at least prima facie, on the face of it, to me, doesn't require any what it is like to be. And actually, data is a perfect example of this. We know data forms friendships. That's very clear in the show. But we know he doesn't feel emotions. So that's why I say it's a little unclear. Is there a what it is like to be data? I lean towards the view that there is, but I don't think it's entirely obvious or clear. And because the show does distinguish different things, like the emotions from friendships. And if you think about what makes a friendship, I mean, I'll talk about this later, right? The cognitive and behavioral aspects of that, it is not clear to me that entails there is what it is like to have friends. That there must be. Obviously, there is for humans, right? But it's not clear that it must be the case that follows. This is about trying to distinguish carefully the different phenomena that you're referring to. And my claim is that Braxton lumps a bunch of things in, free will and friendship being two of them, in with qualia. And this is why philosophers typically try to distinguish these different aspects, because although they might be directly related, I'm not claiming that they're not, it's not clear that they must be, because conceptually, at least, they're distinguishable. And Braxton doesn't want to have that as a conceptual clarification. He says, no, you're experiencing having a friend, therefore there must be a experience. Well, the question is not, is there an experience? Is there an experience in a specific sense of a qualia, what it is like to be something? The aspects that we think of as friendship, in terms of a cognitive attitude, disposition, emotional reaction, spending time with them, blah, 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 at least in principle, like you can make a zombie argument that you could have all those things without any qualia of them. I'm not saying that that's true, but this is purely a conceptual level of, do they conceptually seem distinct? And that's what I was saying. He's too quick to lump them together and not acknowledging that there needs to be a bit further argument to saying that they must be associated in this way.
And I do think that when we observe ourselves, even though these things, are accompanied by experience, that we're actually much closer to those kind of behavioral automaton than we like to think in a lot of cases. I mean, going back to the case of Braxton's daughter, who had been socialized into laughing at the Star Wars theme and didn't realize that it was also seriously a part of a film. It's like we just get socialized. We succeed in we succeed with certain behaviors in certain contexts, and when we fail, we get a bad, we kind of condition ourselves out of the kind of failure cases. So she'll have learned from the weird reaction she'll have got from people by laughing in the circumstance when it was used in the film and it wasn't supposed to accompany a joke. She'll have learned, well, oh no, this isn't the appropriate behavior, right? And I'm sure there's something it's like, in the sense that I mean by that, not by necessarily intrinsic, ineffable private experience or whatever, but I'm sure there's something it's like to be her that accompanies that, those behavioral dispositions and stuff. But we actually are still very close. A lot of our practices are quite like this, where we're just kind of socialized into ways of doing it. Even what I'm doing with my hands and stuff, I'm sure if I'd grown up as a feral child, I wouldn't have done this sort of thing to make a point about something. I picked this up for
feral children don't even learn language,
right? Exactly. I've been socialized in certain contexts where doing this sort of thing has helped me to succeed in my aim of convincing someone.
Yeah, in fact, it's typically the physicalist who says that you can't hold friendships without having a qualia friendship, because they want to make a necessary identity relationship between certain physical states
Right. Yeah.
and the corresponding qualia. So I would say that, right? But people like Braxton, it seems, would be more likely to make a p-zombie physical duplicate type argument, which says you could have all of the aspects of friendship, but not the qualia. Braxton might want to say that he's just specifically talking about the qualia of friendship, but then that's kind of muddying the waters a bit, right? Because obviously, if you say you can't have the qualia of this without qualia, that's kind of not really that relevant, right? I mean, it's relevant, but it's kind of redundant, right? If you're just, when you say friendship, you mean qualia of friendship. Well, obviously, you can't have that without qualia. I think maybe that is what Braxton's thinking about when he says experience of, but then all of the examples he's giving just become redundant, that they become just a pure subset of the qualia he's talking about. But if he's talking about the phenomena of friendship, it's a lot less clear that as a conceptual point that requires qualia. And indeed, it seems that he would be more likely to argue that it doesn't, not as a metaphysical point.
And he's even potentially committed to the idea that like dogs and animals and stuff, like don't have the kind of qualia that we do when it comes to having friendships. But he'd probably want to say that dogs are still friends with people. And I think that this is similar to like a kind of maybe an embodied robot, or potentially like an artificial agent, that like a chatbot or something. And I think you could quite properly have one of those things where it would be proper to say that that's someone's friend in it, but it doesn't have this. But that would just be in terms of the functional roles that it fulfills, rather than it necessarily being accompanied by experience.
Yeah, so it's going to really cash out what he means by experiencing friendship. But Braxton doesn't like these discussions, right? We started with when I was trying to classify consciousness and look at the different definitions, and he just sort of rejected that. He said this is a waste of time. I think that he's going to say something similar now. Look, you know what I mean by friendship. Well, in everyday sense, sure, but in a philosophical context, when we're linking this to qualia, I want to know, I understand exactly what aspect you're talking about. If it's purely the qualia of friendship, then obviously you can't have that without qualia, but then you're just talking about, you're giving specific examples of qualia and not actually linking it to other phenomena, which is what I thought he was doing in the video. Maybe he was just giving examples of types of phenomena, but I'm not convinced that is what he was doing.
I think even in an everyday sense that Braxton would be more than happy to use the word friend. Like if your kid gets like a Christmas toy or something, and it could be like it doesn't even have to be particularly sophisticated. It could just be, or what were those weird like bird owl things with that kind of like danced around and their beaks did this or something. I can't remember, but they were popular in the 2000s with kids. And
I think the soccer ball from Castaway, what's it called?
Right, Wilson. That's it.
Wilson. Yeah, that's the one.
But I'm pretty sure someone would appropriately say, someone could say, "Oh, you is he your friend?" or something, right? And they might say it mockingly, even granted, but they're still using. It's not like you're like someone's just said some gibberish or something. They've used the word in a particular context where it makes sense, and you know what they mean by it, right? It's like they've not inappropriately used the word friendship. Like, you formed a friendship with that thing. Okay, has the thing for it's a friend of you. There's not something it's like for it to be. There's not something it's like for that thing to be a friend, but it is your friend, sort of thing. It's like friendship is a weird word because it doesn't seem like it has to be accompanied by like a qualitative experience, in my view. But anyway,
how can you have self-awareness without experiencing self-awareness? How can you have emotions without, what does it even mean to have emotions without experiencing emotions? That's the sense of consciousness that we're talking about, that you're an experiencer, that there's a what is it likeness to be you. And these are all things that you can lump together in this sense, that each of these things requires conscious experience of the type that means you are an experiencer.
As well. And I think that, Braxton doesn't do that. He just sort of lumps them all together, and we'll see that a little bit later.
I don't lump them all together as the same thing. I lump them all together as things that you have to be a conscious experiencer in order to experience.
So, the point is not really whether, Star Trek's just an example, or whatever, but I think it's sort of interesting that even in an example he's chosen to make his point, it's sort of, that very example, I think, makes the point that I would. It's actually more complicated. This is a bunch of different issues that we're lumping together. I think that we need to be more careful if we're trying to explain consciousness about what we're trying to explain. So that will come up.
Okay, so I do clarify in this talk that all of those things that he just talked about and said that I lumped them all together, I explain clearly how they're connected, that you are an experiencer of these things. Now, when he comes to data, he's saying that even in the analogy that I have created and I have chosen, I mean, I think the impression is that it works against what I'm saying. And there's two possible interpretations I have for what James is saying here. I'm not sure which one is true. I lean toward the second one being what he's talking about. The first one is, well, what data shows is that this whole issue of consciousness and your brain and the most important things about life and being human and what are you and what does it mean to be you and that sort of thing. When we think about that with data in mind, it's really complicated. Well, yeah, of course it's complicated. I believe that it's complicated, James. I believe that brains are complicated and that this whole issue of who we are in the world and what we are and all that is complicated. Surely you don't think that my point was that these aren't deep, meaningful, or complicated issues. Of course they are. That's obviously true. But I think what he might be saying, and I'm not 100% sure, is, well, data might be conscious. In fact, I think he is. It depends on what all we're laying in there. He feels emotions. It seems like he is conscious. And in the very example that Braxton rolls out, here you've got a robot that's conscious. That seems to me to be maybe what he's saying. It might not be. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. I don't know for sure that's what you're saying. That's what it sounds like maybe you're saying, is that this is really complicated, which of course is trivial. Nobody disagrees, or at least between the two of us, nobody disagrees that this is not complicated. And then secondly, this whole thing seems to work against it because it seems like data is conscious. Oh my goodness. My whole point with this analogy is to say, here you've got a certain set of things. Those are your household products, the things that consumer products that have AI. They're not conscious. It's obvious to most of us that they're not conscious. Then you've got over here entities that are supposed to be robots. They're fictional and do seem to have consciousness. So my whole point is that data does seem to have consciousness. And in the story, I have no. So in a story, I just take it that what the author is telling me is true about this universe that they're creating is how they mean it to be taken. And so I take it that even though we're kind of all given this existential crisis that data has throughout the series, that we are supposed to take him as a person. I mean, that surely the people watching Star Trek think of data as a feeling conscious person. And that's how we look at him and C-3PO and the robot from Lost in Space. That's my whole point. My point is these robots are conscious, but they're not real. These robots are real, but they're not conscious. And trying to explain that, to point out the difference between brains, just having a brain, and being conscious, to draw out whether you think that the consciousness is something the brain does or not, you can see that we can talk about these things separately, and maybe there's something more to that. That's the point that I was trying to make. But now we're 18 minutes into this damning refutation of a video that's so bad. And after no substantive actual criticism for all this time, now we finally do get one. We get a criticism. And that criticism, if I'm understanding James right, is based on a misunderstanding of the analogy that I gave. That's bad. Now, this is interesting because I've heard comments from lots of listeners who were present at the production, and none of them were confused about this point that I've talked to. That's relevant, given that James is about to take a shot across the bow at the audience, or at least at what he suspects are my thoughts about the audience and their intelligence level on the basis of something I say. So let's just keep trucking right here, but let's keep that in mind.
And later, people talking about the survey. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh yeah, drink every time Braxton says let's keep trucking, by the way.
Or mentions the 3%. That's going to come up a lot again.
Another video on that at some point. Yeah, there are some interesting results. Let's continue with this video here. I just look forward to what we've got up to.
And inside of a real thinking, actual humans and other human beings. It seems like something that is really powerful and different than just a brain, because those robots have a brain of a sort. Another way to help you understand exactly the difference between your conscious first-person experience of the world, the way that you're awake to the world, like robots are not, is this thought experiment that comes to us from a man named Frank Jackson. Now, I want you to hang with me. This is the part where if you've got a thinking cap, put it on and straighten it up a little bit. This will cause you to have to think a little deeply about this. But imagine.
So I can't help making remarks like this, right? What is the implication of what Braxton just said? Like, just think about this, right? Again, I don't want to overinterpret it, but I can't help making this remark. So these people are at a sermon of some sort. They're at church, right? And he's just said, if you've got a thinking cap, put it on.
Look at how uncomfortable Braxton is listening to you say that as well. Like the way.
I don't want to overinterpret it, but I can't help making this remark. So these people are at a sermon of some sort. They're at church, right? And he's just said, if you've got a thinking cap, put it on. What does that imply? First of all, not everyone there has a thinking cap. And second of all, most people don't already have it on. They don't bring their thinking caps to church, and or even if they do, they don't put them on. I don't know. I just find that amusing that that's sort of the sort of offhanded remark kind of implies that the people in the audience are kind of dummies or not thinking about things. I don't know whether that's what you want to imply, but anyway, let's keep.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a minute, because he's going to get ticked off and say that he's ticked off. I think about this point that I play a video of a philosopher saying something similar to what I'm saying. Like I'm citing a philosopher, and that ticks him off because he thinks it's just quote mining. But he doesn't think that this is something that might tick someone off, or like maybe he just doesn't care. But yeah, I told them to put their thinking caps on because I'm a public speaker, and I don't actually know how much public speaking James has done. I'm not trying to say like, look, I've been doing this.
I just say time to wear your big boy pants because I'm a public speaker. To my audience. So if you're watching this now, it's time to wear your big boy pants in the audience and keep it nice and friendly, like a big boy in the chat. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's this massive point, but I also don't think that this is necessarily this kind of like a get out of jail free card that I'm like public speaking. So treating my audience kind of like children that just need to be entertained.
Yeah, well, let's see what he has to say, and then I'll make a brief comment. Again, it's not substantive, but it's interesting.
I've been doing this for more than 20 years. Not sound like I'm in law, but I've been doing this for more than 20 years now, and I know a few things about how audiences hear things. And I know when I'm about to say something that could be complex, that has to do with an issue they're not used to thinking about at this depth, or at least
if you've got a thinking cap.
All of them aren't. I mean, you can understand we've got older people here, but we've got teenagers here too. And we've got everyone in between. And so most people are not thinking too deeply about consciousness like you and I are. And so, yeah, I say something like, if you got your thinking caps, put it on as a way to ready them for the fact that I'm about to say something that might be something they got to wrap their minds around and really think through. This is just public speaking. And to use this as an opportunity to like poke fun.
Are you ready to be a big boy and listen to what the man on stage has to say? I mean, it's not that bad. I'm obviously laboring it.
I think is unfortunate. By the way, these people that he thinks somehow I think are dummies, to use his term, these are people who didn't misunderstand the robot analogy as it relates to C-3PO and Data. And so that thinking cap is pretty important. And fortunately, they had theirs. It's not an indictment on their intelligence. And just to make things fair, James, and since they're having a couple of mistakes already, I'll just go ahead and say it to you. Put your thinking cap on for the rest of this video.
I mean, you're always wearing your thinking cap.
Yeah, I've always got one. No, I just thought it was funny because to say that if you've got one, put it on does imply that people either haven't put it on or don't have one. Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. And I personally, I'm sure Braxton's done way more public speaking than I have, but, I've done a little. I would never say that to an audience because I think it's really infantilizing. It's just like sort of kind of dumb. But, like if he wants to say that, fine. I personally thought it was funny because I think it does have that implication. And that was immediately what I thought of when I heard that. And if I was in the audience, I'd be thinking, oh, I don't know about that one, but, I just thought it was funny. I don't know what Braxton just seems to, whatever.
Yeah, it's not.
I thought it was like funny. That's literally.
It's not a massive thing. Yeah, but I don't think his defense.
I still think it was funny though.
Yeah.
Not meant as any kind of an insult, just readying you for what's going to come. All right, let's keep trucking. In the tube, we have a story of a woman who is 35 years old, and her whole life she's been in a black and white room. She's never seen color. Now I know that this is hard for you to imagine, but just imagine it's possible. But we have a person who's 35 years old, and this woman has never seen color. Her favorite color, though, she's never.
There are actually people, achromatopsia, who don't have cones at all. So they can only.
Of course, there are people who have trouble seeing certain colors or seeing colors.
Imagine learning all the physical facts about reality by the time.
Braxton didn't listen to what I said. Can you just play that back again?
Yeah, sure.
Like he clearly didn't listen. Replay what I said and then what he says.
She's never seen color. Now I know that this is hard for you to imagine, but just imagine it's possible. But we have a person who's 35 years old, and this woman has never seen color. Her favorite color, though, she's never.
There are actually people, achromatopsia, who don't have cones at all. So they can only.
Of course, there are people who have trouble seeing certain colors or seeing color. I'm aware of that. The point is, in fact, that's going to be great during your death experiences because there's been a study actually done on congenitally blind patients who.
Interesting how he jumps straight to, and that's going to be great during near-death experiences. It's like all these apologetic points are just coming up as like a mingled together.
Never seen anything, and during their NDEs, they actually have experiences where they see things and can describe visual things. So this doesn't work for you at all to make this point, but he's just kind of poking fun that I said something like, well, whether you think this is impossible, or just imagine that someone's never seen color. And what of course I mean is they've never seen any color at all. Just black and white. I mean, that's all they've seen. Okay, that's the point. But these the things that are, I don't know, the things that he wants to like take pot shots at, I think he thinks that's for entertainment purposes, but if so, it makes me wonder who the audience is supposed to be, and if that's really the audience you want to buddy up to.
In shades of gray. So that part of it's not actually a thought experiment. The thought experiment.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, well, so I explicitly say there are people who lack cones entirely, and at least some types of achromatopsia see no color at all. They literally see in shades of gray, which is the thing that Braxton seemed to be like, because Braxton in response said he knows that some people have trouble seeing certain colors or color, but he's specifically talking about someone who sees no color at all.
Yeah.
And my point was there actually are people like that. That's not the thought experiment. The thought experiment is the second part of it, where they know all the physical facts and then they go outside, right? I just thought it has to be that says it's hard for you to imagine this, but I said, but there are people like this. That was the contrast that I was drawing at. That part's not a thought experiment. Braxton seemed to completely miss that and say he knows that there are people who are colorblind and so forth and who have trouble seeing color. My point is that there are people who only see in shades of gray, and that's not a thought experiment.
Yeah, it's not something.
It's a minor point, but Braxton didn't listen to what I said, or at least he didn't seem to, because his response had nothing to do with what I said.
Yeah.
The part is that then she goes out and then she can see color, which, to my knowledge, that's not possible because you can't restore cone vision if it's never been present.
Yeah, and that means you got to deal with stuff like these congenitally blind patients.
I just find it amusing what he says. I know you can't imagine that.
I think I maybe you can clarify your point there though, because I think the point of the thought experiment is that she does have all the rods and cones, but she's raised in a black and white room, so she.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But that's not what Braxton said. He said that something about she can't see color. And then I said, well, there actually are people like that. But you're right. The thought experiment's often described as she can, and then that's true.
Well, it's actually not even imaginary. Like it's a real thing. Anyway.
Seeing color is red. She studied all of the symbolic imagery about the color red. She knows all about the wavelengths and the light and all that stuff that makes red possible, but she's never seen the color red. In fact, we did say she actually begins a program in college to try and get a degree in color spectrum theory. And she gets a PhD in color spectrum theory. Her emphasis is the color red. And she knows more facts about the color red than any other person on the planet. But remember, she's never seen it. Now here's the question. Her brain has all the facts, but if she escapes the room, and the first thing she sees is red, the question is, does she learn anything? She knows all the facts. That's in her brain. Does she learn anything when she experiences red for the first time? I want to say that I think she does. What she learns is what it's like to see red. She knew all the facts, but now she's got what it's like, this first person experience of the color red. That's what it means to be conscious, to have that kind of experience. It's an amazing thing. And because of that experience of red being different from just the facts, it's like your brain serves up all the facts and all the data, and then you and your conscious experience make decisions based on those facts, and you decide what you're going to do, and you can imagine. In fact, some of the greatest things about being human are possible because of our consciousness. The things that matter the most. Think about free will, for example.
Yeah, I'll pause it there because then
Do you want to say anything or play your?
then he brings in some of the other issues that I mentioned that I don't think should be conflated with first-person conscious experience. But yeah, so the thought experiment that he mentioned there is sometimes called Mary the colorblind neuroscientist. I don't think he actually said she's a neuroscientist, but that's the way I typically hear it described. Anyway, the idea is that she knows all of the facts surrounding, like all of the physical material facts surrounding physical material facts surrounding color vision and how that all works and all of the processes involved in that at an arbitrary level of detail, like more than we know now. But she's never actually seen red herself, and the question is, did she learn something when she actually experiences that?
Now, I just said exactly that.
Understanding of the purpose of the argument is to appeal to the intuition that she would learn something, like learn what it is like to see red. And this is supposed to, I think, indicate an argument that there's some sort of fact of the matter about what it is to experience red that exists beyond the material facts or beyond the physical facts. I'm not precisely sure. I think there are different versions of it. I will actually intend to read a bit more about this sort of stuff soon. But the exact point of the argument, I think, is like exactly what it's intended to convey is not the main issue here. Braxton is using it as more of a thought experiment to illustrate how basically what he's going to be arguing, he's kind of already arguing it, is that conscious experience has to go beyond the physical world or the material world. Now, this argument is an interesting one. I don't want to get fully into it now. I think that it's plausible that Mary does learn something new, but I don't actually think that that's a threat to physicalism. Now,
he's about to give a counter analogy. And I want you to listen to this counter analogy and see if it hit you the way it hits me.
Essentially, because it depends what you mean by she knows all of the facts. I might make an analogy that you could know all the facts about biomechanics and riding a bicycle, but still not know how to ride a bicycle if you've never ridden one yourself, because that form of knowledge is really non-declarative. It's non-propositional.
Okay, now notice his wording here is very important. He says you can know all the biomechanical facts and you can know all the facts about riding a bicycle, but he says you wouldn't know how to ride a bicycle until you'd actually done it. I think this is actually technically false, and it's a bad analogy. You could know it's possible that you could know everything about
this. I'm going to have to say something here because this is so ridiculously wrong by Braxton. Because firstly, right, I knew how to throw and catch a ball. And far before I ever knew how to describe the motions of a ball or acceleration of gravity on a, explain like the kind of curvature that a throw would take or something mathematically in physics. But the problem is that the way we actually learn about these things, right, is we have proprioceptive nerves and so forth, and we do an activity, we get all this input, and then we learn by success and failure, basically. Like when we succeed at doing something, we kind of like we myelinate the kind of neurons that were firing at the time in our nervous system that were working in that way. When we fail at doing something, the kind of chemical responses aren't there for us to remember that pathway. And then as we train ourselves, I mean, horses are interesting because their nervous systems come pre-myelinated when they're born, which I think is why when they're born they can walk right away. But for us, acquiring skills and stuff, it's completely different from us being able to describe it. It's to do with us being able to like move in that way or like do the skill. But perhaps it's going to be later on in life, maybe through reflection or whatever and language acquisition, that we actually learn how to appropriately describe something. And there's different ways of describing it. So this is it's not that you're technically wrong here. Braxton's really technically wrong. Like learning. People learn to ride a bike like far before they can talk about angular momentum of the.
Well, the point is actually, does full declarative knowledge imply procedural knowledge? And I think that it plausibly doesn't. And again, I could have gone into this in a little more detail. I thought it would be intuitive to people that you could know everything there is to know about the biomechanics of riding bikes. In terms of you could describe that, propositionally, but not know how to actually do it. Because to know how you actually do it, you need to, and this goes into a bit of the neuroscience of it, you need to execute motor programs that are stored in the brain, and particularly the cerebellum back of the brain seems to help out with that. That's a type of knowledge that is known to be encoded separately, or at least distinctly, from propositional knowledge. For example, there are people who cannot learn new propositional knowledge. They have anterograde amnesia. Patient HM, some people may have studied, was like this. Yeah. He couldn't learn any new declarative memories, but he could learn new skills. So he was taught to do a drawing task, I think, and he got better at it over time, but had no memory of learning to do it. So this is one of the evidences that the types of memory, procedural, that is like motor patterns, are stored separately, or at least distinctly, got to be careful with separate, but distinctly in different ways using different mechanisms than declarative memory. So I think that it is, you've got to be careful because the philosophical issues aren't always straightforwardly determined by scientific ones. Often they're not. But in this particular case, I think that it's pretty close to established that having this set of motor programs and patterns needed to execute the muscle motions necessary to ride a bicycle is not entailed by knowing all propositional facts about bicycle riding. You could even know what those propositional facts are about the motor patterns that are needed, but still not have them encoded in the right parts of your brain? I suppose it depends on what you mean by know. So, we could equivocate there as to saying, well, if I know the propositions, then I must have that in the right part of my brain. But it seems to me that you could know about them, but not have that knowledge encoded correctly in the relevant motor part of your brain, right? So yeah, maybe we could have a discussion there. But anyway, that's all I was appealing to in that analogy, the basic idea that you can know something without knowing how to execute that. I thought that was a fairly common sense idea. Also, I think that it's backed up scientifically and philosophically. Now, Braxton doesn't, as I said, we could have a discussion about that. Maybe you want to say if the knowledge is encoded in a certain way, then you would know how to do that. But I'm not sure that follows. But Braxton doesn't even want to seem to give any countenance to the analogy. He thinks it's terrible. And he just seems to say that if you have if you know what the experience is like to ride a bike, then you know how to ride a bike. But I'm not talking about the experience of riding a bike. I'm talking about knowing how to ride the bike. There is a knowing what it is like to ride the bike. That's the experiential side of it. There is knowing how to ride the bike. That's the procedural knowledge. And then there's propositional knowledge about bike riding of all types, right, including biomechanics and whatever. What I'm saying is that having full propositional knowledge does not appear to automatically entail having procedural knowledge. I am likening that to the fact that having full propositional knowledge may not automatically entail having experiential knowledge. So in this case, it would the prediction would be that Mary could have full declarative knowledge about color and visual perception, but still not have the experiential knowledge of what it would of what it would be like to experience a particular color. That's the analogy I'm drawing there. I could have, I think, been a little clear about that, but I think I was reasonably clear. I don't think that Braxton even acknowledges the connection between procedural and declarative knowledge on the one hand as an analogy for the connection between experiential and declarative knowledge on the other hand.
Yeah, and I mean that is a very it's a very basic distinction that's made in as people learn epistemology usually as well, like the difference between knowing how.
Yes,
and
exactly.
that. But
that's why I didn't feel the need to go into too much detail about it. But anyway.
Well, I just want to say on Mary's room, there's actually quite a nice flowchart here. I'll see if I can make it big.
Oh, nice. So,
this is from a paper. I'm trying to read it as I hold it up, but then it's like, does Mary gain any knowledge? Of course, someone can always answer no, and that's how Paul Churchland does. He just says, obviously, if you know all the physical facts, then you know all the qualitative facts as well. And then if you answer yes, then it's like, well, what sort of knowledge does Mary gain? Is it strictly know how, or does it include new knowledge of the facts, propositions, or information? So then I think this is the answer that you just gave, strictly know how, which is to the left on the screen. And then you've got no, she gains new knowledge of facts or propositions. Does Mary come to know new facts, new propositions, or does she come to possess new information? No, she only comes to know in a new way. Facts or propositions she already knew. Okay, so that's like modes of presentation response. And then, yes, she does. On what mode of individuating propositions does Mary learn a new proposition? Only on fine-grained mode of individuating propositions that takes into account conceptual constituent structure, physicalism not refuted, on a coarse-grained mode of individuation. You can see, anyway, there's basically a ton of ways of responding to this argument, and on each of them, physicalism isn't refuted by the argument. So it isn't
what
like...
What book is that in? That's a really cool diagram. I've not seen that.
It's... The Nature of Consciousness.
Oh, cool.
It's a bunch of papers about like...
I've got one in that series, but not that one. Yeah, nice. But yeah, so I don't expect Braxton to mention all of those in his original presentation. Of course, some at least vague reference to alternate perspectives would be nice, as I mentioned before, when there's controversy. But in terms of what I'm saying in my response here, yeah, I actually think that most of those physicalist responses, apart from the very first one, were plausible, but are plausible. But yeah, I probably myself would argue that she learns new experiential knowledge, which you don't have in having just propositional knowledge. The point here is that for Braxton just to not even acknowledge that distinction even makes sense, I think is just not, it's just not defensible. I mean, that is a widespread distinction, not just in philosophy, but also in science, psychology, and in everyday life. I just don't see how Braxton can kind of think that there's nothing to that.
about biomechanics and riding a bicycle, and yes, you would know how to ride a bicycle. This is why it makes no point to. I mean, this is why it's not crazy whenever parents tell.
It's just not true. There's all sorts of. I mean, especially it's kind of like a trope of physicists, right? That they're usually not very good at like doing stuff, but they're good with like the theory and stuff, right? So I bet
Yeah.
based off of that stereotype. I mean, maybe the stereotype's not true, but based off that stereotype, I'd be willing to bet there's a bunch of physicists who can intricately and mathematically describe, a bunch of really complex stuff that can happen, but not be able to do it themselves.
Tell their children, all right, here's what you're going to do. Here's how it works. They're giving them the information that's necessary in order for them to know how to ride a bicycle. In fact, when they get on the bicycle and they are riding it, they'll learn.
Like think of the people who programmed like the Boston Dynamics robot to flip, for example, right? I bet they're able to program that without being able to do flips themselves, but they know exactly how to describe, the
this is what I'm saying. Knowing how to describe an action is not the same as having the knowledge to perform that action. And I think that you can catch that even at this point in neuroscientific terms, although I'm not saying you have to do that, but I mean, I like that sort of thing. That's my bent. So I think you can actually go that far in making the argument that one does not entail the other.
Learn new information, but that's not the sort of information that correlates to the woman who sees red. What that analogy to help out the analogy that James uses would be like, all the biomechanical facts, all the facts about riding a bike, but you don't know what it's like to ride a bike. Not how, you don't know what it's like. That's the correction that needs to be offered. It's the experience of riding a bike.
This is where Braxton completely misses the point of the analogy.
The lady goes out the hallway.
The analogy I'm making, the analogy I'm making is between propositional knowledge or declarative knowledge and procedural knowledge. I'm saying propositional knowledge of something doesn't entail procedural knowledge of how to do that thing. That is an analogy for propositional knowledge or declarative knowledge of something does not entail experiential knowledge of that thing. I'm not saying that procedural is the same as experiential. Of course, knowing how to ride a bike is different from the experience of riding a bike. I mentioned that just before. The claim is that by analogy, and I expected it to be relatively uncontroversial, that we can at least understand how you can know of something without knowing how to do it. By analogy, that's what's happening in the Mary case. That was the analogy. I could have been clearer. I think I was reasonably clear. I guess that's not up to me to decide, but I don't think Braxton's understood what I was saying really at all there, and maybe that was partly my fault, but well, so be it. That's what I was trying to say.
The response that you said wasn't too plausible as well, and I agree there might be better responses, but I don't actually think it's that crazy to think, well, if she knows all the physical facts, she might. I do think it. I think it's more. It makes more sense to say it's a different mode of presentation of the same information or facts, right? But it could also be the case that if she actually understood, like whatever understanding means, like a full completed physics, she basically would be like a pantheistic god, right? She'd like know everything about.
Well, this will come to the question later of whether God has pansubjectivity.
Right.
Or omnisubjectivity, I think is the term that's used. This is coming up soon, actually, so hold that thought.
Yeah, that's true.
And sees red for the first time, she suddenly understands how red manifests. No, she already knew that. What she learns now is the experience of what it's like to see red. That is pretty darn important, because that is just, I think, a terrible analogy that just completely misses this thing. So, but he's gonna move on to a bigger theological issue here. So let's pick that up.
And plausibly knowing what it is like to be a brain body system that actually processes color in a certain way. That's not a fact that you can sort of know propositionally. You just sort of have to be that system. Or if you're
the high jump is actually a really good example, because it's quite easy to refer to like the material property, or maybe pole vaulting might be even better, like because you can refer to the material properties of the pole and the energy that's in the pole bending and stuff, and then the length of the lever and all of that, and how that magnifies the force when it's put in the point, and you can kind of describe all that stuff in physics without being able to actually do it quite well. like I could probably, if I had a pen and paper, in a few minutes, kind of diagram out exactly how it's happening, but not actually be able to do that without like a few years of training with the pole. I don't know how long it would take me.
You're not. Which raises an interesting question, by the way. Does God know what it's like to see the color red? Or any other color? Because God doesn't have eyes, right? God doesn't interact with the physical light spectrum in anything like the way that humans do, or at all. I presume he doesn't, right? He's not embodied. So I'm not quite sure how God knows these facts, and that's actually, I think, a real problem, right? Because if these,
he thinks this is going to be a real problem. I love it whenever James begins to talk theology, because that's the area that I've studied most in my life, and so I love hearing what people who are meant to have exposure to Christian
theology is a science, James.
Idiot.
Let him finish the sentence, man.
So I love hearing what people who are meant to have, exposure to Christianity, maybe a background in church. I don't know if James ever went to church or whatever, but people like me who have a drug problem in the sense that they were drugged to church on Sunday night, and Wednesday night growing up. Dad joke. Some of this is I don't understand why someone would not know that this is what Christians think, but it's okay. Let's keep trucking.
If God is supposed to know all, God's supposed to know all facts, right? So he can know everything that the neuroscientist knows. But well, then you get the issue of the incarnation. So I'm not quite sure, but you don't want to say that God learned about color through the incarnation. That seems wrong, right? So let's put that aside for the moment and just say, absent the incarnation, how would God have access to first-person facts about what it is like to be a human experiencing color? Because by Braxton's argument, the only way that you can come to know those facts is to be that person in that experience. But God isn't and can't be that person in those experiences. So therefore, it seems by Braxton's own reasoning, God wouldn't actually know these facts. I sort of mentioned this before, right? A stronger version of this is to argue, does God know what it is like to sin? And I'm not sure, again, sometimes people get a weird idea when I say these things. They seem to imply that I'm imagining that no Christian has ever thought about this or responded to it. Of course, I realize that there will be people who responded to this. That's not really the point, right? The point is to advance the discussion. And so I guess with respect to what Braxton's saying here, it seems to me that this is not a good argument, right? Because if he wants to say that Mary learned something new, later on, Braxton is also going to say that consciousness comes from God. There seems to be a disconnect here, right? Because his argument for why Mary learned something new would seem to also say that God can't actually know these things. And so, like, we're conscious in a way that God isn't, or our consciousness transcends God's consciousness, or I'm not quite sure exactly, but it seems to be at odds with what he would want to say about God and the nature of the origins of consciousness. So for that reason alone, I don't think that this argument works.
Okay, for that reason alone, he doesn't think this argument works. So let's talk about that one reason. So what he said is, and this is fair, I appreciate this. Maybe I was too hard on him just a moment ago. I appreciate that he just wants to advance the discussion, and he recognizes that perhaps Christians have thought about this before and have some kind of an answer to it. And if you're going to make a response to him, maybe just do a quick Google search to see if what Christians have said about this. But it's basically the difference between propositional knowledge and experiential.
But Braxton doesn't do that about any of the naturalist positions that he critiques. This is another example of a double standard. Braxton says that maybe I should have done Google and looked up what other Christians have thought about this before doing a response video. But Braxton doesn't feel that there's need or time for him to say anything whatever about what naturalists have to say about the arguments and issues that he's presenting. I'm kind of okay with it either way, but I think you need to pick one of those. I don't think it's fair to hoist one standard on me that Braxton himself doesn't live up to. And at least I acknowledge that Christians have things to say about this, but I'm not sure about it, and I think there are issues. Braxton doesn't even say anything of the sort about naturalism, which is one of the problems when you talk as if the people have sort of never thought about it before. That's why I do try to acknowledge when I say things like this that, look, I'm sure they've said things, but I'm not quite sure what it is, and Braxton hasn't said it either, so let's talk about it now. But I think Braxton's advocating discussing a double standard there when he doesn't require himself to do this.
Do you think he's thinking about? Do you think he's talking in two ways about the difference between experiential and propositional knowledge as well? Because it seemed when you were saying there's a difference between propositional knowledge and experiential knowledge, and that there isn't this like if and only if biconditional kind of entailment between the two. Right, you were saying that in the case of physical information, so you can be able to describe the physical facts, right? And that's one like mode of presentation of the information, and then another mode of presentation of the same information is to experience it. But then Braxton seems to be Braxton didn't accept that when you gave it as a response to Mary's room, but now he seems to be appealing to that principle in saying why God doesn't have. Why it's not a problem for God, because God only has propositional knowledge. So for every thing that for every proposition P, God knows that P, right? But experience is not like that. So
exactly. This is one of the reasons it seems to be a problem. I can't remember if I mentioned this in my original critique, but if we're allowed to say that God doesn't know certain things because he only knows all propositional knowledge, then it seems that physicalists can avail themselves of exactly the same argument. Mary only knows propositional arguments. If experiential knowledge is not entailed by propositional knowledge, then there's no reason that Mary would know what it's like to experience the color red, even though she knows all the propositional knowledge, just as if the fact that God knows all propositional knowledge does not entail that he knows what it is like to experience all sorts of other things. So I think that there is a parallel there. The difference may be that perhaps Braxton is going to say that certain types of knowledge require non-material or like non-natural facts, right? So he might say experiential knowledge is a type of non-natural fact or knowledge that God could know, but Mary can't, if naturalism is true, because then there's nothing to know. But I don't know if that works. You still have to answer the question: how does God know that experiential knowledge if he only got the propositional stuff? And at this point, I'm just guessing here because I don't know that Braxton would go down that line anyway. So I don't know that it's a strict contradiction. I think it's a tension though in trying to explain how God goes from propositional to experiential despite being disembodied, and why that's okay, but why it's not okay for the naturalist to make a similar argument. You're going to have to find a distinction there that breaks the symmetry. There are plausible candidates available, maybe. But it really depends on how you're going to cash that out, it seems to me.
So, for example, well, I'll just read this from William Lane Craig from Can God Learn Anything? now here's where it picks up. Premise 3 says a being's omniscience entails that a being has all experiential knowledge. Omniscience entails that a being has all experiential knowledge. That, I would say, is false. That is not a classical definition of omniscience. Remember, I said to be omniscient, a being must know every true proposition P and believe no false proposition. So that means that
it depends who you talk to about these things. I mean, like, I don't really like how philosophy of religion is done in general, but like one of the things that is done in classically conceived philosophy of religion is just endless discussions of offering definitions of what God's omniscience is. And some definitions don't. So like a really usually people just introduce for every proposition P, God knows that P, and then there'll be some counterexample, then they'll caveat it with something else, and then there'll be some counterexample, and it just goes on endlessly like that, right? And then it'll be until you get some horrible like at time T, God knows that P, if and only if P is something that can be known. But like it'll be some horrible statement like that. But it's not like crazy. Like what the apologetics move is here is as if the view that Craig is putting forward is something that's universally accepted by Christian philosophers and theologians, right? Whereas actually Craig's views are relatively niche, like his particular views about aseity, about God's relationship to time, about abstract objects and grounding and so forth. Like actually within Christianity, there's a diverse array of positions and ways of combining like the different views that one might take on these different subjects, including God's knowledge and omniscience, right? And those views are just as different, in my opinion, as the difference between like naturalism and theism sometimes. Like they really are completely different models of reality. Like if you listen to someone like Ryan Mullins or an open theist talk about the way that they think of God versus the way that Craig thinks of God versus someone who's maybe like a classical theist in the way that they think of God, that really very different models of the way that reality is, as different as naturalism is from idealism some of the time in terms of just how radically different reality fundamentally is on each one of those views. So I don't like this idea that we can just appeal to Craig writing a blog post and saying omniscience is this. I mean, again, well, this is Braxton's response video, so maybe there is an onus on him to add a bit more context than there would be in his initial talk. But like this isn't just a universally accepted definition of omniscience.
that omniscience is defined in terms of propositional truth, not in terms of experiential truth. So being omniscient does not entail, for example, knowing how it feels to have a sore back. God knows that having a sore back involves having pain and is uncomfortable. That's propositional knowledge. But God doesn't know himself what it's like for his back to be sore because he doesn't have a back, or he doesn't know how it feels himself to be a sinner. Now, he knows the proposition that being a sinner feels lousy, feels guilty, feels depressing. He knows those propositions, but he doesn't know how it feels to be himself.
Does God know what it's like for his feet to walk through the Garden of Eden, as described in...
sinner? Or he doesn't know what it is to be himself, Bill Craig. This is sometimes called the omniscience paradox. Himself to be Bill Craig. He knows how Bill Craig feels. That's propositional knowledge, but he doesn't have to have the experiential knowledge of believing that he is himself Bill Craig. You see what I mean? So classically, omniscience is not defined in terms of non-propositional knowledge. It is defined in terms of propositional knowledge, and there is no incoherence with God having all propositional knowledge. So again, the objector here is saying that God cannot have the experiential knowledge of knowing.
And here's a problem for maximal perfect being theology, right? Is a being greater who has propositional knowledge and all the experiential knowledge as well? Like is that conceivably a greater being?
Just let him finish the quote, because I looked into this a little bit about what Craig actually says here.
What it is like to learn something. Now, I think that's false, as I've already explained. I think God does know what that's like, but that's not entailed by omniscience. God doesn't need to have experiential non-propositional knowledge in order to be propositionally omniscient, and that is what the doctrine of omniscience holds. So it might actually come as a surprise to James to hear me say this, but yes, I know what it's like. I know what it's like to, let's say, have a romantic involvement with my wife. Let's just leave it at that. God doesn't have that experiential knowledge. He knows all the propositional facts about it, but he doesn't have the experiential knowledge. That's just not what we mean by omniscience. And so to that extent, this is like other paradoxes, like the omnipotence paradox, when someone asks, well, can God create a rock so big that he can't even lift it? Or the Homer Simpson parallel to that, can God microwave a burrito so hot that he can't even eat it? These are nonsense questions. It's not like there's something God can't do. It's just that those aren't things, right? So we would say that no, God doesn't do logically contradictory things. And what we would say on omniscience is God does all propositional truth claims. This is, maybe a lot of church people aren't familiar with that either, but so hopefully that'll be helpful.
On Braxton's worldview. But also, I don't think that it undermines naturalism or physicalism, because I think that we need to distinguish different forms of knowledge, essentially. And that if you just say knows this or knows that, I think that's sort of too quick. Plausibly.
Oh, and another thing, it strikes me that for him to say that this doesn't work for certain forms of theism, well, that it doesn't work. Now you've made a claim. You've claimed that this doesn't work. You now need to bear that burden of proof. You need to explain why the responses that people have given are problematic. We don't get anything like that. And I just explained why I don't think it's a problem for God to have all propositional knowledge.
Some types of knowledge that you sort of can only hold.
Well, Braxton, how could I possibly have responded to that when you didn't say it in your initial remarks? He's implying as if I should have responded to what he said prior to him saying it. Again, I could have maybe articulated myself more clearly in what I'm saying here. It's a little hard for me to remember because we're chopping in and out of it so much exactly how I phrase things. But so I looked up that Craig quote actually because from my interaction with the literature, which I don't claim as exhaustive, and also doing a bit of Googling the other day. It just seems that that most treatments of omniscience don't really even talk about experiential knowledge. They just focus on the propositional knowledge, or they may make an aside reference to it, but not really focus on it. There has been increasingly, there's a brief mention of this, for example, in Stanford Encyclopedia article on omniscience, a brief mention of the issue of God's experiential knowledge, but it doesn't really say much. However, I did find I think she's a theologian or a philosopher who called Linda Zagzebski, who talks about who talks about omnisubjectivity, and she thinks that God does have all experiential knowledge. And I just want to read a quote from her, because this dovetails with the way because I was taught as a Mormon, not in those words, but that God does know like what it is like to feel all of our pains and things like that. I actually think a lot of Christians believe that, which doesn't entail at least that God has some experiential knowledge. So I want to read this quote here, which I think is why it's a big problem if God doesn't have this sort of knowledge. Quote, God must empathize perfectly with a person's conscious states in order to judge the person with complete accuracy and fairness. End quote. So I think that that's one of the reasons why it's so important, because how can you be a completely accurate judge if you don't even know what it is like to experience all of these things that humans experience? See, as a Mormon, I was told that one of the reasons that Jesus can support us in life is because he knows what it's like to experience all of the things that we experience, like explicitly. And that entails that Jesus or God has all of this experiential knowledge. I think a lot of Christians think something like that. It actually seems to imply that God cannot have empathy. He could have sympathy, but not empathy, which involves some degree of fellow feeling with someone else. And it seems to me that that's a massive loss of perfection, or that's a massive deficit. A being that can have empathy is superior to one that cannot feel empathy. And this relates to a debate that's called, I think, divine
impassibility.
Yeah, that's right. Whether God could feel sorry for humans and things like that. Obviously, experiential knowledge is beyond that. But I think a lot of Christians believe that God does experience joy and sorrow. Certainly the Bible seems to indicate this, and that therefore God can experience these does have this experiential knowledge of particularly human states. And it seems to me that he must have, if he's ultimately perfect, if he's going to be a perfect judge. And so that's these are some of the reasons why it seems to me that if God doesn't have those types of experiential knowledge, that poses a massive problem for Christianity. Now, the flip side is, okay, well, suppose God does have those experiential knowledge. Well, then it seems that you have to ask the question, how does God obtain that experiential knowledge? Apparently, it's possible to obtain experiential knowledge of something without yourself having experienced that thing. And that seems to undermine the whole point of the Mary's colorblind room argument, which is that you have to experience that thing in order to have experiential knowledge of it. That's the whole point of the claim, right? That there's something beyond the material facts of the matter that you can't access without having the experience. So I guess the question is how God could have that type of knowledge without having had the experience. You're going to have to give some account as to how it's possible for God to know such things, whereas it's not possible for any other type of being to get access to those sorts of to get access to that sort of knowledge without having the experience. So I think there's a tension here. On the one hand, Braxton says God actually has that type of knowledge. Then it seems that you don't actually have to experience something in order to know to know what it is like. And that undermines the Mary's room argument. On the other hand, if you think that God doesn't experience these things, then I think that you're open to problems about the judgment being unfair, about God lacking perfections, about God just not being that relatable, and etc. So that's the thrust of it, that I think that there's a dilemma here. Sorry, Nathan, I know you want to share something.
No, it's fine. Can you see that okay?
It's a little small, but I can generally see it.
Let me see. How is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Let me see if that view none of the views make it a little bit better. This is just a paper by Anastasia Scruton. I'm just to read the abstract to sort of talk about how some people are thinking about this. And Ryan Mullins has recently released that Cambridge Elements on God and emotion, and I think that this is actually a large part of what's motivating his kind of. I mean, there's other considerations about time and creation, stuff like that I think motivate him, but it's the idea that if God is impassible in this like classical theistic sense, then there is this big issue with like God being able to like justly judge us, or the idea of God being like relatable, or also there's lots of like biblical language which you can explain away, but about God feeling sorry when we sin and things like that. So while the impassibility debate has traditionally been construed in terms of whether God suffers, recent philosophy of religion has interpreted it in terms of whether God has emotions more generally. This article surveys the philosophical literature on divine impact/passability over the last 25 years, outlining major arguments for and against the idea that God has emotions. It argues that questions about the nature and value of emotions are at the heart of the im/passability debate. More specifically, it suggests that presuppositions about the dichotomy between emotions and reason, or the heart and the head, have negatively impacted the debate. It contends that the debate can only move forward in response to serious reflection on our affects, our emotions, as we experience them, aided by historical and anthropological as well as contemporary philosophical perspectives. So at least in, I know trad Catholics or whatever are probably going to be like, yeah, this is like modernity. I don't care about feelings, bro. I just like want to.
And God doesn't care about your feelings.
Yeah, he doesn't care either. But at least as far as thoughtful, thoughtful, reflective people go in philosophy of religion today, they're taking like very seriously the idea that God does have emotions and experiential knowledge, right? Which would then, if you're building a model of God and you're going to talk about, and you're going to build some kind of omniscience into that, well, there's going to be a program to do, like, what do these omni attributes mean? Like, what is the maximal amount of knowledge that someone can have? But that's going to, for these people, plausibly include a story about emotional knowledge, right, as well, like, or affective knowledge of some kind, like what it's like to experience certain kinds of emotions and affect. And this is a paper that discusses some of those things.
I should also say, as far as I could tell about Craig's view, I couldn't find a lot of information about it. Craig seemed to be saying that God actually does have the forms of experiential knowledge that add to his perfection, but not those that detract from it. So he doesn't know what it's like. Sorry, he doesn't know what it feels like to sin, for example, but he does presumably would know about other aspects of experience that add to that, like empathy, for example. That wasn't manifested in the quote that Braxton read, but looking into it, as far as I could tell, that's what Craig views. Now, that's what Craig's view is. Now, that raises the question: how does God come by that knowledge? How is it, or in other words, how is it possible for God to know that despite having not experienced the relevant states of affairs? And that then, I think, undermines the intuition that Mary has to actually experience something in order to know what it is like. Because otherwise you could just say, well, yeah, actually Mary does know what it is like to experience red, even having never seen it before. If it's possible to have that kind of knowledge without having experienced it. Now you might say, yeah, but Mary's not God, right? Yeah, but Mary's supposed to know all the propositional knowledge. So in some sense, we're making her omniscient, at least about that field, right? So I guess the question would be, in what way is she different from God, who is apparently able to have this experiential knowledge, according to this view, but Mary isn't? So I think this does undermine the intuition behind Mary's argument. So I think either way, Braxton has a problematic view. I think the idea that God doesn't have any experiential knowledge is really problematic for the reasons we just said. But if he does, then it kind of undermines the intuition behind Mary's room and requires further explanation.
Just learnt the StreamYard hotkeys. That's interesting.
In this way is supposed to be what it is like to be a certain thing. How you could possibly even know that in principle without being that certain thing. Like, you could have a full understanding of all of the processes at work, but unless you actually run that simulation in your mind in full detail, you wouldn't really know that. So I suppose, yeah, it's not just knowing the facts, it's sort of running the simulation in your mind, so to speak. And only if you could do that in sufficient detail would you actually know what it's like to be that thing. But then you basically would just be that thing. Like sort of like if you could fall asleep and dream about being a bat, but not an ordinary dream of being a bat, like in full resolution with everything realistic. Then maybe you would know what it was like.
I actually do think that Braxton has to sign up to this, even if not in physical terms, in terms of soul substance. Like, soul substance has to run so identical soul substance processes, whatever those are, in order to like have the same identical, because presumably different souls can have identical qualitative experiences, right? It's not just like different ones.
Like, yeah, but at that point you've basically just been a bat, right? So anyway, that's not a full answer, but maybe that's some initial thoughts. I'm not convinced of that thought experiment. It's interesting, but I don't think it really undermines naturalism. If anything, I think it undermines at least certain forms of theism in the way that Braxton wants to argue for. Because
if you have if you have some sort of understanding of theism that requires God to have experiential knowledge of everything that we have experiential knowledge of,
like, God can't have this knowledge either. Anyway, I think I made that point there. Now, Braxton's moving on now. It's going to talk about other things such as free will. So let's see where he takes this.
You have free will to make real choices that are meaningful because you have a conscious experience. Because free will is the conscious activity of looking at things and making a conscious decision of one thing over another thing. We have that. We have love, because love is a conscious decision to give of yourself for the good of someone else that you love.
That was from the book. That was why I put that comment.
And we also have imagination, with the conscious activity of thinking about the way things are right now and how they could be later on. A song that hasn't been written yet, but you could write it, a work of art, someone who you are in love with. You can imagine what it would be like to be them so that you can love them better. The most important things about being a human being are things that we have because we are conscious. It's really important. And it doesn't seem like we had to be, because these robots aren't. That.
Yeah, so I'm happy broadly to say that some of the most important things about being human do relate to or involve us being conscious. But I don't
Okay, again, agreement. Let's see what he says and whether it is an affront to the case I'm making.
really disagree with that. Consciousness is very important. The idea, though, that it has anything directly to do with free will, I'm not convinced about. These are separate philosophical issues.
It has to do with free will in the sense that you have to be conscious to make free choices on either libertarian freedom or compatibilism.
And I just don't quite see what the argument is there. Why do you have to have consciousness to have free will, or why does free will imply consciousness? I don't
Hang on. I mean, let's let this play out a bit, but I just don't agree with that.
Sure.
know what the argument is there. Maybe it's intuitive to some people, but it's just sort of not obvious for me. The way that people like Braxton.
Okay, but before he goes on to talk about how I perceive a free will, the only way you can say that we make free choices without, well, look, first, terms are very important. Not all Christians affirm libertarian freedom, but most do affirm either libertarian freedom or compatibilism. And we know that he knows what compatibilism is. He talked about compatibilism just a little while ago. Both of these understandings of free will simply require one to have a first-person conscious experience. James primarily focuses on some criticisms of how libertarian freedom is supposed to be possible, which is the view that I hold. But I don't think he specifies he's talking about libertarian freedom, though he clearly is. And I responded to the intelligibility problem, the rollback problem, and scientific data that's supposed to undermine libertarian free will many times on this channel. But it's a red herring, but it's a red herring in this discussion. Whether you believe in libertarian freedom or compatibilistic freedom, you're making a choice. Now, that choice might be determined, and it might be free in a libertarian sense. But in either case, you have to be conscious in order for it to be called a choice. We don't say the wind suddenly decides to blow this way instead of that way, because choice is something we use with respect to conscious agents. It may well be that some people, not necessarily saying James, haven't thought about this connection before, but it's not as simple as rolling out your favorite lines in response to libertarian free will. But James actually says it's not clear to him that you have to have a first-person conscious experience to make choices. The only reason that this, now, if that strikes you as just absurd on the face of it, I think, to be fair, the reason you say something like this is because if you go too far with, like, I've mentioned this before, it's great by Alfred Melee on free. It's called Free: Why Science Hasn't Disproved Free Will. But if you go too much with it, like, you take a Libet experiments. And by the way, Deflate just made a great video on Libet.
Okay, maybe we should comment at this point then before he talks about the.
Well, this relates to the issue that we discussed before with what was it then? Friendship. It's a similar point, right? This is why you have to make distinctions. So free will is about whether choices can be free, even if they are determined. Typically, nice Yoda cup, by the way, to augment, augment my own. Well, that's Baby Yoda. This is like trad Yoda. But anyway, so it's just, I don't think anywhere in that debate does one need to take a position either way about whether there is a qualitative, like quality experience of the choosing. That is why it seems to me, and at least from what I gather from the philosophical literature, that these are just separable issues. Maybe there's correlations to what you tend to think, I would guess, but there's no necessary connection or conceptual connection between these issues. You could, like what I talk about in the video is, if you can affirm a libertarian view of freedom, then maybe you would say that necessarily baked into the way that a libertarian agent chooses is a qualitative experience, but even that seems to be a further claim. And certainly under the compatibilist view, you could compatibly choose to take some sort of action, without external compulsion and with the right set of higher order desires, or however like, there's lots of ways of couching it out, which you don't need to get into here. That could be in place such that the choice is free, and yet there be no first person experience of it. And I think this follows just straight out from a P-zombie argument, right? You make a P-zombie argument that all of the conditions necessary, for the choice to be free are in place, but there's no conscious experience. This is exactly the sort of argument that actually not only do people like Braxton typically like to make, like substance dualists, but Braxton makes later something like a P-zombie argument, although he kind of denies it is. We'll get that later. But the point is, I just think that that's a straightforward way to show that these are separable issues. That whether something qualitatively feels like it is, like there's a way to be that thing or have that experience, is a separable issue from whether the agent was free in making the choice or not. Braxton, what he does is he puts the word experience before everything and says, well, obviously, if you experience making a choice, then you'll make your free choice. Then there has to be an experience. He's
added that predicate.
Yes, you add the word experience, and obviously it is. But the question is, does making a free choice entail having a subjective qualitative experience in the way that we're talking about it here of making that choice? And I contend that it doesn't. Just like doing anything, certainly according to the dualist, any action that you take or cognitive state that you have does not entail having a qualitative experience of that, because of the P-zombie argument, that there could be a physical copy that does everything else the same, and for which the same predicates are true, but which lacks the qualitative experience. That's the type of argument being made here. Now, again, I actually don't accept that, right? Because I think that there's necessary supervenience of these sorts of states, but that's an argument. It's not just sort of true by definition in the way that Braxton seems to think. I would give an argument as to why I think that those things are metaphysically connected, but certainly acknowledge that they don't just fall in line and conflate them in the way that Braxton does. And I think that this is just a fundamental mistake when he puts experience before every phenomenon and then says, therefore, it must be unique qualia for it, without realizing that all of the work there is being done by putting the word experience in front of it and not with the thing itself.
Yeah, it seems to me that the necessary conditions for being free in the libertarian sense, one of the conditions seems to be that you're the first cause of your own action, so it's not caused by anything else, right? And then the other one seems to be that it isn't just random, but it's to some end, right? It's done with some intention, or there's some sense of teleology to the action, right? And so because in this kind of philosophy of mind context, Braxton's so fond of these kind of conceivability arguments, well, we can conceive of some kind of automata, right, which has some inputs. And I mean, okay, it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to necessarily be like constrained to our physical laws in our reality, because we're doing conceivability. So it can just be the first cause of its own action, right? God just makes it so because it's conceivable. And it does them with some kind of teleologian intention. It doesn't do them, the teleologian intention doesn't mean that there's something it's like for that thing to be anything. It just means that there's some kind of purpose about whatever mechanisms are intrinsic to that kind of automata and how it performs. So, you know, like a camera can represent something or be about something, or the automata can work in the same way. So the only thing that's different in this world is that maybe there aren't like the laws of conservation or whatever, so of energy and so forth. So it can just be the first cause of itself with no further, you know, with it, who knows where it comes from? It doesn't come from anywhere. God's just made it that way that the automata can do it. And if we can conceive of such a thing, then it's possible, right? So what Braxton's saying about intention, or not intentionality, sorry, about experience being a necessary condition for free will just isn't right, based off of the kind of conceivability arguments that we use for everything else to draw substance dualism out.
Experiments. But when you take a Libet experiments, you misunderstand what they actually demonstrate and what Libet himself.
Yeah, sorry.
And then you push it
lost
to
the
something
tab and I couldn't unmute. Yes, and so I just wanted to clarify that crucial aspect. The critical thing that's taken to be distinguishing for libertarian free will is that the agent is themselves the first cause or the originator of their actions, and then it's not caused by something else and it's not random. Now the question would be, does that entail that there's a qualitative experience of making that choice? You might say metaphysically that there's a supervenience or something, but it just doesn't seem that there's no conceptual connection there. There's a further issue to be discussed about whether there is a qualitative experience. It's not just stipulating that the agent is the originator of their action. Tells you nothing about whether it feels like something. And that's all that's necessary to establish my point, which is these are distinct issues, and Braxton can't just run one from to the other to say that we need qualia to have free choice. Well, no, it's not clear that you do, and that requires further argument. Maybe it's necessary, but you need further argument there. And this likewise for the other things that he mentions. And I think all you have to do is a fairly cursory interrogation of what it is the position is about. Like, what is it that makes a friendship? What is it that makes a free choice? And so on. And realize that there's nothing baked in there about it having a qualia. It only becomes that way if you throw the word experience in front of it. Well, then, of course, there's qualia in it. But Braxton doesn't realize that he's put that in by just adding the adjective. Not the thing itself doesn't have that component.
I think something like the golden snitch in Harry Potter could be like maybe something that there's nothing it's like to be, but it seems to have like free will because it just does what it wants. You know, like in terms of a conceivability case.
Yeah, exactly. Timothy, are we not discussing the ideas right now? I acknowledge that we did discuss some other aspects, and I said we would, but I think that for a long time now we've been focused on the ideas. I'm not sure what you think that we're discussing is peripheral. That's a comment in chat I'm responding to, by the way.
Yeah, I see.
I don't know this is what James is doing, but he has to think this. If he thinks you can make choices without being conscious, without being a conscious experiencer, then this is why I'm saying the only way I know how white people get there is if you think that the decision, that what you're going to do has already been determined by your brain before you become consciously aware of it. As the Libet experiments don't.
Yeah, see how he doesn't appeal to experience here. He doesn't say if you think that you're not experiencing and you make a choice. He says if you think that it's not antecedently determined by prior states or and events and so forth. Which
that's irrelevant. Whether it's antecedently determined, what does that say about whether there's something it is like to make a free choice? I don't see the connection conceptually, but Braxton says that it's just obvious that they're directly connected in that way, but he doesn't explain why.
Are often thought to prove. Because it's a difference between like just being told not to think real hard about it, just flex a muscle whenever, versus you actually thinking about something and tearing yourself up inside over it. And what should I do? And should I do that? Who should I marry? And where should I go to school? And all of these kind of things. But if you think it does actually show that across the board, our decisions are made before we're consciously aware of them, then okay, I guess there you could say something like choice does not require a conscious.
So when you flex a finger, you don't use free will, but when you choose where to go to school, you do use free will. Was that?
I think this is a bad response, which we've discussed before, but I don't want to get into all that now because, I don't make those arguments in my response. Because the classical arguments for libertarian free will often postulate precisely those very simple hand motions, like I raise my hand and I chose to do that. So
yeah,
I
just
don't
choose
know.
to.
But Braxton seems to think there's a dichotomy between what does he say? He talks about running on autopilot because we did a video where we reviewed a video where he talked about this. I don't think that those are very good arguments. for these sorts of reasons. It leads to like, where's the cutoff between when it becomes free and what are the necessary conditions? I think you run into those sorts of problems, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole here because we do need to make more progress on the video.
Conscious experience. But I mean, I think that is a flawed understanding of how we make choices. And even if that were demonstrated to be what happens, I wouldn't refer to that as a choice, because as I say, you don't say that when the wind started going the other way, it decided to start going the other way, because it's something we speak about conscious agents with. And so I really don't see why it would be surprising to say that you need to have a conscious experience in order to have free will. I mean, maybe he felt like he just had to say something at this
But what about the golden snitch? What would you say about that when it weaves?
moment, because it had been a few minutes since he said something, or too many seconds ago. But I don't know what it is. And I don't mean like that he just had to hear himself talk. I mean, maybe he knows I've got an audience, I need to cut this video somewhere and talk. But I don't know. I have no idea why he would say that, unless it's that very naturalistic view that everything's done before you're aware of it. And so in that sense, you don't have to be conscious to make choices. But then I just wouldn't even call those choices. It's really interesting. Okay.
Sort of,
yeah, because Braxton, I just don't think has thought this through carefully enough. I don't think you're going to get too many philosophers who are going to say that as a sort of basic conceptual point, libertarian free will, or even compatibilist free will for that matter, directly follows from qualia. Like, who is saying that as a basic conceptual point? Not even as a metaphysical identity. I'm just saying, like, as a simple, well, conceptually, they're just the same issue, as well as all of these other things that Braxton just said. I think when you just think about this for a little bit, you realize, yeah, these are separate conceptual points. And so we need to be careful and talk about them, you know, separately, and make sure we draw a link from one to the other. That's what I'm saying Braxton needs to do here. That's why I said it. I feel like that is a fairly simple point, and that overwhelmingly people are going to agree with me, even if they're substance dualists. I just think Braxton's got it wrong here, that you can't lump all these things together in the way that he wants to. He's being incautious by lumping in experience with everything and then not distinguishing what aspects of the phenomenon, like free will, are relevant there.
Yeah, it seems like it's more because he's decided to lump all these things together as like stuff Christianity gives that naturalism doesn't, right? Which is why they all sort of get subsumed under this one category of like solely stuff.
will. Yeah. The way they talk about the free will, I just find bizarre. They talk about it as if, well, I mean, what he said is here. Your brain presents you with these facts and data, and then your free will just sort of picks between them and decides. Well, but how does it do that? Like, is it just literal magic, or is it just random? If there's a process that your will is moving.
See, now the point I want to make here again, I want you to notice this, because this is somewhat irrelevant, because this video is not principally about libertarian freedom. It's just about free will, and it would apply, this point that I'm making would apply to compatibilism or libertarian freedom. He's focusing only on libertarianism. And if that's what he's doing, and he's presuming, okay, well, for the sake of argument, let's say that's what we mean by free will, and you're saying that consciousness is necessary for that. Consciousness is definitely necessary for libertarian freedom. But he's going to go off about libertarian freedom here, and the problems he sees with it, primarily the intelligibility problem, things like that. But it doesn't really matter, because this works for compatibilist freedom too. The point I'm just making is, if you're going to make a choice, in any sense of making a choice, you need to be conscious for that to happen, I think.
Then that's like data crunching, that's analysis. Even if it's maybe not algorithmic, well, maybe it is, I don't know, but whatever's happening, there's a process there. And if that's a process, then where does free will fit in? I guess I just don't quite understand. I've made this argument in different forms of how free will doesn't actually seem to fit with the idea of rationality to me. Basically, because if you're evaluating evidence, there are objective criteria that you should use to evaluate evidence or arguments.
We'll just skip forward a little bit. And then just in the interest of time, this is a little irrelevant.
Yeah. Do you want a timestamp or?
No, just like skip. You know, like how much?
I'm very tempted to respond here to this or compatibilism. So, but since
just skip past this part.
Among your beliefs, but freely with libertarian sense,
skip past this.
It's just
not necessary for this point.
Clear how those two things are the same or imply one another. I just think they're separate issues.
Yeah, that's what you just said. Then.
Why does well, yeah, I think love has many different definitions as well. I suppose some definitions of love would define it as a subjective state, and then it would presumably you'd have to be conscious to experience that. But I don't know that that's the only sense of love, right? You could describe it as a strong sort of preference towards well-being towards the other person and caring a lot about it. And does that require a subjective state? I don't know that it's not obvious to me that it requires a subjective state. So I can see arguments about that.
Okay, so now we've heard that not only do you not have to be a conscious experiencer in order to make choices, you don't have to be a conscious experiencer in order to experience love or have love or whatever. Now I'm going to use his terminology here. Maybe you could describe love as a strong sense of preference toward the other person and caring a lot about it. I think he means them. Okay, let's say that again, really slow, James. Really slow. Love is a strong sense of preference toward the other person and caring. Here's the question. Can you care and have a strong sense of preference without experiencing caring or a strong preference? Those seem like first-person conscious experiences to me. Remember, James understands that we're talking about consciousness as being unexperienced.
Let's pause here. What do you think about that, Nathan? Can you have preferences and care without, well, caring is a form of preference, without qualia? Like conceptually, this is a conceptual level analysis, not metaphysically.
Yeah, well,
obviously, I don't think you can, right? But.
Well, I actually want to bring it more onto the love point, because I do think.
Well, that's what it's about, right? That's my my analysis of one aspect of love, and my point was that it's not clear conceptually that you have to have a qualia in order to have preferences about another person. That was the point.
But what I want to say is, I want to think of, say, examples in relationships where someone might think that the other person doesn't love them, right? And I think that those are going to be behavioral in general. So even though the other person might say that they experience this love thing, right? And look, I think we get into deep, conceptually confused philosophical waters when we start talking about this kind of like introspection about the feeling of love or whatever. But I think something that's more solid that we can sink our teeth into is like those kind of counterexamples where it's like, it just seems like you don't really love me or something. It's going to be because they didn't bring you flowers on Valentine's Day, or they didn't do something special for your birthday or something like that. You're gonna be like, they don't really love me, and that is going to be behavioral. And it's like, well, could you have, I think it's a pretty interesting point, like, could you have a behavioral duplicate, and then would it be appropriate to say that they loved you even if they weren't accompanied by the affect? Well, maybe it wouldn't, but it's not exactly clear to me. Like, I agree with what you're saying, basically, that there's just different ways of cashing out what love might mean, and it isn't clear that one of these like captures the essence of love. Like, is just experiencing the affect that accompanies those behaviors ordinarily, like in your loving relationships, would just experiencing that, but without actually, doing something for the other person to make their life better, or to try and help them have the best kind of life they can or something, would that actually be love? Just having the I don't know, like, maybe that'd just be like pleasure, maybe that'd just be like a nice feeling. I don't think it's as clear cut as Braxton is making out, that it's necessarily entails like this qualia, basically, especially not qualia in the ineffable intrinsic sense, again, because it could just be the case that the affect is some kind of complicated biological illusion, right? And then the behaviors and stuff that accompany it, what we mean by love, and then the affect kind of rides atop those experiences, those behaviors and things and situations as we do them. I'm not an epiphenomenalist, by the way, but I'm not like ruling that out. So yeah, anyway, yeah, you.
Yeah, I think that's all correct. And again, Braxton doesn't want to make careful conceptual distinctions, which I think is one of the starting points of philosophy, doing good philosophy. Of course, you can go too far with that, but I mean, I don't think that that's going too far when trying to distinguish what we mean when we talk about love. We know that there are many forms of love, and that word is used polysemously. I mean, doesn't God love us? If so, what does that mean? Like, does God feel a qualia about what it is?
Well, he doesn't have qualia. Braxton's
different?
just said, remember?
Yeah, it seems. Yeah, I don't know if Braxton means he doesn't have any qualia. I don't want to clarify that, but yeah, I mean, that is an interesting example, because God's love may be different to other forms of love. Maybe it's a purely cognitive aspect. It seems to me that love can be largely cognitive. An example could be if you don't really like your children. I mean, children's just an example where this often happens, right? There's nothing special about that. But maybe you don't like your children very much, and you don't necessarily think they're good people or like spending time with you. But you might say, I still love my son, right? And what is that? Well, maybe there's a lot going on there, but a large part of it would seem to be a cognitive attitude that arises or exists because of familiar relations and shared past and things like that. I don't want to speak for everyone and speak universally there, but the point is to illustrate there's a lot going on in love, and it's plausible, at least to me, on the face of it, that maybe some parts of that are purely cognitive. Again, P-zombie argument, like, could you have that cognitive state and not feel anything, not have any what it is like to experience that state? It's not obvious that that's impossible. And that's a problem if Braxton, for Braxton's point here, because he wants to say it's just impossible to have love, like even on a conceptual point, not even like metaphysically. I want to emphasize that it just as a straightforward conceptual point about what love is, basically by definition. He wants to say you can't have that without qualia. And what I want to say is that Braxton has not established that, and he hasn't really dealt with the issue that there just seem to be different things going on here. If love is just a subjective state, like a feeling, then plausibly you do have to have qualia. I said that, but I also said if it's more about a preference, then a preference is not a qualia, right? A preference is a cognitive state, like a propositional attitude, effectively. Well, no, it is a propositional attitude. Do propositional attitudes entail qualia? I guess that would be my question for Braxton. Braxton seems to think that they do. I'm dubious about that. Again, entail, I mean, like conceptually, just as a definitional point, not even in terms of metaphysically. So I think Braxton's being too loose here. He's not being careful enough. And I don't think he's paying sufficient attention to what I'm saying here, that he needs to be careful about what he stipulated and give arguments for why, for example, cognitive attitudes towards propositions, like a preference, why those must necessarily, kind of by definition almost, have qualia associated with them.
Okay, let's keep playing.
Having a sense of
Let's
what it's
keep
like.
trucking.
To make this work, he has to say one could have a strong sense of preference for someone without having an experience of that preference and caring a lot without having an understanding of what it's like to care about them. If that sounds like a contradictory mess to you, I can't help it. I don't know what else to do with that. Maybe contradictory mess is too far, but let's use this terminology. It's bad. It's real bad. All right.
Also, the way that people like Braxton sometimes talk about love, I find weird. They talk about it as if you freely choose, in a libertarian sense, to love someone. I don't know that that's actually how love works. I suppose that people will have different experiences about that. If you just
Again, I'm happy to skip
Yeah,
this part about
that.
love.
Again,
There are some points where they're a bit of an aside. We don't have to go over them now. Just in the interest of time.
And colleague, he works here with us at our school. And Tim Stratton.
Just skip through to when you finish talking about this.
But I'm going the extra mile and being charitable and taking it to mean something like a strong sense of like a feeling of love. All right. So can you choose to do that? Yes, of course you can. And here's the example Stratton gives. He says, I may not feel all that.
Past this point.
Loving him. Do that or not? Yeah.
He's talking about can you choose to love, and
imagination.
That's an interesting point, but it's not directly relevant. So I want to skip over it.
I mean, between me and James, I don't know why it's controversial. I can understand why there are people. They have a computer brain, but yet no consciousness. They don't have what about being human. That's important. About what it would be like if we weren't conscious. We had brains, but weren't conscious. Now, we've looked at some things like that. We saw the robots. They have a computer brain, but yet no consciousness. They don't have what matters most about being human. But we actually, in pop culture,
they have a computer brain, but no consciousness, question begging against role functionalism, right?
TV movies and stuff like that have come up with an idea for a thought experiment of what it would be like if you had a human being with a body and a brain, but no consciousness. I wonder if any of you all, and it's a little awkward bringing this up in church, but I wonder how many of you have ever seen the television program Walking Dead? Anybody raise your hand out there? Okay, a few of you out there, and some of you are afraid to mention that church or admit that. But Walking Dead is all about zombies. And what are zombies? Well, they're not real, Braxton. Yes, I know, calm down, they're not real. But even though they're not real, they give us a way of imagining what it would be like if you had a brain and a body, but no consciousness. And basically, you'd be wandering.
Interestingly, I actually get the sense from popular zombies rather than philosophical zombies that they do seem to have effect. Like that's something that's kind of weird.
Interesting.
Around following your instincts everywhere, basically.
But I mean, it's this interesting point about I think behaviorism is wrong, but I actually think something close to it is like the truth.
Consciousness, and you clip out the most meaningful things about being a human: free will, love, imagination, and it doesn't seem like this is something that we reproduce in artificial intelligences.
That's an interesting remark, though. I didn't pick that up the first time. He says that. So again, I get that he's doing this just for presentation. He's talking about philosophical zombies, which is the idea is.
Wait, you get that I'm just doing this for a presentation, but yet we've heard complaints that I didn't include that 97% of philosophers, graduate students agree with this. That only 3%.
Here's 3% again.
What do you say? Non-trivial number of philosophers who agree. I don't know.
It's physically identical.
That's right. You don't know.
To say a human being, but it doesn't have any subjective experiences. It doesn't feel like anything to be that person. That's a p-zombie or a philosophical zombie. He's relating that to the zombies of television fiction, and really they're not the same thing, right? A zombie in The Walking Dead or other show is not physically identical. Usually there's some sort of either viral infection or some supernatural force that reanimates them, so they're not literally physically identical. But that's it's just a flourish, really. But the point is that he then says that if we did have this, if you had a brain in a body but no consciousness, you would just be following your instincts. Now that is bizarre to me, because just before Braxton said that your brain is doing all these calculations, right, and presenting data, and following instincts. I mean, I suppose you can talk about that as instincts do involve processing of information, but it's often at a very simple level. The idea of an instinct is that there's often no sort of top-down control over it, and it's not very responsive to different circumstances or different factors that might modulate the response. It's fairly automatic and fairly consistent. And I don't know what that has to do with it feeling like something to be a person. Like, I mean, would you say that about modern AI, that they're just instinctual? I would say no, they're not. They're very sophisticated and can incorporate and process a lot of data. That doesn't make them conscious, right? But they're not just following instincts. I don't really know how that. Maybe that's just a flourish to link it to The Walking Dead, because that's what zombies are like in zombie fiction. They just follow their instincts, eat for some reason. But yeah, I don't think that in any way connects to the notion of a p-zombie, which is that actually they would be identical in every respect. Like, you would talk to them and they would.
Yeah, I mean, go with the notion of zombie that I mentioned, like the ones in Walking Dead. And like the ones in Walking Dead, the lights are on, but nobody's home. That's the point that we're trying.
I'm honestly not sure that's true. It just seems to me like they've they seem to sort of experience things, but it's like a distorted, a very different form from the form that we experience, which seems more in line with, it's not the p-zombie conceptual thing. It's just like their neurology has been damaged by.
Well, Braxton seems to be explicitly denying that he's even talking about p-zombies. I thought that's what he was doing, and just linking that to popular zombies to make it easier to understand and relatable, which is fine. That's why I mentioned that. It's fine to do that in this context. But apparently Braxton is saying here, and he says later on, he's not talking about p-zombies. He's actually just talking about Walking Dead zombies. And at that point, I'm not sure. I guess we can play it out of it, but it just seems irrelevant, because we're not those. Yeah, let's keep playing it out.
But it's not clear. It just isn't clear in the Walking Dead zombie case that they don't have qualia of any kind, right?
Even if they didn't, they're not physically identical to us. So why would that matter?
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's true as well.
Trying to get to here. He talks about this for a minute and says that he doesn't know what point I'm trying to make exactly. Again, I've yet to meet anyone who saw this presentation who missed this. The point was that when you consider zombies and robots, it strikes you as sad. I actually say that. I submit that the reason it's sad is because those are examples of entities that have no conscious experience.
What does he mean? What's it that strikes you as sad?
The fact that they don't have qualia.
I don't know that that's right. I mean, maybe zombies, but that's because, like, in zombie films, usually, you know, the point of the story is that people had this life or whatever, and like they're so changed by it, so it's like horrifying, right? That's the point of the horror. It's like it takes away your humanity in some way and turns you into this.
Yeah,
thing.
well, I have to say that's not the reaction I have when thinking about zombie films. Is that it's sad that the zombies don't feel anything, but I guess that's
it's not sad that it's not sad that the zombies don't feel. It's sad that this person was changed. In
but
such
apparently, everyone in the audience understood this. Now, I think Braxton is actually misrepresenting himself here, and I will back that up. But just play it out a little further, because the thing is, between me interrupting original Braxton and Braxton interrupting me, you lose track of what original Braxton was saying. But I've got a quote here that I want to read. But just play it out a little further, and then I'll clarify.
And thus don't have these items that are incredibly important to what it means to be human, like friendship, love, imagination, free will, these sorts of things. So again, listening carefully to what you plan to rebut. I don't know. I don't know. Let's keep trucking.
In exactly the way that a human would respond. That's the whole point of the thought experiment, that they're precisely identical in every observable respect. It's just that there's nothing.
Not the point of my thought experiment, James. I'm making a point here.
There's nothing inside.
Yeah, so he explicitly denies he's talking about P-zombies right there. He's not talking about that at all. He's not making that argument.
Yeah, it's not the point.
Keep playing a bit.
Yeah, so I don't know that that's actually deliberate, that he's trying to like appeal to people's intuitions, that if you took out consciousness, people would actually be like brain dead, like Walking Dead zombies who just followed instincts. I don't know that he's saying that, but I don't know. It did kind of come across that way.
You clip out consciousness and you clip out what matters the most. What I want you to do over the next few moments is
okay, and there was the explanation of why I said what I said. Because when you clip out consciousness, as in zombies or AI, you clip out what is most meaningful about being human.
you to think about all the things that are going on in the room. I want you to do experiments.
All right, pause that there, because yeah, okay, so we only heard the second part of that, right? So the second part of that claim, of what Braxton was saying was, if you clip out consciousness, you lose what matters the most. Now, that seems to support what Braxton was saying, that he's not talking about P-zombies at all. All he's saying is that qualia is what really matters, and zombies don't have that, therefore it's sad. Now, just before Braxton said that, he said, and I'm going to quote more of it now. You can go back and watch the video, but I'll just quote it here. Braxton says, quote, he's talking about Walking Dead zombies, they give us a way of imagining what it would be like if you had a brain and a body, but no consciousness. You clip out consciousness and you clip out what matters the most, end quote. But we actually heard that, but we just sort of cut off the first point. Now, to me, what I interpreted Braxton to be saying is that if we kept humans the same and clipped out consciousness, like literally he's saying clip it out, like if you had a physical replicate but took out consciousness, we would be like the Walking Dead, that is just following instinct.
Which is the P-zombie conceivability case.
Yeah, which is the P-zombie. But that seems to be exactly what he's saying. If we took out consciousness, but we still had the brain and the body in the same way, then you'd lose what matters most and you'd just be like the Walking Dead. Like, that is what he said. I just read the quote.
That is what he said in the talk, yeah.
Yeah. And so the point is, that is what I was taking away from it and responding to when I talked about P-zombies, and said, but they're not physically identical to us. So that is kind of different to the argument. But now Braxton claims that he wasn't making any such claim. He was only saying that it was kind of sad that zombies in The Walking Dead don't feel anything. I think I was listening. I mean, maybe it wasn't what Braxton intended to convey by those remarks. It does seem to me that is what he said, though. He did say that when you clip out consciousness, and what I've just said, right? So I don't know. I think that was a reasonable interpretation of what Braxton said.
I think it was a stronger interpretation of what he said than what he's giving of himself.
So the way he sort of negated the point. All it's doing now is just serving as an illustration for qualia matters. And I mean, okay, we can agree on that. That's why I found his response strange there, because I thought that he wanted to make a P-zombie argument.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, to introduce the idea of these P-zombies as like intuition pumps for thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought he was doing.
Yeah, and I think that makes far more sense, even though I know he's said in this commentary that that's not what he's doing. But, I mean, he did say you clip that out and you've lost what matters the most. So maybe plausibly he could be just talking about it really matters. But it's just bizarre that he would use that example.
But that has to be understood in the context of what he said immediately before that, which is they help us think about what it would like to have a brain and a body, but no consciousness. Then you say you clip consciousness out, we lose the most. That to me sounds like P-zombie. So I think mine was a reasonable interpretation.
You've got a pair of 3D glasses, might be a good time to put them on.
Okay, so this is super weird. Like I thought that he was just going to pause for a few moments, or maybe they'd play a bit of music. But
I keep getting confused between you talking here and you talking in the commentary as well.
Well, I'm trying to mute myself here and I'm not talking. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, no, I can look for the mute thing, but it's just when I'm not always looking at which like mouth is moving or whatever, because I'm looking at different things.
Yeah, well, we need a second Nathan.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just me, but I've never been to a church like this before. They have this whole like 3D presentation with all of this. Obviously, you can't see it properly on YouTube, right? But probably actually, I don't know if this music is like safe. But yeah, like I don't know if they commissioned this or this is from somewhere else. But like, what?
No, we have an unbelievable creative team and unbelievable musicians, and we brought in a local band to do some original music for us. So this was all created just for this.
And then this,
Our church is incredibly impressive.
I was flabbergasted when I was watching his commentary here, because I didn't know where this came from, right? I thought they may have, just bought this from somewhere, like commissioned it to, not commissioned, what's the word? Paid royalties to use it, right? Or whatever. But no, the music and the visuals and everything was commissioned specifically for this. Like, dang, they must be.
That's a lot of money.
Either people are.
I think it's
either a lot of money or a lot of free labor. Maybe because people donate their time. I don't know which, but it's sort of the same thing, right? I was just like, I mean, it's high production quality stuff. I'm not downplaying it from that point of view. I don't think it's bad to have high production quality. I'm not saying that. But as again, my initial comments were, I thought it was weird. And I was really surprised that they just had this level of resources. I was just like, what? This is really different. And and I'm still flabbergasted that like his church, he describes it as his church, I think, has these sorts of resources. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I was just like, whoa.
From my point of view, though, again, like just the fact that you're bringing this sort of thing into church, like, oh, we've got like, it's so cool in our church, we've got like 3D video and stuff like that. It just seems, this is a meta critique of the type of Christianity that's on show here. It just seems gimmicky to me, and not like the sort of thing that is supposed to be an expression of this like divine truth about the Logos and Christ's incarnation and stuff. That should be, the purpose of church. Now, that, as I've said, there's a variety of ways people do Christianity, and that's fair enough. But I just can't see, I can't see square away this sort of thing really with that, unless unless you're just saying, well, we're just using the venue to give a talk to entertain people, adults, and give them a talk about philosophy of religion, and it's not connected to Christianity in any way or something. Apart from it tentatively draws the conclusion that Christianity is true on the basis of these reasons. But I want to kind of be critical of this sort of thing, because it fits into this broader, like the existence of this type of Christianity is like a cultural phenomena and a thing that does, like takes away people's money or like their labor and their time to do these things. It's invested in this broader like social community thing that then begins to just look like a kind of natural social phenomena, right? Rather than a manifestation of the divine truth.
I didn't make this argument in my original critique, but let me say it now. Remember that if they're a church, they say they're a church, and I have no reason to believe, like legally a church in the United States.
Oh yeah, tax
that means any donation to fund all of this stuff is tax deductible. So that means that indirectly through lower reduced taxes, that the taxpayer is supporting this multimedia creation that you've created. Now, if I did that for a secular group, you probably wouldn't be able to get tax deductibility. And that, of course, varies by place. But I've actually, even in Australia, obviously different legal environment, but it's a lot harder there to get tax deductibility for non-religious groups, even if they're doing similar things like promoting naturalism and so on, because they don't necessarily fall into the same categories. That may not be true over in the US, but that's sort of an aside. The point is, yeah, there's definitely a critique to make there about how expensive would this have been in labor and or money. And yeah, tax deductible, that rubs me kind of the wrong way. May not rub you the wrong way, but that's a meta critique of the cultural side of it, which we also talk about here as well. Yeah,
because we like to poison the well.
Well, that says nothing about his arguments, but we can comment.
I agree. I'm just what am I doing? I'm just accepting the criticism that would come back.
I just find this very odd. Like, he's giving a sermon about these philosophical topics, and then they're just like playing all this, and it's Dorothy for some reason, and I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah, so he says he doesn't know what's happening. I'm actually going to say something about this. He's baffled that churches would try different things, I guess, and not do them the way he's used to in the churches.
I'm baffled they try that.
The nuns are growing, James. The nuns are growing. We've got to, we've got to have lights and a show.
We've got to try different things.
Get those.
Hey, well, that's what this live stream is. Why don't we have this production value, Nathan? We're just two dudes in chairs. Like, we need all this stuff. Come on.
We've got $200 each now, so we can. A smoke machine next time.
A bubble machine. You haven't seen the bubbles yet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But again, why each of these musical pieces is used is explained before each of these musical pieces. In fact, I did just explain on the video clip that he played on his video.
Why each of these musical pieces is used as the smoke represents the essence of Christ. The purple is for the man in his 30s with the microphone doing rock. Like, you know, nothing against the guy, but I'm just saying, like, at least in my mind, again, those kind of like divine truths about Christianity that you're trying to capture in Christian symbolism aren't expressed through this sort of like rock type thing, right? This is just very like secular American rock.
Why it's there. I said, what I want you to do is I want you to try and count how many things that you are aware, that you are consciously aware of, that you are experiencing around you and on the screen and everything. And we threw
like that's like the kind of thing that people would tell me to do in like primary school or something, you know, like when they're getting you ready to go to sleep, you know, like that game Sleeping Lions or something, where it's now can you count, take your thinking caps off now, can you count how many things you're experiencing right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, it does seem a little bit
I commented
juvenile
on this. I said at the start, I thought that when Braxton said that, like, think of all the things you're experiencing right now, he was just going to pause for 30 seconds and get people to look around the room. I've seen that sort of thing done before. I thought that is what Braxton was going to do, right? Maybe show some pictures or something, but they went well beyond that. And so again, they can do that. I'm not saying they can't do that, but I'm allowed to say it's odd, right? And I think that it's, you can't say that that was needed for the presentation, right? If that's if it was just to make a point
juvenile
about if it's to make the point about qualia and the different things we experience, a few pictures would suffice. And I don't know, you play a bit of music in the background. You don't need a full 3D. It was like 5-minute multimedia presentation with live band. You can do it, but I think it's odd and overkill. And yeah, I mean, there's other things we could say about it. But all I actually said in the original reactions was that this is kind of weird, and I just sort of laughed about the bubbles and stuff. And that's just, again, it's just editorializing. It's just adding a bit of flavor to it. But Braxton really doesn't like that, it seems, that when I make those sorts of remarks.
Tons of content in them. I think this might have been at the beginning of the presentation. It was there. There were bubbles falling from the ceiling. There was smoke. There was 3D. There was a bombardment of incredible imagery. There was, there was all kinds.
A bombardment of incredible imagery.
So this is a bit of a cheap shot, but is there any room for the Holy Spirit in all this? Like, you're experiencing all this stuff, bubbles and smoke and live band and 3D multi-imagery and the excitement of the crowd. Like, how can you tell if the Spirit is moving when all this other stuff is happening, you know?
Well, I think that this is the point when people deconvert from this kind of Christianity. I mean, and there's different deconversion experiences, but they frequently talk about coming to the realization that all of this stuff is there to like work them up in various ways, and then tell them that that experience is them having a religious experience, right? When it's actually just, no, it's like people shining a bunch of lights in your eyes and blasting music and, you know, the atmosphere that you're in, and you're participating as well, maybe by singing and stuff. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I feel I get a similar experience from watching Lord of the Rings in a nice home cinema setup, in HD.
Right. Yeah.
And in a sense, you could call that spiritual if you're so inclined. I wouldn't use that language, but I can see where you might go with that, right? But you wouldn't want to make false inferences about the ontological status of anything that's happening there, right? You can sort of explain fairly clearly why you're experiencing these things. So I do kind of worry about that. I'm not saying you have to go full like, Puritan, no image in the church. That feels like an overreaction.
Popish idolatry.
Yeah. But anyway, I think that there is a sort of a meta critique to make there.
Kinds of stuff going on. It was really interesting. But I explained this. I want you to think about this for a moment, because what we're trying to do in this first section is to show people how important consciousness is and how amazing it is. And it's just a celebration.
Like that is just so childish. We want to show people how amazing it is. It's like all the senses that you have.
Consciousness. I really haven't even started necessarily arguing anything yet, but that's where we're at there. So I guess we'll keep trying.
I'm eating music because I'm a bit worried about YouTube's kind of finicky with music, so probably in trouble playing that. And there's these like movie clips. Oh, sorry, Braxton. How
many things you were consciously aware of during this or that? Probably not. You probably lost track. But it's amazing because all of that is possible because of your consciousness. We know consciousness.
See, I said it again there. Like, how many things did you notice? Oh, yeah, you probably lost track.
Amazing.
Wait, there are bubbles on stage?
What is it exactly? How is it possible? So what we're going to do is we're going to look at 4 problems that I think.
Well, I mean, I want to say again, it was explained right before the video what we were doing, but
when we discuss
yeah, but that doesn't follow. They're going to be bubbles. I'm like, why are there bubbles? I just
James, bubbles is too far. Don't criticize the bubbles, man. It's too far.
Ay.
I bet there's like, I mean, I'm just guessing, but I bet there's like some backstory about the bubbles. Like someone else didn't want them, and Braxton was like, "No, we're spending £200 on $200 on the bubble machine. Like, we need it."
them, we can find out where the evidence leads and whether it leads to naturalistic atheism or something else, or maybe something to do with God and Christianity. So we're going to use these questions. How does matter wake up? Are you just your body? Are the brain and consciousness related? And does consciousness exist without the brain? So that's what.
Well, it wakes up when I open my eyes in the morning. There's one answer.
All right, so these are very good questions.
But yeah, your more sensible response is correct as well.
Well, except three. I find three.
This might be the only place where I think he says any. Maybe there's somewhere else that I've forgotten, but this is like a straightforward, like, good comments. I like these questions. So thanks, James. That was a breath of fresh air. But I think he then modifies the statement.
Probably too vague, but I mean, they're fine.
Well, at least they're fine. I appreciate that, James.
I'm just sort of thinking, I think it's actually fine. We'll just sort of let him walk through them. I think these are good questions. I think that Braxton actually has he doesn't really have answers to these questions. Well, okay, he has an answer to 4 and 2. So 2 and 4, his answer to 2 is no, unsurprisingly. His answer to 4 is yes, unsurprisingly. So he has answers to those, but I don't think he has a good explanation for how those work. And 1 and 3, I think that his answers are actually quite confused. So let's see how we go here.
We're going to talk about here. And number one, how does matter wake up? Well, you might think, well, what does that mean? I'm matter and I woke up this morning. Well, you did wake up and there are parts of your body. I mean, your body is made of matter. But what we mean is...
Honestly, this is my critique of philosophy. It's like, yeah, that is the right answer. That genuinely just is the right answer. I woke up... You might think, what do you mean I woke up this morning? Yeah, that's it. That end of story. Like, stop the philosophy. Stop confusing people with the... But yeah, I mean, like, then if there are other questions, right, like the hard problem and stuff, but then it's like, if you're going to formulate that into a question, then make it a well-specified question that can be answered by the neurosciences or something, or a research program, not just this vague, like, how does matter wake up? As if there's something like, to confuse people into thinking there's something like deeper that lies behind what's being said, then yeah, I just did this morning.
Is how is it even possible for a brain to become conscious if your consciousness is just your brain? How is it that dirt wakes up? How is it that the lights are on in somebody's home? You know, how is it that...
Because that's the move then, right? That's the move. How is it that dirt just wakes up? Well, I mean, this is going to be your criticism as well, but no one thinks that dirt just wakes up. So let's specify, like, how is it that cognitive, like, neurons arranged in the specific arrangement that they're in my brain, blah, blah, blah. Like, and then
that's why I say he's straw man's, because no naturalist says that dirt wakes up, right? That's a flat out straw man. You can say it's a rhetorical flourish, but I think that it's a culpable one. Some are fine, but I don't think that one is, right? You can't just say in good faith, why does dirt wake up? You can say, how does a massive cells in our brain form conscious experiences? Like, that would be okay, because naturalists do say that it does that. But you can't say dirt, right? I actually say that maybe he's talking about Adam and Eve, because, like, you know, from the dirt.
Yeah.
Braxton says, no, he's not talking about that at all. So then why talk about dirt? No one talks about dirt in this context. So it's a pure straw man that's trying to lead your intuitions in one way and imply at least that,
but about the whole worldview,
not
up. Just about he's trying to make it about the whole worldview, because he's like trying to bring I think he's trying to bring as like a stereotype evolution and stuff like that into it as well. And it's like, well, these are just separate questions, if that is the case of what's going on. But otherwise, if you frame it in terms of like how do densely connected neurons, like, folded over in this way with all these synaptic connections in the dendrite, you start specifying it out like that, give rise to complex sets of behavior and affect or something. It doesn't become so crazy anymore when you specify exactly.
Even the Calvinists that we look at, who are talking about chemicals fizzing, even that is more accurate than dirt.
Right. Yeah, that's
although it's kind of silly, but it's at least not exactly wrong, whereas dirt just is flat out wrong.
You can put up...
So the dirt waking up, that's got to be a biblical reference, right? You know, God makes Adam out of the dirt. I don't know why else he would use dirt as an example.
Because, so why else does he use dirt? That's why.
That's what you think. That's why.
I'm trying to, in good faith, figure out why is he saying that. It must be the biblical reference. That's what he's trying to tie it to. Because otherwise, I can't see why he would say that.
It's because it's what you think, James. That's.
No one thinks that. Well, I suppose like 2% of philosophers think. Not many people think that dirt is actually conscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea would be that a sufficiently developed, elaborate, evolved nervous system could wake up gradually over a period of evolutionary time and developmental time as well. Because, you know, a fetus is not well, an embryo at least is not conscious. I suppose maybe fetus is at some point in development, but, you know, it's at some point it's just a ball of cells. So that's definitely not conscious. So the point is that it doesn't just wake up one morning the way he presents it. So the way he presents the problem is, I think, kind of leaning in one direction, but, you know, I guess that's
enough Legos together, so to speak, you know, physical stuff, and then suddenly you have a person who's awake. It's a little bit of a problem.
You know, the funny thing is, in doing this response, a lot of the things that I mean, it could be just priming because I've watched it before or whatever, but I feel like I'm thinking off the cuff, and maybe I'm not. But you know, it almost doesn't need to be done, because some of the responses are already there in your thing. It's like you could just replay back what you said in response to Braxton. It'd be like a response to what he said about it.
Yeah, and this is why I said that I don't think Braxton engages properly with a lot of the questions that I I raised. So we're going to see that more as we get through some of these issues. Yeah, let's keep playing it. We need to keep
And by the way,
trucking.
just in case you think, well, yeah, you're going to say it's a problem for naturalism, just matter is all there is to explain how we're conscious. Of course, you're going to say that. You're a preacher. You're
Okay, actually, before we go on to this, let me go ahead and tackle what he just said. So so he does say that I asked some good questions, thanks. But then he goes on to say, I'm leading, again, not an actual criticism of the points I'm making, because I say, how does matter become conscious? How does dirt wake up? And how is it that light?
That is a criticism of the point. To say that it's a leading question is a criticism. Oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the accusation as well. It's a rhetorical accusation of dishonesty towards the audience, right? But it's also a question-begging accusation because you're just specifying the conclusion in the way that you're formulating the question.
Somebody's home. These are the things I said. This is actually what I said. I said, how does matter become conscious? How does dirt wake up? And how is it that the lights are on and somebody is actually home? Somebody's home. This goes back to an awareness of public communication principles that I've been pointing out a couple of times. And you have to explain things in very clear terms for audiences who are not used to thinking.
And that's not. I've just said why that isn't clear, because his original response of you might just think, well, matter did wake up this morning. That is the correct answer to what he said. And then the next question is where he leads you when he starts getting you confused with by taking these words out of their ordinary uses and like using them in a philosophical. Well, how does dirt become conscious, right?
Yeah. So let's now think about what very clear and short way could I describe a position that the naturalists would hold that's better than dirt? Could I maybe say brain tissue, or maybe just brain even, or maybe I could say cells in the brain? Lots of options available. Braxton didn't choose any of those. It would be equally simple, but much more accurate and less confusing and leading. He chose dirt. And so this has nothing to do, again, Braxton resorts to it's a popular audience. Not a good enough reply, because there are equally good options available in terms of clarity, well, better ones, but in terms of simplicity, but that get the point across better and are not straw manning. So I don't accept that as a response.
It's even worse for a popular audience because, I mean, they might not necessarily, they might be new to the information, so they're thinking about other things. So these kind of rhetorical flourishes are going to lead them astray even further. Whereas, so you need to like be as careful as you can to correctly specify what it is the view that you're addressing says, so as you can make sure that your audience who's coming across this for the first time is on board with you if they're thinking about other things and trying to process what you're telling them.
About these things to understand. It doesn't mean they're dumb. It doesn't mean that they're. When I said something about putting on your thinking caps and that sort of thing, we just saw opportunistic, joking about that from James. But the fact is that you can't presume that everybody in the audience has this awareness of these issues or has thought deeply about them, and so you kind of have to.
Yeah, you can't be sure that they have this awareness of these issues. So just tell them that the people who disagree think dirt wakes up.
Put it in terms that they'll understand, and that they can connect with it. Because if I say fundamental particles for certain people, I mean, if you ask them if they understand what those are, they can probably say yes.
Why is he saying fundamental particles?
Yeah, why would you say fundamental particles? Say brain tissue or cells or brain, something like that, right? Lots of options.
Why do fundamental particles wake up? How about, I mean, if you said, why do fundamental particles arranged brain-wise wake up, right? But why not just say brains?
Bear in mind, Braxton does tell the audience, does use the phrase panpsychism. He says that it's a difficult term, but he feels that it's okay to tell them that. I don't actually know that he needs to talk about panpsychism at all in this talk. I would get rid of that and talk more about naturalism. Remember, I said that he doesn't actually say why we shouldn't be panpsychists? As far as I can tell, I don't think there's any comments to that. He keeps complaining he doesn't have enough time and it's too complicated. How about delete panpsychism, which is a complicated and difficult, like the word's a bit tricky and it's kind of a weird idea for a lot of people. Just get rid of that.
And a minority view.
A little bit more, a very small minority. Add in a little bit more about what naturalists actually say, which is a much larger position, and is the actual position that Braxton is critiquing. And then the presentation is substantially improved. Again, I could maybe have been clearer about the nature of the critique that I was making in terms of he should have been saying less about panpsychism and more about naturalism. But I think that overall, I did make good points in my response here about that Braxton is straw manning when he talks about dirt, and that there are other alternatives that he could have used.
But already I'm beginning to use language and ideas that maybe some people in the audience aren't connecting with. So I start with something simple and then build up from there. We're going to see that again in just a few moments when I talk about skin cells fluffing off. But this is a public communication thing that shouldn't be surprising. In any case, from what James says here, you would think that the hard problem of consciousness doesn't even exist. I mean, okay, he's going to say that I'm getting paid to say this sort of thing in just a moment. I got paid nothing and contributed quite a bit to this production. So I would just in a friendly way, James, I would ask you to ease up a bit with that sort of language. I mean, it's not like, James, you don't know that it's a highly charged issue about ministers making money.
You don't mean that the accusation of being paid money isn't about you being paid specifically for this talk. It is about the general form of motivated it's like imagine if you're a scientist who's employed by Coca-Cola to study into like the connection between high fructose corn syrup and like insulin response or something like that, right? Maybe you give a talk that you're not explicitly paid for that talk, but the question of like biases and motivation, because you're on the payroll of Coca-Cola, who's one of the main ingredients for a sweetener is high fructose corn syrup, and you're being paid to perform studies on their behalf into these things. So then if you go and give a talk as an expert on this topic, there's of course going to be questions of biases and motivations. It doesn't matter whether you were paid explicitly for this individual event or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's fairly obvious. I would also like to address the question, who is it that brought up the question of bias? Was it me or was it Braxton? The answer is it was Braxton. He brought it up. He said, look, don't trust me as a pastor. Obviously, I'm going to say this. And then he quotes a philosopher.
Yeah.
I don't know why Braxton's getting upset that I made some comment. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I made some comment relating to the fact that, well, yeah, he is going to say this because he's a pastor, but because Braxton himself originally brought this up. I didn't bring it up. And now Braxton in the review is getting defensive about it. I think it's pretty, well, I would say it was quite clear that when he said, James, hold up on that. That sounds quite defensive to me. I don't know why he's defensive about it if he thinks there's no problem. But he brought it up originally. I think that it is absolutely appropriate for people like me and other critics of, I guess, organized religion, religious belief, at least some religious beliefs, and also particularly apologetics, to raise the issue that many of its main proponents make a living from doing this stuff. That is just as fair when it's directed to atheists. There are just way fewer people who actually make a living of doing atheist stuff. There are some, but there are way fewer, and they have way less resources almost always than, say, Braxton and his church do. I think that's absolutely a relevant criteria. It doesn't directly respond to the argument, right? But you can also talk about other things surrounding it and raise issues of bias and incentives and so forth. I don't see there's any problem with that. I don't know that I have to get off Braxton's back or whatever about that. Not that it's the main point, but as a subsidiary issue, I think it's completely valid. And I don't see why Braxton should be so defensive about it if he thinks that there's nothing wrong about that, especially when, again, he brought it up in the first place, not me.
Oh, sorry, do you want me to play?
Keep going.
Yeah.
I obviously a bit frustrated about that because for the reasons that I just mentioned.
Than anything else. But yeah, all of that I think is helpful. Then he goes on to talk about golf, and he's about to be really annoyed by this. I mean, he's really going to be annoyed. Let's
maybe I'll mention it when we come to it actually about Philip Goff.
Yeah, okay, I understand that concern. That's a valid concern. So what I want to do is I'll introduce you to Philip Goff, who's a philosopher.
So this really pisses me off. As I said, understand it's a sermon, so there's a lot of things I'm going to say, yeah, that's the format, whatever. But he doesn't have to do this, right? It's like the criticism he's responding to is, of course, I'm going to say this. This is my job to say it, basically, which I think is a good criticism. It doesn't refute the argument, but I think it's relevant, right? That he's kind of getting paid to say this specific thing. What is his response? Well, his response is just to find a philosopher who is saying something similar and then just point to them and say, look, someone else says this. I just think this is quite juvenile.
No, what's juvenile is pointing out that it's a problem to cite someone who has been an outspoken voice on this issue on outlets that are the kind of things that people who watch my videos watch.
Right, what does... So Philip... Right, let's play, actually.
And probably watch your videos watch. Like, Unbelievable. I think he's been on Unbelievable with Justin Riley a couple of times. He's been on a number of shows. I mean, yes, citing a very outspoken philosopher to substantiate that I'm not making stuff up is bad form. Okay, James knows full well that the hard problem exists, and he knows that I could have trotted out more content from people saying that. My point was not to say believe this because this guy says it, like he's characterizing it, calling it juvenile. I describe the problem and then point to an authority legitimately to substantiate my statement. Now, James kind of talks for a few minutes about the problem, but he literally says, I guess it depends on what you mean, because Goff says we don't even have the beginnings of an understanding of how complex neurochemical signaling could give rise to an inner world of sound and color and all that sort of thing. And he says, I guess it depends on what you mean by the beginnings of an understanding. Well, okay, I think that's enough to make the point, right? This is kind of like saying, well, 3% of philosophers, graduate students might disagree with you. It's kind of like that here. It's like, well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by beginnings.
That's a completely different point. Whether the thing you said about 3%, whether 3% is a non-trivial number of people who believe something, and whether we have the beginnings of an explanation to. I mean, I'd say we've had the beginnings of an explanation into a neural basis for the kind of experiences that we have in our everyday life over the past 100 years, right? There's all sorts of obvious and interesting phenomena. Maybe not. It's not obvious in the experiential sense. I mean, it's obvious in the sense that you'll read about it as you begin to just read any neuroscience textbook or whatever about the way that our motor nervous system works, about the way that we perceive things. So there's all sorts of interesting experiments with rubber hands and pressing the hand and you begin to associate experience with it, or the way that we sense pressure, and then how the graph of our experience of pressure with a constant input changes over time, how that corresponds to the action potentials in nerves and things as they decrease over time, one-to-one. There's all sorts of these things that are the beginnings of an explanation, right? That that's just a completely different point from whether or not 3% is a non-trivial number. It's like he's just trying to point back to that one thing that you said at the start to create a broad stereotype of discrediting James for anything that he says.
Yeah, again, and I'll have to appeal to the original context of the video if people want to go and watch it. I maintain that the way that, obviously there's nothing wrong with quoting an expert, right? It's the way he does it. And I think it is juvenile. He says, look, there's a big problem here. And then he says, don't believe me, look at this guy who's an expert. And then he plays a clip where the guy says, we don't even have the beginnings of an understanding of how the brain can give rise to qualia and things of that sort. And Braxton doesn't really say anything else about that. If he said something like, this is a contentious issue, but many people, many philosophers, including myself, think that there's a fundamental problem here about materialist explanations of consciousness. And here's one such philosopher about what he has to say. Now, you see how I frame that? I frame that as a contentious issue that I'm taking a position on, and I'm giving you a clip from this guy to illustrate an articulation of that view. That is completely fine. He doesn't do that. The way he presents it, at least in my opinion, I grant this is a bit subjective. Maybe I could have clarified a little better in my initial remarks. Again, always could be a bit more clear, but I think I'm sharing what I'm saying from my perspective. It sounds like we're just supposed to take that it is some sort of fact that neuroscience doesn't have the beginnings of an understanding. And he doesn't contextualize that in terms of a philosophical dispute or anything about what naturalists would say. Again, Braxton is happy to criticize me, or he does criticize me when I don't. Remember before he said, maybe James, if you're talking about theology, you should present some of the views that Christians have said about this. Remember he talked about that in terms of, I think, God's experiential knowledge. Well, now this where this would be even more relevant, because Braxton is explicitly criticizing naturalism. He doesn't, not only does he not present any views of naturalists, he kind of doesn't even acknowledge that they have anything to say about it. And that's really what I find problematic about just presenting quotes as if they establish something, or that they just kind of like the end of the question somehow, like without even presenting the context. It's sort of like, well, I'm leaving it up for the viewer to decide. No, but you're putting it in a context. You're presenting it in a way where you do not invite any critical evaluation or offer any alternatives or even allude to that. That's what I object to. And that is what I maintain is juvenile, because it's not that Braxton is juvenile. I'm saying this way of presenting things is juvenile, where it's about like, look, a smart person says this who's qualified. And you don't necessarily say anything else. You don't say, therefore, you should believe it. You just kind of leave that up to the audience. It's exactly what's often done in when people quote scientific studies for dubious things. They'll just quote the study. They won't make any further claims. They just leave it implied. And I think that's really problematic. It's Braxton's job, if he's presenting an expert and quoting, to contextualize what they are saying and why it matters, and how we should think about that. Obviously, we can disagree with Braxton's interpretation, but he needs to do that if he is to be, I think, doing the presentation appropriately. That's what I think is the job of a presenter, to provide that context. He doesn't do that, and the way he does present it, I think, is basically just you should just accept this uncritically. Now, others may view that. How that was presented differently. And I acknowledge there's some subjectivity here, but that's why I was so critical of it, because that's the opposite of what I think of as good philosophy, which is acknowledging the disputes and the uncertainties and inviting people to think critically about it. And sure, you can advocate a position, but at least setting some sort of context for how to critically think about it. And I think that Braxton didn't do any of those things.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And I think in the case of Philip Goff as well, the context that he provides would also sort of like drastically alter the way that people take his claims about the state of physicalism, for example. So if you said, well, here's Philip Goff, who is a panpsychist, right, which is a minority position. Here's the percentage of philosophers on the full papers subject who answered in favor of panpsychism, and he has a best-selling book, popular level book to a popular level audience, defending panpsychism. His notoriety and fame is grounded in his defending panpsychism. Like he's been on the Joe Rogan podcast to talk about it and stuff like that. And so he does have like a dog in the race, so to speak, when it comes to this subject. And also, he doesn't like physicalist solutions, but that's actually the minority. And if you took a representative sample of philosophers, you'd find that most of them are like consistently disagreeing with the methodology that he uses to draw these conclusions. So, for example, where rational intuition and these kind of conceivability arguments and stuff can actually get us on this subject, they'll disagree with that. And furthermore, they'll disagree with the conclusion for various principled reasons if you took a representative sample. So once you have all of that information, just this one guy saying, yeah, they're wrong, right, isn't actually, it shouldn't do that much for you, because it's like, well, yeah, of course he's going to say that. Like, he's got a published book on it. He's like famous for being like, well, Braxton even acknowledges this in saying outspoken, right? It's like he's known as like being kind of a bit fiery against people who put forward these physicalist positions because he thinks they're wrong. But it's let me think of like an example. It'd be like do you know like Yaron Brook, the Ayn Rand capitalist person or whatever? Well, it'd be like saying like it'd be like if you were arguing against Marx or something, and you said, here's an expert in the field, Ayn Rand. Here's what she's got to say about it, or something, and like you just
I think that's a close analogy. And again, I don't think that Braxton has to go into all the detail that you just did, but you can distill that into like 2 sentences. I think that you could do that quite readily.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, appropriate provision of context, and that need not in any way undermine your argument. You can be still persuasive and forceful in making your case. But I think that, and this is my view, maybe some disagree, that it is important to provide that context for people when you, especially when you quote from authorities, because the whole point is it's an authority, right? So why that authority? Why not just say the thing instead of getting it to quote from me? Because the authority carries the weight. So it's important for you to contextualize that authority. And Braxton did when it was in his favor, because he talked about his book and how he was qualified and so forth. He should add to that contextualization that, this is controversial, and actually panpsychism is a very small minority view. He could even give the percentage if he really wanted to, but I'm not saying he has to do that, right? But he says that, he thinks this presents a compelling, a challenge to physicalists or something. He's saying why he's showing it and then shows it to you. That, I think, is what one should do when you're quoting from authorities. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I try to do things like that. I think contextualization is really important at acknowledging disputes and showing why you're saying things. And that's why I'm really critical of this, because it's exactly what I hate in philosophy, which is when you just pick quotes from authorities that support your opinion without contextualizing them.
Beginnings, what do we have beginnings of understanding? But anyway, let's see what he has to say.
Despite great progress in our scientific understanding of the brain, we still don't really have even the beginnings of an explanation of how complicated electrochemical signaling is somehow able to give rise to an inner subjective world, colors and sounds and smells and tastes.
Oh, and if you want to see like people, like, I think Philip's a good guy and everything. I'm not just like shitting on him, but what I mean is, if you want to see physicalists push back against this, I mean, there's an interview with him and Sean Carroll, or him and Anil Seth, the neuroscientist, and he will sort of blase say these sorts of things, like we don't even have the beginnings of an understanding, and get strongly pushed back against by people who think we actually have pretty good understanding of these things and who are experts in the neuroscience and stuff. So that is like a contentious part of his reasoning, that we don't have the beginnings of an understanding.
Yeah, to say that we don't have the beginnings, I think is a really strong claim, and I think that's false. And that's why I say it depends what you mean by beginnings. If you shift the goalpost enough so that the beginnings has to be actually quite a lot,
it's like a completed.
Well, maybe. But obviously no one thinks we have a complete understanding. But a lot of people, I think most neuroscientists would say we have at least the beginnings of an understanding. And I would say that. And that is what I say. And then Braxton kind of poo-poos the idea that I say that it depends what you mean by beginnings. But I mean, I think that's an entirely appropriate response to say, well, depending on what you mean. But I would say under most notions of what it means to begin, we do have the beginnings. Whereas I don't think that dualist approaches do. But interestingly, Braxton is, this guy's not a dualist, and Braxton is not a panpsychist. So that raises the further question as to why we should believe Braxton's view and not this guy's view, which Braxton just never even addresses.
That each of us knows every second of waking life. So this is a man, an expert, who's doing work on this very issue, and he says, we don't even have the beginnings of an explanation of how these complicated electrochemical signals give rise to this conscious experience that we have. In fact, maybe some of you were thinking a moment ago, hold on.
Do you see how he characterizes that? He says, this man's an expert who does work on this very issue, and he doesn't think we have the beginnings. Now, why does he say those things? That's the context that he's giving. He's showing to the audience how they should think, or helping them to understand how Braxton thinks they should think about what he just showed, which is fine, but it's very misleading, right? Because it gives the impression, without showing anything else, as Braxton didn't, that, that's kind of what a person working on this is going to say, right? Or that's typical, at least, of something. I think at least that's arguable that you present it to that way, again, to a naive audience, like, oh, well, this guy is, that's what he says. I don't know that they realize that, this guy's pretty fringe in his views. And sure, that doesn't mean he's wrong, but it's about proper context with the audience you're talking to. To a philosophically sophisticated audience, they already know that, so maybe it doesn't matter so much. But that's what irritates me, is because if it's supposed to be a more naive audience that doesn't know this sort of stuff, then I think they could really get the wrong impression. Also, the way Braxton talks about it almost makes it sound like this guy does neuroscientific research, which to my understanding, he doesn't. I think he's just a philosopher. So that's an ambiguity there as well. But anyway, so that is why I reacted strongly to this. Basically, it's the opposite of what I think of as good philosophy, which is working people through the reasons that they can see for themselves, as opposed to quote from authority.
I'm a bit frustrated by the state of the chat in the side. I know we try and avoid it, but when I said if you want to see like physicists and neuroscientists address Philip's claim that we don't have the beginnings of an understanding, right? You can see those talks. So then a response that someone who wants to oppose what I've got to say might say is, well, there are top philosophers, physicists, and neuroscientists on both sides. I don't disagree with that, right? The point is that they wouldn't say such silly things as we don't have the beginnings of an explanation, because they know we have the beginnings of an explanation. They'd offer other principled reasons as to why they adopt whatever positions that they do, right? And then this is just contained. It's like, listen to the responses that we're giving, right? Rather than just rehashing the same things in the chat, because perhaps they mean the beginning of a solution to the hard problem, which goes beyond mechanism, which is why, we just spent the past 5-10 minutes talking about it depends what you mean by the beginning, right? Because you can shift the goalposts on what beginning means. If you listen to what we're saying, then you don't have to keep rehashing these same points in the chat over and over again.
The quote was actually, we don't have the beginnings of an understanding how the brain gives rise to whatever exactly he said. Now, that's actually a mechanistic explanation. If he'd said why, then that is a different question. And
right,
it's not actually clear to me that science is in the business of answering whys in that way. But I mean, that's a long discussion. But anyway, he did actually say how, and I think that is relevant. Yeah, so basically the argument he seems to be making here is because this guy says it, therefore it is the case, which
No.
I just hate.
No, I said something that was outside of my field of expertise. And so to show the audience that I'm not just making this up, I bring in a guy who I'm familiar with because he's been in the midst of a lot of the, I think he's even in the Oxford Handbook on philosophy of mind or consciousness or something like that. And I think he's in there too, and so I think we read that too. But he's been on a lot of programs. He's on Unbelievable. I've listened to a lot of what Goff has to say, and because I'm aware of him, I am aware of that video, and so I shared someone substantiating what I've said. That is a legitimate use of an expert or an authority.
But it doesn't substantiate. It doesn't substantiate what Braxton has said. Braxton said that we don't know something to the effect of naturalism can't explain how we get qualia from the brain. That's his point. Now, how can you substantiate that point? Because it's a disputed point, hotly disputed point. To say that you can substantiate it by quoting an expert doesn't make a lot of sense. That's like saying, maybe this isn't a perfect analogy, but imagine I'm trying to substantiate the point that you should vote for candidate X, right? And to substantiate the point that you should vote for candidate X, or if you don't like that you should, candidate X will be has more experience for the role. Let's make it entirely just a factual statement. Candidate X has more experience for this political role. And to substantiate that claim, I take an expert from their campaign who then gives a quote that I'm putting up to show how they have more experience. Now, that in no way substantiates that claim because we know that this person has a position in something that has a particular view on an area that's highly contentious. So all that we've established is that people on one side of the view ascribe to that view. If all Braxton wants to say is that this is a debated issue, then he could have said it in a lot better way. In fact, he didn't even say that. He doesn't say that it's a debated issue. He implies that it's an established fact that naturalists can't explain this. And that's why quoting this authority does not substantiate that point, because the authority is not an authority, because plausible like no one's an authority. It's just there's not established fact of the matter about whether that's true or not. The best you can do is to contextualize that by explaining the state of affairs. And then you can quote, sure, if you want to. But without the contextualization, it appears that you're using that expert to substantiate, which just their opinion essentially in a contested area. And I think that's an illegitimate use of an authority to selectively quote someone in a contested area that you agree with as substantiation of your point to show that you're not making things up. I don't see how that's a legitimate use of authority.
So we could do the same thing, and I think Braxton would object to it and probably
exactly.
say, like this book on the nature of consciousness, right? This has papers by all of the biggest philosophers of mind over the past 30 years or so of the subject. Well, it's actually got William James in, so even 100 years, right? And Daniel Dennett, Paul and Patricia Churchland are both in this. Now I can find videos of Daniel Dennett and Paul and Patricia Churchland saying things like, we don't need philosophy, we just need neuroscience to explain consciousness.
And you're not making it up, Nathan. You're quoting these experts.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. So you can just do exactly the same thing. Now,
yeah,
Braxton's going to be unhappy with that.
That illustrates the problem. There's no way Braxton would accept that as legitimate use of authority if you just substitute it around. I mean, take some of the more outlandish claims, like that Patricia Churchland, eliminativist views, right? Like, we're not conscious. Now you say, I'm not making this up. You give their qualifications. You take the quote. And then you say, yes, you see, they've written about this and so forth. I do not think Braxton would accept that as a legitimate use of authority contextualized in that way without all of the things we've just been saying. And nor would I. I think that would be an illegitimate usage. Now, one thing you could do is you could say there's a diversity of use and you put a couple of quotes. That would be much better. But you don't even have to put a couple of quotes. You can just use the one that supports you, but you have to contextualize it. Otherwise, it becomes, in my opinion, an illegitimate appeal to authority with where that authority is not kind of real in the sense that they're not an authority, and whether that's true, because that's sort of not established, right? You can't establish that they are the true authority and the others are false. Without further argument. The fact that someone is published on this area and vocal does not establish that they are correct, and that's actually all we have to go on when it's when it's a contested area.
Like he didn't do this, but I'm almost imagining if I didn't include any quotes from anybody or anything like that, that I would get that as a criticism, right? So I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Not from me,
in any field, especially.
Unless you're saying that this person supports that view, and then I'd say, well, maybe quote from them would be nice. But if you're just defending views, I'm actually not generally a fan of using quotes, although I do in my book to some extent. There's certain reasons for that. But I think that it's done too much, especially by apologists, if I dare say so, because I think it's better generally to say things in your own words, in many cases at least. But
yeah, I don't think I've ever heard you say as a criticism, like, oh, and he's not like including enough quotes in this talk.
Yeah, because that's not the sort of criticism that I make. Yeah. Michael points out that church presentation not held to pedantic academic standards. Yeah, so if I were to say that he didn't include the citation for that in the presentation, then that would be pedantic. To say that
wasn't
it's
our
important
criticism.
to contextualize the quote as to what the nature of the expertise is and what we should infer from it, I don't think that's pedantic. So I don't think that's a good criticism personally.
Yeah,
and again,
like, listen.
Just take the example of take the example of the Patricia Churchland case. And would we think that that was a fair thing for Nathan to do if he was arguing for eliminativism, to just say, "Don't believe me, believe Patricia Churchland"? Oh, okay, he didn't say believe, but just put up a Patricia Churchland quote. I think most people would say that's an illegitimate appeal to authority, because her views are highly contested and she has a very specific view on this, that it's illegitimate to just present as if, without further contextualization. I don't think that's pedantic.
Yeah, I don't really even understand what more we can do to clarify that point if someone hasn't got it at this point. And that's why those like chat comments are annoying, because it's like we say a bunch of stuff that I think like really, really clearly makes that point, and then we get like a comment that's as if they just didn't listen to what we had to say.
Well, we do what we can. I think it's time to move on.
Where things are so contested. I don't know that philosopher or the context of what he was saying there. I'm not that interested in it. It wouldn't really matter what he was saying. Presenting it in that way, I think, is really problematic. It's terrible philosophy, just to quote an authority. The only case would be if you're directly studying that authority, like if you're studying Hume, then it's fine to quote Hume as defense of your point. The other case would be just to simply show an example.
Oh, by the way, I should mention, and you can go check out the episode on Trinity Radio where my pastor sat with me and talked about this project. There was a lot that was left on the cutting room floor, including about 12 quotes, 2 or 3 more on this point that were left out because of time. Again, I appreciate that James said at the top of this, and echoed it again for some reason, even though it doesn't seem to be what he's doing or how he's treating this, that it's a popular level. He calls it a sermon. It's limited time, that sort of thing. And so we have to be conscious of all of that. But then we get criticisms like this that seem to completely ignore that reality.
Well, that someone has argued this. But
we're taking 2 sentences to provide the necessary qualification. And furthermore, I actually just think you shouldn't have included this at all. I think it detracted from your point, because he's a panpsychist, and you didn't address the fact that why we should accept we should accept dualism instead of panpsychism. I personally would have dropped the quote entirely and added a few sentences contextualizing the dispute, and then said, "Here's why I prefer my views over the naturalists."
Also, I want to comment on that maybe as someone who has a tiny bit of knowledge on this, doing a PhD in neuroscience, not specifically on consciousness, but I just disagree that we don't have even the beginnings of an explanation about how conscious states arise, or whatever exactly the guy said. I think
this is where he's going to say, well, it depends on what you mean by beginnings.
The beginnings of one, but I suppose it really depends on what you mean by the beginnings of something. That is vague, so there's reasonable disagreement there. Part of the issue is it's not clear what the question actually is, and I think that's a big issue of the problem of consciousness. What the question is supposed to be is so vague. So let me just talk a little bit about that. Obviously, I can't answer that question here. I'm still thinking about it myself. But if you pose the question as, why does it feel like anything? Why is there any first-person experience associated with having a brain and a body and so forth? The question then there would be, well, as opposed to what? Like, as opposed to there being no what it is like to be that? Or why would it be that, right? I think there's sometimes an assumption that it should just be the case that we're all zombies. Like, there's just no internal experience. And I guess the question is, well, why is that like antecedently more plausible? Like, why is that the default? It's just sort of unclear.
So this is a point I'm going to make now that is going to come up a lot more toward the end, where he thinks that I don't in any way connect this to God. And we're going to talk about ways that you can do that. But one thing that I want to say is this is something that is not surprising on theism, but I think it would be surprising on naturalism. And if someone says, well, I don't think it would be surprising on naturalism, well, we're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes with something else that he says too. But I think a lot of people would admit that this, not everybody, obviously. I mean, there's some people that won't give you an inch. But I think some people, I think many people would say, including Scott Clifton, soap opera actor, who recently responded to my 10 questions for 2021. I think you can say that it's an evidential chip that seems to fall in favor of theism. This is much more expected on theism than it is on naturalism. And if you want to see why, just think about teleological arguments, design arguments.
I absolutely right. There's a broad criticism here about this, like what's expected on theism thing, but I absolutely hate consciousness being used as the evidence, because I just think, right. Well, here's how I'd put it. Okay, so there is, if a hypothesis doesn't entail the explanation, then I'm going to have general problems with this, like, you know, how expected is it on this hypothesis? So then the argument would go, well, theism entails consciousness, right? Because God is conscious. So on theism, it has a probability of 1 that there's going to be consciousness, whereas on naturalism, it isn't. So obviously, it's more expected on theism, right? But the evidence that we have to explain is consciousness like us. Theism, God is not consciousness like us. So that's the evidence. How expected is consciousness like us given theism? And I have absolutely no idea. Like, why the hell would an all-powerful being, omni-being, right, want to create embodied consciousness that lives on rocky planets and needs like water and doesn't like feels in pain when it has an ingrown toe and stuff like that, as opposed to just solely substance on its own, as opposed to like that Disney cartoons of Fantasia, or like you know, the kind of like Greek gods who live on top of the mountain. Like, why couldn't our life be like that? Why not just instantiate as like heaven, the story of heaven is told, as like this different kind of metaphysical substance that can't be harmed, or there's no pain, or we never do wrong? Like, it just makes absolute, like, why is it why would a theistic God even want to make any of this life? Like, why is it even expected at all? Maybe it just brings it pleasure to like bring a universe into existence with one atom and then it explodes. It's like cool, right? Like, I have no idea what divine psychology is like in order to make these kinds of assessments. But I hate this idea that because it entails consciousness, because God's consciousness is a different kind of consciousness to ours. If you're going to accept the hypothesis, then you're adding something new into the ontology, which is God consciousness, right? You're not just adding more consciousness, which is the same. I mean, think about the things that Braxton was saying about passability or impassibility. Like, we have qualia of a certain type, but God doesn't have our qualia. If he does have it, if we do accept he's passable, then the emotions that God has are a different kind. It's God emotions. So then you're going to have in your ontology, right, human qualia and human emotions, and then you're going to have God qualia and God emotions as well, as like an extra additional type of thing that's now had to be brought in by the hypothesis. So if you are going to reason your way to that hypothesis, there better be some good independent reasons to add all this extra stuff, rather than just expecting it, rather than just explaining it in some other way. And then
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, this is the meta point that I make about everything. If you appeal to God as the basis of an explanation, then you need to establish, in my opinion, why it's plausible or likely that God would enact certain outcomes relative to all those others he could just as well enact or will bring about. Otherwise, I don't think you have any explanatory power. Most theists, well, I should be careful here, but many theists that I'm aware of who even acknowledge this point, such as Craig, such as Jeff Barnes, is that, am I getting his name right? The guy did the fine tuning. Luke Barnes. Sorry, I don't know where Jeff came from. Apologies. Luke Barnes, because I raised this in my discussion with him. Those are two that come to mind. And I think Braxton as well, from what he says in this discussion. Most theists who raise this issue simply disagree that they need to say anything whatever about what God would or would not be likely to do. They just don't think it's needed. And my response to that is, then it seems that they put certain facts in the circle of things that need explaining, like qualia, for example, or personal continuity through time, which we'll get to in a bit. But then other things they put outside that, like why God would enact certain worlds, because that's part of their explanation, right? Or how souls work, or whether animals have souls, and all of these other things. They don't think we need explanations for those. Maybe we'd like them, but we don't need them for their explanations to be good. I disagree with that. I think it's everything's fair game, and everything that's not necessary, or non-necessary contingent facts, plausibly need explanations, or at least we can reasonably ask them to be explained. I'm not saying they always have explanations, but I'm saying it's fair to ask for an account to give of them. And we can't just take these things away and say, well, we just don't need an account of them because, well, it's not clear why, because they're divine actions and they just don't need explanations. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the argument is. I'd like to have a discussion with Braxton and ask him about this. But that comes, and we're going to see that again and again in the last part of this debate, where I ask, look, Braxton, you say God does this or explains this by doing such and such, but why would we expect God to do such and such? Why doesn't he do these other things? Or why does he make it work this way instead of another way? And Braxton just isn't really interested in answering this question. And that, to me, makes it a worse explanation, because he adds extra stuff to his ontology, like souls and God and divine actions and whatever else, but ultimately ends up with just as many unexplained things or ultimately, I think more things.
One for each thing he's trying to explain.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Because all of God's actions, or many of them, are separate from each other. Like, he could make this, he could make that, he could make souls work this way, he could fine-tune the universe, he could not, he could raise Jesus, he could not. Many of these things are separable from each other. So all of these things that God does require separate postulates. Each is basically a brute fact, if you think that of divine voluntarism, right? God just chooses to do all these things. I think that, and Braxton, Oppie's made this point, that leads to an ontology that's full of unexplained things. And I think that that's a bad ontology to have. It leads to terrible explanatory power. And if you assess plausibility on the basis of explanatory power, which I do, and I think Braxton does as well in this and other videos, that he seems to affirm that approach, I think that you should reject these worldviews that have so little explanatory power relative to what they postulate. That's the fundamental critique, which we'll see in many different ways. And that's what Nathan just articulated before. And that's one of the reasons I'd love to have been able to talk to Braxton, because I'd like to put this to him in as clear way as I can and just see what he thinks about it. I think that he just doesn't think we need to have any explanation for divine actions. But I don't know that I could from his point of view, I don't think I could explain why he thinks that. It would be interesting if we could unpack that a bit more. But if you agree with Braxton that we just don't need explanations for these sorts of things, then I can see how you might find these explanations more plausible, because basically you start with mysteries in our circle of things like qualia, and you put them in the divine category, like, well, God did it or God creates it, and that removes them from the things you need to explain. And so now you've got less things that need explaining and things make more sense, right? From my point of view, you've just moved them into another sphere, which is like the God done it sphere, if I could be crude, and all of these things need explanation. Well, why did he do it that way and not a different way that he could have? Why does it work this way? But Braxton seems okay with putting as much there as he can, and I'm not okay. So I think that's at the basis of these disagreements. And I'll keep sort of referring back to this point, but I regard this as like a really big open issue that I wish theists and particularly naturalists would talk about more. And so, yeah, I know I went on for a bit long, but I just want to emphasize how important I think that is.
There's another point about that, which is how it's going to destroy Braxton's model of God, basically. So if he's going to appeal to fine-tuning or us having souls the way that we do or something as evidence for God, because God chose contingently, right? It's a contingent choice of God's libertarian free will that he chose to do that. Now, if the objection comes in that this is going to make his ontology like really cluttered with all these like brute contingencies, he's going to appeal to something like divine simplicity to say, well, it's actually a really simple explanation, right? Because God's divinely simple, so everything that God has, God is. But then he's also going to say, well, God exists necessarily, right? So God is his contingent act to make one decision that could have been otherwise, right? But God is also necessarily exists, so he's contingent and necessary, and then you just get into this like mess of a model that's just completely well, there's a contradiction for you, right? And maybe you can just deny that, but it's like this is just a terrible explanation of anything. If it's just everything that you want described as God wills, and it doesn't even matter if it's contradictory. There's just no rules in this realm. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know that Braxton's going to appeal to divine simplicity, and I say that because Craig rejects divine simplicity, and I think Braxton's pretty in line with Craig on a lot of stuff.
Right.
But that would be something to ask him if we could dialogue with him. But yeah, I think divine simplicity is a really problematic viewpoint for some of those reasons.
It's how I see people try and get out of the like cluttered ontology objection, though.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can cash it out to say that things with different properties are identical, like very clearly different properties, and all of these different choices. It's whatever. Anyway, but yeah, Braxton hasn't argued that, so we should be clear that's not a criticism of Braxton, but we're just exploring the hypothesis, the space here of options, and it just, to me, none of them look very appealing, which is why one of the reasons I'm not a theist. Anyway, let's come back to the talk.
What are design arguments trying to say? Design arguments are trying to say, look, the fine tuning of the universe for life seems to indicate intelligent design, right? That seems to indicate theism. It seems like it's so well designed that there seems to be purpose and telos. Well, the fact that we're conscious experiencers, and let's not pretend that is not a huge mystery how consciousness works. I can roll out for you Roger Penrose saying that it's a mystery. It's one of 3 great mysteries, he thinks.
So does that mean that it is a mystery? See, he's using authority in a similar way. He says, I can roll out Roger Penrose. And what are we supposed to infer from that? That it's true? I know you're not making
I
up
can
that
roll
people
out the
say that it's
Michelin.
true. Yeah, I can roll out the Churchlands. Like, this is terrible philosophy. That's why I really dislike it. Because we can roll out arguments and we can roll out quotes from authorities all day, but it's actually the arguments that matter. That's what we should be focusing on, and not just naming them as well, but actually trying to unpick them and work through them.
Patricia Churchland, I choose you.
Yeah, it's I think we've made this point before. It's the Pokemon model of engaging, which I really dislike. Like, really dislike.
And so I don't think it's bizarre to think about our existence and say, even without a soul, even if you think that we don't have souls and that the consciousness is just something the brain does, that's an interesting fact. That is a chip that seems to fall in favor of theism.
Oh wait, no, that's something being an interesting fact isn't a chip that falls in favor of theism, right? You can accept that something is an interesting fact without like thinking it's evidence of theism. Like, something being interesting doesn't mean it's like, I find it interesting, like, that those spiders that after they mate, they like eat their mate, right? For example, that's interesting, but it's weird that the world is that way. Like, I think it's interesting that the world is that way. Is that evidence in favor of theism that certain species of spiders after they mate, like eat the partner that they've just mated with?
This is the point. Braxton needs to explain why it's more expected that we'd have a universe fine-tuned for embodied life under theism than not. And again, this is Luke Barnes' discussion. How expected is it under theism? And Luke Barnes said that, well, one of the things he said is that there are certain observations that we would want to say are more consistent, more expected under theism. And the example he gave was the text of, I don't know, the Gospel of John or something, just appearing in the stars. And by analogy, although maybe it's less clear, we should also think that fine-tuning of the universe is sort of a sign that we would be more consistent with God than not God. Now, I hadn't heard that formulation of it before, so I sort of I can't remember exactly what I said in the debate, but I sort of thinking about that, I'm not even sure I would say that the Gospel of John appearing in the stars, like, now, is at all expected under theism. I think there's a lot of reasons why you would not expect that under Christianity in particular. Like, God doesn't want to take away our free will and make things too obvious is one point that comes to mind. Also, why is he waiting until now to do it? But more the point, I think that suddenly appearing would be better explained by aliens trying to take the mickey out of us than it would be and playing some sort of trick. Or maybe that we live in a simulation and the simulators decided that they want to do something funky. Not that those are necessarily that plausible, but why are those inferior to that God did it for inexplicable reasons when he's perfect and omniscient, right? And it seems that you can't run he's fooling around with this type of argument. So the point is, I think that theism is so underspecified that even things like that plausibly are just not at all expected under theism, like the Gospel of John appearing in the sky, and less of all a fine-tuned universe. And so I'd really want to push the theist, like Braxton, as to why it's expected. In virtue of what is it expected that you would see this under theism? I'm very skeptical that can be done without. Of course, you could do it if you just say, "Well, God wanted that," but that's what I say is ad hoc. You're only saying that because it's to explain the phenomenon.
More likely on theism that you would have conscious persons looking to have conscious experiences. And we could debate about that. There could be a debate about that. But I'm just saying that's
I'd like to have that debate. I'd really like to have that debate, Braxton.
Can we debate about it, Braxton?
Yes, please. Can we debate about that? I really seriously want to talk about that.
I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing to explain. I'm just saying that I don't think that you can just assume that, well, obviously there would be no...
Well, James, if you're saying there's something to explain, then theism, right?
That if it was just naturalism, right, there'd be nothing that it would be like to be a person and have a brain. And the fact that there is means that, there's something really suspicious there. Like, I just don't see why it's obvious that there wouldn't be anything that it's like. So
what?
I think that in some sense you can just say, well, I mean, that's the way it turns out. Like, it feels like something to be that. You could ask, yeah, but why does it feel like that? But is it more? Would it satisfy you if it turned out that we were just peace zombies, and would we be asking, well, why are we peace zombies? Why doesn't it feel like something? I don't know that there's a real asymmetry here about which is sort of antecedently expected. I feel like people have an intuition that we kind of should be peace zombies, but that is that there should be no internal experience. I'm just not quite sure how that can be justified. I don't know that there's a strong argument either way. Another way that you could frame the question is, well, not why does it feel, the question is, well, not why does it feel like anything, but why does it feel like specifically how it feels? But then, of course, the question becomes, well, as opposed to what? Like, there's any number of things that it could feel like, I suppose. And
yeah, so we're going to come back to this in just a little bit because he's going to make this point again in a little while. It's a little repetitive, so we'll just deal with it then when it comes up. Let's keep trucking.
It's like whatever it does feel like, we would just ask, why does it feel like that? So I don't know that that's actually a well-formed question. It's sort of just like, well, this is the way it feels, and so that's what we're used to. That's not really an answer to the question. It's more just asking, what is the question trying to get at? I think that part of the question is trying to appeal to this intuition that we kind of should be, or it seems like that.
This is actually, I was just trying to remember what it's called. There's a distinction that Ned Block makes between access consciousness and phenomenal consciousness, right? So access consciousness is inferentially promiscuous, speech control promiscuous, rational action control. It's to do with some of those things that you were drawing out before about like is love accompanied by qualia or whatever, and basically the phenomenal the phenomenal zombie is or the philosophical zombie who doesn't have phenomenal consciousness, right, lacks the qualia that accesses those things. But Ned Block wants us to think about P zombies with access consciousness, right? And then people who kind of go down this thought experiment basically say, well, if you had like access consciousness, you'd essentially be us, and that's kind of like one of the motivating things behind illusionism. So there is some stuff fleshed out in Phil of Mind according to
I'm sure there is. I don't claim to be an expert on all these issues. I'm trying to learn more myself. The point I'm making there is it appears that in appealing to this great supposed mystery, that we should affirm that the prior, like the epistemic prior on human-like beings having qualia, like absent knowing whether they did, like in an imaginary situation where we knew the physical facts but not whether they had qualia, that the prior should be very low that they would have qualia, because then it seems like we really need to explain why they do. And my claim is I just don't see the argument for that, because if the prior was like, just middling, then there's not that much of a, the bigger the mystery it is, the more of a problem it is if you haven't explained it, essentially. And I'm saying I just don't see that as a huge mystery. It's something we would clearly like explained, but I don't see the argument for a strong prior against there being qualia. That humans having qualia, I mean. And that's what I was trying to get across there. I mean, I think I did explicitly say it in terms of priors. And so that's really an appeal for the person making the argument, to make it more clear about why they think that there's such a big mystery here. Not the content of what they want explained. I kind of understand that. But it's why is it like the depth of the mystery, if you like. If it's something that's not that implausible, then it's not a big mystery, is it? Like we don't worry about why the coin came up heads instead of tails when it was 50-50. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's just what happened. And so that's a really good point. The claim I'm sort of making is that maybe antecedently that this is just sort of not that unexpected. I'm not sure what the strong argument is against it.
Well, this was the point I was trying to make when I said when Braxton, this is more along the lines of the sort of Wittgensteinian critique, right, about our language going on holiday, where it's like, well, if you use the words in their ordinary question, in their ordinary context, right, how does matter wake up? Well, then the answers are just obvious. They're right before you. Like, well, I just got, I opened my eyes this morning. But it's when you take these words out of their ordinary uses and you formulate them in questions that, they kind of look like they look like they're well-formed questions, but actually the word is doing something else than it would do in like one of these ordinary questions. And then you hunt around for essences and get all confused about what you're doing and stuff. But it's actually like a pseudo problem.
Well, and I think a related issue is when philosophers reify abstract or complex things. Obviously this would, I mean, that's my view, right? But when people talk about things like reason or even like maybe qualia or consciousness, and then they make like reify, literally make a substance out of that or an object out of that, or Platonism, I think, is similar from my point of view, a mistake. I think that is an analog of that, is taking something from language and then thinking that there's some sort of object, like a reification of there's a thing that this refers to.
Substances stand for substantives. That's the
I know that this is disputed. I'm not claiming to have resolved that. I'm simply saying that is my perspective on what is happening some of the time there, and I'm linking that to what Nathan has said.
We ought to be P zombies, but we're not. And so why not? And I guess I don't really share that. To me, it's just like, well, I don't really know. Like if you just ask antecedently, you have knowledge of all the physical facts, but somehow you don't know what it's like to be a person. You just ask, well, would it feel like something to be that or not? Like, I don't know which way you would go. I don't know that we have actually a good sort of prior on that, essentially. So that's another way to put it. It feels like this question is sort of assuming that the prior on it feeling like something is really low. Whereas I just don't know that that's justified.
Again, we're going to come back to this point.
There's another side to this question, which is that
suppose that he does,
and there are material souls. Why does it feel like something to be a soul? Like, is that just part of the, like, you could say, look, that's just a brute fact that souls just are like that. But then I could say that about physical states. So it's just a brute fact that certain physical states feel like something to be.
This is actually, the way that I draw this out is, the Mary's room experiment. I basically would paint the picture of Mary's room, but imagine that in the room, Mary learns all the facts about substance dualism, right? She learns every single metaphysical fact about substance dualism. But then, like, is there something that it's like when she comes out? I mean, there's still the problem the thing at the core of it is the difference between like the modes of presentation of the information. But it also I think that's something that people want to step from Mary's room into like well, there's this hard problem of like, why is there something it's like to be matter, right? And that's where it looks like it's this well-formed problem, and then you need to like come up with something new, like a soul or whatever, to explain it. But if you actually formulate, it's like, well, then now why is there something it's like to be a soul, right? It just, the question that looks well formed is still there for like any kind of substance or whatever that you're going to put in place of any kind of thing that you're going to put as, well, this explains it, right? All it is an explainer. But why is it like that? I mean, like, what are we even asking when we're asking for an explanation of like why it's like that? Like, what would a satisfactory answer even look like? Like, I'm genuinely not convinced on this question that it is like a legitimate question. Like, it seems weird to me, but I don't even know what I'm not even at all sure what we're really asking at the essence of this question.
Yeah, well, that's part of the appeal for the proponent of this sort of question to clarify what they're asking for. Because as I've said, the physicalist would say, look, I specify every physical fact of the matter and you're still not going to be satisfied. You're going to say, yeah, but why does it feel like that? And my claim would be, well, why shouldn't it feel like something? I mean, I think you have to establish that it's antecedently implausible in some like metaphysical sense, because the physicalist is going to say there's a necessary relation between, yeah, you have that physical state, it just feels like that when you are embodied in that way. They're going to say it's necessary, and probably that's just the way it is. I don't know that there could even be any further explanation. Now, probably that would be demystified a lot if we actually did understand all the physical facts, but that's a further claim. But the point is, that's what the physicalist is going to claim. At the end of the day, there's a necessary relation between embodiment of certain physical states and qualia, I think. Something like that. That's sort of what I hold. Now, Braxton could say, well, why think that there is this metaphysical relationship? And my response is twofold. Firstly, well, why is that so implausible? Like, why is the prior against that so strong? But secondly, it seems that Braxton's making the exact same argument, except instead of saying that there is a necessary metaphysical relationship between a physical state of affairs and a qualia, he says that there's a necessary relationship between an immaterial soul and that soul having certain qualia. Braxton's about to say, like, that's just what it is for a soul. Like, it's an experiencing thing. Like, okay, so you sort of stipulated that it's a necessary connection, but the physicalist does the same thing. They just do it from the physical states straight to the qualia. They don't need to go through another substance. That's why the explanation, in my view, is superior, because it's simpler. Now, the typical way, as I said before, is to give in principle deductive arguments for why you can't do that. Like the Mary's argument, like the P-zombie argument, right? These are the deductive arguments that attempt to rule that out as a move. But Braxton doesn't seem to be using those. He explicitly rejected the fact that he's using a P-zombie argument. And about Mary's room, I don't think he advances that as a deductive argument. He seems to be using that as an illustration and as part of an explanatory case. And I take that from the way he presents it, that is what he's doing here. And he never refutes me when I read it that way. So I think that is what he's doing. And that's the problem. If you present it as an explanatory case, you have to explain why it's explanatorily a better move to go from physical states to soul states to qualia than just go straight from a necessary relationship from physical states to soul states. That's the critique that I make, and I'm trying to make it again even clearer. And I would ask Braxton, what is explanatorily superior about postulating the extra substance, when either way you have to postulate necessary relations between a substance and the qualia state? It's just, in my case, I don't need the extra stuff in my ontology, and I don't think Braxton articulates why his version is superior explanatorily.
Yeah. I don't know. I think actually in the philosophical investigations, Wittgenstein does talk a little bit about the confusion of language. I'm trying to see if there's a good what do I believe in when I believe that a man has a soul? What do I believe in when I believe that this substance contains 2 carbon rings? In both cases, there is a picture in the foreground, but the sense lies far in the background. That is the application of the picture easy to survey. There's one thing. Where is it? No, I don't know that I'm going to be able to quickly find something. But basically, the way that he approaches the question from looking at our talk of physical stuff, right, and our talk of consciousness, is that we sort of like get ourselves into like a weird kind of confusion by talking about ourselves as if we're like things, right? Like as we talk about physical things in the world, and then it looks like a proper question. I perceive I am conscious, but does not say I am conscious, but that my attention is focused in such and such a way. But isn't it a particular experience that occasions my saying I am conscious again? What experience in what situations do we say it? Is my having consciousness a fact of experience? But doesn't one say that human beings have consciousness and that trees or stones do not? What would it be like if it were otherwise? Would human beings all be unconscious? No, not in the ordinary sense of the word. But I, for instance, would not have consciousness, as I do in fact have it. I'm not going to make any progress on this because it's too dense, right? To just unpack off the cuff. But I do think that there's something in the idea that there's something to the fact that as we kind of delve into these questions about hard problems and whatnot, like it just gets really, really confusing, and it's not even clear what the questions are that we're asking or what we're trying to answer.
Be that. So there's no explanatory value in positing a soul there, because you've just traded the naturalist has their brute fact and the dualist or whatever has their brute fact. This is sort of the oppie approach, right? Where you just say, well, look, you just postulate either a necessity or brute fact, so I can do that as well. The only difference is I don't have this extra substance floating around.
Yeah, so this one is interesting. The whole notion here is that when we're talking about a soul or consciousness, we're talking about the what its likeness. That what its likeness that he concluded after really considering it must be what I'm talking about. That throughout this video, I keep saying it's the what its likeness. It's to be an experiencer. We're talking about experiencers. That's the term I like. The question seems to be the question he's posing us about. You're saying that that this naturalism has problems here. So you're saying that it's the soul. But what are the mechanics of that? Is what I take him to be asking here. But that question, the point of the soul or consciousness is that it isn't to be a soul. Is to be an experiencer. The question seems to be, why are experiencers experiencers, or why does the thing that knows what it's like know what it's like? That's what it means to be soulish. But if you're going to say physical stuff has this capacity when structured and organized properly to produce consciousness, and this can't be done naturalistically, it doesn't seem like it can be done naturalistically, you need to explain how is it that it's done naturalistically. If that's the position you're taking. All right, let's keep trucking and see what else he says.
So Braxton here, I think,
Anyway,
misses
I'm not saying that resolves the debate, but
the crux of the objection. I am not asking how does the soul do this. I don't think I said anything of the sort. I hope that didn't, because that's not the point. I mean, that comes later when we talk about the interaction issue, which is a problem. Here, that's not the point. The point is simply that the substance dualist postulates an additional substance, which just by definition, as Braxton has said, is an experiencer. Okay, so there's no further question about why it experiences qualia. There's a necessary connection there. That's just sort of what it is. Okay, that answers that question of where the qualia comes from. It's postulated as part of this substance. The alternate move, the move that the naturalist makes, is to say there is a necessary relationship between certain physical states and them having qualia. That's a necessary connection.
Or
as far as I can... Yeah. Sorry, certain functional. Well, yeah. I mean, those are going to be realized physically, but yeah. Sure. So a set of physical states defined functionally, and certain qualia. Now, as far as I can tell, that those are equivalent in terms of explanatory moves. They've both postulated a necessary connection between things. The difference is that the naturalist has postulated the connection between a known established thing and the qualia, whereas what the theist has, the dualist has done is postulated the connection between an unknown new type of substance and the qualia, and defined the new substance in a way that it necessarily has the qualia. So the question is, why is that superior? Braxton, I do not think, makes the case as to why his move is superior to my move. And in understanding the critique as asking for mechanism, has missed the point of the objection, which is nothing about the mechanism at this stage. I think there are mechanism questions to raise, but that's not what I'm doing here. And I think I was quite clear when I was saying, why is it better to postulate a new substance that is defined to have this property than to just postulate a necessary relation between the functional physical state and the qualia? I just don't think Braxton's appreciated that that's what the objection is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that what I want to raise is two questions. What is the question exactly? And are there any presuppositions underlying that question? And I feel like that sometimes where the question is phrased, there's a presupposition that we should have a strong prior against subjective states under naturalism. And I just don't know what the justification for that is. And the second issue is what alternative explanations being.
The point, I mean, we'll get into this again, as I say later on, but part of the point we could easily make about this is, well, the reason it's interesting or impressive is it seems purposeful. Philip Goff is saying we don't even have the beginnings of an explanation of how this electrochemical signaling results in all this.
And here's the appeal to Philip Goff's authority again, right? As if
experience and the consciousness and the sounds and the colors and all these kind of things. And so it seems incredibly unlikely. We still have no clear understanding of exactly how that's supposed to work. And so on top of that, it seems like it was unexpected in the absence of theism. It's more expected on theism than it is on atheism.
Braxton, you need to articulate why that's the case. People have criticized me for, I think we're all vulnerable to this sometimes, of thinking our intuitions or our judgments about things are just sort of obvious. But when we're engaged in these discussions, that's the point of people calling us to account to make it more explicit. And I'm trying to do that here. And I think I tried to do that fairly well in my original response. The question is not about mechanism. So how does the brain do it is not the question here, because we don't know how souls do it either. How is a separate issue. The question is the explanation of what is it that does it, right? In virtue of what does this happen? And sort of it's an ontological reduction, if you like. And by the way, some people think qualia are just sort of primary and aren't reduced to anything else. I think effectively that's what the panpsychists are saying. And that differentiates them from the substance dualists who want to introduce a new substance to do it. But anyway, so again, the point here is that the dualist takes one route to that, which is to introduce a new substance, which is defined to have the right sort of qualia making properties. And what the naturalist does instead is just to assert that there's a necessary connection between certain physical functional states and those right properties. Now, both are stipulations that get you to where you want as to having an ontological grounding of where the qualia come from. Neither explains how it happens. That's not the point of them. But they're both different explanatory moves. The question, Braxton, is for why the dualist one is superior, especially why it's superior under theism, neither of which he even tries, I think, to explain. He asserts here again that it is, but doesn't try to explain why, nor does he explain why it's implausible under naturalism that there would be this necessary connection. I'm not attempting here to argue that it would be plausible. All I've said is that it's not clear why it's so implausible, which is it's typically argued that it's just like, why would we have this thing? I just don't know where that strong notion of the prior comes from. By the way, I think I have an argument as to why it's implausible under theism, because you can specify the range of possible divine actions and ask how many of them are consistent with the outcomes. That seems to be a plausible argument as to why it seems implausible. Of all the free things God could choose to do, why this small range? Whereas it's less clear that sort of, I mean, maybe you can make that argument about naturalism. It's going to depend on supervenience relations and possible worlds and a whole bunch of complicated stuff, right? So I'd like to have that discussion, but it's less clear to me that sort of argument goes through if you just think it's the physical world that exists. So to summarize that, Braxton, I think, needs to articulate why he makes these plausibility judgments and why we should make the same judgments to try to push that as far back in terms of his reasoning as he can. I've tried to do that, at least in broad terms here. And I think that he just fails to do that when I'm trying to pull at that thread. He just goes back and asserts it's more plausible under theism and it's less plausible under naturalism that there'd be qualia, without really giving us reasons for thinking that.
I think that if Braxton does think about this, the response is going to be something along the lines of, well, God is only going to actualize like the most valuable worlds or something, right? And so worlds that contain embodied agents like our own are more valuable or something. So that's why it's more, like it makes it a really high probability that under theism that, or high likelihood to speak properly, under theism that God would create the kind of world like the one that we observe. I don't know why this way though, like, or why substance dualism, right, is still a question, I think, even under that, because presumably we could still have the appearances, but God could have just made like type identity theory true or something, right? Like why can't God make type identity theory true? And even if you're going to raise like the multiple realizability objection, something to type identity theory, you could just say, okay, well, God just, God's got he's got the faculties to just make a big disjunctive kind, right? Of to make a big disjunctive kind. Sorry, the scraping is V eating porridge in the background, if you can't hear it.
I can't really hear that very well.
I can hear it in my mic. So God can make a big disjunctive kind of like pain is nociceptor firing in humans and whatever fiber firing in octopuses and whatever else, right? And God can just have that. And there'd be this necessary connection then between the kinds of neural architecture that we see in the world and it being pain or whatever. And there's no need to appeal to a soul substance or whatever. So I don't even saying that it's more expected under theism, even if you accept that it's more expected under theism that you have like embodied conscious agents like ourselves, which I don't necessarily accept, that doesn't mean substance dualism. The question is why substance dualism, right, rather than physicalism under theism,
or idealism.
Yeah,
or just disembodied souls. There seem lots of options here. I mean, maybe
it still doesn't resolve the problem.
Embodied souls, but then we have to specify why that is. That's what I mean. There's so many options available to God that you seem to have this proliferation of possibilities in any of these cases. And I think that leads you then to say that it's unlikely under theism that we would see the outcome that we do, which means that it has low explanatory power, which is why I think that they're not good explanations.
It just doesn't do anything as far as resolving the problem, even if you accept like all the things Braxton's saying.
There seems to be a purpose, a telos to this. That's we could easily say that much at least
about why there are subjective states. And I mean, the one that Braxton has is some form of substance dualism.
Even that, there seems to be a purpose, a telos. We can easily say that much at least. Like, that's so contentious that there's a telos, like that there's real teleology in the universe.
Yeah, and you get into problems of evil and all sorts of things that whether we think that that's true, but let's not get into
souls. And the question would be, well, why does it feel like something to be a soul? How does a soul wake up? Would be to reframe his question about dirt. And if he would say something like, well, that's just the way souls are, they just do experience this, then well, why can't I just say, well, that's just the way brains are, they just do have experiences. The usual line of argument in philosophy, as far as I understand it, is to argue that there are incompatible properties, or that you just cannot, like as a matter of principle, produce subjective states from material substances. And I don't think those arguments work very well. But here it seems like Braxton is actually maybe the Mary argument was sort of intended to do that. But here it feels like he's more making an inference to best explanation. Actually, he does it pretty explicitly at the end where he compares explanations, sort of. So he seems to be saying that his version of theism has a better explanation for why we have consciousness, subjective states. Whereas I think it has no explanation whatever, because it just says that we have souls, and why souls feel like something, well, they just do. Well, then I can just say that brains just do, and neither, they're both pretty lousy explanations, but I feel like mine is simpler.
Yeah, well, the thing is, throughout this presentation, I've thrown out these different problems or questions that need to be answered as we discuss souls or consciousness. And then, of course, at the end of the video, the part he hasn't even gotten to yet, we're going to see how these three different explanations stack up. And I'm saying that theism has a much better explanation for this than the other two options that we're discussing.
I don't have to say.
But do you see how I challenge him explicitly to explain this particular aspect about qualia? There's other points as well that will come up, like personal identity, but about qualia, and he just doesn't address it. I'm offering him the bite, but he won't take it. About why is it that it's a better explanation when we can both just postulate these different things? And I want to know, why is the theist one superior, even though it's more complicated in the sense that it has this extra substance in there? At least that I think that's more complicated. I suppose you could say there's a necessary relation in the naturalist one. We could debate about that, but yeah, I just don't think Braxton's addressing the key point here. And by the way, he did acknowledge that he is making a kind of best explanation abductive type argument. Right. So I thought that that's what he was doing. And so he's explicitly embraced that here. And I think that that's a really bad strategy for arguing substance dualism. And I think that's why it's typically not pursued in the literature, because it's so hard to construct an explanation of interactionist substance dualism, especially when you count NDEs, which introduce a whole extra bunch of problems, in a way that is actually explanatorily superior to naturalism. And we're going to see a bunch of those issues come out in the next part of the video, which we will need to sort of speed up a little bit over, because I don't want to go to bed too late. We've got a bit more time, but and I've got some skips in mind coming up.
Just let me know, and I'll,
what timestamp are we at here?
156.
I can't quite see.
156.09.
Yeah, I think this bit's important. So let's play this through.
On the whole issue of explaining and how does it wake up? Let's keep going.
And you said they're not conscious, and sure, they're not conscious. But maybe if we keep working on it, and people like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, everybody else put their fingers on it, maybe we'll get a complex enough brain that it will become conscious, even though it's not a human being. Well, I mean, that's something that's certainly a big topic today. But Roger Penrose, who is a famous philosopher and mathematician, and has been involved in some of the great scientific breakthroughs, and he says, I don't think consciousness, this is one of the great mysteries, I don't think consciousness is in this glass of water, as he said, in a glass of water. He said, but it seems to be something we have, and I don't think it's just a matter of making things more complicated, and then somehow you'll be conscious. It seems to be something subtler than that. So that comes from an expert who says, it doesn't seem like complicated artificial intelligence is the answer. So there are two options that we're going to look at here real quickly. One option is maybe the way that dirt wakes up and you're awake to the world in a way that grass and robots are not, maybe that's because everything is conscious. You're conscious, but everything is conscious. Believe it.
Yes, the other most plausible candidate.
This is a popular view that's getting more popular all the time in the philosophy of mind and in the science about this, and it's called panpsychism. Now,
so actually,
I don't think there was much change from the previous Phil Papers survey. Like, was it like 10 years ago or something to the one this year, but last year?
We actually have data on this now, at least in philosophy. I don't think this view is more popular in science. And
okay, I want you to really listen to what he says. Really listen close, because we're going to talk percentages again.
Based on the survey results, panpsychism has maybe 2% of philosophers' adherence. So you're talking low single digits. I wouldn't say that's a popular view. I'd say that's an extremely fringe view. It has received some more attention recently.
And that's what I'm referring to.
I don't know why he's emphasizing how popular it is. I have a suspicion about it. I don't want to say it because it's quite speculative about why Braxton's making a point of that. Maybe you can think of that for yourself. But I just think it's factually false.
What was that?
It's a fringe view. But it is discussed. It is true that it is discussed seriously.
Well, what I have in mind is that he wanted to make it seem more popular than it was, because that sounds more persuasive, right? Even though Braxton has been shown that his statement is factually false, I don't think you can call 3% popular in any sense. And I acknowledge that my statement before about the 2% is not popular. My statement about the 3.5% is that it was non-trivial, but it was vague, and I should have been clearer there. But Braxton doesn't really acknowledge. He just sort of says, well, that's what I was meaning when I said it was popular. What he actually meant is just people talk about it. I think that is just kind of dubious. When you say popular, what you mean is just people talk about it, not that they actually believe it. I don't know.
I want to find. I always find the Phil Papers thing is like terrible for navigating around. But I'm quite sure that if you compare the 2009 survey with the 2021 survey, that there isn't actually that much of
I
a
don't know that
change.
they asked about panpsychism, but you might be right.
Because he said getting more popular all the time, right? And
well,
and
he would just say what he meant is more and more people are talking about it, right? Apparently, that's what he means by popular. Is people talking about
not
it.
accepted. Because Philip Goff put a tweet out when the survey came out, because he was making big predictions about how many more people would accept panpsychism.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? Yeah.
About that, there won't be a test, and you'll probably never need to know that. But you can Google it if you want to. Panpsychism is the view that everything on some level is conscious. Electrons are conscious. Cheesecake is conscious. Bricks are conscious. You're conscious.
I think it's more correct to say that panpsychism is a view that consciousness is fundamental, rather than like a derived property, like a reductive natural something like me would say. I think it follows from that pretty much everything's going to be conscious to some extent. But no, I guess that's a bit of a nitpick.
Conscious. Everything. The stage is conscious. Now, they don't think that it's conscious to the degree that you are, whatever that means, but to some degree of consciousness. The problem with that is there's really not.
Does Braxton not really know what it could mean to have degrees of consciousness? Like, I feel like we even experience that. You know, different forms of sleep, for example. People have different levels of consciousness there, or when you're waking up, you sort of.
Okay, let's talk about some of this. I said about panpsychism that it's a popular view and it's getting more popular all the time, and I could have been more clear on that. I guess that's not exactly right. The point is that.
Okay, what did you mean, Braxton?
There is currently, I mean, he points out the point that I'm making. I think he understood the point I was making, but fair enough. The point is that there is currently a lot of talk about panpsychism, right?
Yeah,
and that
that's
seems to be increasing.
There's a lot of talk about.
And notice that he says 2% is a fringe view, but 3% who think AI is conscious should have been mentioned because it's a quote unquote non-trivial number of philosophers. And back to libertarian freedom, it's commonly scoffed at. Libertarian freedom is commonly scoffed at least on the internet, because only 13% affirm that. Just noticing how we're playing with the numbers here. 2% is fringe, but 3% has to be included. Now, I mean, it's technically, it could still be the case that 3% is non-trivial and 2% is fringe. But it's like I should have mentioned, I guess, that and I think it's actually 3. I think I messed this up earlier. I'm seeing it more clearly now on the screen. 3.46 or whatever it is percent that think maybe AI is conscious. And that it was implied strongly in James's video, should have been included in my presentation. That was for a popular level audience where you can't shove everything in. A lot was left on the cutting room floor and all that sort of thing. But 2% of panpsychists is fringe, and I don't know, should I not be talking about it? It's just that I'm just noticing that 2% is fringe, but 3% is non-trivial, which could technically be true. But then what are you trying to say? I should have included the, I guess, 3.5% about that issue of AI being conscious, maybe, but not talk so much about panpsychists because that's fringe view. The point is, it's talked about a lot.
You could just say he was wrong about how popular it was instead of all of this, right? he seems to be skirting around the issue that he said a view was popular, which only 2% of philosophers hold, and so he throws that back at me and says, yeah, but you talked about a 3.5% view, but I didn't say it was popular. I acknowledged I was too vague about that. I don't know. I just think this is kind of dodgy. He should just own up to he was quite unclear about that and made it sound popular when it's even fewer people believe that everything's conscious than believe current AIs are conscious, unsurprisingly. Which he mentioned before, it's just basically impossibility, implied that just no one thinks that.
More people are talking about it as well. Like, are more people talking about panpsychism than are talking about our best AI systems potentially becoming conscious? Yeah, I think that's more in the zeitgeist, whatever.
Anyway, let's move on.
To research this, we're going to encounter. But yeah. Anyway, he says, does Braxton not know what it means to have degrees of consciousness? Like, I think his example of dreams versus being awake. I wouldn't call that degrees of consciousness. I know what it's like to have conscious experience of a dream. It seems nonsensical to me to suggest that an electron has consciousness to some degree. Like, describe what that conscious experience is for me. Maybe it's ineffable. Maybe it's not to be described. But
all right, yeah. I mean, Braxton kind of answers his own question. Obviously, you can't explain what it is like to experience the consciousness of a completely different thing. Braxton is going to affirm that with something like the Mary colorblind neuroscientist argument. The whole point is that you can't explain it in propositional terms. You can maybe say a few things about it, but you can't actually articulate it propositionally. This is the whole point of the ineffability Mary's room type arguments. You have to just be that thing to experience it, or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why Braxton is saying that you have to articulate what it's like to be an electron in order for panpsychism to be plausible. I'm not a panpsychist, by the way, but I think this is a terrible criticism that you should require that to be articulable, when Braxton himself seems to be committed to the view that it wouldn't be articulable, even if it existed, right? Also, I don't think the panpsychist, because Braxton doesn't like the notion of degrees of consciousness. Okay, because he says it's just to be aware at all, and that's binary. Okay, let's go with that. But then the panpsychist can simply say, right, okay, so the electron it's not about degrees of consciousness, it's just types of consciousness. The electron is conscious in a different type or different way than we are, and not use the word degree, and instead use the word type. It seems that Braxton is okay with the notion of different types of consciousnesses, because we talked about that before with like dogs. He said maybe he thinks that maybe they do have consciousness and have a soul, right? So then that completely takes the teeth out of that objection that there can't be degrees of consciousness, where he doesn't know what that means. So the two main objections that he gives, that he doesn't know what it means to have degrees of consciousness, and that you can't articulate what it is like to be an electron, I think are very bad objections.
I was a bit surprised that he didn't accept the sleeping example as well, because that seems to me like he's just committed to that out of a kind of sunk cost or something. Because it seems clear that there are times, or maybe if you've not eaten enough, or if you get knocked on the head or something like that, you know, like all of these, or if you have a really bad headache, all of these examples, you know, seem to be able to have like diminished conscious experience. I don't like, you're obviously still conscious because, you know, consciousness is the thing that I'm saying is in common between those things, but it just seems really obvious that it's like diminished in some sense. And like sometimes, you know, you've had good sleep, you're well hydrated, and you've eaten well, and you've just exercised or something, and like everything's like you just had a coffee and everything's vibrant and alive, like all the colors come alive, you can think sharply and stuff. Sometimes you're thinking like through treacle and nothing makes sense, and it's all I mean, that seems to be a diminished state of consciousness, even though they're both, you know, it seems like Braxton's objection was, well, it seems to me like you're still conscious, right? Even in that diminished state. But it's like, yeah, that's the point. It's like a lesser degree.
That's consistent with it being diminished. Yeah, and that was what I was trying to appeal to. I clarify a little bit. You know, there's states between wake and sleep where you're kind of like almost awake, but it's sort of like you can't fully appreciate things, and you try to move, but you're like, you can't move, and, you know, your perceptions are weird. I assume other people have sort of things like that. That's the sort of thing I was well, partly what I was appealing to, or like how in dreams you can experience perceptions, but you can't reality check them properly, and they don't connect to your memories as well as they normally do. Like, it seems that there's a diminishment of the normal cognitive faculties in a sort of at least intuitive sense. That's what I was appealing to there. If you don't like the word diminishment or degree, we'll just replace it with different types. And I think the argument goes through as well. We can easily understand different types of consciousness if you don't like the word degree. And I think the argument goes forward then.
You understand what we're talking about is unobservable consciousness. At least, you know, I mean, this is what Goff says too. He's like, this is a unique problem in science because it's unobservable in a unique way. When we're talking about, do I know what it's like to have degrees of consciousness? Sort of, but we've already said it's not like a dream versus being awake, because the form of consciousness that I've explained in this talk in the first 15 seconds I was on stage is to be a first-person conscious experiencer, and you are experiencing your dreams. You're conscious in that sense that you're an experiencer even in a dream. All right, let's keep trying.
Hazy, and you don't quite recognize things or respond properly, or if you're drugged, things like this. I mean, you know, you have different levels of awareness, different levels of responsiveness, even in humans, right? Let alone talking about other animals or impaired states and so forth. I don't. Maybe this actually explains a bit that Braxton maybe thinks of consciousness as binary, like you have it or you don't. There's no spectrum, which raises, I think, massive issues, right? Because then he really does have to find an absolute cutoff. If there is some species that is conscious and then a species that's very similar to that that is not conscious, and I'd be interested to know where he picks that. Also, he has to make an argument there about the human development process as well. So if he believes, as I suspect he does, that life begins at fertilization, well, that's a conception, right? That doesn't mean anything. Like, they want to say fertilization, right? The zygote. Like, is the zygote conscious? Because if the zygote has a soul, and souls are the basis of consciousness, then the zygote is conscious. Right? But that seems an absurd conclusion to me. And I mean, if we're going to say zygote is conscious, then why not say that, like, plants or the stage is conscious? Now, Braxton hasn't said that. I'm inferring that from positions that I'm pretty sure he holds. But, you know, suppose he doesn't think a zygote is conscious. Well, if the soul is the basis of consciousness, at what point does the soul come in? There would have to be a point where it just becomes conscious, like it has a soul or it doesn't. But I don't know. The point I'm making here is Braxton is poo-pooing panpsychism, but I think his own view has these massive issues that sort of need to be addressed to make any sense of it. And I think panpsychism makes more sense. I'm not a panpsychist, I'm not a fan of the view, but I think it makes more sense, right? Because it seems to have more principled answers to what is conscious. It's actually just everything. But there's degrees, right, depending on basically how things are arranged.
Okay. So traducianism, as opposed to creationism, again, not scientific creationism, and we already discussed traducianism. Yes, you are a soulish being from the moment of conception, but embodied consciousness is governed by the hardware of the brain. I've made that clear in this talk. Now, does that mean consciousness is degreed in humans? I think the better thing to say is brain development. The hardware, right, comes in degreed stages of development. But remember, just a moment ago, he was complaining that naturalism has a better answer than theism because you don't have to posit another substance. Now he's saying that panpsychists have a better view than theism. But hold up, they may not posit a second substance, but they do posit a conscious property in matter that is completely unobservable. So why one over the other? I have my suspicions about that, but I won't mention them. You can just think about it for yourself. Let's keep going now.
Do you want to comment on that, James? Just
well, I want to comment on my.
If you do, I'll just be 1 minute because V's going to London, so I'm just going to say bye if you want to talk. And
oh, no worries. See you, V. Yeah. So I've lost track of what I was saying. Yeah. So the notion of ensoulment, right? So he mentioned traducianism again, and in response to my question, are embryos, or like, you know, the zygote, to take it to extreme, are they conscious? He said he thinks they're ensouled, plausibly, but he says because of lack of brain development, then they don't. You know, that, well, he didn't explicitly say this, but I'm inferring because he said the brain development is less, which obviously it is. They don't have any experiences. Now, this strikes me as being a big issue because he defines conscious, like to have a soul is to be conscious, right? That's what he said before. They're the same thing. A soul is just an experiencer. That's what he said. So apparently an embryo can have a soul, but not experience anything for like months until it develops the necessary brain hardware. So it seems then that if souls are just consciousness, then that can be like muffled by the physical state that they interact with, which I think is very strange. How can a physical state kind of erase the conscious experience of an immaterial substance? I feel like we need some more about that, because that just seems very strange. If consciousness, as in, again, quality of first-person experience, is an intrinsic necessary property that is really what's definitive of a soul, how can coming into interaction with a physical substance erase that? that seems like it shouldn't be possible. It's an intrinsic necessary part of to be a soul, but then when it interacts with a sufficiently diminished type of body, like an embryo or an early fetus or whatever the stage is, then that can be erased. It no longer has any experiences. That seems a big problem to me. I don't think that should be possible under his view, but it seems that he is committed to that, and that the consciousness only then emerges when there's sufficient brain capacity to support it. But the problem is further exacerbated because Braxton believes that NDEs are vertical. That is, you can have conscious experiences when you're somehow separated from your body, which raises the question, if an embryo can't experience conscious experiences because it lacks the necessary brain hardware, why can a person experiencing an NDE experience conscious experiences without the necessary brain hardware? I mean, I guess you could just say, well, I mean, it just works that way. At some point you like reach the point where your soul can separate from the body, which it couldn't when it was like young or something. But then I say this is really ad hoc. There doesn't seem to be any principled reason why anything works this way, except to account for all of these facts, to account for the fact that it's implausible to think that embryos are conscious, and to account for the fact that we need to explain how embryos cannot be conscious and persons can be conscious with a brain, but then people without a brain can also be conscious. There's this set of things that we're trying to account for that we need to then fudge things really significantly to get it to make sense. Furthermore, Braxton believes in an intermediate state after death, but before resurrection. So he also thinks that dead people, that, our souls, can experience conscious states. So according to Braxton, souls need the brain to experience consciousness, but only until you have an NDE, I guess. And at that point, you don't need the brain to experience consciousness. Now, this will be discussed a bit more when we get to NDEs, right? So I want to put that, but that's why I'm saying that it seems in order to account for embryos, Braxton needs to say that the physical body can muffle the conscious experience of a soul, because embryos are ensouled, but without conscious experiences, presumably. And that's what Braxton seemed to say there. And that itself seems problematic enough. But then we're going to get to even more problems when it comes to the idea that actually not only is the physical body capable of muffling the experience, but you don't actually need it at all later on, even though you do need it for an embryo. So an embryo has their experience muffled by the body until the body is ready to support that experience, but later on you don't need the body at all. And my question for Braxton will be, how does any of that make sense? And this will come up more later as we get to NDEs. I don't think Braxton actually even really tries to answer these questions. I don't think he did there, because I was asking him about embryos. He sort of offhandedly said they're ensouled, but the brain's not ready. But then it seems like he's saying they need a brain. And also the brain in an immature body can somehow muffle consciousness, which I don't think makes sense. Then later he's going to say that souls don't need the brain. And he's got more to say that I don't think makes sense. But I think hopefully it's becoming clear, if it wasn't in my initial response, as to why I don't think this stacks up. I think it's a bad explanation. It's becoming more and more ad hoc the more we add to it. I don't think Braxton is making genuine attempts to, genuine is not the right word. I don't think he's being clear enough in addressing the issues sufficiently clearly that he really needs to in order for his account to work.
He's not making attempts that should be accepted, right, as good.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Functions, not yeah, but he's obviously trying, but he's just to disambiguate between those two. I've got 3 thingies, by the way. One of which is a quote by Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia about the interaction problem, the one that she gave to Descartes, which I think is still pertinent and relevant today. I've got a flowchart on the pairing problem, and I've got a flowchart on causal overdetermination. So whenever you think any of those would be appropriate for the timestamps, let me know.
Well, the causal overdetermination will come when we talk about the interaction problem. What was the second thing you said?
Pairing problem. So why there is no principled reason that dualists can give as to why one soul interacts.
Yeah. Hang on to that, because that comes up a bit more when we talk about NDEs, I think.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
And because I don't know how Braxton sort of tries to draw this, tries to answer those sorts of questions. Anyway, let's keep going.
Any evidence is just a way to kind of try to answer the question of how you attain consciousness. Well, because everything's conscious. Okay, so there's that. If you want to think about that for a moment. And there's a naturalistic answer, like an atheist might say. Atheistic naturalistic answer that says, well, maybe the solution.
What's that timestamp here?
People like Braxton, I've heard from many people, conflate naturalism and atheism.
2:05:22.
Okay, yeah. So there's a bit here about naturalism and atheism conflation, and there's a few other things that I want to skip past in the interest of time that I don't think are very important. I want to skip to 2:16 when we start talking about personal identity over time. That's, I think, the next substantive issue.
Anyway, it's almost like
cheap shots and made the definition or excursus and all the different ways we could talk about consciousness, or include what 3.5% say, or any of these little asides that have been made.
Still the 3.5%.
Yeah, it keeps coming up.
Don't really affect the case or the point that I'm making. if you're going to do all of that after saying that you realize it's just a popular presentation with time limitations or whatever, then how is that not exactly saying, I know I'm not supposed to do this, and then going ahead and doing it?
Either way, I don't think it's good.
You don't have the same physical body that you used to have, and so we got a real problem with what does it mean to talk about you. Now, this is an example, some of you may have heard before, this sort of idea, but whether or not George Washington ever chopped down a proverbial cherry tree, you familiar with that story? If someone put an axe in my hand and said, this is the axe, there's only two parts, the head and the handle, this is the axe.
See, this is. I wish I had thought about this more prior to us doing this, right? But this is what I mean by the kind of introduction of something from like an ordinary context, and then it goes into like this thing that isn't quite right, and then it looks like there's a question, but there isn't. What does it mean to talk about you? It's like that's all it means, right? You don't need some theory about identity over time in order to be able to be like, yeah, people do talk about you. But...
Washington used to chop down a cherry tree. Braxton, you're holding the axe. Now, the head has been changed 17 times, and the handle has been changed 30 times, but you're holding the axe. Well, am I? I don't really feel like I am, because there's only two parts to this, and they've all been changed, right? It's not the same axe. In the same way, if you're just your body, and your body gets changed and cells replaced over time, at some point you're not you anymore if you were your body. I don't mean like I'm not the same person I used to be. No, we're talking about you're literally not the same identity that you used to be, and that is a serious, serious problem. Whenever
It's weird to think about an identity as if it's an object. You're not the same identity. What does that mean? Identity is a relation between two things. Now, this question about the persistence of personal identity over time is, of course, a big one in philosophy, and not one I can address now.
Is identity a relation between two things, James, or between one thing?
That's why I think it doesn't make sense for Braxton to say that it's the same identity. An identity is a relation. You're not
Right.
a relation. You're, well, sort of unclear what you are, but I don't think you're a relation. And so I think that he's just being unclear when he says you are an identity.
Right.
I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
typically they'd want to say is you are identical to you yesterday. Or, so that's a relation between two, well, I guess, persons who are identical, right? They're both you. Not that you are the identity. You are the person who is related by the relation of the identity. You see what I mean?
You're a transitive, symmetric, and reflexive. That's the other one. Relation.
Yeah.
I hold to a Perdurantist view if people are interested. So I think that basically persons are four-dimensional entities. Forgetting that all material objects are four-dimensional, but I guess that's a bigger question. So I don't find this question especially perplexing. I suppose if you think about it in the way that Braxton does, where it seems like you want to find a thing that is just identical across time. I think the Buddhists have it right here that when you sort of look into yourself and you see thoughts, you see memories, you see perceptions, but all those change, right? Even personality changes, at least to some extent, certainly since you're a child, and you actually don't find anything that's just sort of there consistently over time. And I think that's basically what a scientific view leads to as well. There are commonalities, right? And you can assign levels to commonalities like psychological continuities. But in terms of identities, the way that Braxton talks about, I don't think there is any such thing. And you see, this is then how you can come to a view like Alex Rosenberg, right? We say, well, there is no self, right? I wouldn't say that. I would go down a different route. But if you understand self in this sort of this identity relation between wherever you are now, whatever you were when you were a child, like what is identical in those two cases? There seems to be no physical properties or even combination properties that you can say identical in those cases. So it just doesn't work, right? So if
There's no physical properties that can be said to be identical.
your notion of self.
Yeah, but there could be functional causal role properties, right? That are identical. That's
because the physicalist is not going to analyze it, I think, in terms of identity. And Parfit has argued. I mean, Parfit's not even a physicalist, right? He, I think he would probably say similar things to me about self, but he holds different views about like abstract objects and things. But the point is, he talks a lot about it's more about psychological continuity than it is about finding an identity relation. And that's probably just the wrong way to think about it. And I think Braxton it doesn't seem to have understood this point, because he keeps wanting to say, yeah, but you need to find an identity. Like an identity relation between you now and you in the past, whereas a lot of naturalists are just going to reject that and say that's the wrong relation to look for. And I give some reasons in a moment as to why I think that's the wrong relation to look for, because I think it leads to other problems. But the point here is that Braxton needs to explain to us why it needs to be an identity, why that's somehow better or more consistent with usage or something. And I don't think he does. He just seems fixated on the idea that it has to be an identity relation, and continuity or similarity or other things are just not okay. But the question would be why? I just don't think he tries to defend that.
So I think even you can take the force out of Braxton's argument for the self or the ego, right? Arguing for the continuous self out of this kind of continuity over time substance, because he's going to have the same problem still for your finger, because we can talk about your finger, and even if you're a substance dualist, you're still going to be committed to your constituent atoms and your constituent like atoms and cells and things changing over time. And yet it's still your finger, but your soul doesn't inherit, you know, your finger doesn't have a soul. So in what sense is it your finger? Is it the finger that's connected to your soul? Like, I mean, maybe that's one way of cashing it out.
Yes, there become issues here, particularly how you define your body, because the atoms in your body are constantly changing, and how do you define atoms that are just sort of barely attached and things like that. So Braxton, I mean, this is sort of what I don't use that specific example, but I do talk about these other issues. Braxton still he hasn't even started to address these issues that come in mereology and identity things.
But they're still there for him. If you say
yes, they're still there.
Is a continuous substance.
I mean, that's exactly my point. We can play this out, and I make basically that point in a slightly different way. Braxton doesn't.
And there doesn't any fact of the matter about that. Then you're going to have to get rid of the notion of self and say there are no selves, right? And I think that's something, I don't know if Alex Rosenberg would endorse that to the argument, but that's something like how you get to his view that there are no selves, right?
Which is why it does serious damage to the notion of you, and it could mean that there are multiple
serious damage to the notion of your finger.
Yeah, but
your big.
Yeah, but the issue here is he hasn't explained why we need an identity relation. He just asserts that when, as I said, lots of views about the self are happy with it not being an identity relation and still using notions of self and talking about the same person. Because later Braxton's going to say you need to have moral responsibility, and we talk about it being the same person. I'm perfectly happy. Most naturalists are perfectly happy with all of that language to preserve that. They are just grounding it ontologically in a different way. What Braxton needs to articulate to us is why his way of grounding is better, not just to say that you can't have this language or these ideas under your ontology without explaining why we can't have them under our ontology, why it needs to be his identity relation of some immaterial substance. I don't think he even tries to do that. He just treats it as sort of obvious that that's what you need.
Perhaps potentially infinite iterations of you throughout your life, or it could mean that there's not a you in any sense, which that would be,
I just think it's not that I'm codependent or anything, but as soon as V's gone out the door, I'm instantly thinking, oh crap, I don't know where any of my things are. Like whenever I'm always like, oh V, where's like my wallet or something, and I'm just like, oh no, I don't know where any of my things are.
that would get back into what you think is a straw man. So yeah, this has serious damage for what we mean by you. I think you can see this now from James' own words, which means when I say about Alex Rosenberg, what I say that he's considering a cheap shot, yeah, it's a little tongue in cheek, but it still hits because I think he's doing damage to the notion of you as defined by the people in my audience, I'm sure.
Again, I wouldn't go down that route. I would say, look, we just need to reform the notion of self, and actually this idea of identity is silly anyway.
And I would say Braxton is doing damage to the notion of your finger by not being a hylomorphist.
Yeah, and how does he know what the people in his audience think? Aren't they all a whole bunch of people that are non-theists? I don't know how he knows that.
Yeah, they're not already convinced of the conclusion.
Braxton should be giving arguments that are persuasive to people who do not share his presuppositions, right? And he said that's the whole point of this exercise in his talk. And so therefore, it's perfectly legitimate for me to say, look, Braxton, why is it that this ontology is doing damage to the notion of personal identity over time? What's wrong with or personal continuity over time, or whatever language you want to use? Like, why does it have to be this identity in substance that you want it to be? Braxton says that it does damage, but he doesn't explain why it does damage. And remember, when I say that, what I mean is start from principles that it's at least plausible we would accept, given that he's trying to persuade us and persuade people like us, and move from that in steps that at least plausible to try to get to his direction. That's what I think a good argument should be striving to do. It's not enough just to assert a different view that is not what your audience is plausibly going to think, and then say and just sort of repeat that. That's not an argument, right? When you set yourself the goal of trying to appeal to people who don't agree with you, then that you actually, I think it's perfectly acceptable to hold you to the standard of giving arguments that could at least potentially be persuasive to such people. Like if every argument that you give is appeals to intuitions or views that they're just not likely to hold, then it's acceptable to say as a critique, look, we're just not going to agree with that. You need to try to give us reasons that we would actually find plausible at least. And I guess you can read that as sort of what I'm doing here. Yeah, maybe some people would agree with what Braxton is saying, but if he's trying to appeal beyond that, then he's going to have to say something more than just repeat that there needs to be a grounding that's more than continuity or similarity or something. He needs to say why that's not good enough.
Of conscious experiences. And
okay, first of all, let's say something about this identity issue. This is fine. If James truly doesn't think there's some continuing identity between who he is at any given moment in his life and someone else, let's say James at age 10, then perhaps this argument
someone else
would be persuasive for him. Okay.
See, that's like again, you wouldn't say it's someone else, right? And that doesn't mean then that's not in virtue of an identity relation that holds.
But Braxton seems to be giving up here. He just says, well, this argument won't be persuasive to you. But I mean, is Braxton not interested in other people who might think a similar way? I don't know what proportion of people are sort of thinking those ways. I don't know. Maybe Braxton thinks it's strategically fine to just not even try to appeal to people who think that way. That seems to be a bit of an admission to defeat there. It seems to be saying that Braxton doesn't think that there are any reasons in virtue that of which it would be preferable to think what he thinks over what I think about that. I disagree there. I think there are reasons that we can appeal to. I appeal to some of them in a moment. But I just think that I mean, if Braxton doesn't want to make that argument, that's okay. But it seems that he's setting himself up to be doing this thing. And then as soon as I challenge him on it, he's like, well, okay, I'm not going to be persuasive to you. Is that what you would do if someone in the audience challenged you? You say, well, I guess I'm not going to persuade you. Like, but then why are you doing this in the first place? That seems to be inconsistent to the goal he set himself with this presentation.
But you're hyper skeptical. You're a hyper.
Well, maybe that's what he'd say. I don't actually think I am, but anyway.
But I think it will be powerful to someone who does think that they are the same person they were when they were 10. But rejecting the notion does have a price tag.
James, do you?
But I do think that I was the same person that I was said. This is the straw man. I think that. I just think that means something different, or I ground that differently in an ontological sense. That doesn't mean that I don't agree with the statement. And this is the conflation between an ontological grounding of something in a philosophical account and an everyday, you're the same person as you are when you're 10. Yes, exactly. I affirm that, right? You can't just jump from one everyday use of language to the ontology grounding it.
When we catch a serial killer after 30 years, we try him for those crimes because there's an understanding that this is the person.
Yeah, James, do you want like serial
killers?
See, I
agree with all those things. I just ground it differently. Why is his grounding better to mine?
Not committed these crimes. This would be technically false if there's no continuing you. And when James says, when we look at what continues, there just isn't any.
Haven't you thought about this, James? You know, like the reason I'm taking that snark is because Braxton likes to say, well, it's nice of James to at least grant that some Christian thinkers have thought about these things, but then like the most obvious points that you obviously have thought about, right? He's like, well, yeah, James just hasn't thought about these implications of his view that we just can't persecute people for crimes committed in the past or whatever.
Well, that is a point that's sometimes raised, and there are people who will say that we shouldn't do that, although I think, again, that they're in the minority philosophically. But this is why it would be great to have a discussion with Braxton, is that we could clarify what each of us think and then try to borrow down to, you know, in virtue of what is one position superior to the other.
But my point was that you clearly, you know, like have thought about these things and like still agree with persecuting people based on past crimes and things.
Yeah,
like,
I don't like to focus on what someone's thought about so much, which is why I guess maybe I use language like that. I could be clearer. I try to say that it seems like Braxton hasn't articulated this, or he hasn't said this. That is what I'm trying to focus on, is what they have said and articulated, as opposed to what they thought about. Because that's subjective. I don't really have access to that, but also it's not as relevant. I'm not trying to work out how thoughtful Braxton has been about these issues. I'm just trying to say, has he presented a good case, firstly in his original talk, but now in his response to mine? And so I do try to use that language, and that's, I just, you know, it doesn't matter to me whether Braxton or other people have thought about it so much as, you know, what's been presented here that we can come to the table, that we can bring to the table and discuss. So, yeah, I wouldn't like to use that kind of argument against him, and I guess I would prefer that he doesn't use that argument against me, because that's trying to get at someone's brain rather than what they're actually, you know, what they can actually say. But yeah, it's true that sometimes I do. Sorry, I just want to clarify. Sometimes I do infer motivations. Sorry. I think it's okay to do that sometimes, but yeah, one should be cautious there. And yeah, anyway, that's all I want to say there.
Posit the soul would do that. So ultimately, if James thinks there have been multiple iterations of James Fodor, then he won't find this convincing, and that's fine. But it does come with a price tag.
See, that's where the straw man comes in, right? Because the first thing he said, that there's no identity, I agreed with. The second thing I disagree with, and I think that he may know that that's not what I think. And the reason I say that is because immediately prior to that, he didn't affirm that that's what I said, right? He's now saying it. I think that he's doing this for flourish, right? I don't think that he thinks that I actually think that. I'm referring his states here, but I'm saying that on the basis of what he's just said. And that's what I dislike, because he's straw manning me here. I don't think that, and I don't think it's reasonable to infer that that's what I've said.
The reason that this is problematic, though, in apologetics, is that they repeat these straw men so many times that the audience listen to it, and then they begin to stereotype the people who disagree with them by those views, and that's where we get the really frustrating commenters and things, or people in the chat that come in constantly saying, "Oh well, you don't think we can persecute people based on crimes?" And it's like, no, that's not what I think. That's just what you've been told that I think by someone who's trying to strawman the position in order to, so you stereotype, you know, the label of the worldview that's attached to the positions.
Yeah, and that's why Braxton and Craig and others love quoting Rosenberg, because he does say these provocative things, which are so easily strawmanned into, oh, look, he doesn't think people exist, he doesn't think words exist or have any meaning. And I mean, I do think that those are strong views, right? But they're not as ridiculous as they sound on the face of it when you just strawman them like that, because there's a context to it, and he means something specific about that, and he's presenting it in a provocative way, which, you know, is prerogative to do that. But yeah, I mean, I think that that's a real persistent issue with these sort of apologetics, and absolutely we see this in the chat. And I'm sure the reverse happens, by the way, on Christian streams, and that doesn't make it right. The fact that it happens in reverse, but doesn't mean it doesn't happen to us and others.
Put it to you this way: I'm just not in the least convinced with this sort of thing.
similarities and things like that. So obviously there are answers to that question, but
do you not want to say that that isn't an argument, James, and that's just his psychological state?
I think he's parodying me. I think I said something like that, which is why he.
Yeah, that was my point. But I was saying, do you not? I was making the like moral comparison. Do you not feel the need to comment on that?
Yeah, no, it's fine to say both what your psychological state is and to talk about the arguments as well, especially if it's, you know, just sort of you're chatting about a video. I don't have a problem with that.
So here is that what Braxton wants to say here is that your soul is what gives you continuity over time, obviously. And I sort of find this interesting because it sort of then leads to the question, well, like, what is a soul? What makes up a soul specifically? Like, in virtual, what is my soul different to yours or Braxton's or whatever? Because I think you run into the same problem that, again, Buddhist philosophy thinks about. Like, because it can't be memories, right? Because memories change. It can't be personality traits, because those can change. It can't be perceptions, because those can change. Like, completely over lifetime. I could lose all my memories, right, and change personality. Like Phineas Gage, that I think Braxton mentions later, they had an ironing rod go through his head and change his personality. So the point is, if I strip away all those things that seem to define the difference between one person and another, well, like, what's left? What is it that actually distinguishes your soul from my soul? I feel like you just have to postulate that there's sort of something else beyond all of that that distinguishes one soul from another. But it's sort of clear what it is. This question is being discussed in the psychological literature, sort of asking, like, well, what is a soul? Like, if it's just the bundle of thoughts and perceptions and whatever, then it seems that actually doesn't get you the identity that Braxton wants. It seems it's got to be something more than that. But then what is it? Like, is there some sort of ectoplasm thing that exists non-materially? I mean, maybe that's how Braxton thinks about it. I don't know. But like, the point I'm making here is the soul, it seems, can't be just a bundle of your conscious experiences and memories and stuff, because all of those things change. There has to be some identity there that, well, according to Braxton, that preserves the identity. But what is it? It's almost like he imagines the soul to be some sort of some sort of glowing cloud with a label on it that says, this is Braxton's soul, this is James's. And the label stays the same.
Notice how he's just telling you he's just saying the soul, right? But that doesn't tell you what individuates one soul from another.
Yeah, I'm asking for identity conditions that individuate souls. It seems there must be, in order to avoid them all being identical, they must have differentiating properties. And actually, well, I go to explain this. I'll just defer to my past self.
What is it? What is it about the soul that distinguishes it? This is actually an interesting point, if I can geek out a bit, in terms of fundamental physics, because when you go down deep enough, there's nothing to distinguish between different fundamental particles. Like all electrons, for example, are identical to each other. And you actually have to you have to do the particle statistics differently when particles are indistinguishable, because otherwise you'll do the calculations wrong. So this is actually quite a fundamental point, not even just philosophically, but physically as well. If there are no properties to distinguish between two things, then they're identical. And it seems that what Braxton needs is something to distinguish between different souls that is consistent and identical over time for different souls, right? Like the labels on different souls. But I just don't know what that would be. It seems there has to be some substance to the souls that's distinct from each other and that persists identically over time. But I just, what is that? It's a mystery. I'm not saying there's no answer, but again, I think that there are problems for his view that he's not really letting on here. Let's continue.
No,
Let's hear his
immaterial.
response.
James keeps trying to describe it in physical terms. It's like, well, what is it made of? The same problem keeps arising for James, in which he keeps talking about the soul as though it's like, in terms of physics and stuff. The Tradition understanding of the soul has the soul being distinct from other souls.
As if you're trying to understand it in terms of physics and stuff. That wasn't your point. The reason.
Did I say anything about what? Did I ask anything about what it's made of? I didn't
No,
say that. I said that Braxton seems to think that it's some sort of glowing cloud in the way that he talks about it. I think that was reasonably clear there. It's nothing to do with what it's made of. Although, I mean, you could answer it in terms of what it's made of, but that's not what the question is about. Let's let Braxton finish.
The only reason that you referred to physics, though, was to say that there's a similar problem, which is that when you have things that have all the same properties, how do you individuate between them, right?
Yeah, and you actually need to treat them as identical. Otherwise, you get a wrong answer. That was, again, I could have been clear about what I was saying there, about why I mentioned that. Again, it was just sort of something I thought of and throw in because I think it's interesting that this problem arises more broadly. And I think that's the problem facing Braxton here is what is it that individuates different souls such that they are not identical to each other, which obviously won't fly. Well, let's hear what his answer is.
Because it is a unique identity, and it begins housed in a physical body, but it doesn't change into something other. It's like there's an attempt here to make what I'm saying sound like it's really convoluted and bizarre or something. But the best way to think about this is the way most people already think about it. It's not weird to most people in the least that they change and evolve during their lives in a poetic sense. They aren't the same person that they used to be. But if asked, are you the same individual who wrecked your bicycle at age 10? They'd say, well, of course. What are you talking about? Of course. This isn't hard. It's just that, unfortunately, I don't think you can get this on naturalism.
So I don't think he's answered at all. No, that's what I was going to say. Do you think it would be fair to say that he just didn't answer the question? The question is about identity relations, and in virtue of what are different souls distinct such that they are not identical. He said under the Tradition view, they're different because they're different experiencing identities. I think he said something like that. Mm-hmm. And that just doesn't answer the question. In virtue of what are they?
He's just saying, well, they are.
Well, yeah, and it could be a brute fact, right? You can always make something like that a brute fact. That I think just makes the view less plausible because you're introducing more ad hoc facts just to account for the fact that they need to be simples, but at the same time distinct from each other. And Braxton doesn't say that it's a brute fact. I think that's his best answer here, although there seem to be other issues there, because it seems that you want to say that there's more to being me or you or whoever than just being an experiencer. It seems to me that your experiences, your memories, your personality traits are part of you, but they actually aren't under Braxton's view, because you are just your soul, that simple experiencer. Those things are not actually part of you in any sense under Braxton. Whereas I would say they are constitutive of you. It's a bundle of those things which establishes a continuity relation with earlier versions of you. So they are constitutive of you. If you change enough of those things, you actually stop being you, which I think makes sense. If you imagine sufficient brain damage such that you don't remember your past and you're a different personality, it makes a lot of sense to say you're a different person in many meaningful ways. You can talk about, borderline cases and so forth. The point is, I actually think it's a lot more plausible to say that those things are constitutive of you, whereas under Braxton's view, they actually aren't. All of those things could change and you would still be identically you. And so that's implausible, as well as that there aren't any distinguishing characteristics, it seems, that identify or distinguish different souls from each other, apart from, I guess you could just say it's a brute fact, which I don't think is a good answer. And unfortunately, Braxton doesn't seem to have grasped that, at least in the sense that, again, he hasn't responded to that point, whether he grasped it or not. He didn't answer that question. He just said that they are, and didn't even address the issue that I'm asking for an ontological grounding of that. Or he can claim that it doesn't need one. Then I would ask how plausible is that, and it seems ad hoc. So again, I don't think that there are good answers to this question from his point of view.
This is what's at the heart of the pairing problem. So I thought, here's a good
point.
Yeah,
good job. This is where to bring it up.
Here's a good point to bring it up. So the way that Jaiguan, I can't pronounce.
So I'm actually going to run to the toilet because I'm kind of bursting it, but I'll let you take the glory on this one.
Okay. The way that Jaiguan Kim basically phrases the way that he brings out the pairing problem is through a thought experiment about someone being shot. So initially, right, we've got person A and person B who both have guns. So his picture: person A shoots person X, right? Person B shoots at the same time, but his bullet doesn't go and hit person X. So the question is, what is it that entitles us to say that person A caused X's death rather than person B? So how do we pair the right cause with the right effects? Because they both shot at the same time, right? So if they're both shooting at the same time, then why is it that we say that A killed person X, right, rather than B? Because they were both shooting at the same time. So there are two kind of candidates on the face of it that we might consider, one of which is going to be a causal chain between the bullets killing person X and A's firing it, and the other is going to be the spatial location and orientation of the two. So we'll dig down into causal chain in order to show why that basically won't work. So this is the hypothesis that there's a continuous causal chain connecting A's firing to X's death. So a causal chain is a series of events related with the event cause related to the event effect. So interpolating more cause-effect tuple pairs does not solve the pairing problem because it begs the question. Ask what pairing relations ground these interpolated cause-effect pairs. So what pairing relations ground these interpolated cause-effect pairs? Well, spatial and spatiotemporal relations are the only way of generating pairing relations. So let's break that down a little bit. So it's metaphysically possible for there to be two distinct physical objects, A and B, with the same intrinsic properties, which is similar to what James was saying about electrons, right, where they have all the same intrinsic properties, hence the same causal potential or powers, where one of these, say A, causes a third object C to change in a certain way, but B doesn't have any causal influence on C. And what's the explanation of that? That A and not B causes C must be grounded in facts about A, B, and C. As they all have the same intrinsic properties, there won't be a relevant difference. So there's not a relevant difference between what I should have written there is as A and B have the same intrinsic properties, there won't be a relevant difference between A and B as to why one causes a change in C and the other doesn't cause a change in C. It can only be extrinsic properties or how they're related, right, which is going to be spatiotemporal properties in the case of the pairing problem, as to why one of the guns firing causes someone's death and the other gun doesn't cause someone's death. So as they all have the same intrinsic properties, there won't be a relevant difference. So it must be grounded in their extrinsic relational properties to C, which explains their different causal roles. So then we go to our spatial location and orientation branch. So each gun when fired is at a certain distance and appropriate orientation to the target that it hit, but not some other target. What relevant properties of A, B, and C can ground A's causing C and B's not causing C? When A, B, and C are physical objects, spatial relations are responsible for relevant causal differences between A, B, and C. For example, distance, orientation, blocking objects, etc. So why is this a problem for substance dualism? Okay, it's metaphysically possible for there to be two souls. So this is going to be, if you remember this point about A, B, and C that are intrinsically the same. It's metaphysically possible for there to be two souls, A and B, with the same intrinsic properties, such that they both act in a certain way at the same time. And as a result, a physical object, C, undergoes a change as a result of A's acting, but not B's acting. So what pairing relation makes it that A causes change in C, but B doesn't? Well, we have the exact same problem. Souls don't have spatial relations to anything in order to ground the relational differences. There can be no soul nearer to or more properly oriented toward one object than another. Nor could we say that there is a causal barrier between one soul and another physical object. It's a total mystery how non-spatial relations could help us distinguish from the point of view of an immaterial soul, the causal interaction of one soul with a physical object and not another when the two are intrinsically identical. And then you also get the same problem on substance dualism for the causation of mental events. So if you have two intrinsically identical souls and you have like a mental event that happens in one, in virtue of what does that bring about, like one mental event in one soul as opposed to a different mental event in a different soul? The dualist must have an intelligible and well-motivated answer. Space provides a principle of individuation for material objects, but the substance dualist, of course, can't respond by saying that it's spatial differences between the souls that individuate them in this way. So that's the pairing problem. Let me bring back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think that's a really good and in-depth articulation. I wanted to read a quote as well from Kim,
Yes,
from the book that you sent me. I actually got a physical copy from a friend of mine, and this is about a similar, not exactly the same point, but a similar point. So this is Kim here. Quote: "Is it any easier to understand how thoughts and consciousnesses can arise in an immaterial substance, especially if, as Leibniz and many other dualists urge, such a substance is an absolute simple with no constituent parts? How could immaterial minds, without structure and outside physical space, possess beliefs and desires directed at things in the physical world? How could our rich and complex mental life inhere in something that has no parts and hence no structure? Isn't the proposal recommended by Leibniz, Plantinga, and Foster merely a solution by stipulation?" End quote. And I just think that that is again, I'm not saying that it's true because he said it. I think it's a very good articulation of my objection. I couldn't really put better myself, so I wanted to use his quote. That it seems, this is related to what I said before, that I would say that your thoughts, memories, personality traits, and all that are constitutive of you, that if you change those enough, you would actually be a different person. And it's a graded notion as well, not an identity. Braxton denies that, but also affirms that somehow the simple immaterial substance is sufficient to generate all of these things, maybe in cooperation with the brain, maybe not. That's sort of unclear, as we'll see in a bit. But it's just really unclear how that's supposed to work. How can a simple do all of these complex things in very particular ways and sort of hold everything that it is to be a person? Especially when you combine it with this individuation problem that Nathan and I've just been talking about, where somehow a simple has to be different between different persons, even though none of these experiences or anything are constitutive of those things, that they're separate from the soul. I think that all of these issues are big problems for substance dualism, especially interactionist substance dualism. And I don't think that Braxton really grapples with them sufficiently. Not in his original video, by the way. I'm talking here about his response.
Well, I guess the point in raising the pairing problem is a slightly, like it's an argument that's in the literature, but I think it expresses the problem that you were raising. Like, in virtue of what say there's two intrinsically identical souls, in virtue of what does one soul interact with one physical body? I mean, obviously it's working off of conceivability, kind of, but suppose you have two intrinsically identical souls. Why does one interact with one body and one interact with another body, physical body? And that was the question that I took you to be asking Braxton, and he just said, well, you just are identical over it. He just answered a completely different question, right? And then so I thought I'd just put the argument as it is in the literature there, because if Braxton ever does watch this back, I mean, at least there's something he can maybe get his teeth into, because he likes to read his Oxford companions to philosophy of minds and things like that.
And there's also discussion of this issue in the Stanford Encyclopedia article on dualism. At the end, that they've got like a, what is it? Let me just get the section actually, in case you're interested in looking it up. Unity and substance dualism, about what kind of thing an immaterial substance is. So there's a few brief remarks there. It's not very extensive, but that's partly also what I'm referring to there. Appealing to there.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to bring it up.
Oh, no. I just wanted to mention the subsection of it.
Number 3, the next problem is, are the brain and consciousness related? See, the issue.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered something else I wanted to mention. This notion of persistence over time is not just a problem for persons; it's a problem for others. It seems there has to be some substance to the souls that's distinct from each other and that persists identically over time. But what is that?
Did we jump backwards?
No answer, but again, I think that there are.
I think that was Braxton skipping just then.
Oh, okay.
From each other and that persists identically over time. But what is that? It seems there has to be some persistence over time. It's not just a problem for persons; it's a problem for others.
Yeah, that's a Braxton edit there.
It seems there has to be some substance to the souls that's distinct from each other and that persists identically over time. But what is that? It's a bit of a mystery. I'm not saying there's no answer, but again, I think that there are problems with his view that he's not really letting on here. Let's continue.
For the solution,
There's this experiencer, and then this experiencer, and then this experiencer.
problem number 2. Number 3.
Yeah, but what individuates them? I think we've articulated this fairly clearly. It's just by stipulation that they are different, but there doesn't seem to be any grounding for that, because they're supposed to be the simples. Like what's different between them?
And also that there's a question in my mind about how, how that can be change in the soul at all, like when it's this different kind of substance. Like how does it interact?
I don't think there could be, right? There's nothing to change. It's a simple.
Yeah, and that's
so changes in your perceptions and memories and everything are not actually changes in you, right? All those things are in some sense extrinsic to you or related to them, but you are actually your soul.
But there must
so
be,
you have a
because I
relation to
undergo
those things,
different.
but they're not
I have
part
different
of you.
qualia at different times. I have different quales. Yeah, and I don't understand how that works.
Again, I don't think this fits natural language better in any way. I don't think people talk about people in this way. I'm not saying natural language is the be all and end all, but it may be a starting point for trying to scope a theory that respects our usages as much as possible. I don't think that that's going to be very helpful for Braxton there, because I don't think that people talk about it in a way where your sort of experiences and thoughts and personality are in some way outside of you. What you are in essence is not those things. That doesn't, maybe it's subjective, but that doesn't seem right to me.
Well, actually, I think what Braxton's saying about that to you actually cuts against his point. Peter Strawson has an argument against substance dualism from ordinary language, which is something to the effect of,
there you go.
An analysis of ordinary language should show that there are two subjects that we predicate things. So, for example, like her mind was thinking of doing the writing, but her body wasn't writing. Is it, I can't remember the exact effect of the argument, but it's something to that extent, where we should be able to pick out of our natural language like two subjects, right? And we don't. Whenever something is, it seems that actually when you come to assess the way that we predicate things in our natural language, that the person, right, is the person and the physical are like more primitive than other certain things. I'd have to remember exactly how the deductive form of it went, but I think it cuts against Braxton's point, because if you think about what he's saying, he is saying that we can refer to you as the physical as the physical thing, right? The physical entity which has certain properties and stuff, and we can refer to you as the immaterial substance which has different properties, like the qualia and undergoing effects and things like that. And so, shouldn't it be the case in natural language that we see those qualities being attributed to like different substances, if that is the way that reality is?
Well, I would say it in reverse. I don't think natural language, if sort of interpreted straightforwardly, realistically, I don't think natural language
I agree with
that ontology.
Yeah.
Now, it could be that natural language would commit us to that, but we should reject that anyway. That's a sort of a further issue. But I just don't think that works, even if you're making that argument.
I just mean that Braxton's trying to make this common sense point, but I think if you actually think about it, it's wrong.
3, the next problem is, are the brain and consciousness related? See, the issue.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered something else I wanted to mention. This notion of persistence over time is not just a problem for persons; it's a problem for other things as well. So let's say the United States of America, right? That's a country. Presumably, you want to say that it's the same country that existed at least when George Washington was president. So 220 years ago or something. Now, obviously, the country's changed a lot since then. I mean, the states are different. All of the people are different. The area is different. The government forms have changed a lot. I mean, I guess it still has the same constitution, maybe, but the constitution isn't the same as the country, right? It has been amended, and the United States could adopt a different constitution. Other countries have, like France, for example. So I guess the point is, we understand that countries are things that exist over time, right? Unless you think that, I guess you could go down the full route that actually countries aren't real; they're just all a social fiction. But I don't know. That's a pretty strong view to me. I doubt.
Well, no, come on. The countries are a organization, a fictive construct of identity, and I mean, it's obviously in a physical location. Those borders could change. These kind of things.
Hang on though. Braxton is conceding that you can have one thing that's identical over time. That is a fiction. So why can't you just be a fictionalist, right?
Well, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to say, well, yeah, I guess if you're interpreting fictionalist. What I interpret Braxton to say is that countries don't exist. That's he said it's a fictive construct. That sounds to me like it doesn't exist. And he's adopting a fictionalist reading of countries. I think this is fascinating, and I would love to ask Braxton about this. Unfortunately, he doesn't really clarify further, because it seems that this is exactly the point that I was making. It seems that Braxton is committed either to country souls and tree souls and all sorts of other souls to ground their identity over time, or he has to adopt a fictionalist reading. And you know what? This is not entirely distinct from even, what is it? Come and help me here.
Van Inwagen?
Thank you, Van Inwagen. I'm mixing up the syllables. Van Inwagen has the really, what many people think of as a strange view, that the only things that exist, like fundamentally, are like fundamental particles and selves, because he thinks that persons exist, but you're not identical to your body, right? So he's a eliminative, that's not the right word, not eliminativist, a nihilist, like a mereological nihilism is the term, where you think that complex objects or composite objects don't exist. It's just the simples that make them up. So you'd say that the rock doesn't exist as like an entity. The particles
He's a Christian
exist
as well, by the way.
Yeah. So I just think this is interesting. That's not exactly what Braxton said, but let me join the dots here. So Braxton appears to be saying something quite similar, that countries don't exist. They're a fictive construct. You just have, states of affairs arranged country-wise, but people do exist. And I guess he also thinks that, fundamental particles exist. So maybe he agrees with Van Inwagen, actually. That I'd love to ask him about this. Like, is this actually what he thinks? Now, what I would say is, and many others have said about Van Inwagen, that is a very radical view to think that only persons and fundamental particles exist. And all of the sorts of things that Braxton accuses me of we know that you were the same person today when you were 10 years old, and personal responsibility, I'm just going to appeal to those same arguments about countries or about organizations, companies, families, literally everything that isn't a person or a fundamental particle. And so this is the issue. If you don't want to be a fictionalist or a nihilist or a eliminativist about these things, then you have to ground their identity over time. And Braxton doesn't seem to really just address this. And here he seems to have adopted or embraced an eliminativist or a nihilist approach, which I think that really undermines his sort of common sense appeal, because he wants to appeal to common sense ideas about personal identity over time, but I would deploy those all back to him about all of these other objects. And so I think he either has to be consistent and remove and not appeal to those common sense arguments anywhere, or find a different way of grounding the identity of other complex composite objects or like institutions over time that does respect our common sense notions. I don't know entirely about what Inwagen says about this. I don't know that he does appeal to common sense notions, though, in order to, well, I think he does about the person. Like he does appeal to this common sense idea that like you exist. But I think his arguments for mereological nihilism about other composite objects don't appeal to that. So I think he's kind of just happy, as I understand his view, with living with this sort of interesting combination of things. But I just would like to explore whether Braxton is also happy with that, because again, if we're evaluating comparative explanations, I don't think that's a better explanation than naturalism, which has a consistent, under which I have a consistent answer to these, in which I think that persons, like all of these other composite objects, do not have identity relations over time, but are rather analyzed in terms of relative similarity and continuity of various attributes. So that's how I would analyze, the continuity of the United States over time, of a tree over time, of a rock over time, of a person over time. So I feel like I'm applying the same answer, which is sort of ontologically minimalistic. I don't have to postulate anything else. Whereas Braxton has it seems a bifurcation in his ontology between persons, which are simples, and then other stuff which is fictive, and then you give a different reading of.
Yeah, I agree. It seems inconsistent to me.
But we're talking about individual persons here. I don't think this analogy tracks. I get that what he's saying. What he's doing is giving a good, okay description of what
we're talking about. Individual countries here. I don't think
is perhaps similar to his naturalistic view, where you have what we're calling the United States of America. But the citizens change because they die out and are replaced by new citizens. People immigrate. The borders change. The laws change. There's all kinds of change.
But I guess I wanted to say, it seems to me like all the arguments that Braxton's going to give about being a fictionalist for for a country, you know, why would he not accept someone giving those arguments for being a fictionalist about persons in the same
Yeah,
sense?
or
Like,
vice
what-
versa. Common sense arguments for personal identity over time. Why not apply those to countries? That's what I'm saying. I think he's in a dilemma
Exactly.
here. Van Inwagen, I think, is okay with that. Plus, I think he argues for things a bit differently to Braxton. I don't claim being any.
Yeah,
expert.
I don't
That's
think
what I'm
I
saying.
don't think he's a substance dualist. I'm pretty sure he's
No, I don't think
materialist.
so. But anyway, yeah. So but maybe Braxton's okay with having that sort of, well, interesting combination of views. But as far as I know, no one other than Van Inwagen himself defends this philosophically. I've seen a few people say this, that like it's just him who thinks that. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but it means, you know, you maybe want to think carefully about your reasons for it.
Almost no part of this thing remains static, and although some of it does, and yet
happened?
it's the same.
Advert, I think.
We still call it the
The
United
ad
States. It's the
blocker,
same
yeah.
United States of America in one sense. But and he's saying, and I think he's saying like my naturalism. That's how I think of the body. The body, everything's always in flux. Your memories, your cells, all this stuff. It's dynamic, and so what's the problem? That's how I view things. Well, that's great that you view things that way. The problem I see for it is you have a serious problem with continuity of identity that you've already mentioned. You realize it.
Well, that's great that you view things that way, Braxton. But
Do you
it's
see how
wrong.
he's completely missed the point? It seems.
Yeah.
That I'm not saying how I view things at all. I'm asking how Braxton views things with respect to other composite entities like nations or trees or rocks or anything else you might mention. I'm asking for him to articulate that and instead,
provide a consistent standard.
Yeah, provide a consistent standard that applies to people as well. And I think I do have that. Because I apply the same sort of standard and analysis I would give to people as I do to these other things. That is the objection. Whereas Braxton seems to only say, okay, well, that's how you think about it, without introspecting or saying anything about how he thinks about it, which is my critique. The problem of identity over time does not apply only to persons. It applies to any composite object. And Braxton's answer only applies, in the way that he's articulated it, to persons. So what is Braxton's answer to other composite objects? And how is whatever he says consistent with what he says about persons? He seems to be embracing a fictionalist view, which undermines a lot of the arguments he's given for identity over time, which appeal to common sense language usage and things like that.
And if you compare like the models that you're both putting forward as well, on your view, you're going to have like one common rule about composition and identity over time of things that we talk about in ordinary language. Whereas on Braxton's view, you're going to have that, like the exact thing that you've specified, right? Plus sometimes souls, like this new kind of thing, which and this new kind of way that it's related to stuff over time, and it becomes a lot more complicated, right? And it's not to say there could be good independent reasons for accepting that as well, and I'm sure Braxton would say that there are, but yeah, it's not clear that he's actually provided them in this case.
Is an issue discussed in philosophy that is, you know, a serious issue for consideration. You know, so I get that you're giving an analogy for what you think your view is, or for what your view is, but my response to that is almost like, okay,
Braxton would want to say that.
No, that's literally the opposite of what I'm doing. I'm asking how this works under his view.
Of what is a country the same country over time? Because it doesn't seem to be like countries don't have souls.
But also, I mean, if you were to respond in turn, you could just say, well, I disagree. Okay. Like, I mean,
yes, his dismissal of what my view is bizarre, when his ostensive aim is to try to appeal to people like me. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to appeal to people like me. Maybe I'm the wrong type of non-believer. But I think of myself as a seeker, and I actually really want to understand how he views these things and try to. So I invited him to have a conversation with me, because a lot of these things I'd like to understand better. And you know, if I'm thinking about things wrong, I want to know about that, and I'm very open to being wrong about things. But it's true, I grant substance dualism a pretty low credibility, but I want to do my due diligence here. So yeah, I think that it's odd to just be dismissive of the views of people who disagree with you, because isn't the whole point to try to evaluate the comparative strengths of different worldviews? To say, okay, well, that's what you think, you know, okay, whatever. That seems to undermine the whole project.
Right. So the point is, you get the same questions. I mean, this is the ship of Theseus is the classic example of this, right? And this is just a ship. Like, in virtue of what is the ship the same ship over time?
The ship of Theseus was memorialized for Theseus, and after he died, it was kept there. But after time, obviously, parts of it needed to be replaced, and ultimately, every single part of the ship has been replaced. And can you still say that's Theseus' ship? Philosophers do discuss that. In fact, Chris Dayton and I disagree about this. He thinks yes, you can still say that's Theseus' ship. I don't think that.
Think about beliefs and stuff as well. You know, like if your beliefs change over time, does your soul substance have beliefs, right? And they change, like you're just going to fall into the same mereological problems, and you're going to appeal to some like spooky mereological rule of like soul simplicity or something.
That is sufficient to call that the same ship. And so, you know, if you want to
why,
hear us
Braxton,
argue
you
about
haven't
that,
given us any reasons. That this is the problem. It's not just enough to say what we think. when we disagree, we want some reasons. That's the whole point of this discourse, right? Play it a little bit more. He says a little more about this.
It's actually a much deeper discussion of that issue, I think, than what we're going to get in this video. But I think it's a really good, profitable discussion on our channel.
Place all the parts. Ships don't have souls, presumably. So the question is actually a problem philosophically for any material object, or even like social systems. I guess those.
I should have said composite object.
Braxton has an answer that applies only to human beings, maybe to other animals, but he hasn't been clear about that. But then how does he answer the questions in other cases? Like, you have to have an answer there. Now, the answer that I would make is a sort of a bundle of properties continuity type argument, which I think applies to everything, and doesn't give you identity over time. I don't think there is such a thing. Whereas Braxton has an answer for one very special case, but doesn't seem to know what to say about the other cases. And I feel like whatever he would say about the other cases, I would say, well, why not just say that about humans as well? Why would there be two different answers? That seems a little ad hoc. I guess there could be, right? But
no, it's not ad hoc. So here's what we've got. So when a board is taken off of Theseus' ship and tossed into the water, okay, that board is still that board. That board is still the board that was part of Theseus' ship. But once all the boards are changed, that's not Theseus' ship anymore. And
that's just like question begging for a particular position.
Well, and the issue is actually at what point does it cease to be Theseus' ship? He sort of missed the key point here, it seems, of the thought experiment, which is not if you replace all the parts, is it still the ship? Many people would say no. But at what point does it cease to be? Does it grade out, or is there a particular plank?
Well, that's part of what the question is. That's part of what I was raising as well, because it's like, okay, why can't someone affirm both? It's true that board was a part of Theseus' ship, and that this is Theseus' ship, right? I'm asking about what is the actual underlying theory about composition and change over time.
What are the identity conditions of Theseus' ship? How much can you change and it still be Theseus' ship? My response is essentially to ditch the whole notion of identity conditions and say that's the wrong thing, the wrong way to think about any composite object, and to talk about relative degrees of similarity and continuity of, say, causal powers. And in the case of humans, that's going to be like psychological states and memories. And in the case of ships, it's going to be a bit different. We could talk about what those factors might be. It's probably context dependent. That's the type of answer I'm going to give, right? I think that in broad terms, that fits with any of these situations here, whereas Braxton can't appeal to a soul for a ship. So it seems that, again, he is moving towards the nihilist view, which is that that there are no composite objects, just simples, and I guess also souls, which are also simples, I guess. But here he could have clarified what he thinks about Theseus' ship, but he doesn't. He says when you replace all of the planks, it's no longer his ship. The interesting question is, if you replace one plank, or heck, one atom, is it still Theseus' ship? That's when the more interesting question, and he doesn't give us an answer to that, which is disappointing because I would have liked to know his answer. If he says replace one atom and it's different, then that seems very counterintuitive because that's not how we would typically talk. The thing is, Theseus' ship is constantly interchanging atoms. So there's sort of one instant which is Theseus' ship, but then which instant is that? It's quite unclear. You see how the problems arise, right? This is why mereology is so fraught. That it seems that it's very hard to give an account that kind of does everything we want, that preserves identity conditions, which is why my recommendation is to ditch them with composite objects. Obviously, there are people who don't like that, but that's the discussion I'd like to have for Braxton to kind of acknowledge the issue here and say, okay, hey, here's how he thinks about it. Let's adjudicate the accounts, as opposed to kind of just not answer the question by saying, if you replace all the planks, it's the same ship, but not say anything about the gradual changing of parts, which is kind of the key issue of the thought experiment there.
When it comes to our own identity, so I don't know why this is like something that I'm saying I have an explanation for it when it's with human beings, but not with other things. What I'm saying about humans is that there is something, there's something unique about soulless creatures. And one of the ways of accessing that we have, and of course is the very reason why it is such an issue that is discussed, is because this is like when in morality there's a similar.
There's something unique also about Theseus' ship, right? That individuates it from Titanic.
That's right. But if he's saying that there's something unique as a matter of like as a kind of soulless creatures, then that seems to fit more with Van Inwagen's view, right? That it's just the only things are simples and souls. Although Van Inwagen, I don't think thinks that persons are simples, because no, he doesn't, right? Because that's why his view's so odd. Braxton, he hasn't said this, but a typical notion of souls would be that they are simples. So this would actually fit with Braxton's view that all that exists are simples, which interestingly means that bodies don't exist and your brain doesn't exist, if you want to phrase it that way, right? In terms of identity conditions, right? So I could throw these things out and use that as, some sort of gotcha. Well, I don't think that would be fair because that's an ontological analysis, right? But I'm asking Braxton to try to cash out these issues and be clear about what he thinks. It seems that Braxton's leaning down the road of only simples exist and souls are unique because they're simples. I think that's an implausible view because it leads you to well, okay, so I should be clear here. I have leanings toward mereological nihilism as well. But what I don't say is that the United States is a fictive construct. I don't apply it in some cases, not others. But the other point is that I don't think it's correct to say that these things are fictional. I just think that identity relations are the wrong way to think about it. That's the best view, that the way that I know how to express it. Maybe Braxton would even agree with that. I'm really not sure, right? But it seems like he wants to say other things. And the point there would be, if the need to ground identity over time for persons motivates you to think that persons have souls, why would similar considerations not motivate you to think that there are other types of entities that ground other things over time? Why is he only applying this analysis to persons? And that's what's different, because I don't only apply it to persons. It's not that he has, maybe he would actually make this argument, but if he had antecedent reason for thinking that souls exist and are simples, and then he would just say, well, that's why I think that they're simples, right? And then this account of identity over time actually just follows from that. Maybe that's actually what he would say. But he's advancing this identity over time as an argument for substance dualism. Yeah. And at that point, I want to say, but why do we need to preserve identity over time just for soulish creatures and not for all of these other things? That's the crux of the critique, because actually I want to say we don't need to preserve identity over time for any of these things. We just adopt a different analysis. And so that's why I think it's my view is a more consistent, or at least better motivated view, because Braxton hasn't said why soulish creatures are special, in that we need to introduce this entity to preserve identity conditions for them, but not for anything else. And I suspect his answer might be, and I'm guessing it because I can't ask him, but I suspect it might be actually that he believes in simple, like souls as simples, for other reasons. In which case I would question the independent sort of force of this argument for appealing to someone who then has a different
someone who isn't already committed to the conclusion.
Yeah, who's not already committed to that, because then why preserve souls as simples but not other things?
Yeah, I'm just going to go for a sec, but hopefully that'll give it a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
On it.
Similar thing going on here, but with morality and consciousness. The way that we have the most direct way we have of studying these things is introspection, or perhaps talking with other people about their own introspection. Of course, it's still true that you could you could do certain things, show people certain pictures, ask them to think about certain things, and then look for parts of the brain to light up and that sort of thing. I mean, that's definitely real. But of course, the reason that that this is related to that is because the subject told you that's what they were thinking about, or whatever it is. So the point is that this the thing that we have direct access to is our experience. So it makes sense for us to think about our intuitions when it comes to our conscious experience. Now, I'm not resting this whole case on intuitions, but there is something powerful about this. We seem to kind of recognize that we are the same experiencer that had the bicycle accident when we were 10 years old, or whatever the issue is, or got married at age 20, as is my case, or whatever. So we have this awareness that that's the case. It's just like it is the case. We're just aware that this is the case. And so then what's the best explanation for that fact? Now, if you are like James and you think, well, I don't think that I'm the same person that I was. I don't think that I'm necessarily the same experiencer or whatever that I was when I was 10 years old and had the bicycle accident. Then okay, this is not going to be persuasive to you. But fortunately for most people, it's immediately obvious that I'm the same person that I was when I was 10 years old. Again, not in the colloquial poetic sense of, well, I've changed, I've learned, I've grown. And that's not what we're talking about. The I there is what we're talking about, the experiencer, him or herself. So hope that clears some things up.
So the point here is that this problem of identity over time of material objects, a composite material objects, is a widespread problem. It applies to anything like this: ship of Theseus, countries, people. And Braxton seems to think that they'll only deal with this problem when it applies to people, because then he can roll out his answer of souls. But then just doesn't address it in other cases, which then raises the question: how does he address it in those other cases? And whatever answer he gives, why not apply that to people as well?
So I'm trying to answer this as directly as I can. So let's take a non-human object, as he said, not non-living object. So take, again, the ship of Theseus. Okay, we tear off a board, we throw it in the water, in the ocean. Okay, that board is still that board, right? But when the ship of Theseus, all its boards are replaced, it's not the ship of Theseus anymore. It's not the same object, right? So
he still doesn't say what happens if you only replace one board, or even to the extreme one atom, and that's the crux of it. That's why we need an answer to that.
But someone might, but as the upshot of that analysis, right? Someone might take the different position that it still is the same ship. Like he's saying,
exactly. Of course,
it's not the same.
He also doesn't explain why. Yeah. Yes. So it's doubly problematic. And again, we get the line, maybe it won't be persuasive to you. Now, I did note he mentions introspection here and intuition. It seems to me that people would make similar arguments in virtue of which maybe ship of Theseus is the same, or the United States of America is the same country, or trees are the same, or whatever else you want to appeal to. That's the point. Similar arguments could be advanced in favor of establishing identity conditions over time for many other types of complex entities or objects. And I don't see why we should only reserve that for preserving identity relations of persons, but not other objects. Perhaps what Braxton would say is that we have introspective access to ourselves and not other things. That would be an interesting discussion as to how much we should privilege that, and whether we do actually have introspective access to the fact that we're the same 10 years ago. I don't actually see that we do have introspective access to that. What we have introspective access to memories, not identity conditions over years of time. But that could be a further discussion we could have, right? But Braxton's not cashing out for us clearly what distinguishes humans as being persons, let's say, as requiring these identity conditions to be preserved by ontological interventions, so to speak, and not other types of things. And appealing to like intuitions, I don't think is going to cut it, because people have intuitions about other things as well. And Braxton doesn't even clarify what his own intuition or view is about the ship of Theseus, because he doesn't address the key point there, nor does he give any defense of why his view that it even replacing the boards, it's not the same ship, nor does he explain why we should prefer that.
So I says, well, why don't you just say that to other people? Okay, well, all right. So about people, when my cells cycle and that part of my body is replaced, and given enough time, because my body is dynamic, eventually my physical body is very different in the parts that make it up, right? So the question then is, what do I do? How does the ship of Theseus analogy compare? Well, if, as I said before, you pull off a board off of the ship of Theseus, it remains a board. It remains the same board when you throw it into the water, but given all the parts are changed, you've got a different ship of Theseus. In the same way, I would say that when if you cut off my hand, for example, we could do this with my cells, but if you cut off my hand, for example, that hand was part of Braxton's physical body. It's not anymore. That's what I would say about other physical things. What I'd say about the physical aspects of my physical body. The thing that has continuity over time seems to be something else, our experience. And we kind of, again, this is like one of the most intuitive things. And again, my whole case isn't resting on intuition. But the point is, when you introspect and you think about your consciousness, which is really the direct access we have to it, it seems obviously the case that I'm the same individual.
Again, saying the direct access we have to it as if consciousness is transparent.
This is the problem. But this is Hume's argument, right? And the Buddhist argument, what I call the Buddhist argument. But you have direct introspective access to your thoughts, perceptions, memories, internal states, all of this stuff. Nowhere there is there an I. At least so the argument goes. I guess people might think differently, right? But that's what there is. Like, there's no I there that's somehow separate from all of these things. But all of these things are transient. Your thoughts change, perceptions change, personalities change, all of this other stuff, right? Memories can be forgotten, and even, entirely if you have amnesia. So appealing to introspection, I don't think gets the job done, because what is it that you're introspecting about? Like, imagine that you're thinking about something and you identify, I'm thinking about this. Well, okay, that's an emotion, that's a perception, that's a memory. What is the content of Braxton's introspection that is distinct from any of these transient things? He has to find that in order to say how introspection leads him to the position that there is an identity preserving, self or soul or something. I don't think that he can articulate what that is. I don't think there is any such thing. All you get are the perceptions and things that are changed over time. And that's my view, that there's a continuity of these over time, relative continuity, not identity relations. And actually, Braxton said that. I agree that we have continuity of these things over time, relatively speaking. But I don't think that there's any identity relation in the way that Braxton thinks there is, nor do I think that introspection gets you that, because Braxton didn't say what you introspect about. What is the content of the introspective experience or thought that is the experiencing self? And I contend that there is no such thing. I don't think anyone can articulate that. Maybe it's ineffable, I suppose. That would be a way out. But again, I don't think Braxton's done enough work to articulate what it is here that allows him to access this ontological fact from his introspective perceptions.
So I think in cases of illusion, for example... This
is upsetting me.
Why does it upset you?
Well, because of the illusion, it's annoying. You keep looking for the motion and it's not there.
Oh, yeah. Well, but can't you just introspect that whether the motion is there or not, James? Because your conscious
I have direct perceptive access to the fact that there is motion, right? That I perceive motion.
Exactly. That's what I mean. You can see motion. So isn't it just transparent to your consciousness? And you can't fail to be wrong.
That's the issue, right? The content of my perceptive experience is motion, among other things, colors and circles, right? But that's the content of my experience. The content is not any ontology about the underlying nature of where that experience came from. And Braxton wants to go straight from his perceptions of particular memories and emotions and feelings and whatever else to some underlying ontological identity relations. I don't know how he does that, or what the content of that experience even is, that he even claims would allow him to do that.
Okay, let me go back to the other one. Just a second. There we go. Oh, what is it doing? There we go.
That had the bicycle accident at age 10 or whatever. So at least with humans, and I would say with soulless creatures in general, that there's something more going on there that allows for that continued identity, that continuity of identity. I'm really not seeing what the confusion here is supposed to be. I'm not tracking with it.
And just doesn't address it in other cases.
By the way, one further point. He talks about soulless creatures, which I assume he means embodied soul. If the body is completely replaced, how does the soul know what body to stay attached to or causally interactive with? It seems that you're going to have to give
if your head is
continuity
decapitated.
argument. It seems you're going to, well, I guess at that point you're not attached, right? But if all the atoms
well, why would the
change,
soul not be attached to the head still? If the head was decapitated,
I guess it's attached to a biologically functioning body. But my point is, if all of the parts of your body change, then your soul actually changes the body that it's attached to, right? Again, from what Braxton has said, it seems that your body is not the same body you had 10 years ago, okay? But your soul is. So your soul changed from being attached to or causally interacting with or whatever, one body to another. So how did that happen? What is the causal through line of ensuring that somehow the soul didn't get attached to a different body or cease to be
even the
attached to
brain?
anything?
Just reduce it to the brain, right?
Oh, sure,
and
brain
say,
if you want.
Yeah. It attaches to the brain, but that brain change, or even just the pineal gland.
Well, yeah, but Braxton seems committed to the idea that it's not the same brain from what he's just said, right? Because the parts change. So it seems that the most natural answer to this, I think, is to give a continuity argument of the different phases of your body over time. Well, there's a causal and spatial continuity, and the soul kind of sort of moves through that gradually, sort of becoming attached with new parts. The thing is, though, that you can just say that about conscious experience. You can ditch the soul entirely and use the same logic to talk about the fact that that's actually you, that's your conscious experiences gradually shaping, sort of changing over time as your body changes, right? So I feel like you have to basically make this argument anyway, even if you're a substance dualist, because of the interaction of the soul with the body and the idea that the body actually changes. So there has to be something that links the soul to the right body, and you're back in the game of doing what the naturalist is already doing, which is
become a causal. You become a causal interactionalist, functionalist, right? Where it's actually the function of the material structure that the soul attaches to. That's like the radio antenna.
So it's effectively the same problem. It's just now you've got a soul in the picture, whereas a naturalist doesn't. They're just doing it with consciousness directly.
In those other cases, and whatever answer he gives, why not apply that to people as well? Unless he wants to say that all of these things have souls, which would be an interesting answer, I think.
Here is, it does seem to be the case, doesn't it? That we can change our conscious experience by interacting with our brains. Some of you may be on anxiety medication or depression medication. This is something that changes your brain chemistry, and then because of that, your conscious experience changes.
Yeah, but your brains can change. I think that's a really good point, that it attaches to one thing and then to another.
Whole point, right? And then of course there are great stories, like amazing stories anyway. Like there's a man who had a railroad spike shot through his head, and he survived. And he actually went on living, but he had a different conscious experience. So it does seem like there's some connection between our consciousness and our brain, but yet they're not the exact same thing. And so we've got to come to a solution about that. And four, we've got to have a solution about whether consciousness exists without the brain, without the physical body, without the brain. Now, this one is a bit mind-blowing, and you're about to, some of you might roll your eyes a little bit, but just stay with me. It's too early for you to think I'm a kook yet. But I want you to...
Oh, I find this quite funny as well. Braxton actually seems, like, again, this is my inference, but he actually seems embarrassed about talking about near-death experiences, which is what he's about to talk about. Because he mentions this a number of times, like, oh, you're going to think I'm a kook, or this might sound weird, or we don't believe in this sort of thing, which I just think is very interesting. I don't know exactly. First of all, if you believe in a lot of the things that Braxton believes in, I'm not sure why you wouldn't be all right with near-death experiences, just based on consistent epistemic standards. I would sort of say that the type.
Okay, so yeah, let's hit this again, because he does do these little asides where he wants to take little jabs at how I talk to the audience and how things I say about what Christians think. So no, James, I'm not embarrassed to talk about NDEs. I want the audience to accept what I'm telling them, and I know that there are a lot of weird psychic sort of things that sometimes get tossed in with Christianity, and because of that, many thoughtful Christians are leery of anything
like prophecy or no.
that sort. Some feel this way about near-death experiences. I'm acknowledging that concern and telling them why some NDEs shouldn't bother them, should have no problem with their worldview. This makes 3 now cheap shots, and yet he chided me over Rosenberg. But anyway, this is about to get really good, so I don't want you all to miss this.
So it's just interesting the way, I know Braxton's denomination might not include some of these things, right? But it's the way he wants to distance himself from. Sometimes that gets lumped in with Christianity, but it's not true Christianity. And he's going to lose a lot of Christians from Christianity, right? If he's doing that, because there's a lot of denominations for whom have it. It's very common for someone to have a prophetic word for someone else, or for someone to experience the Holy Spirit on, in a Sunday service and be shaking, and then have a word for everyone. Whatever. Pentecostal denominations, which Braxton obviously isn't Pentecostal, is Southern Baptist, I think. So I don't think it's. I mean, Gary Habermas, for example, and the kind of things he talks about with the NDEs and stuff, like he's fully just buying like all the stuff that the kind of crystal, the Los Angeles crystal and sage people sort of sell. Like he's buying all their stories and stuff. I don't think it can be disconnected from Christianity as easily as Braxton wants to make out, that it's just like, oh yeah, some people will make out that this stuff is to do with Christianity. No, it like fully is to do with Christianity, because when people open themselves up to these sorts of when people open themselves up to these demonic gateways, no, when people open themselves up to these like poor epistemic standards for like supernatural things, it just becomes more plausible that this stuff's happening all over the place. Like, I mean, Hugh Ross, right, who is a physicist, thinks that like extreme weather events, UFO sightings as well, are like demons, like actual demonic events and things. Like, it just that's just crazy to me, right? And that's clearly as a result of the theological beliefs that he has influencing the way that he comes to reason about these other things.
If this anecdote is good enough, well, then why not announce about a near-death experience? Well, the problem is that then you end up believing in homeopathy and everything else. But that's another. I just think it's kind of interesting how many times he seems kind of sheepish about
that sort of thing is exactly what I'm talking about. Is thinking, oh, I've got to believe in every weird thing that some people I know who believe in near-death experiences believe in. Like, I believe in this like I don't know, essential oils that have magical powers and all these kind of things. Why I don't? I'm an individual who sees no inconsistency in rejecting those things.
So I asked Braxton about this in the comments actually. I said, so are you and Jonathan vaccinated, Braxton? And yeah, he said yes, they're both fully vaccinated, which is good. And then says, surprised, but that's good. But what about climate change? You both believe in climate change, and based off of like the latest IPCC report. And then he says he believes in it, but he's not sure about Jonathan. And Jonathan does tend to be lean more towards like young Earth creationism and that sort of stuff. And so he's probably going to be more skeptical of what environmental scientists have to say. And then I asked, in general, do you see theological commitments that people have as influencing their ability to understand what our best scientists have to tell us about these issues? And then he said, there are some people who think COVID vaccine is the mark of the beast or preparation for the mark of the beast. I think they're out to lunch. I see no theological reason to take issues with climate science. Now, I'm glad that Braxton himself doesn't, but he has to admit that there's a connection between the kinds of things that the Bible says and people trying to make sense of this theology, and the theological commitments of vast denominations outside of just his individual denomination that lead people to think, that lead people into like science denialism, the acceptance of things that are probably ordinary as being like supernatural signs or events and stuff like that. It's great that Braxton isn't doing that for every single thing that happens, but like, I think he's in denial if he's saying that that isn't the case broadly across Christianity, because what were the numbers for like American evangelicals en masse not getting the COVID vaccine, for example, which was like a massive driver behind COVID rates in the US for a long time last year, was the evangelical movement and people not getting vaccinated. It clearly has a massive influence on the kind of beliefs people have and the willingness to trust what people say in the sciences, because they interpret world events through the lens of, the end times is coming any day and things like that. Not all of them, but in general.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, although it wasn't the point that I was making. Again, I guess I could have been clearer here. I didn't really articulate it. I don't think I clarify. My point is simply that NDEs are entirely based on anecdotes. There's no controlled evidence for them, or plausible mechanism, or any of the normal things that we expect in science. And I think it's fair to say they're entirely based on anecdote, sometimes written up by medical experts, but that's a case report is essentially an anecdote. And if you are willing to believe these sorts of implausible things on the basis of anecdotes, then I think that you should equally be willing to believe in things like homeopathy or crystal power or Bigfoot, UFOs, and all sorts of things. And what I would want to know is what the principal distinction is, because the types of experiences and reports that we have about NDEs are pretty much the same as those we have for, say, homeopathy. We have so many people saying homeopathy's work for them and imagining, amazing cures that they've experienced. And likewise, accounts with UFOs and abductions and all sorts of other things. Yeah, I could go on and on. So that's the analogy I'm making there. When you believe things on the basis of anecdotal evidence that is not controlled, no plausible mechanism, it's not investigated scientific, all of these commonalities, I don't think that you can, I think it's very difficult, let me say, to establish what the objective standards that you're using there to establish why I believe one of them, not the other. So I'd be interested in trying to advocate for a sort of what's the best evidence for homeopathy, and is it actually any worse than the best evidence for NDEs? And I suspect that it's probably similar. or if homeopathy, then choose something else. Many of the other things, particularly things like reincarnation, which actually has come up in a debate I've done before, which Christians typically don't want to affirm, but that there's many types of evidence for reincarnation and past life regression of comparable strength to NDEs, which I would say is not very good strength. But if Braxton accepts the NDEs on the basis of this, then why not those other things? That is the critique that I'm making. And Braxton, again, doesn't really say, he says that, oh, no, there's no, I don't see a contradiction, but I'm asking in virtue of what is the evidence better in one case than the other? What standards is he appealing there? Sorry, what standards is he applying there?
Applying there. It's like the opposite effect, right? So at the start of the stream, I'm really tired because I've just woken up and you're in like a good mental state. So I don't know what kind of messed up stuff I said to introduce this stream, but it's going to just be incoherent sentences. And then by the time I get to the end of the stream, it's getting really late for you. And
yeah, I probably want to finish up around 12 my time, which is the next hour. So I think that just as sort of a game plan, I want to cover a bit more of the stuff just after this, because we start talking about the NDEs, and then there's a bit on the interaction problem, which I want to cover. And I think then we can skip a lot of stuff after that. So yeah, I want to see if we can bang through the stuff on NDEs and experiences without brains, because that's very important there. So around up to, I think, 3 hours is, if we can try to get through that.
And accepting this, because I'm trying to look at the evidence, the examples that we have about
this. This is just the first time we mentioned it again.
Understand that we have these experiences that happen, that are written in the medical journals. People talk about them all the time. 30 million cases in America, England, and Europe that are near-death experiences. Now, there's a lot of when we talk about near-death experiences, because, in Christians, it sounds a little wacky, it sounds a little psychic, and we don't like that sort of thing. But
we don't like that.
Christians should be totally okay with the notion that we survive physical death, right?
Not me. I'm not saying I have a problem with it. I think near-death experiences are very powerful. I just realize that some people who are not into talking worldview and thinking about this sort of thing, they might not be familiar with it. Some of them may have heard about one of the kids who wrote a book about it, or a book was written for him, or whatever with him. I did end up saying later that this was not real or whatever. But I think that was the guy whose last name starts with an M. But the one everybody's familiar with
just skip this part until I start
it's
playing the video again. This isn't important, in my opinion.
outside, and that's physicalist. Christian.
We survive physical death. So why is that central to Christian teaching? I don't actually understand that. It seems to me what's central to Christian teaching is a resurrection, a restoration of the physical body, maybe in a perfected form, right? But the resurrected body is what survives. This is what happened with Jesus, right? Jesus didn't walk around as a soul. He came back as a body, which actually more supports, I think, as physicalists. I know there are Christian physicalists out there, so there are people who hold this view. This seems to support the idea that actually the body is critical. Jesus didn't come back until he had his body back. Likewise, again, my understanding is that the righteous who go to heaven will first be resurrected. So I know that many Christians do believe in this. So I guess the question is, why is it sort of automatic that a Christian sort of straightforward, that this notion of you surviving your death of physical body follows from Christianity? Again, it seems like just a simplistic, straightforward reading of, say, the Gospels would indicate that you need a physical body to come back. I don't know. I find this kind of weird, like that resurrection is so critical, but then somehow they seem to forget about it or put it to the side when talking about the idea that people survive the death of the physical body.
Okay, now this is again what I mean about when James discusses theological issues. The vast majority of Christians hold to an intermediate state. Ultimately, we will have resurrected bodies, and we will live as we do now, but with an ideal physical situation both in our bodies and in the cosmos. But despite that there are physicalist Christians here and there, it is accepted teaching in the vast majority of churches that when you're believing grandma dies now, she goes to be with the Lord, to be absent from the body and present with the Lord. Some base this in part on Luke 16 and Jesus' description of the rich man and Lazarus there, which at least on the face of it looks like an intermediate state. That these people have died. The judgment at the end of time hasn't taken place. They're somewhere right now, an intermediate state. Now, I don't actually myself interpret that passage as Jesus teaching like afterlife geography or something. I think sometimes people push that too far. But the point is, it's not surprising then because of things like that Christians believe in an intermediate, that most Christians believe in an intermediate state. I mean, like,
I think it would be subsumed under what Braxton's calling an intermediate state here, but my understanding of what a lot of Christians believe is that people who are dead are asleep in Christ, right? And that just means that they're not really exactly conscious of their experience or anything. They're just awaiting the day of resurrection. So I think that on this view, it isn't actually clear why they would be having an experience. And it's even, I mean, it becomes even weirder when it's like, well, why would they be having an experience sort of spatially located around where their physical body is? Like in some of the NDE cases.
Yeah, well, that comes up a bit later when we talk about whether the person actually went to heaven. So I think it's, I literally said, I know most Christians believe in souls. So my point, I think, clearly can't have been about what Christians believe about souls or life after death. My point was rather in Braxton appealing to the audience who are supposed to be like treating them as non-Christians, what the sort of immediate clear connection or straightforward connection is between Christian teachings, as I said, kind of a straightforward reading of particularly the Gospels, and there's talk about substance dualism and near-death experiences. Because my point is that for someone who is not a Christian and doesn't necessarily believe that, you would think, oh, well, looking at this, what's really important is resurrection. And that's how we come back and live again, right? That's what Jesus did. He conquered death through being resurrected, not through coming back as a soul or a spirit or something. So the invitation there is for Braxton to make it more explicit, not just by appealing to the Bible, but by appealing to, passages which he says are kind of ambiguous, but by appealing to the sort of core message about what's the logic there of it being so critical in a way that's not, again, directed to a Christian audience, but to a non-Christian audience. Because me, again, as part of that non-Christian audience,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here
How is
thinking,
How
I
is it
just don't see
victory
how
over
this really
death?
connects with this stuff. Yeah, yeah,
How-
it seems different to what's being taught in the Gospels, at least prima facie. And that was what I was trying to emphasize there. Not that theologians don't have things to say about it, nor that Christians don't believe it. It's not about that at all. It's just about in appealing to someone outside of that as to drawing that connection in a very sort of clear, straightforward way. That again, I think I tried to be clear about that, because I said on a straightforward reading, and I said that I know Christians think this, but it's sort of less clear from an outsider's point of view why it's so important to talk about souls.
It doesn't make sense to me how physical resurrection would be victory over sin and death if as a case of metaphysical necessity, you as a soul, right, couldn't die or be, maybe you could be extinguished or something or come into being, but your physical perishing wouldn't mean that you were actually dead as a soul substance. Like that, it doesn't make sense then. Well, why does your physical coming back mean that there's victory over sin and death? Like you're just fine anyway, you're a soul, right? You just carry on floating around somewhere. Well, not floating around somewhere, like being nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's sort of prima facie a bit disconnected with core Christian teachings. And saying that Christians believe, just affirming that Christians believe it, that doesn't really address that question. It's an invitation to step outside that and communicate the sort of clear connections without getting into OTS theology. And maybe you can't do that without getting into OTS theology, in which case I would suggest, well, I suggest there are issues there then, tensions maybe. But I mean, yeah, anyway, I think that, I think that stands with what I was saying.
Most Christians. Hebrews talks about being surrounded by such cloud witnesses. Now, depending on how you interpret 1 Thessalonians 4, I mean, come on, this is commonly held. He says that resurrection seems so important, but then when we talk about this, it's like Christians like me forget about that. And I guess it means like we trip up and accidentally teach an intermediate state when Christianity doesn't affirm that. But seriously, of course we think
That's
resurrection
clearly
matters.
not what I was
That's the
saying.
idea that we would.
But I'm
saying
I do
in drawing
think
this connection. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I do think that this kind of intermediate state thing does actually fit with what NDE reports must be, because if when people die, they're just asleep in Christ, right? Then like, what the hell is this NDE? Like, where does that actually fit in with the theology then? What is the positive account for why people are experiencing going to hell, or seeing people being tortured in hell, or seeing people and loved ones in heaven, right? If the loved ones aren't in heaven because they're not physically resurrected yet, because that day hasn't come, but they're just asleep in Christ as souls. Where does it fit in theologically? Like, even if that was the objection being made, I think it still holds.
Yeah, and a sort of, why is it that near-death experiences sort of don't feature at all in what, that's not quite the way of putting it. Yeah, but it's, why is it the physicality so important when we talk about NDEs, it seems that you don't need physicality for any of this stuff, for survival or for perception or for anything. That'll come a little bit more later. But yeah, I mean, that's the question. It's sort of draw that link to an outsider where it seems to gel better with the physicality focus on the resurrection, with completely not talking about that at all when we talk about NDEs and souls and other things. It's not, the question is not, do Christians think it? So reaffirming that they do doesn't really address the question. It's kind of like how to draw that connection in a way that sort of seems to make sense prima facie to an outsider who doesn't already share those set of views.
Be fully as God intended, body and soul at the end. That's the whole idea. That's what we're trying to get to. What God wants for people is people who have bodies and souls. We'll talk about more of that in just a second. Let's let him continue just a little bit.
But these stories are amazing, and often they're evidential and seem to indicate that consciousness continues even without the brain functioning. When people have no measurable brainwave activity and no heart rates, and yet they are resuscitated later.
I'm honestly shocked by Christian gullibility about NDEs. Like, they're so bad.
Yeah, the evidence is bad. But I also want to skip. He talks a little bit about Habermas and NDEs and stuff, and there's not really anything that I want to comment on there other than.
Well, maybe let's refer people
to the videos we've done. Yeah, exactly. So 251, I think, is when we start talking more about interaction issues.
Scientists are doing when they poke around the brain and measures activity and correlate that with the different experiences.
Studying
it literally makes no sense if that's all unnecessary. All the biology has to be thrown out.
Wait, what?
If consciousness can exist, if human consciousness can exist without a brain, literally nothing in neuroscience or most of like the rest of biology makes a slight bit of sense. Because like, well, evolutionarily, why would we develop this brain if you don't actually need it to perceive and do all these other things?
I think Braxton doesn't understand what you said there, because it sounds like a wild claim, right? To say that if we have souls, none of biology makes sense.
Yeah, that's
but
not what I said.
That's only what. But I think that even if you can clarify maybe what you were saying, but I do think that when you have more of a knowledge about, like, for example, like human evolutionary history, like our brain and its structure is very linked into like our behaviors and like the kind of activities that we'd engage in, selection pressures and things like that, that actually a lot of things stop making sense. Okay, maybe like cell biology and stuff is still going to make sense, right? Even if we have souls. But a lot of what we know about biology isn't going to make sense if the brain isn't like involved in cognitive processing and stuff like that.
Yes, that's what I said. What I said explicitly, like literally just said, is that if we don't need our brains to perceive and form memories and all of this stuff, that is different to saying if we have souls, because the standard substance dualist view, like the Cartesian view, is you need both of them. They're sort of a fusion. They're separate substances, but they're both needed. Now, that's why I'm very critical of Braxton's view, which I think I use some derogatory term to refer to. And I stand by this because even the substance dualists that I know in the literature who defend substance dualism, even the interactionist substance dualists, and that's a subset of substance dualism, who think that there's a two-way like causal interaction. I don't know. I've not been able to find any of them, apart from basically Christian apologists, who defend that in accordance with NDEs. I actually had a bit of a search and couldn't really find anything. The only people sort of talking about this are those working that I've been able to find are those kind of in the paranormal psychology NDE space. And a few of them are like, a lot of them, you know, we had with this video with the discussion, a lot of them don't like to actually talk about substance dualism because they don't want to affirm anything particular. They just want to poo-poo naturalism, right? And we criticize them on those grounds because then, again, if you're saying that naturalism doesn't have a good explanation, you need to offer a better explanation. Otherwise, it's just, there's sort of a stalemate at best. Anyway, but the point is that a lot of them don't want to go down substance dualism route, but maybe some do. But in terms of analytic philosophers who are substance dualists for philosophical reasons, I just don't know of any of them who defend NDEs, because this commits you to the view that you can have experiences without a brain. The brain is not necessary to causally produce these perceptions and experiences. And that is the claim that I was making. It's not whether there's a soul, it's whether there's a soul is sufficient to produce these experiences, which is completely inconsistent with everything. It's sufficient to produce these experiences. It can be under like NDE cases. And that is completely contrary to everything biology. That's the claim I was making.
Yeah, and I think that's right. I think it. I mean, it could just be because Braxton didn't hear properly. You know, like he's a few hours in, maybe he's getting tired or something. But I think that claim that you made makes complete sense, and not making the claim that it makes all of biology and neuroscience into nonsense. It's just like large parts of it wouldn't make sense, right? Especially those things pertaining to what you said about memory.
Yeah, perception. And you get causal overdetermination arguments as well, which I think we'll tackle in a moment.
Yeah, I can bring that up in a second.
Let's just hear his response to this.
Get back to your muscle so that they can move. If your immaterial soul can sort of perceive it separately from your body, like there's a million questions you could ask here, and Braxton won't have answers to any of them because it doesn't make a lick of sense. Now, this doesn't apply to every.
Now, hold on. This is interesting. Wait, studying brains and correlating them with conscious states is unimportant? We think that the brain is important. We think that the brain is an important part of being a whole human, and we think that embodied individuals function through the hardware of their brain. Their consciousness functions through the hardware of their brain.
I think that,
but it doesn't when you have an NDE. That's the problem.
Well, I think he has misunderstood your objection here, right? And your objection is just that there's these research programs, right, into what certain aspects of human cognitive architecture have to do with, like vision, for example, right? And then you can look at our vision system and the neural correlates when people are seeing things, like where that's situated in the back of the brain, how it crosses over. I mean, that can help you to do all sorts of things in restoring people's vision and stuff like that. But then the proponent of the NDE is saying actually that's pointless because souls on their own are able to see, absent all that stuff, or they're able to hear, right? If there's auditory details in an NDE without someone hearing, without someone's ears being functioning because their blood's been drained from their brain or something like that, right? Then the soul itself is sufficient, so you don't actually need to have the physical stuff, and so it's a degenerative research program. Like it's not needed, it's unnecessary.
And none of the causal interactions or substrates that you study in the ears or the eyes or the brain, none of those things are causally even necessary. Not just where they're sufficient, they're not even necessary for perception and memory and all of that. Which is why studying them should be irrelevant under this view, and why you have. Then if you want to say that they are relevant, you get to causal overdetermination problems, which is that the soul is sufficient to cause these things, but also the body causes them too, even though some other cause is already sufficient, which is the problem of causal overdetermination. Do you want to talk about that now?
I can do, yeah. Let me.
I don't think I use that phrase, but I think that it's a good way to describe it.
Well, I'll bring up the thingy again. So, this was. I mean, this is overdetermination, but the causal closure comes first, and then the overdetermination comes in at the end. So, if X is a physical event and Y is a cause or effect of X, then Y too must be a physical event. That's the causal closure of the physical domain, right? If a physical event has a cause at time t, then it has a sufficient physical cause at time t. Okay, so think of some think of the kind of thing that the substance dualist is proposing, where there's a mental event which causes a physical event. The interactionist substance dualist is proposing that there are mental events which cause physical events. So, for example, my willing to move my arm, right, or my choosing to take some course of action that leads me to go to I don't know, some school or something that I wouldn't have gone to otherwise. So there's a physical event P star occurring at the same time as M that is sufficient, that is a sufficient cause of P. If we subscribe to causal closure, of course, there's good independent reasons, right, to accept causal closure from physics. So Braxton can reject causal closure, but then he's going to have to explain why he's rejecting causal closure. So supposing that we accept causal closure, that's going to mean that there's also a physical event, because if a physical event happens, then it has a sufficient physical cause. So if there's a mental event causing a physical event, there's also a physical event P star that's a sufficient physical cause for P happening. That's the physical event that's been caused by the mental event. So there's two options that we could take here, right? One of which is going to be that we identify the mental event with the physical event as its cause, but that's just physical reduction, right, of the mental to the physical. So that's not going to do in Braxton's case. The second option that we potentially have is, you know, we don't identify the mental event with the physical event. So then P has two distinct causes, M and P star. So P, which is the event that's caused, is causally overdetermined. So even if M had not occurred, P star would have been sufficient to cause P. So the question then for the substance dualist is, could we show that the mental event on its own, without P star, would be sufficient for P? Well, we can say no by causal closure. We'll come on to that. But first, we'll introduce something called the exclusion principle. So the exclusion principle states that no event has two or more sufficient causes, all occurring at the same time, unless it is a genuine case of overdetermination. And this will come back in a second. So suppose we subscribe to some mental event causes some physical event, so mental causation. And two, because of causal closure, we subscribe to P star is a cause of P. And three, because we're not physical reductionists, we're subscribed to the mental event is not the same as the physical event that causes it. And then we're also committing to the case that this is not a case of causal overdetermination. Then the exclusion principle holds that either M is not the cause of P or P star is not the cause of P, because if we reject P star and go with M as a cause of P, then we're back to 1, and we just get into this like regress of going round and round and round through 2, 3, 4 again. So we go with the other disjunct 5. M is not a cause of P, and 1 is false. This generalizes to all mental events. Hence, mental events never cause physical events. A mental cause of a physical event is always excluded by a physical cause. And then So if we go down this branch, basically, that a mental event is not a physical event, we basically end up with epiphenomenalism because of all of these considerations, unless we go down this branch, which is like reductionist. So either you're a reductionist in some sense, right? Mental events just are physical events in some sense, or mental events are not physical events, but epiphenomenalism is true, and there's no mental causation. I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a more formal and more sort of philosophical way to articulate broadly what I'm saying. Although this doesn't explicitly deal with the fact that Braxton also says that not just that the mental or not just that the soul is a necessary cause of the mental, but also that it's a sufficient cause, which I think makes the problem even worse, because you have the question of what is the body even doing at all? I guess maybe it's a special case of an overdetermination argument. I'd have to think about that. But yeah, so do we want to bring Braxton back here?
Yeah, let's do that.
But in any case, why would we throw out studying brains? Would you say that the idea we have a soul would make dentistry unimportant? I'm assuming no. I'm assuming James would say no.
Well, it would if our teeth could rot independently of our physical teeth. Like we had teeth souls that could then experience decay independently of what we ate and the substance in our the condition of our mouths. That's an analog to what Braxton is saying, that we can have perceptions and experiences and form memories absent any brain activity at all, which is what some of the NDE reports say, right? So in that context, why would you bother with dentistry if dentistry isn't actually dealing with the actual source of tooth decay? And that's the analog that Braxton, I think, should be presenting here, because his claim is that you can have all of these types of mental phenomena without corresponding brain activity. Not just that you need brain activity and soul, but actually that you can have it without the brain activity. Now, Braxton clarifies this a little bit more. I can't remember exactly if it's now or coming up a little bit later. But I want to defer a little bit more, because he does have more to say about this, which is where the radio analogy comes back in. And I think that it just becomes more confused. But I want to put that until he on hold until he brings it up again.
That none of this makes a lick of sense for the following reason. How would your brain tell your muscles to move? Now, remember, we've just been told Braxton won't have any answer to this, as we said.
Well, here's an answer, James. It just does.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best you can do.
The brain interacts with muscles probably the way you already think it does, James. The soul interacts with the body, and our experience in this world is a combination of our physical bodies, including our brains, and the soul. So now,
that how does that answer it? The action is a result of our physical brains and the soul. So the problem is that if it's just physical, you can tell a story. You can tell a story about like action potentials and things, and how that causes a voltage difference. Which like
I'm literally about to say something similar, but
okay.
yes, you're absolutely right.
But that makes that makes sense. But why? How? The question is like, what is actually going on for this substance to interact with the physical substance? Like,
yeah, it seems to it would need to have a very specific set of causal powers to manipulate neuron ion potentials and so on in just the right way, in just the right brain at just the right time. But yet it's a simple. This harkens back to the quote from Kim I was saying before. It's got to have a lot of highly specified causal powers.
Right. Yeah.
Because there's no just a simple way. You can't say it's a simple when it has to interact with the body. Why interactionist substance dualism is so problematic. And many forms of dualism are not interactionist, like Lowy that I mentioned. I think I mentioned him by name.
Yeah.
E.J. Lowe, yeah. He is not an interactionist substance dualist. He has, I don't know exactly what he's used, but I know it's not interactionist, and not like classical Cartesian. And so I think many of the more sophisticated views, which I mention, even though I still think they're highly problematic, don't face this sort of problem. So interactionist substance dualism with NDEs, I think, is completely indefensible philosophically. And I don't know anyone who does it apart from Christian apologists, because you have not only an interaction problem to deal with, where you have this simple that somehow has this very complicated and intricate set of causal powers to interact with the brain in just the right way to produce behavior, but also you also say that the soul actually can undergo perception and memories and everything without the physical brain at all, which is what the near-death experiences are. But then it can like form memories and have perceptions. But then somehow when it comes back to the body, whatever that means, like how can it become causally detached and then back again? I don't know how that works. But also somehow when it comes back, it's then got to form all those memories in you. This is what I was saying. How does it move your muscles? Maybe I should have said, how does it alter the set of the neuronal properties in your brain in just the way that you formed the memories that the soul formed when it was disassociated from the brain? That is just absolutely nutty to think that it can have just the right causal powers to do that, when your brain you didn't need the brain for those memories to form. But then when it comes back, you do need the brain to have those memories instantiated.
So this is an interesting question as well about like the nature of the supposing it does interact. Like, what is the nature of that interaction? So does it cause like an action potential to change in a certain place? Does
Again,
it cause,
I'm about to say something like that.
Right.
Because it must, right? But it seems impossible that it could have just that set of causal powers.
Well, yeah, I was saying, or does it cause, like, I don't know, there's a vesicle in the synaptic cleft which is moving one way, and then somehow the soul interacts to make it move the other way, and like I don't know, like how
it has to.
What are the options?
It has to. I would argue neuroscientifically it has to.
So what I've said before, and we've talked about God and what God's perceptions are like and all those kind of things. The thing is, what I've said before already is that I think that the brain is incredibly important to this, but there are you can be limited by the hardware. And of course, I think there are experiences that you have embodied that you don't have just as an immaterial soul without a body. For example, I think procreation, sexual stuff like that. I don't know that that's experienced in soul. I don't know why it would be. It seems like that's something you need to be in a physical body, experiencing the physical world, which is amazing. You need a physical body.
Experiencing procreation, you couldn't have that. Why couldn't you just have the the sensation of the experience, right? Like you couldn't physically do the act if you're specifying like procreation as the physical act, but the qualia that accompanies it, why couldn't you just have that qualia? Like you're muted, James.
Yeah, sorry. Souls can give rise to other souls if we're traducians, right? So
Yeah,
couldn't
exactly.
that I don't know if that's procreation or whatever. But now notice what Braxton has said here. He has said that the experiences you can have as a soul are limited by the hardware. Now, this is a change in what he's previously said, where previously he has said that the hardware is essential, and that's the whole point of the radio analogy. The hardware is essential to effectively transduce the signal that comes from the soul and produce the music, which by analog is, I guess, the thoughts and perceptions and so forth, right? So you need both. That's the point of dualism and the how I understand the radio analogy, which he'll mention shortly, I'm pretty sure. But now he's saying actually that the soul is limited by the body. The body limits what the soul can do. And when it leaves the body, it actually has enhanced capabilities in that it can perceive things that the body couldn't perceive and form memories without the body. Now, so simultaneously, the body enables the soul to have perceptions and form memories and so on, but it also limits it in other ways, because then when the soul leaves the body, it can do things that it couldn't otherwise. This fits with, in a way, it fits with what he said earlier about embryos, where he said that they're ensouled, but presumably don't have any perceptions, which means that the body can limit what the soul can experience. But this raises the question. It seems like the body is entirely negative in this entire setup, right? Because all it does is limit. Now, but Braxton then did say that there are certain experiences that you can only have when you are embodied. And one of them that he just said is experience of the physical world. But then he immediately contradicts himself when he says that you can experience the physical world in an NDE, because you see things, right? And you experience seeing, like he says, the blind person from birth could see things. That's experiencing the physical world through seeing, through interaction with light. Somehow souls can interact with electromagnetic radiation. They also can hear things, which means they can interact with pressure waves in the atmosphere. So this is notice that the normal account would be that the soul can only interact with those things through the brain. But apparently the soul can also interact with those things directly, because you can hear and see independently of whether you have a brain. So now we've got a situation where the soul can interact with the physical world directly, even though Braxton said that you need a body to experience the physical world. So I think that that's just a contradiction. But then he also says the body constrains what the soul can do, which seems to be the opposite of enabling the soul to experience things that it otherwise couldn't. This is why I argue that Braxton's view is a mess. I can't make sense of it. I would love Braxton to be here so he could talk me through it. And I think that in the next 10 minutes, we get a little bit more of him saying these things. But I think that he doesn't really clarify anything about how all this fits together. What is the body doing? What is the soul doing? What can the soul do without the body? What can the body do without the soul? How does the interaction work? What causal powers does the soul have? I don't think any of these things have consistent answers.
To function around in that world. I was thinking about this because William Lane Craig once discussed this on Reasonable Faith podcast, and I think it's obviously just a speculation, and he said it was speculation. He's not like teaching this; he's just throwing out a possibility to knock down the fears, I guess, the claim that it can possibly be this way. But he's just saying, like, I don't know, but that because God does want us to be embodied, but perhaps as when our souls are disembodied, perhaps we have something that is akin to a virtual reality sort of experience, where we do have something like a physical interaction with what seems like a physical world, but it's something that God is allowing for us to experience that normally without a body we wouldn't be able to experience this. And it's not the best. It's not what God ultimately wants. He wants us to be in bodies. He wants souls and bodies to be one thing for the reasons that I've already discussed. Another thing is, while I do think there are perceptions people have, people talk about being able to see things, like a generally blind patient seeing things when they're in their near-death experience, coming back and describing things that they saw, that sort of thing. Is certainly there. So I think there are some perceptions that the soul has some of these abilities. Memories seem to be there. That sort of thing seems to be really going on with these near-death experiences, and of course to make sense of the other data that I think I put forth. But when we're talking about what are all of the soul's capabilities, I don't know. I don't know. I think there are limitations there. That when you're in your physical body and it's in its perfect state, like will be after the physical resurrection, then you won't have a lot of those limitations. There'll be some limitations still, but there won't be those problematic limitations that are the result of where damage has been done to the ideal design. So I just don't know why what the problem is supposed to be. The goal is ultimately that we have physical bodies and souls and exist something like that. Now, I mean,
the point is that he's saying both that damage to the wetware, right? That damage to the physical stuff changes what happens in the souly stuff, but also that the souly stuff is capable on its own of experiencing without the damage, as in the case of
exactly.
And it does
damage to the brain. Damage to the brain inhibits the ability for the soul of it to interact with it. But at the same time, the brain functioning normally also inhibits the ability of the soul, because that's what the NDE point is about, right? He's saying that without the body, now the soul can do extra stuff.
It inhibits it normally. It has to inhibit it in just the right way.
It's just so ad hoc, which is sort of my point. Also notice that now he's saying, well, Craig has speculated that without a body, the soul has kind of virtual reality experiences. And also Braxton just said that he doesn't know what properties or causal powers that the soul has. Now, here's my question. Let's take our circle of things that we need to explain. Why don't you need to give answers to, why doesn't Braxton need to give answers to these things? If I, a physicalist, say, I don't know how the brain gives rise to conscious experiences, Braxton's going to say, aha. Well, literally, that's the point of his presentation. That's a problem for naturalism because you can't explain this. You also can't explain personal identity over time. These are two of the big things. But then I ask Braxton, how do souls work? What causal powers do they have? What can they experience without minds? Do animals have souls? I ask all these questions, and Braxton says, well, maybe this, maybe that, but ultimately I don't know. Why is that okay for Braxton to say about his soul theory or dualism, but it's not okay for the naturalists to say their things? Why are some things in the circle of things that need explanation, but other things aren't in them? It seems to me that Braxton puts things in the circle of things that really need explanation, that are convenient for his worldview, and anything that is inconvenient, that he doesn't have answers to, or that seem quite difficult to give answers to, he removes and says, well, look, it's okay, we don't need an answer for this. And he uses this strategy repeatedly. I think this is entirely unsatisfactory. If you want to give an abductive inference to the best explanation argument, you need to provide an explanation that is explanatorily superior. You cannot do that by just arbitrarily removing things from the set of the facts that we're trying to explain, including all of the parts of how your explanation works. The physicalist wouldn't get by just saying, well, I don't know, but some people think this, some people think that, but I'm not sure. If that's not okay for the physicalist to say about these things, why is it okay for the interactionist dualist to say those things? That's a question I'd really like to hear what Braxton has to say about.
I think it's worth mentioning as well on the point of the analyzability of interactionism, that if Braxton, for example, were to say something like, well, when the soul interacts with the mind, like it's primitive, or it just is the case, like it's like a brute fact that it just does interact in that way every time that it does. Well, then you could just do the same for some kind of like physical reductionism, right? You could just say, well, these neurons firing just are, right? And then you've basically got the same kind of
same point that I made before.
Yeah.
Any brute fact can be introduced as a brute fact to give rise to consciousness or quality, or whatever you want.
Yeah.
For the physical fact, yes, exactly.
Some kind of VR experience. Just think about the soul as being something akin to any of you who have used virtual reality, not like where you just strap a phone to your face, but like an actual VR system like the Oculus or something like that. Then you know that when you're first aware, once you put this thing.
So remember the pairing problem though, when the question was, well, the only way that you can distinguish between one thing interacting, two intrinsically identical things interacting with something and the other one not interacting with the other thing. Well, in the case of VR, you have like this similar problem where if you had two intrinsically identical people and you were going to talk about, well, in virtue of what is one interacting with a VR headset and the other one not interacting in a VR headset, you'd only be able to appeal to external spatial relations, right, about their sensory organs and the VR headset. So this analogy for souls isn't going to work because there's no spatial relations that you can appeal to in order to say that one like VR space soul is interacting with one interface, right, rather than another interface, because the only things that you could appeal to would be external spatial relations.
On, you're no longer aware of the physical world around you, and you're in some sort of a place that is incredibly amazing. But there are limitations on what you can do in that place that would not be there in your physical body if this was a physical place and you were in your physical body. But then there are also other abilities that you have. And there are some abilities you can actually gain while in VR by downloading an app that gives you that capability. So the notion that there are certain things that are possible through a physical body that don't seem to be possible just as immaterial souls, and then immaterial souls having certain things like vision or memory or things like that, I just don't know what the problem is. I'm not sure what all of the capabilities of the soul are. They don't share all the same things as the body, it seems like. But another thing that I think I want to mention about this that I think is important is, and I may have already said this in this video, but the fact is we don't have all the information we'd like to have about everything. We don't have, for example, I've said this many times, I'd like to know more about angels than what the Bible gives me, because some of the detailed information we'd like to have would come through special revelation. And so like we have to learn about angels through special revelation, unless you've met one. And so I'm assuming you haven't, or you would be a naturalist. But angels, things about angels, we don't have as much information as we'd like to have. I'd like to know more about angels, but I don't get to know everything I want to know about angels. I don't even know anywhere specifically in the Bible where the whole point of that section is to explain me things about angels. I just have to learn about angels when they show up in a story. So I don't have all the information I like that. I don't have all the information I like to have about the soul. But the information,
I'm not sure why he's quite gone to this point, right? But if he's making the point that he is committed to souls out of special revelation rather than general revelation, so don't expect him to be able to make sense of it, it's worth pointing out again that the Bible doesn't contain a theory of substance dualism, right? It's not contained in special revelation that substance dualism is true and there are Cartesian souls or anything like that.
Well, not only that, he's supposed to be appealing to non-Christians in his talk, and well, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe in his response, he's only appealing to Christians, I suppose. But this is always reference to his initial remarks, which this is the problem. If in order to defend his arguments for substance dualism, he needs to appeal to special revelation, is it going to be plausible to use substance dualism as an argument for Christianity? I would contend that it is not for people who don't already accept or lean towards Christianity, because they're not going to believe in the special revelation, right? That you're supposed to be substantiating by virtue of arguing for God through substance dualism, right? And Jesus or whatever. I'm still not even sure how that works, because there's been no argument as to why God is more likely under substance dualism. But anyway, putting that to the side. So I think this is an admission of defeat, where he basically says, look, I don't have the answers. My question is, why can't the naturalists say that? Look, I don't have the answers about how the brain gives rise to consciousness, and I wish I did, but, I believe things on the basis of the special revelation of the sciences, and we haven't got there yet. So, we're just going to have to wait, which is essentially what he says, except instead of science, he says, God and revelation, right? Now, that's not satisfactory for the naturalist. But why not? That's exactly what Braxton is saying. We should hold. That's the standard we should hold his version of substance dualism to. Why not hold the naturalism to the same standard? Why does it have to provide an explanation for everything, but his substance dualism does not? It comes back to the circle again. He takes out all the things that he doesn't have an answer to and basically says, we don't need an answer for that. I don't know why God did it, but, it's fine. Or I don't know why souls work that way, or what causal powers they have, or what has souls, or how they interact with the body, but we don't need answers to those questions because we believe through special revelation. Well, that seems a non sequitur, but at that point, there's no argument left. The argument was he has a better explanation, but then when pressed, there is no explanation. It's an I don't know instead of an explanation. But why can't the naturalist just say that?
Information that I do have leads me to believe that there is one, and that it has some capabilities that seem to function better when not running through the hardware of the physical body. But then when in the physical body, there's possibilities and opportunities that aren't there just as a physical. So I'm really confused about what the problem here is supposed to be, I guess.
Substance dualism, because more sane versions of substance dualism won't actually
more sane. I've got an insane version of substance dualism, but don't worry though, there are professionals.
I'm sorry, Braxton, you do, and I've tried to articulate why it's so insane, because it's not just substance dualism. It is, which itself is quite a fringe position. It's interaction of substance dualism, and further to that, it is NDE affirming interaction of substance dualism. I don't know of any apologist like philosopher who is arguing for anything like this. I think.
Actually, interestingly, Josh Rasmussen isn't a substance dualist, but I generally like most things that he has to say. But recently, he said some of the evidence for NDEs is really compelling, and I was like, why? What is it with Christians and the NDEs? Like, why? Stop it.
Yeah, it's really strange. I think it's the question is, well, why not believe in all this other stuff as well that is equally well evidenced? And that would be a really interesting conversation to have. But yeah, I'm not talking about apologists who affirm this, because it seems to be becoming more popular. I'm talking about philosophers who are arguing who are like defending this position. I'd be very interested to find if there are any who are adopting the views that Braxton is. That's why I say it's so insane, because there's so many questions. It's so explicitly contradictory to science, which shows that brain activity is necessary for mental activity. It doesn't prove that it's sufficient, right? But it shows that it's clearly necessary, and substance dualists typically have affirmed that. But Braxton is now denying that in affirming that brain activity is not at all necessary for the soul to interact with the physical world, that is, see and hear things. Even though he also kind of said before that God in particular, and maybe other souls, can't interact with the physical world unless they're embodied, and he mentioned the virtual reality thing. So I don't understand how that's supposed to work. Can a soul interact with the physical world through like sight and sound without a body, or can it not? Because NDE says yes, but the other things Braxton has said indicate no. And I think that this is a lack of clarity here. If Braxton were here, I'd ask him what he thinks about that. Which is it? Because I think either is highly problematic.
Without the brain, it says you need both. And that's what Braxton says sometimes. But then other times he's actually going to have consciousness without the brain. And at that point, it's not really interaction of substance dualism. I don't even know what it is. Like, that's not dualism. That's just a soul without a brain. Like, dualism has to have the both, right? So I think dualism is wacky. But this version, where you can, like, most of the time it needs the brain, but then sometimes it doesn't for no reason.
No, when functioning, housed in the physical body, for lack of better terminology, it functions through the hardware. It's like going back to the whole FM radio example. It's like when the signal is coming through this particular radio that has these particular possibilities or capabilities technologically, then it's limited by those, and it manifests there. But it doesn't have some of the limitations and problems of quality or whatever through other apparatus. I don't know what I'm really, or when it's just being played straightforwardly. I really don't know what the problem is. I've been saying throughout this whole thing that you've got a physical body that has limitations, okay? And some of those limitations or inability to do things that your body is obviously designed to be able to do, that you're not able to do as well as you like, maybe a limitation of your body. It could be a result of the fact that we live in a fallen world. But the bottom line is, I don't know what's so.
What I find interesting, I mean, I just to pause at this point and then maybe play the next bit, is how Braxton seems to think that like radio before it hits an antenna is sort of like existing in the same sense in which like positing radio waves as existing where you can't see them is similar to positing a soul made of a different substance, right, to fit the physical stuff that our brains and so forth are made from. And I mean, it's really well specified what well, I mean, you get into questions about philosophy of science, I guess, like what exactly are the kind of entities that our best sciences talk about. But as far as like an electromagnetic wave goes, what its causal powers are, like how it propagates, its properties and stuff like that, like all of that is really well specified. And on a kind of materialistic type worldview, it's really clear how information can be encoded in the waves, in electromagnetic waves, propagate somewhere, cause a current that encodes the same information by hitting a metal wire somewhere, that can then be interpreted by some electronics and outputted as some kind of signal, right? So it's just not a good analogy to make between the radio. I mean, it's only going to work if someone doesn't really understand radio and goes, yeah, I guess I can't see it, right? Like I can't see, so why, positing souls or something isn't going to be that much more ridiculous than positing like radio waves or whatever else. But I mean, if Braxton could specify the soul theory, like we've sort of been asking in terms of how these things work, how souls are individuated and stuff like that, in the same way that the electromagnetic radiation can be specified, well, then it would be, then I'd probably become a substance dualist, maybe. Well, maybe I wouldn't. Maybe there would be other reasons that I wouldn't. But at least it would become a live option rather than just being like, no, like it's not even coherent for me, so I'm not even considering it as a live option. I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that before, because I wanted to talk about the kind of catch-all, maybe sin is the reason we can't like understand things.
Oh, well, that's a non-explanation, right? He's just he's just refusing to explain things when having a better explanation is his whole point. Now, about the radio analogy, what I understood the radio analogy to be saying is that the radio waves are analogous to the soul. The radio itself is analogous to the physical body, and the sound is analogous to consciousness, perception, and so forth. But the issue here is that the whole point of that analogy is you need both of those to produce the sound. The radio without the radio waves to detect is not going to produce a sound, but neither will you get sound from the radio waves themselves. You need the radio to detect them and transduce them in the right way. That's I think, how Braxton's used it, and that's how I've understood him to be saying. But now what we're actually being told is that the physical radio somehow inhibits, or it places constraints on the radio waves, that is the soul. The body places constraints on the soul. And this would be basically saying that radio waves themselves produce sound. That is the consciousness. Like you can have all of that stuff, perception and awareness and so forth, without a physical body, with just the soul. And that the physical radio actually kind of inhibits the functionality or the ability of the radio waves themselves to produce sound, which is completely the opposite of what substance dualists have typically said and do say, and doesn't make any sense to me, because we have overwhelming scientific evidence that just as we have overwhelming scientific evidence that radio sets are necessary to transduce sound from radio waves, likewise, the physical body, and particularly brain, is absolutely necessary for conscious function and memory formation and perception and all that. And Braxton is adopting the view by endorsing NDEs that is not the case, that they are not necessary, at least in some cases, except normally they are necessary. So there seems to be two like modes of operation of the soul, the embodied mode and the disembodied mode. And he doesn't have any explanation for why there's these two different modes, or how it switches between them, or how like in one mode it can store memories but then when it goes back to the brain, it needs to put those memories in a physical form, but it didn't need them in a physical form before. None of these things have answers, right? And Braxton, again, just doesn't seem to acknowledge that there's this inconsistency here between saying that you need the body on the one hand, and you don't need the body on the other hand, and has nothing to say about how all that works. I just don't think that's good enough, when the whole point is he's supposed to be providing a better explanation.
Do you want to just briefly, Mitch has asked in the chat, I take it there are no current examples of an NDE whilst undergoing an MRI or CT scan. Do you want to just briefly mention what you remember from the AWARE study, which is like the one controlled example?
Well, the AWARE study was not people undergoing an MRI or a CAT scan.
That
was where
but it was
a prospective study which was controlled, and they actually did, for some of the patients, place some sort of text in a position where you wouldn't be able to read it unless you were somehow like floating above the ceiling. above the room, which some people have reported, and they've reported to read things. So this was a prospective study which attempted to produce that under controlled conditions. Not every room had that, and so they were measuring the number of NDE reports, whether any of them were evidential, and they recorded a bunch of these sorts of things. There were a number of NDE reports in that study, but none of them were about any evidential things that could be verified in the controlled way. Now so that's I mentioned that a little later, that there've been no like NDEs under controlled conditions where we can no veridical NDEs in the sense that they can report things that would have required an out-of-body experience to explain. That's what I mean. There are lots of NDE reports. The question is not do NDEs exist, but what is the nature of them? Now, regarding the CAT scan MRI question, I don't know if there have been NDEs while people were being scanned by those. I doubt it, because the people are dying and you don't normally have them in a scanner when they're in that condition. So I don't think so, but I could be wrong there. Maybe there's certain operations that require that. Typically what they talk about is flatline. They talk about electrodes, electroencephalogram electrodes that are placed on the skull. And those, well, there's various issues. They only measure surface activity, so it's harder to see whether there's any deeper brain activity. But they talk about going flatline, which means that effectively there's no brain activity, at least on the surface. Now, the real issue, though, is not can we measure brain activity during particular periods of time. The issue is when people report particular experiences, say, I saw this or I heard this when I was unconscious, you don't know when that memory was formed. It's very difficult to know whether it was actually formed at the time when they were measured to have a flat line, or even if they were in a CT scan, when there was no activity that was recorded. The only way to do that is correlate that against external events. And there have been a few claims. The Pam Reynolds case is one where there are claimed external correspondences. And I went through that in great detail and argued that I don't think those claims stack up. I'll refer you to that video. I'm not going to go through it again here. So you need special circumstances where you can corroborate that a claim was made about what was experienced that you can verify could only have occurred when they had no recorded brain activity, and could not have been formed afterwards or beforehand, or be a memory that was formed later that, oh, someone mentioned this to me and then it was a false memory that developed. You have to be very careful to control for all of those possible confounds. And from my reading of the literature and the cases I've looked into, there are not any cases that come close to being under control for these confounds. Which is what, and the AWARE study tries to do that, which is why I praised it, but it didn't find any positive results of that sort. So hopefully that's an answer to the question in the context of the chat, the question from the chat. Rather.
Yeah, but I think it also helps if people are watching this for the first time and they want like a bit of the flesh on the bones of the NDE stuff as well.
That you're not able to do as well as you like, maybe a limitation of your body. It could be a result of the fact that we live in a fallen world. But the bottom line is, I don't know what's so weird about saying, look, you've got the hardware of your physical brain, your physical body, and when the music of the soul comes through that, it hits all those limitations. When it's not, it doesn't. What's the problem here?
Then you can go back, like, it's literally magical thinking. This view, I think, has, I don't know of serious philosophy to defend this for. There are a small minority who defend substantialism. I think they're mostly Christians, not exclusively. But like this notion where like souls can go out and then experience things and come back, which Braxton seems to think, that's just totally nuts. I just think that's completely indefensible.
Yeah, well, look, why does he think it's indefensible? Like even the
contradicts
most,
basically all biology.
What he's saying, I hold. Which, if he were to give like a genuine straw man about this, is there anything contradictory about the claim that the soul can remember, the soul has some of these similar capabilities, but you can do things as a soul more freely, like some of these things aren't hindered by the hardware of the brain and the physical body? Then in a physical body, there are other opportunities open to you that you wouldn't have with just a soul. Like what's the problem here? Like is there any contradiction here? I can't see one, but yet he says it's just ludicrous or whatever he used to refer to it. Okay, well, all you're telling me is you're in psychological state. You're telling me that you don't like that. Okay, well, thanks for telling us that you don't like that. But it doesn't mean it's insane, as you implied by saying other sane substitutional positions. It's just that
I think it's quite clear that you're using insane there as like a form of hyperbole to say that you just find the position.
That's a rhetorical point.
It's not, you're not like diagnosing Braxton as insane.
No, I don't think he thinks that, right? Yeah, that's a rhetorical flourish, and I acknowledge that. I don't apologize for using those. It is a way to express how absurdly indefensible I think that these views are. And I don't, I don't put regular substance dualism there. I don't put panpsychism there. There's a lot of views that I think are very implausible that I don't put in that category. Young Earth creationism I put in this same category to give you a context there, because it contradicts so much scientific evidence. Again, the claim is not that science proves that we don't have a soul. What I'm saying is that scientific evidence overwhelmingly shows that brain activity is necessary for mental activity. And Braxton is denying that in supporting NDEs in the way that he does, and plus the rest of his story, right? And in fact, his own story says that sometimes it is, but other times it isn't, and doesn't have anything to say about why sometimes you need the brain for the mind to be active, or the soul to be active, but other times doesn't. That combined with the fact that it seems inconsistent with basically all biological evidence we have is why I say it's that nutty, essentially.
You don't like it, or it seems silly to you, or whatever. Well, I'm not surprised, right? You're a naturalist and an atheist. Of course, you've decided that some of this kind of thing is silly. Is that a shock for anyone? Atheist naturalist doesn't like the idea of the soul and the body. Is that a headline? I don't really see how.
Now, that's extremely unfair of Braxton, right? Because first of all, it doesn't follow that because I disagree with you, I think that it's nutty. If he's watched my videos, he will know that I frequently talk about views that I disagree with, but still respect or think that we should take seriously. And it doesn't at all follow. I mean, see, this is straw manning naturalists. He's saying that naturalists must always think that these other views are silly, like any view that they disagree with. He essentially just said that. I don't think that at all. I don't think theism is nutty. Certain forms of it, sure, but not in general. I don't think Christianity is. I don't even think Braxton's Christianity is. I think this part of it is, this aspect that he's defending, which is his brand of interactionist substance dualism. So this is, it feels very defensive for me of him to say, oh yeah, well, of course you think this is silly because you're a naturalist or you're an atheist.
Stereotyping. It's
where
stereotyping.
I haven't said anything of the sort. I've said this particular thing I think is nutty. I say very different things about other views. I can't remember if I did in this particular video. Maybe I did, I'm not sure, but certainly I do in others. And so I don't think it's fair for Braxton just to make that claim about my psychology that, of course, and not just me, but sort of generalizing as well, of course an atheist or a naturalist would say this, when I've actually just said it about one specific view.
He says that a few times. As you bring up disagreements across the next hour, he says things of that nature a few times, such as, well, of course you're going to say that because you disagree with all of Christianity, right? But the point is that in his role in doing a response, right, to apologetics, it's not just to go, well, yeah, we believe different things. I'm a Christian, you're an atheist. It's like if the role of apologetics is to address those criticisms and show why Christianity is the more reasonable position to hold, then the point is that you should have some kind of like response, right, that reasons someone from that position to the position that's currently held.
Come now and let us reason together.
Yeah,
right?
rather than just
not
describing,
just say, well,
like,
of course
yeah,
you just disagree. And well, Christians have always thought this.
Or
Braxton's
if
actually
he
done
does,
that a number of times.
And
he says,
that is
Christians have always thought this, and of course you disagree, you're an atheist.
But if that is genuinely how he views disagreement, like, of course you disagree, you're an atheist, then maybe when it comes to like apologetics and stuff, he should take a bit of a back seat in the kind of like aggressive apologetics that he engages in, which is like, here's the Christian worldview and like battling for the truth and stuff like that against the other. It shouldn't be like that. It should just be, well, yeah, people disagree because they're atheists, right? And maybe the Holy Spirit is. I mean, he's not he believes in free will. People have to choose or whatever. But I think if he took that approach systematically, that it would change the way that he approaches apologetics, right, in general. Whereas he's only taking that approach now because he doesn't have good responses to the things that you have to say in criticism. If he had some like 10-cent apologetic argument, he'd offer it.
The heavenly experiences that people have when they encounter these near-death experiences. He said, well,
sorry, I want to. I need to go soonish. Pause there. I want to jump forward. I think that there's there may be important stuff in the next, 40 minutes or so, but I think a lot of it will be repetitive of what we've already said. I apologize if we sort of miss important stuff. What I want to jump to is like identity through change. We've kind of already talked about that. So 348 is where I think that there's some broader questions about explanation. And then if we'll go through to maybe another 20 minutes after that, where I think that there's some, and a bit more interaction and stuff as well, which I think is important. And then we'll wrap up after that.
Okay. Illusory. And it raises a bunch more questions that you just don't have on
consciousness. So wait a minute. We don't even know what all the questions are that don't have answers on naturalism when you're trying to figure out consciousness. How can you even say that the naturalistic explanation isn't going to involve many, many more questions that we don't have answers to when we don't know what the naturalistic answer is yet? Okay. I mean, it's not that people don't have positions. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying, I think, this is a tough area. So you don't even know what kind of questions the solution might have that might lead to other things. Secondly, so what? Who cares if there's still more questions? I find it amazing. Oftentimes,
has there been any innovative discovery in theology in the past 2,000 years, right? For example, Karl Barth, Calvinism, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Aquinas, Augustine. Have any of these people made genuine innovations for Christianity or haven't there? And if there are genuine theological innovations, meaning that it's, you know, it's worth studying or pursuing research in, then how can we know we've got the right theology? If you don't have that final theology yet, right? So how do you know that the one that you're holding to together is that you're holding to now tentatively is the right one, right? When your view of the atonement could be overtaken by, you know, some brilliant theologian in the next 100 years. That this kind of argument. This kind of argument against naturalistic explanations here is just going to cut against anything that you do research in that Braxton wants to hold as like important to do research in.
Sometimes people will say, well, you know, if you just posit God as the beginning of the universe or something like that, then well, you just ended all science or something. Well, hold on. First of all, what? Like, there's still plenty of science besides that. Secondly, why would that mean we stop studying cosmology just because one believes that God ultimately caused it? We think we're figuring out the means by which it physically manifest. We're studying more the glory of God's creation. There's no problem here. I don't, and it's kind of like that. It's like, well, you know, God just ends all questions. No, I think that there's going to be more questions, and honestly, that shouldn't be surprising either. That if we look at something like quantum mechanics or something, we realize it's going to have a lot of questions that lead to a lot more questions, and it's really big, and it's difficult to understand. But when we're talking about the creator of the universe,
how does he know? What's Braxton's principal point that he can appeal to between cases where he doesn't know because there's an underlying natural explanation, or cases where he doesn't know because God is the explanation, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the cosmology has to do with it, because I didn't say anything about that. My point was that if we don't have an account of how these things work, all the stuff we've just been talking about, how all that works under substance dualism, how can we say that's superior to the naturalism account? And Braxton's response just before was to say, but we don't know what the naturalism account is. But we also don't know in full detail, well, I would say in anything like as much detail as we currently have in the naturalism account. We've got a lot of detail in neuroscience. I did this in my original video, point to some of the books that we have here to specify this stuff. Compare that with some vague allusions to traducianism and so forth, which, and many instances of Braxton saying, I don't know, I wish we had the answers, special revelation, and things like that. I think that naturalism is in a far better place in terms of the extent to which we can specify what the explanation is saying. Braxton, as a near-death experience proponent, cannot just appeal to all of that, because he thinks that it's not, that all of that's not necessary for conscious experiences, at least some types. Plus he thinks that there's a lot more going on with the souls, and he has to specify all that, but can't. So I don't see the force of Braxton's response here to say that that we haven't specified everything under naturalism. It seems that Braxton specified even less under his dualist view, and that renders it less plausible as an explanation.
discussion. No. And so when you go the other way, James goes right now and says, let's just lead to more questions, or at least other questions. Okay. I already thought that. I thought it led to questions like, what is God like? And how does he want me to live? And is there a particular religion that's true? And all those things become important questions.
First, how does he causally interact to cause the...
Yeah, I'm not talking about things like that. I'm talking about things directly relevant to the phenomena of, you know, the mind and consciousness. If your explanation only introduces further issues which themselves require just as much explanation without any unification or simplification, then it's a bad explanation. That's my whole point. At every step here, it seems that we find that when Braxton says, well, that's the soul that does that, we have to ask, well, how and why? And then what about this situation, like animals or embryo or NDEs or after you die and different persons? We have to ask all these questions which naturally arise. And Braxton's answer for most of them is he doesn't know. It's not questions that are different, like, well, what does God want of me? No, we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about specifically relevant to the same phenomena, the same consciousness and mental experience generally. And I don't see how it's appropriate for Braxton just to place those questions outside of the things that we're supposed to, that we need to give an explanatory account of.
But if it leads to more questions, why does that mean I should think that it's false? Now, I get the Occam's razor sort of thing, that you don't multiply variables beyond what's necessary to explain the phenomenon. I get all that, but I'm talking about something a little different. And that is that as we grow and learn, there are going to be more questions. And if God exists as the creator of the universe.
An interesting thing about Braxton's explanation is that it doesn't just multiply entities beyond necessity, right? Like, as in you've got different kinds of things, but he's also multiplying explanations beyond necessity, because between the new substances, there's relations that obtain, and those have to be explained by further things and stuff like that. So he's introducing new like substances and levels and things, but then there's relations between those things and laws that apparently hold between them, which need further explanation, right? When it could all be done by something else. So Occam's razor doesn't just cut between like the substance that Braxton's introducing, but it's also those interactions and things introduce some complexity that's specified in like what are these laws? And if he can actually then specify them, he's then going to actually create some empirical content to his theory that can then be tested, right? Potentially.
we might not be surprised to find out that there are other questions related to the fact that God exists, and maybe a lot more questions. We would do the same thing with quantum mechanics. We'd be surprised about that.
Still intact. So what about the idea that these near experiences that you can live consciously after your brain is immeasurably functioning? Well, obviously this has a great answer to that, and also it explains why many people have a very interesting afterlife sort of experience that they talk about later. This answers that perfectly well. Your body dies, but your soul continues. Your consciousness continues. Now there is one problem.
It doesn't follow that because souls exist, they would continue after the death of the body. Now, that could extinguish the soul, right? Obviously,
right. But that's the
most
evidence.
Christians, as I understand, don't believe in pre-existence of the soul. As a Mormon,
No. Sorry. We got to stop there. Braxton can't use the evidence to support his explanation of the evidence. That's circular, right? The explanation is supposed to give an account as to why the evidence is the way it is. So when I ask Braxton, why is it that having a soul explains why the self continues after we die? He can't say, well, that's the evidence we have. No. You need to explain to me why the evidence we have is expected under the explanation. That's what explanations are supposed to do. Because I could say exactly the same thing. Well, why think under naturalism we'd have qualia? Well, because that's the evidence we have. You see, Braxton's going to say, no, you haven't explained anything.
Because it's true, and that's how it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's mixing up the order of things here. It should what it should go for is for soul to it follows from that, or we can see readily how
it follows as a matter of course. It follows.
Yeah, that's how I like that language, as a matter of course, which doesn't have to mean with certainty, but should be quite plausible and sort of straightforward. It's not enough to just say, well, the reason we think it follows is because of the evidence that we're trying to explain. That's not a good explanation. That's fitting it to the data.
Yeah, and it doesn't follow as a matter of course that substance dualism is true, right? Exactly.
More sense, right? Because the soul is God creates the souls and
even though I did just watch this a couple of times before making this video, I had forgotten that he said he was a Mormon. So okay, no, we don't believe in the spirit baby setup,
irrespective of the body, and then they come associate with the body and then dissociate further. Whereas it seems that most Christians think the soul comes into being with the body or around the same time.
Like I'd like more clarification about that. Is it just because he doesn't think that's what the Bible teaches, or does he have a philosophical objection to it? Because it seems that it's just as another plausible philosophical avenue that there's a pre-existence of souls. I'd be interested in asking that question, but he doesn't clarify.
That raises then the question, well, then if the body is extinguished or destroyed, well, couldn't the soul also, if it comes into being with the body, then wouldn't it go out of being with the body? But apparently it doesn't. That's just not how it works.
That's not what the evidence shows.
I guess God can do what he wants, right? But
so he doesn't have an explanation for it. When he says that's what the evidence shows, that is him admitting he does not have an explanation for it, at least tacitly. He may not be intending to do that. But the point of an explanation is to account for the evidence that you get the evidence out of, or at least, probabilistically a large part of the evidence that you're trying to explain out of the explanation. It doesn't work the other way around, where it's just like, well, yeah, the reason my explanation predicts it is because that's what the evidence says. Then your explanation doesn't do anything. This is why divine action is not a good explanation, because you could just say, yeah, but how is it that God's action explains this outcome? Well, because that's what we see happened. But then it doesn't explain anything, right? Because it's equally consistent with any other possible outcome. You just say, well, that's what happened.
Or the exact opposite, yeah.
The exact opposite. So the question here is, why is this result expected under Braxton's view about souls? Not, does he think that that's what is the case because of the evidence? I don't think he's being clear here about, he's sort of cognizing appropriately about the relationship between an explanation and the things it's trying to explain. He's reversing the order here inappropriately, I would say, because the naturalist could do this as well, and I don't think it would regard that as legitimate. The naturalist could say the exact same things, like why think that we have identity over time, for example. Well, I mean, that's what the evidence shows. That's what we think, or the evidence shows that we have qualia. So that it follows from naturalism that we do. But why would you expect that under naturalism? But that's exactly my question for him. Why expect it under naturalism antecedently to observing the outcome? That's what the explanation is supposed to be doing.
So there's the two sort of in principle objections here, one of which seems to be that it's not an explanation because it's equally as consistent with the evidence that it's supposed to explain not happening, or it's equally as consistent with any outcome whatsoever, right? God willed X. And then the other in principle explanation, I think, is the idea of sort of like that we're looking at what some event over the sample space of things God might have done, but that appeals to aspects of divine psychology. And if just theism is our hypothesis, right, rather than like theism where God wills X, right, and X is the phenomenon we're trying to explain, which is obviously, that's going to be question begging. So if we appeal to just theism and then try to attribute like divine psychology as to why some evidence is observed, given that divine psychology, well, we just don't know. Like the probability space is just anything, basically. I mean, maybe anything other than like just a world where just hell is instead. Like maybe there's a few things that are ruled out, but it's not clear to me that it's that's like particularly small. It's going to be some infinity, right? It's not going to be smaller than the amount of ways things might have been on naturalism as just a bare hypothesis as well. Because the only thing theism entails is that a theistic God exists, right? That's the only thing. Those are the worlds that have to be the case on theism, and those are the worlds that are arguably at least ruled out under certain definitions of naturalism.
Well, but hold up. How is it ad hoc? We have long said that there is a physical and immaterial substance. You've got a body and a soul. And when we come up with new issues, or we learn new facts, or we come up with new questions about that, or challenges, and we throw them out there, it seems to fit those really nicely. And why should the soul have the same shelf?
It fits those really nicely because the explanation is it just is that way, right? Every one of these questions that's thrown up, it's like, well, why is it like that? Well, it just is.
Yeah, but that's actually my claim. Does it fit it nicely? And I'm saying that it doesn't. And Braxton seems to be saying the same thing, because remember, when I asked him, well, in terms of the video, when I raised the issue, why do we expect this outcome from souls? Like, why is it that because of souls we would expect souls to continue after death? He didn't say, well, we expect this because of the nature of souls. He said, well, that's what we observe, right? That's the opposite of an explanation. So he's now saying that it is what we would expect, when he just said that there is actually no expectations, that's just what we observe. This is the mark of a bad explanation.
Self-life as the physical body. Why would we say that? One's physical, one's immaterial.
Yeah, but you could say the opposite. Like, this is the point. Anything you say is equally consistent with the soul hypothesis. That's the problem. And it doesn't matter how long Christians have thought it. I made this point before. That's irrelevant to the point that I'm making. The point is, given certain considerations, what follows from them, not how long have Christians thought certain things. We're supposed to be appealing here to people who are not Christians. So merely citing the length of time Christians or the number of Christians who thought this is not important. What's important is, what can we say follows explanatorily from a given set of postulates, and how large is the set of phenomena they unify under that explanation? And Braxton seems to be basically agreeing with me here that you don't actually get much of anything about how souls behave, or how God works with souls, just from the substance dualism hypothesis. You need special revelation, or just looking at the empirical facts of the matter to get that, which is equivalent to saying that Braxton doesn't have an explanation for these things.
Nevertheless, depending on your view of judgment and hell and all those sorts of things, if you're a annihilationist, which is part of conditional immortality, if you affirm conditional immortality, you are already affirming that at some point the soul could be killed, like the body is killed. But even people that affirm conditional immortality might be substance dualists. Not all of them are, and they would think that that the soul might still exist in the intermediate state, and then you'd be united with the body and all those sorts of things. But they already believe that the soul can die. But even they don't necessarily believe that its shelf life is the same as the physical body. Now, for Christian physicalists, which, if you're committed to this physicalism, James, I'd still invite you to be a Christian physicalist, and you can have Chris Day on to talk about that. He's a Christian physicalist. It's a friend of mine. And
can he have Chris Day on? Will any poor Christian speak to James?
And he thinks that both, when you die, there's no intermediate states, but it's like a full-on soul sleep, or soul sleep isn't even the right way to phrase it up. It's just that when you're raised, body and soul, or body again, I guess he's physical. He would say soul, but he has a different definition for what I was talking about, what it means soul. And then you'll go on living
Exactly. So either Chris Day is just completely wrong in his understanding of what the Bible says when it means soul, which Braxton could say, but I'm guessing he wouldn't, or the Bible just doesn't contain an explicit theory about substance dualism, which is going to undercut previous points that we've mentioned.
If you're a believer, everlastingly, body and soul. And if you're not, then body and soul, like Luke 12:4, if you're not him who can kill the body, you have to ask him what you can do. You're him who can destroy both body and soul in hell, in Gehenna. So if you want a view that gives you that, James, there's a view. Now, it does it just like you're talking about, but that would be a Christian physicalist view. What most Christians affirm is not a Christian physicalist view. So yeah, I don't even remember where we were now on that, but let's just keep tracking.
Why would it not work? So
Christian physicalism undermines the entire argument that he's been making, which is a form of physicalism about the body and the mind, right? So I don't see that. Almost seems like an admission of defeat. Well, I guess what he's saying is this shouldn't be a barrier to accepting Christianity, and I agree it isn't, because I probably would be a Christian physicalist if I was a Christian, or at least interpret things very differently to how Braxton does. But that's not even the issue. The issue is how good are the arguments that Braxton has advocated for Christianity using this particular argument. And then if he's saying that, well, if you don't like them, if you don't like them, then consider Christian theism. I mean, I guess he could say that in terms of an alternate approach, but it almost sounds like he's saying, well, I guess maybe these arguments won't be convincing to people who aren't already sort of more or less on board or thinking in similar ways, which maybe some arguments are like that, but it does seem to be somewhat of a negative view about your own argument, that you can't appeal to people who aren't mostly already on the same page. Isn't that saying it's a fairly weak argument then?
Yeah, he's first providing an argument for substance dualism, and then by way of that providing an argument for Christianity, right?
Oh,
Braxton
there
says
you
it
go.
doesn't. I don't know that it just seems to me that he's just hoping you don't think about this and don't ask these questions.
Seriously, this is like, are you kidding me? Like, he hopes you don't ask these questions that have been discussed for thousands of years. He hopes you don't think about these things that I have whole tomes on over here. That's just more rhetoric, I think. It's not I want you to think. I want you to think about these things. I want you to think about the woman who had the heavenly near-death experience. I want you to think about the woman who had the evidential near-death experience. I want you to think about what implications this has for God. Because, there's a heck of a lot of people, despite the fact that I think it's not hard to make a case for God from this, there are plenty of people who, if they found out naturalism was definitely false, the possibility of God goes way up. Now, that's not how I've argued it here. But I think that it's just, I don't know, it's just so, I don't know, right here toward the end, there's like this rhetoric and this tone that just gets kind of strange. It's like these things aren't weird for Christians to believe. Now, you might think Christianity is weird, but these are not weird things for Christians to hold as Christians.
Because if you do, I think you just get a whole bunch of nonsense.
So we're going to pause there. So I made a strong claim about him not wanting you to think about these things. And by that, I thought it was clear that I'm talking about Braxton and his audience that he was speaking to, not Christians generally. The fact that people have thought about this for thousands of years and then he has books on his shelf where people talk about these things is really not the point, because that's not those people are not the audience of the talk that Braxton was giving. So I don't see how that's relevant. The claim that I made was that Braxton is hoping you don't think about these things. And the reason I say that is because the way Braxton constructed his argument is such that as soon as you start to think about these things, it seems to me that many aspects of the argument start to wobble and potentially fall apart, at least without further clarification. Braxton needn't have done it that way. He could have explicitly highlighted some of these issues, like the interaction problem, like the issue of animal souls, like when does the body become ensouled, things like that. When you think about it, even for a little bit, you start to think about these issues. He could have at least touched on those, highlighted those. I'm not saying that he would have had to give full answers to those, but the point is highlight them and say, these are further things to think about, people debate about them. And then I wouldn't have said that Braxton doesn't want you to think about them, because then he has explicitly said to think about them and highlighted that. Braxton says that he does want people to think about the near-death experience and some of the other things. Yes, but that's not what I was referring to. Braxton wants, in his initial presentation, of course, he wants the audience to think about the things that he has presented. What I was saying he doesn't want you to think about are the things that he hasn't talked about, particularly some of those issues that I just mentioned. Now, what would have evaded this criticism is if there's some acknowledgement of these problems or issues and some reference to them or some call for, if you want to think about this further, consider, there's lots of ways of doing it, right? But Braxton didn't do any of those things and didn't even mention most of these issues as problems at all. And therefore, I inferred, and I know that there's a bit of sort of flourishing in doing that, sort of a bit of rhetoric, but I don't apologize that. I think that that's all right for me to do that. I inferred that he actually just doesn't want you to think about that in the context of the audience of that talk. If he did, why didn't he mention any of them, even in a small way, and invite you to continue thinking about them? Instead, he only says things that support his view, quote, people who support his view. And that seems to be more consistent with what I've said. In defense, Braxton points to books written by people who are not in his audience that have written about these things. I don't see how that's in the slightest bit relevant. My claim was about Braxton and his interaction with his audience and what he wanted of his audience. Pointing to other people who believe other things and have written other things is just not a response to that. A response to my criticism would have been to point to parts in his talk where he does say things that I said he doesn't say. And if I did miss those, well, then that's on me for missing where he does invite people to think about different aspects that are tricky, or some of many of the problems that we mentioned. But I don't think he does even mention them at all, and that's the basis of my criticism there. I stand by that criticism. I don't think Braxton's response here really goes in any way to addressing it, because he just starts talking about things that people who are not in his audience. And I was talking about Braxton's attitude towards his audience.
Any ad hoc. And I want to know what are the problems? Well, he says like nonsense. What's the nonsense? The only nonsense I've seen emerge from this is because there was a misunderstanding about, or just a lack of awareness about how people answer these problems.
But the answer was mostly you don't know, Braxton. How is that an answer? You said that many times.
Or it just is. He said,
that's the other one.
It just is, or I don't know, were the answers that were given to most of your questions. Well, like, for example, you'd ask a question about like, well, how is their identity over time, say, of the same soul or something like that? And you'd be like, well, it just is that way. That's you or something. Yeah.
But I think maybe I have to say that about 3 things. Braxton seems to have to say that about 20 things. And so I think that points to the fact that the naturalist has the simple view. They may not be able to account for everything.
The only thing that comes remotely close to, well, that's just the way it works, and I'm not even saying it there, is that in response to multiple things he's raised, I've said the soul is a conscious experiencer. That's what it is. The soul is an experiencer. I think that's what it means to be a soul. So, okay.
But they have the simple view.
No, he said that about other things as well. He said that about, I think that the soul, he said that about the soul, the body becomes ensouled with the embryo. And then I think he said something similar about the fact that the body, sorry, that the soul continues to exist after the body dies. He said, well, that's the way it is because, you know, we know that it's empirically. I think there may be in other cases as well, but those are two that come to mind. So he's absolutely said that, or
identity
things
through
equivalent
change,
to it.
how it stays
Yeah,
the
that's
same. How it, I mean, he did
Yeah,
just
yeah.
say how it gives rise to consciousness at all, like the soul substance, like it just is.
Yeah,
that way.
like
Also
that is just
interaction.
you. It's just the self. So things equivalent to it just is.
Interaction as well, like how.
Yeah,
how
that's
does it
another one
interact?
that-
It just
yeah.
does.
Kind of everything other, but he has a more complicated view.
I skip. They might think causes a problem for our view of consciousness, the cause of escalation. That is, does consciousness, are brain and consciousness related? How is it if our soul is our consciousness? Then when we affect the brain, we affect consciousness with medication or injuries. Well, we don't think the brain is unimportant. Believers think that God has designed the human body in an incredible way and it has function and purpose. The brain, as I said before, is like a computer that serves up the facts, and then in your conscious experience, you make decisions based on those. And here's what I want you to get from this.
What,
When we think,
I don't think we ever find out what these uh-ohs are about. I'm saying that God designed the brain. Is that surprising that God designed the brain, that we think the brain is important? Is that a surprising thing? Uh-oh. We got a Christian here thinks that God designed his brain. Yep.
what that's like in your brain, it's kind of like your brain is the hardware. It's like an AM/FM radio, if you remember AM/FM radio.
So this is an awful analogy, but I just want to stop there.
No, an awful analogy is the one with the bicycle that we heard about earlier. That was supposed to be a better analogy than something else. But this analogy, I actually was able to backlog into parts of this discussion to bring clarity. But let's just hear it as it was.
From what he said. So I say because it seems that Braxton's, well, contradicted himself is strong, I realize, but at the very least, I think he's run into a whole bunch of problems here. First of all,
Okay, so what I just interpreted that was James, as he was hearing this, thought, wait, there's a contradiction here. And then after he heard me say whatever I was going to say, he paused and said, okay, well, I was going to say it's a contradiction. It's not a contradiction. But then what is it? It's again just, I mean, he said something like, I don't know, weird, silly, one of these rhetorical statements that we've been hearing.
is that the brain.
So I had an objection to what Braxton just said here, but I can't remember what it is, but it's just one of these weird, silly things that Braxton says. So we'll just move on.
It's very important. God
Yeah,
made
so
it.
the reason I said
how-
is because I think he was contradicting himself, and then I clarified. Again, I could have been clear here about my language there. Again, I feel like I kind of was though. I said it's strong to say that there's a contradiction. That's a strong claim to make. So I softened it in saying that he's running into a lot of problems, and then I proceeded to explain what those problems were from my point of view. That's what it was. Of course, the is editorializing. It's me having fun, right? Again, it seems to have upset Braxton, but I am literally explaining now what the autos are about, because Braxton is saying, as I'm just about to say, God designed the brain because it needs to be intricate so that we can have all these experiences and perceptions. But that's an auto because Braxton also thinks that we can have all of those things, at least many of them, without a brain, which is the near-death experiences. You can see things and remember things and hear things without a brain doing anything because, you know, near death and zero activity and things like that. That's what the auto is. I think it's highly unclear how those things can coexist and how the soul has like two modes of interaction, how it switches between them, how it disassociates from the body and comes back. There's so many questions that arise here that Braxton doesn't have answers to. That's what the autos are about.
And I genuinely do only think that the radio example only works if you don't have an understanding of the physics behind the radio, because it's not analogous at all once you realize, you know, the depth of the explanation about how radios work, which is very well understood by the people who design and make the things and the transmission systems and so forth.
Yeah, and radios don't work without the radio. Like you can't. The radio wave doesn't produce a sound, which is a big problem for near-death experiences.
Radio wave
you don't have an out of radio experience.
Yeah, the radio.
That's a big problem with this.
The radio wave exists, but it doesn't. There's no like sound, right, without it being transduced and vibrations through a thing.
So radio analogy is terrible because Braxton is committed to, in that analogy, sound being possible without the radio.
Yeah, just radio
That's
waves.
why it's terrible. Like just radio waves can produce sounds.
Yeah, rather than radio waves encode for something to be able to make sound, it's that radio waves like somehow secretly have sounds. And
but not that,
like,
but they also can produce sounds when transduced by a radio. There's like two modes of producing sounds. Yeah. That's why it's the
radio. Yeah, the radio could just go past you and give you the sound, but it doesn't because it also goes through the radio and makes the sound. It's like
the radio waves could give you the sound directly, but sometimes they do it through the radio, and there's no clear explanation how or why any of that happens.
Yeah, and then you go, well, how does the radio wave produce a sound? It's like, well, it's because it has soundy virtue, right? It's it's kind of like that's the level of explanation. It's
Remember
like whatever
here
phenomena you want.
Presumably the soul is a simple. Now Braxton hasn't said that, but that's a standard view, and I think some of the things he said are close to that. The simple here is supposed to have a huge raft of very specific causal powers about what it can do. Remember, it can interact directly with sound waves and electromagnetic radiation, at least, because people can see and hear. I don't know, maybe they can touch as well. That would be at another thing. it can form memories somehow. So it can encode that information in a physical way that then can be translated into brain states, because then people form memories in their actual brains when they wake up. It has those causal powers.
It has something to do with the brain stuff. This is the thing about the specification of the interaction as well, because it's not just like there's one interaction for all. Because Braxton wants to say, well, the brain is important. So like what the hippocampus does, right? It is important, but so there's an interaction, hippocampal interaction, right? But then there's also prefrontal cortex interaction. There's also
for all the different perceptions and things that it can give rise to. Plus, there's the out of body mode where it can interact with those phenomena directly without having to be transduced. Yes. And remember that there's also something that differentiates souls, of the identity conditions between different souls. That we've talked about that before. Then there's different types of souls, animal souls, maybe there's plant souls, I don't know. And maybe then actually there has to be a different type of soul with differently specified identity conditions and causal powers for each individual biological entity, because species is not clear, like it's fuzzy. So that's a problematic grounding. Do you see why I think this is ad hoc? Because there's so much you have to put into this in order to get out of it everything that Braxton wants. Most of this, by the way, comes from affirming out-of-body experiences and being an interactionist dualist. The plain old substance dualist has some of these problems, but most of them they don't have, because they don't have to have all these causal interactions happening of different forms.
Not right, because you can do without it. Right? You can be conscious without the brain. Apparently in heaven, at least sometimes, you don't need.
AM/FM radios are useless because we can hear music without them. Okay, but the fact is, you've got hardware app.
That wasn't analogous at all to the case of the.
Yeah, what we can't do, Braxton, is hear music that is being transduced through radio waves without any physical receiver at all. And that is what Braxton is claiming. Again, he does not seem to grasp the crucial point that I'm making here. The point is not that you need to have an exact, like you need that radio. You need something to do the transducing of the signal that's carried in electromagnetic radiation. Likewise, the traditional view of the substance dualist is to say that there needs to be a body that interacts with the soul and gives rise to perceptions and experience and memories and such. That's the standard view. But under his near-death experience view, that's not necessary. So the radio analogy falls apart because the receiver that's crucial is now not crucial. But sometimes it is. But then sometimes it's not. That's why it's a crazy view.
I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say it again. When the soul is not in the physical body, it seems like some of the limitations are gone. Some.
Which? Like how? And which?
Yeah, so being able to perceive electromagnetic radiation is not a limitation of the soul, right? The soul can do that when it's embodied, according to Braxton, because we see, but then the soul can also do that while not embodied. That's not a limitation being removed. I mean, maybe the soul can go above the room for some reason. It's entirely unclear why that happens. Why doesn't it go across the universe? Because the soul's not supposed to have a physical location. Let's not even get into that, right? But so maybe that's one of the limitations that it loses.
Or why is it even at one point in the room? You know, like as in the same sense. Why isn't it everywhere at once? Like
that's a massive problem. Kim, I think, talks about this. That souls seem to people have physical locations, but souls don't because they're not material, right? I don't think that there's a very clear answer to how that works. That's related to the interaction problem, but a little different, because it's like souls seem to be located, except how can they be? They're not physical. But here, so maybe that's a limitation that you lose when the soul is disembodied. But being able to see is not a limitation that the soul loses when it becomes disembodied. We are able to see when the soul is embodied, and we're also able to see, according to Braxton, when the soul is disembodied. So the whole losing a limitation thing doesn't fit that.
But he seems to be so in NDEs, you know, people report like seeing crazy things or whatever, right? Or I mean, maybe crazy is like too negatively laden. So people report seeing amazing things. And is the idea that Braxton's putting forward that they're always there, but we don't perceive them because of the limitations that our physical sensory organs place on us? Or is the idea that that is somewhere else, like the soul goes to a different place? Like that's it. Again, it's not clear what his theory is.
Also, the evidential NDEs are those in which people experience ordinary things that they just shouldn't have been able to know, like a particular track on the radio or someone wearing something, right? Or a shoe in a particular location.
But there's
no limitation about that. That's just ordinary perception.
When he's saying limitation is taken away, I'm trying to figure out like what is it that he's
what is the limitation? He doesn't say.
Yeah. I mean, is it that people feel in some, and this is only going to be in some cases because there aren't like universal you know, there are universal themes ish, but there aren't like, you know, no two NDEs are exactly the same.
Yeah.
And you know, in some cases people report extreme senses of emotion, right? And you know that there's obviously like a good natural basis for why in some of these cases people might be reporting feeling kind of extreme emotions. But is the idea that like people can't feel, like, do bipolar people or whatever like not feel extreme emotions from time to time, or people with like borderline personality disorder and things like that? You know, I don't understand what this like extra thing is that is being added above our ordinary sensory modalities in the NDE experience, other than potentially geographic location. But then if you were embodied in your ordinary physical organism in that different geographical location, namely heaven or hell, why wouldn't you have the same experience? It's just all of these things that Braxton like puts forward as an so this is like an explanation of NDEs again. It doesn't fit coherently with itself. Like, it leaves open all these big questions about just how it even works. So when you try and put down as an evidential chip, like, well, the experience is so above and beyond anything we ordinarily experience, so it must be the case that our physical senses limit us in some way, right? It's like, how is that doing any explanatory work when it just raises all these problems of how, in what relevant way that experience was different that can't be answered?
But then there are also things that can't be done unless you're in the physical body. So the soul is no longer limited by the hardware, just like the song is limited by the hardware of the FM radio. So
right there,
soul is no
that
longer
is completely the opposite.
But at the same time,
that is completely the opposite of what the radio analogy is supposed to show. It's supposed to show how the hardware is necessary to transduce the signal from the radio waves to produce the song. But now he is saying that the song is limited by the hardware. It's literally the opposite of what the analogy is supposed to show, and what he argues it to show in the initial talk.
Well, James, the song is there in the radio waves as you've never heard it before.
Well, apparently, yeah, and it's limited by the physical radio.
Yeah, and the physical radio. I mean, it's not like it's so crazy. It's like, well, I don't want to just call Braxton crazy, but like what it is it just demonstrates a lack of understanding about, you know, like the way that physical things work. I mean, as it applies to the radio, and you can say, well, yeah, it's just analogous, right? So there's a little bit of a cop out. But it's like, well, how much do you want to trust these analogies if the person hasn't really sought to understand the thing that they're making an analogy to? It's only going to work for an uninformed popular level audience who might be taken in by these things and maybe think, well, I can't see radio waves, so I guess the soul's kind of like that, right?
I mean, I don't even think if you have no idea about radios and electromagnetic radiation, you can realize that in one hand, Braxton says that you need the radio to hear music. And on the other hand, he says that the radio actually kind of inhibits the production of the music in some way, and it's limited by the hardware. I mean, you can say that the production of music is limited by the capabilities of the hardware. That's fine. That's not the objection. The objection is that the hardware seems irrelevant to the production of the music because of NDEs. By analogy, the NDE is music
because the
without
music
hardware.
is consciousness.
So why are we? What is the hardware even doing? Why we need it?
there are certain things it can't do because it needs the hardware, right?
Body based on the near-death experiences that Braxton talked about, or even if you're not in heaven. So if near-death experiences are a thing, you don't need a body to be conscious. So why did God make one? Like, what's the point of it?
So we could have experiences that you can only have with a physical body and explore an amazing physical world.
He just
So there's qualia that you can only have with a physical. Yeah,
well, that's what he said before.
But that is directly contradicting what he said.
Yeah.
Because if
interacting with the physical world isn't, you don't need a body to do that, because you know that we can see and hear at the very least without a physical body. So maybe other forms of interaction souls can't have. This would actually be a testable prediction that in NDEs, or at least the quality ones, you wouldn't have certain types of experiences will be impossible. Actually, we know that people can feel emotions with NDEs, so that's another thing that you can do. But according to Braxton, there are certain types of experiences that would be impossible in NDEs because the physical body is necessary for those type of qualia. That could be tested, actually. Now, it seems to me that would be testable in principle, at least. Whereas it seems to me that I don't know where that comes from in Braxton's view. Either we need the physical body or to do these things, or we kind of don't, right? Why are there some things that we need it for, but not others? Especially when we can see and hear and feel emotions all without the physical body, according to Braxton, because all these things are widely reported in NDEs. So the radio isn't doing much, it seems, a lot of the time, unless there's two modes of operation, which we talked about before.
The thing he just said that, the question you asked was, why wouldn't God just create us with souls, right?
Yeah.
And Braxton is going to say, well, because there's certain kinds of experiences that you can only have being embodied. Remember that word, there's experiences that you can only have when embodied. But remember his prior argument, which was that experiences can't be explained by anything physical, embodied, right?
Yes, good point.
Experiences can only be explained by soul substance. That's one of the big motivating factors for postulating soul substance's existence in the first place.
Yeah, because by
So
experience,
why-
he's talking about qualia.
So why couldn't God just cause directly that qualia in a soul substance, right, without creating the physical? There's no reason that God couldn't do that, right? Surely.
Yeah, well, yeah. So you're right. That's a really good point. I don't think that answer makes sense. And my question was, yeah, why did God want us to do these things with bodies? I feel like he's going to have to make a metaphysically impossible argument. Even God could not make us such that we could experience certain things without a body, which is quite a strong claim, I would think. Also, it seems that it's unclear what these experiences are, because we know that a vision, audition, and emotions are all out, because those things can be experienced without a body. So what are the things that we can't experience with a body? That we can't experience without a body.
Yes, yeah.
And that's where the prediction would come in, that NDEs couldn't have certain types of experiences in them. But it's, I mean, I guess he said like sexual relations might be one of those things. It's somewhat unclear why that would be. Why couldn't you have that in an NDE? In fact, I think that there may be NDEs with those in them.
Well, I think again, what he meant there though was that like maybe you could have, and this is where I think there's an inconsistency in the things that he's saying, because he's saying, well, you couldn't have the physical behavior of sexual intercourse, but you could have the quail still, and that was like the point that I was raising. Like,
no, I thought it was the opposite. I thought he said that you can't have that experience without the embodiment.
I can't.
Well, that's what
maybe
I
I'm
thought
not remembering exactly. Okay,
because I think that's one thing he says that we won't have in heaven, right? Because it's the I'm not sure now. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying. But whatever it is, the point would be that it seems that there's some types of experiences that you couldn't have without being ensouled in a body. So we shouldn't expect to see them in NDEs. But that would lead to the prediction that, well, we shouldn't expect to see some. But I don't know that there are any experiences that categorically aren't part of NDEs, nor is it motivated to why that there are some where you need it and some that are not. This is why I say the view is nuts, because there's so many ad hoc things that he's shoving in here that don't have any motivation.
Really likes it for some reason. This is an obvious question. If you don't actually need it, then why do we have it? But also,
because you do need it to have certain experiences, and that's how you can experience the physical world.
how can you say
no, but it's not how we experience the physical world, Braxton, because you have told us that you can see and hear
it's
and
movements
feel
in the soul
that without a physical body. So maybe there are certain things that you can't experience in the physical world, but you haven't told us what those are or why they're different. So that's why it's ad hoc.
Yeah, if we have NDEs which are genuinely disembodied experiences of the world, then we can experience the world without, it's like tautologous, right?
I've never said, see, I just said, how can you say it's important and then say it's not important? I'm not saying it's not important. You'll find anywhere where I've said the brain is not important.
Because you can be conscious without it. Your mind can
I think this is an equivocation on important, because he's saying like important as in Christians shouldn't be studying it or whatever, but you mean it's not important as in it's not causally necessary.
Yes,
it's not necessary for the experiences, and that's
Well,
and he's like,
why
well,
does God make it?
Well, Christians should study the sciences. There's no conflict between the science. It's like, no, it's not that point. It's
Yeah. Also, when I said Braxton says something, I think it. I didn't necessarily mean there. Again, I could have been clearer that Braxton explicitly said it. I think part of what I meant there is it follows from what he has said that he would affirm such a view. So Braxton may not have said the brain is not important, but it follows from the fact that he believes in NDEs that the brain is not important for certain types of experiences, because you can have them without the brain. But in that sense, I think Braxton says that the brain is not important because it follows just a straightforward principle from what he has affirmed. Now, I don't know how you can simultaneously affirm the body is absolutely important for perception whilst also affirming we can have a whole bunch of perceptions without the body doing anything. That seems just a flat out contradiction to me.
operate perfectly fine without one, according to Braxton. You can perceive things, you can remember things, you can think about things, all without a brain, according to Braxton. But at the same time, you need a brain because your brain serves up the data. What? How is it both? Like, what? Am I not the only one who's saying that he's taken up too? He wants to say the brain's important, but also accept when it isn't.
No, it is important, and it does do that. When you're not in that physical apparatus, you're not limited by those things. But then you also don't have some of the. I mean, I just keep saying.
How are they limiting? How are they limiting if you just see in the same way that
the
you
brain
see?
is causally necessary to produce those things? It's not a question of limited by. Braxton here is just not addressing the criticism. The criticism is that it is unclear whether Braxton thinks the brain is physically, causally necessary to produce perceptions and memories and so forth, or whether he doesn't. When he's using the radio analogy and talking about dualism and embodied souls, it seems that he thinks the brain is causally necessary. But when he's talking about NDEs, he cannot affirm that because obviously the brain's inactive. That's the whole point of the NDE. And so that's where the contradiction lies. It's not enough for him just to say that he thinks they're both important. And when the soul is not embodied, then it's not limited by the brain. That doesn't answer the question as to how the brain can be necessary, but also not necessary for the same perception of sight or sound.
Saying that over and over again because it's like, I realized that he didn't know my answer when he said this, so he's kind of going on about it. But I'm sitting here listening, and I feel like he was listening like, well, what do you have to say about that, Braxton? It's the same thing I've been saying. So just know that as we go through, and I won't pause it again on this point.
How does that make the slightest bit of sense? Now, the other thing that he says is that your soul interacts with your body in some way. I mean, that is a very problematic notion because that violates conservation of energy and momentum and things. The idea that there's something outside of the material world that has causal effects on things within the material world. I don't think that dualists have produced a satisfactory answer to this question. I think the best answer is simply that it does, but we can't detect it because it happens in subtle ways. But I think that is extremely implausible and rather a cop-out. I think it's physically impossible for the soul to interact with the brain in the way that Braxton seems to think it does. It's interactionist dualism. There's just no way the soul can move neurons around. I mean, not physically move around, but like change their firing activities, which is what it would have to do.
Okay.
So
how does the soul interact with the brain? Now, this is actually this is a problem that is discussed quite a bit. It's a fair thing to ask about. And the answer to that is honestly nobody knows exactly how it works. I know that when I put my key in the car and turn it on, that the car.
It just does.
QED, knows like that's my point. Yeah. If you do, why does the naturalist have to explain how the brain gives rise to qualia, but the dualist doesn't have to explain how the soul interacts with the body? Why does Braxton put certain things in the explanatory circle of things that need explaining, but move everything outside? You see, whenever I bring up these points, he will say directly or sort of indirectly that, we don't know, but we don't need to explain that. We don't need to explain this. And he's taking all these things out. Why does God do it this way? Why does it work that way? Why does it have these causal powers? He takes all these things out until at the end, the only things that are left in there are things that he doesn't think the naturalist can explain, but he thinks he can explain. Whereas all of the other stuff has been removed. My question is, why doesn't the dualist need to provide this explanation if the whole point is we're comparing explanation qualities? And the naturalist needs to provide explanations to like how the brain gives rise to qualia. I see this as straight up double standards. This is even it's a how question. How does the interaction occur? How does the brain produce qualia? I see them as very similar questions, and I don't see the justification for requiring the naturalist to have an answer to one, but not requiring the dualist to have any answer to the other.
So I put my keys in the car and it turns on. I mean, how does that work, right? Well, imagine someone says it just does as an explanation, or it just does in virtue. It has car engine virtue, right? So it just comes on. That's one explanation, and then there's another explanation that the car has a battery in it, and there's a difference in charge between two parts of the battery, and then when the key turns, it causes some connection to be made. I mean, it depends on whether it's like a diesel or a petrol engine, exactly the nature of how this works. But then there's like combustible hydrocarbons, right, which are in the car, and then the connection being made by the key turning means that there's a spark which is going to ignite the fuel, the combustible hydrocarbon with oxygen, and then that the explosion, the reaction causes a piston to it. Like there's one explanation, right, of exactly how the engine comes on when the keys are turned in the car versus it happens in terms of on virtue, right? It just does because it's got on virtue, right? Which is the same. And it's like, which of those explanations are you going to go with? Well, you have a tendency towards the other one because all of a sudden with the other explanation, you can open up the hood, you can look at these parts. Someone else's car has broken down and you can fix it. You can like build more cars. You can make predictions about, okay, so if I take the battery out of the car, then it won't turn on, right? You can make that prediction. You can test it. You can falsify the claim. This is what we're asking for in the case of the theory about interaction between the, because if Braxton has some theory about, okay, it moves this particular kind of neurotransmitter is the one that souls move. Well, then all of a sudden there's an empirical claim, right? You can actually look in see what I don't know exactly the methodology behind like measuring these sorts of things, but there's going to be some way of seeing what the relative molarities or whatever of the of particular neurotransmitters are in this synaptic cleft, and then figuring out, well, when people causally interact with their brains more, is there an increase in this kind of neurotransmitter? Is there a decrease? There's going to be some empirical content to it where it interacts.
Yes, and that's why I don't think that the interaction dualists can get around this problem, because in order to say that the soul affects the brain in ways that are important for how we think, you have to say, to be consistent with modern neuroscience, that the soul is capable of systematically changing neuron concentrations across large regions of the brain, because much brain activity is highly distributed. Millions, even billions of neurons are involved, and they transmit signals primarily through action potentials, which involve changes in ion concentrations. So when we talk about interaction, we should cash that out, as the sciences now allow us to do, in terms of how does the soul change the concentration gradient of ions across billions of neurons in the brain in short periods of time? What is the mechanism by which it does that, and how is it even able to do that? Absent
And if
that,
it just
a
can,
plausible answer to that. Right, go ahead.
but was it just if it just can, like move that organic matter in that way, like it can just like I don't know what but it shifts it in certain ways.
Only in
like,
your brain though, not in someone else's brain.
But not only that, like why can't it just do it with my arm, right? Instead, like why do it here rather than
exactly.
if I want to contract my hand, like why not do it in the muscles, right, instead, and cause the potassium pumps or whatever.
This is my point. Why bother with the brain? If we can perceive and think directly without needing a brain, why have it? It seems that biologically we have a brain precisely because we need it to do these things. That's why it evolved, right? And that's why I say it doesn't make a lick of sense in biology for this sort of interaction of substance dualism to be true, especially NDE sort, which allows us to have these perceptions without the brain, right? But sorry, I'm particularly talking about the NDE sort there, because then the brain becomes kind of redundant. Now, Braxton says certain types of experiences need a brain, but doesn't tell us what they are or why they need a brain and others don't.
Car starts. I don't know how that works. I mean, I know about combustion and the key and the electricity and the ignition and the starter and all. I know some things, but I really don't know how all that works in great detail.
So if someone tells you, well, it's actually there's these pixies, right? There's this new kind of thing that you don't think exists, but it does exist, and it explains how the car starts. Is this going to be, is that going to be a good explanation? Because you don't know how the car works, but you've got the explanandum that needs to be explained, that when you turn the key, it does. So because you're committed to that, are the pixies, the new kind of thing, a better explanation? Or should you just say, I don't know, right?
Well, does it matter that people have believed in the pixies for 2,000 years and they've always believed in the pixies? Right. I say this because Braxton mentions this a number of times. I don't think it's the slightest bit relevant for how plausible the explanation is for how long Christians have believed it. So I don't know why he keeps mentioning it.
There's a fan fiction about pixies called Pixie Dushianism, right? And that's a particular view that you can take, that the pixies... that their kids are going to be the pixies that turn on your kids' cars, right?
But I know that it works, and I use it every day. I don't know everything I'd like to know about the soul, but I know enough for this argument. I know enough for this case that we're making. But simply put, there's a lot of talk about this, and there are ideas about how this works. But depending on your take and I think about Robert Kane with this, I think about some of the things that Roger Penrose has said, who I've mentioned already in this, and whether anything is explained by the measurements and conscious observers when it comes to quantum mechanics. There's this thing of, well, when you use a measurement device, or then some.
This is the one that absolutely kills me, and I can't imagine how much it kills you knowing like 50 million times more physics than me.
I don't even really want to go into this, because Braxton doesn't say anything about it. He just says quantum something is essentially his answer. Well, the brain is not a single quantum system, so it's going to have to be collapsing wave functions all over the place in a way that still violates conservation of energy. The fact that you call it quantum doesn't change the fact that it would have to violate conservation laws in order for it to be changing the concentration gradients over what you would get through pure operation of physical laws. Quantum doesn't get you around the fact that it has to operate classically at the level at which brain activity occurs, unless you're going to go with the whole quantum brain theory, which is, well, I don't think plausible, but
not substance dualism though.
And it's also not substance dualism. That's a very good point. But the point is that even if you adopt that interpretation of quantum mechanics, which I don't think is plausible or helps, but even if you do, therefore, you're still left with the question about how we have it such that the soul is able to collapse wave functions such that you get a violation of classical conservation laws, and that concentration gradients in billions of neurons are changed systematically to support certain types of thoughts in a way that causally they would not have been through pure operation of natural forces.
And we also thought
saying saying the soul collapses wave function does not answer that question. That's the point that I want to make.
So in our video on the digital physics argument, you had a spreadsheet actually where you went into like the different interpretations that people might take on quantum mechanics and the different views and things. And you also gave a great explanation of the popular misconception that in like the double slit experiment, it's like the intentional action of an agent looking at a slit that causes that causes like a wave particle duality stuff to happen, right? It's not that, it's like a physical interaction. Like the thing at the gate that the observer at the gate that makes a measurement is some kind of field which physically interacts with the thing going through the gate to observe which slit, sorry, I keep saying gate because I'm thinking of light gate as like an electronic thing, which slit that the photon went through. So it's not like just someone standing at a distance looking at the slit that causes it to collapse, right?
Well, that's certainly not a standard interpretation. And yeah, I think that there are a whole lot of issues with adopting that interpretation. But the point I made is that I make here is simply that I'm surprised that Braxton is appealing to this, and I don't think it actually answers the question. It just raises more questions. It's just like what we've been talking about throughout this.
Server set up that device and that whole thing. I've got to go back and listen to the debate between.
So he is talking about the double slit and the observer.
The debate review I did of Inspiring Philosophy and Matt Dillahunty's debate, because we get into some of that there. But that quantum mechanics is really weird, and it seems like some people hold that it's the observation.
If something is weird, then you can appeal to it to explain substance dualism.
And some people hold. Now, what is that? Is Braxton affirming this or not? Would Braxton be satisfied with this? Well, it's weird and some people hold. Would he be satisfied with that if the naturalist did this about qualia? I don't suspect he would. So why is it okay for him to do it about substance dualism and the interaction problem?
That causes the waveform to collapse. And so for that, into a location. So for that reason, it could be that just like our brains do all kinds of things we aren't thinking about, the soul may do all kinds of things we aren't consciously aware of. And it may be that the interaction is due to something like that observation impact. But understand, I'm not saying that this is the solution. I'm just throwing it out as a defeater to the claim that it doesn't work or it's impossible, as he's just said. But it may well be that there's some feature of the soul, just like our brains do all kinds of things we're not consciously thinking about. Our souls may do things, and one of the things may have to do with this observation principle with quantum mechanics, and changes are made, something like that. I don't know that that's the case. I'm just raising it as a possibility.
But Braxton, you need a better explanation. You need a better explanation than I have, not just a possible explanation. Craig does this as well. When objected that, look, this isn't the, when objected about different possibilities and why Craig's is the preferred explanation, Craig will just offer possibilities as if that is equivalent to plausibilities, but it's not. If you're making an inference of the best explanation, you need to establish that your preferred explanation is explanatorily superior, not just that it's a bare possibility.
Yeah.
Well, and actually accounts for the phenomena, which I don't think it does, and doesn't introduce implausible elements and contradict with what we know about established physics and so on and so forth, right? And all of those things I think are problematic for Braxton here. I don't want to get into more of the quantum stuff now. I just was really surprised that he went down that road. But the basic point is that
at this point, it's just anything that can be grasped to.
Yeah, like, I don't know why at this point we can't just, as naturalists, say, I don't know how consciousness works. Maybe this, but it's
maybe
weird.
It's the quantum stuff, right?
Literally,
here's how physical reductionism works. It's just weird quantum stuff.
Yes. Why not go straight to the? Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so I just find this entirely unsatisfactory, and I think that Braxton's shifting the burden of proof to now all he has to do is offer bare possibilities, and somehow that substantiates an abductive inference. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I think that the notion of interaction really needs to be thought of in very specific terms of changing ion concentrations. And when you phrase it that way, I don't see how you can have it in a way that's consistent with science. This is why I say the interactions view is so implausible. And Braxton, I don't think is really willing to engage with that. Instead, we get vague statements about quantum, weird, consciousness, and collapse. Some people think, I don't know. And that's literally what he said. I would question people, is that a better explanation than the naturalist simply saying, consciousness is weird, I don't know.
And the reason I would raise something that I don't know is the case as a possibility is to defeat the claim that it can't be, in principle, can't be a way that this works. All right, which
I didn't say, by the way. I said they don't have an explanation for it. That's not the same as it can't be. Saying that they don't have an explanation for it is a defeater to it being a better explanation.
But the causal closure argument, right, that we gave before,
that's also true. That is an
argument. The pairing problem do offer in principle objections as to why this couldn't be the case, right? So even if there's even if you've got this kind of bare possibility, then you're still going to have to either go with you're going to have the problem that the physical event, right, is the mental event that causes the physical event. Well, that physical event is caused by some physical event that's either identical or not identical to the mental event. So the mental event's either going to be epiphenomenal, or the mental event is going to be the physical event, just in case reductionism's true, physicalism's true in either case, and substance dualism isn't going to save you. And then also the individuating principle between souls appealing to the in the pairing problem, like why is it that one soul causes one thing rather than another? Well, it's going to be spatial relations, right? But souls don't have spatial relations, so you can't appeal to that. And so there's no answer that you can give as to why one soul causes one physical body to move rather than another. So there's two in principle objections to contend with.
Now, I think it's time to stop here because I need to get to bed.
Yeah.
And I actually think that there's nothing much new that's discussed later on, apart from he talks a bit about where I critique him for not really saying anything about Jesus. And people can watch that if they're interested. I think he comes across as rather defensive there, where I think it's actually reasonable to say, why aren't Christians talking more about Jesus? I don't have too much more to say. Now, before we finish up, I want to go through my explanatory scorecard here. So if I can share that, which will serve as a summary for what we've talked about. Because remember, this this exercise that Braxton was going through here was to provide a which was him arguing that is that
maybe
enough?
one more. Yeah, I'll put us to the side as well. So
was Braxton arguing that substance dualism provides a better explanation for certain facts?
Maybe one more if you can, James. Sorry about that.
Than the naturalist can or the physicalist can. Oops, that's a bit too much. So what we should be doing here is comparing explanations. Now, one of my criticisms of Braxton is that he just strawmans the naturalist, doesn't really say much of anything about what they think, uses a few quotes from Rosenberg and cherry picks quotes from the panpsychist guy, and doesn't really represent naturalism at all or appropriately represent the controversy. And we've already talked about all that. But here I just want to focus on what do we get in terms of the end of the day. And what I've tried to do here, obviously this is just my putting together of things, you could do it differently, is some of the issues that we've discussed and Braxton's answer and my answer, which I think should be representative of a general sort of naturalist type answer, but I say it's mine because that's just, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, and who I think has the better side of it there. Obviously, I wouldn't expect Braxton to evaluate it the same way, but this is just me trying to be clear about what I think the state of play is and where I think the issues lie. And I've tried to actually be generous in some of the scoring where I would maybe, if I was being saying exactly what I thought, I'd be actually a bit more siding with a naturalist. So there are some areas I give a couple to the dualist, but I think that this serves as a summary for many of the issues we've discussed. So where are we? Let's start with, these are not in any particular order. So are embryos conscious? I don't know why that's apostrophe there. Apologies for that. Are embryos conscious / do they have a soul? So for Braxton, those should be effectively the same thing because to be conscious is to have a soul, right? Like you need that for that. Now, so Braxton's answer is it's sort of unclear whether he thinks that or not. He says that embryos have a soul, but they're not conscious. But he was very unclear about that. Like he said it in like 2 words where he thinks that they're ensouled, but I don't think he said whether they're conscious. I'm sort of inferring that they're not. So I'm not sure what Braxton's answer is. And any answer I think would be kind of problematic because it would lead to then, well, what about this case and other cases? And my answer is no, because I don't have a nervous system. And to be conscious, you need to have a nervous system. I think that's a better explanation than whatever exactly Braxton thinks, which seems to be sort of a question there. I think the naturalist has, and I say but I'm talking as if sort of the representative naturalist here, has a more principled, better answer for why embryos aren't conscious than Braxton does, where he seems to have to say that they're ensouled, but somehow the consciousness or experience of the soul is repressed somehow. Next point, are animals conscious / do they have a soul? So Braxton's answer is maybe different types of souls. And he also said that there's different views on this. We didn't really get a clear answer there, but he maybe leans towards them having different types of souls, which then raises questions about how many different types of souls are there and what differentiates them and all of these other issues that don't seem to have answers. My answer is yes, other animals are conscious, but they're in varying degrees in varying ways depending on the complexity of their nervous system. Note that this relates directly to the answer given previously about embryos because it all relates to the complexity of the nervous system. And I think that that's a more principled explanation to that, which unifies phenomena and fits well with scientific understanding. Whereas I don't think that any of what Braxton has to say about souls does, and it all seems quite ad hoc. Next thing, does the soul have a physical location? Braxton didn't really discuss this. It seems that the notion of a physical location of the soul is problematic because it's non-spatiotemporal. At the same time, it seems that persons do have a location, and if a person is a soul, then it seems that like the soul would have a location. Also, it seems that souls are physically localized in the sense that they're associated with a body. In near-death experiences, we see souls experiencing particular things at particular spatial locations. So it's sort of unclear. It seems on the one hand that they would need to be physically located, on the other hand that they wouldn't. Obviously, the naturalist doesn't have that problem because there are no souls.
So I give that a win to the naturalist. I think that Braxton just has a real issue here with trying to deal with that, and the naturalist has no corresponding issue. People are just located where their bodies are located under naturalism. Next question, why do qualia exist? How does matter wake up? That's Braxton's language, so I'm just using there. So Braxton's answer there is because souls exist, and souls are just the things that have qualia. That's pretty much exactly what Braxton said. He says they're just experiencing things, like that they are experiencing entities. That's his answer to that. My answer to that, the naturalist, is because complex nervous systems exist and they are just the sort of things that have qualia. So that's a necessary sort of supervenience or necessary causal relation there. Now, I call that a tie because I don't think either of them is a good answer. They just sort of say that the system just does have that property. And that's a point that I made throughout the video and that we talked about, that saying that souls are just the things that have the property that we need for there to be qualia isn't an explanation. It's just building it into something that you stipulate on the world. And that's kind of what the naturalist is doing when they stipulate that, well, nervous systems just have those properties. So I don't think that either is better than the other. I think they're both not very good answers in themselves. Next point, is the brain necessary for qualia or for experiences? Now, we've made this point repeatedly about the radio analogy. Braxton says yes, normally, but not during NDEs, where you can have conscious experiences, including ordinary perceptions, not different types of experiences, but ordinary perceptions of light and sound without the brain doing anything. And so it's sort of unclear why there's this distinction, why there's kind of two modes of operation, how it flips between them and so forth. The naturalist simply says, or I simply say that, yes, the brain is necessary for qualia, fits with the answers about the complexity of the nervous system that were given before. So I think that that's a more consistent and simpler answer for the naturalist there. So I accord that a win to the naturalist. Next question, what individuates souls from one another? This is the identity conditions that we talked about. Braxton's answer was that they are distinct experiences. I think that's close to an exact quote, which I don't think is an answer, because the question is what grounds them as being distinct if they have no properties that differentiate them. It's the indiscernibility of identicals problem. I think that you need to ground that, but Braxton just doesn't really seem to have anything to say. Naturalist has no issue there. There are no souls. Persons are differentiated because they have different memories and experiences and personalities and so forth. So there's no issue.
And they're spatially located differently.
Spatially localized, exactly. So there's no problem with that under naturalism. Next question, how do souls stay associated with a particular brain/body? Braxton just doesn't really say anything about this. It seems that there must be a particular causal connection between a soul and a specific body, even though that body actually changes, as we've established. Braxton believes that the body changes. It's not the same body as you had in the past because its components change, right? So how that happens, especially when you have change over time and there's multiple brains around, why it associates with one is sort of unclear. Braxton doesn't really address this. Again, the naturalist doesn't have this problem because there are no souls. Obviously, they would say that a person is associated with a particular body because that's where the brain is, and the brain gives rise to the person. If you sufficiently damage or change the brain, then sort of plausibly, I would argue at least, that the person actually becomes a different person with enough radical change, although that rarely happens in practice. There's usually enough continuity there. But there's certainly no soul for there to be an issue there. So I accord a naturalist a win there. Next issue, what makes people the same over time? This is the continuity over time issue. Now, what Braxton says here, it's the identity of the soul. But as I say, it's not clear what this amounts to because there are no properties that the soul has now and say 10 years ago in virtue of which it's the same. It's simply sort of stipulated to be a simple that persists over time, even though none of our perceptions and memories and other things persist over that time as well. So that entails that those are not actually part of you, which I think is a problematic view. As to obviously different naturalists will say different things about this, but what I would say is psychological continuity is what establishes the sameness of people over time, but that's not an identity relation. Now, that one, I say, it really depends. It depends whether you think you need this identity relation over time. If you think you just absolutely need that to ground sort of personhood and continuity over time, then you're going to say that Braxton has the better answer, even if he can't really flesh out some of the aspects of that, like properties. But if you don't think that's necessary, like I don't, then I think you're going to say the psychological continuity view is simpler and more straightforward. It's also the sort of view that you're going to give for institutions and families and other sorts of complex entities as well. And we discussed the issue of why is it that souls, or like persons, but not anything else, requires this identity over time. So for those reasons, I think that we should favor this psychological continuity view. But I've acknowledged there that it does depend on your sort of intuition there. Next point, how do souls interact with the brain? So we got something about consciousness causes collapse, maybe, but no real clear answer there. And it's just sort of, he doesn't know. While naturalism doesn't have souls, the brain interacts with the body through the mechanisms as studied through the natural sciences, and there cannot be a mind without a corresponding brain. So there's really no issue for the naturalist there. So I think that that's a naturalist win.
The Mary case, does Mary learn something new when she goes out and experiences the color red, even though she knew everything about red before? So according to Braxton, yes, which shows that there's knowledge beyond physical facts of the matter, which you need to sort of experience as a soul in order to get that knowledge. So knowledge comes through being an immaterial soul in some way. By the way, I don't think Braxton said this explicitly, but this is my inference from the position that he took. So I'm assuming he would say something like this. Now, my position,
he didn't
again,
offer a deductive argument, did he? He didn't give it in the deductive form.
He didn't really say much. Yeah. He gave it as an example of maybe a problem under naturalism, but it's not clear what his answer to it is.
Yeah,
that's what I'm inferring his answer would be. That's what I mean there.
There are some facts which are not physical facts. Would be
which is inconsistent with naturalism. Now my answer to that is that, and again, naturalists will say different things. This is my preferred answer: is yes, Mary does learn something new, which shows not that there are non-physical facts, but simply that experiential knowledge does not always reduce to propositional knowledge. That is, there are types of knowledge that you don't get from simply having a bunch of propositional knowledge, that you need to be situated in that brain state, essentially, or a functionally analogous one. And that's the analogy I made to procedural knowledge. You can have a lot of procedural knowledge, but it doesn't necessarily having a lot of propositional knowledge or declarative knowledge does not necessarily mean that you will have corresponding procedural knowledge. Likewise, I made the analogous case with experiential knowledge. And so that's the claim that there are types of knowledge that don't reduce down to propositional knowledge. Now, who has the better view there? Well, I say maybe that's a tie. I mean, I think the naturalist has a better view, but in some sense, you can say that the dualist has an answer to that appeals to something that's non-physical. So maybe we'll say that's a tie. I think that's generous. Next point, does God have experiential knowledge? This is relevant because the theist has to provide a consistent account of experience that also fits God in, because that's the whole point of this exercise, right? It's supposed to be an argument for theism. So it's unclear, I say. Craig says that God only has experiential knowledge which adds to his perfection. Braxton seemed to say that God doesn't have any experiential knowledge, but I'm not sure that that's actually his view. The question then would be, how does God get that and only that knowledge if God doesn't have to experience those things in order to have the knowledge? That seems to potentially conflict with this idea that that knowledge comes from an immaterial soul that is in a particular sort of what happened there? Why did that disappear?
You're back.
Sorry. There seems to potentially conflict with the idea that in order to get certain types of experiential knowledge, you have to be ensouled in a particular way, essentially, which seems to be what the dualist says about Mary. But if God has a way of attaining that knowledge that doesn't require him to be appropriately ensouled, then I think that potentially undermines some of the intuition behind Mary. But maybe there's a way around that. I'm not entirely sure. But Braxton wasn't very clear about his view here. Now, obviously, the naturalist doesn't have God to add to the picture at all. So I just call that a naturalist win. It's just simpler that we don't have to deal with that problem. Finally, I think the last one I have is what unifies conscious experience. This was not something that really was discussed at all here, but I wanted to try to be fair and think, are there other aspects of conscious phenomena that dualists point to as arguments in favor of naturalism? And I actually think this probably, I don't think it's that good, right? But I think it's better than most of the arguments that Braxton gave. And they argue that what unifies conscious experience is a unified soul, which has those experiences. Whereas I think that the naturalists don't have a clear answer to this, because many naturalists won't admit that, or won't agree, as I tend not to, that consciousness is unified in the way that dualists think it is, like in a sort of monadic way. But so there's lots of complicated things to say there. And so I'm sort of, again, I think this is being generous, but I'm willing to grant the dualists to win on that one, if nothing else for the sake of argument. Again, acknowledging Braxton didn't talk about that. I just wanted to add it for completeness.
Would you admit as like data points into the explanation here, like things like split brain experiments and stuff, though, as something that need, like cases of seemingly non-unified, like obviously ordinary.
Yeah, well, that would all come as sort of subsets under this question, right? And we could then build that out a bit further. I just wanted to include that here as a brief point, because I didn't want to cook the book, so to speak. But yeah, Braxton didn't talk about that. So we could add further things there maybe. And maybe then I'd say actually naturalism predicts this better if we're talking about specific phenomena. But yeah, we can leave that for the moment. So anyway, the point is that I think that naturalism wins on almost
a last one as well at the bottom, I think. On the next page.
I think that's
where is a person?
Yeah. So, well, okay, I think it's a bit repetitious, but it's sort of unclear where a person is under Braxton's view, because if a person is a soul and souls are not physically located because they're non-physical,
then where is a person? But we talk about people's locations all the time. Whereas under naturalism, a person is located where their body is. I think that's a straightforward win. I just think that's a problem under dualist views, which identify a person with a soul, which is non-physical and therefore not physically located. So my view is that naturalism wins on most of these points, largely because many of these relate to how souls work, and Braxton just doesn't have answers to these, or his answers are maybes or inconsistent, I think, and raise further issues. There are some issues, arguably, which are tie, like why do qualia exist? I don't think Braxton has a better explanation. He postulates an entity that just does the job, and naturalism can do the same by postulating a relation, a necessary relation that between physical systems and qualia that just does the job. I don't think either of those are good answers. In terms of Mary learning something new, I've loosely said that that's a tie. I think they both have different ways of saying how Mary can learn something new while making their case. The only points where I said maybe the dualist has the better answer were in the case of maybe about the unity of conscious experience, that it seems to fit a bit better with dualism, arguably, at least without going into further detail there. Again, I feel like I'm being generous there. And then the issue about personal identity over time, that does seem to depend a lot on your intuition about whether you really need this identity relation, as opposed to some sort of continuity relation or similarity relation, which is what I'd advocate for. And I think there are reasons to favor that, like we talked about other complex objects and how you ground their identity over time. Braxton seemed to lean towards fictionalism about those, which I think leads you a whole bunch of other problems that are going to undercut your common sense type arguments for why we should affirm the identity of a self over time. But anyway, so this is, again, not taken to be a definitive answer, certainly. It is a summary of where I think we're at in terms of the explanatory comparison of the two different worldviews. So how Braxton appears to think about it based on what he said, and how I think about it. And by the way, I'm not claiming that Nathan thinks about it in that way. That's why I said it's my personal answer there. So the issue is, and what I would have liked to discuss with Braxton is some of these questions here, and get a bit more clarity on his answer, and then ask why he doesn't, if he doesn't think an answer is needed, why not? And that's the meta point, is that what Braxton appears to want to do is remove all of the questions that I've put here where it's a naturalist win, most of which relate to how souls work and why God made them and all of this stuff. And he wants to say that maybe those don't need an explanation, or it's sort of beside the point, right? And I want to say, no, hang on, that those are part of what we should be asking for explanations of. Each worldview needs to be able to provide a full account of the world and the things in it and what they think is in it. So for theists, that's going to include, for dualists, that's going to include God and souls, right? For naturalism, it's not. It's just going to include the physical world. So that's why I think that all these things should be put, on the table in front of each other, and we should assess them holistically in the sense of how do we account for all of these things with one view that sort of fits all of them, and then which is the better view overall. And as from what I've argued here, I think naturalism does a way better job than Braxton's view, because you end up with so many issues, particularly about how souls work and why God makes them that way and how they interact with the natural world and many other issues, which I find just very implausible, ad hoc, like not sufficiently motivated, and do not constitute a good explanation. So in conclusion, that's why I'm not persuaded by Braxton's presentation that what was it, that God explains consciousness? I think that was the title, or something akin to that. And why I stand by the critiques that I made in my original video. One final footnote. I thank Braxton again for his critique. I think there were a few points I can learn from. In some points, it's about clarity about what I'm saying and why I'm saying it, being more mindful of tone at some points. So I think that those are positive lessons to take away. But I stand by the overwhelming majority of what I said. And I think that Braxton's response video was disappointing, largely because he just did not address many of these points here. And we sort of talked about that throughout the video here, and I tried to summarize at the end here. That's all from me. Nathan, any final remarks before we finish?
There's a last point right at the bottom of the document that you missed as well, James.
Oh, there is there? Well, I've just finished now, right? So that's me. So that's the next part. But any final remarks from you, Nathan, before I do that?
Look, I think your model comparison thing here at the end worked really well. I think it's interesting to remember as well, Braxton's framing for the whole discussion is, does God explain consciousness, right? And so the first step to getting there is the substance dualism, which we've talked about why that's implausible for many other reasons. But then if we suppose we accept substance dualism, well, is that more expected under theism than under any other competing explanation? Like why the world would be such that there is like conscious substance, right? Like souls and stuff, and non-conscious substance, like physically extended stuff. And so just bare theism, which is the hypothesis that there is an omnipotent let's just call it, I mean, people could disagree, the hypothesis that there's an omni God, right? Why would you expect under that he would create two substances physically extended, or I mean, maybe extended isn't a good way of talking about physical stuff, but physical stuff and mental stuff as separate substances? Why? I mean, if he had created it such that it was one substance, and certain events in that one substance were mental events, like why would he not do it that way? I mean, or why would he not just create a universe where there weren't any other agents other than himself and it was just perfect? Like, or why wouldn't he just create like a weird fractal universe that he just enjoyed? Like, there's no constraints, right? It's a bad, we've talked about it, it's a bad explanation because it's consistent with literally any outcome, so it explains nothing. But it's also a bad explanation because we just have no idea what divine psychology would or wouldn't do. So when the theism part of that is framed in terms of what's expected and isn't expected in theism, we could only talk about entailments, but the only entailments are not going to be that there's conscious agents like us, but that there's conscious agents like God, because God is the hypothesis, right? So the entailment is going to be there's a conscious agent like God, or that like there's God's value, right? But you can't then appeal to that as an evidentiary point, like, well, there's God's value, right? The evidence is that we've got value that's grounded in God, and that's more expected in the theism. The point is that there are moral facts like the moral facts we experience, or that there's consciousness like the consciousness we experience. So that is the only additional point to raise. And yeah, if you're gonna be a Christian, don't be a substance dualist, right? Unless you've got like really good objections to all the things that me and James have said. Fair enough, then be a substance dualist. But there's just better theories out there. Be like a hylomorphist, be a functionalist, right? Like, why not? Why not be a functionalist? Why not be a materialist? Why?
Yeah. The first thing to drop is the NDEs. If you're going to be an interaction substance dualist, at least drop the NDEs. And then I would say drop the interactionism part. And then, there's sort of levels of how plausibility. But yes, I agree. And
be a
Braxton,
property dualist. Be a property dualist.
There's lots of options here. Braxton acknowledges himself that this isn't necessary for Christianity because he says, well, consider Christian physicalism, which I think is quite interesting, right? But again, Braxton was advancing this as an argument for Christianity. So that's what we addressed it as. So yeah, hopefully
why Christian theism? Why is this an argument for Christian theism? I mean, obviously he's probably going to say I'm just doing the bare theism.
He actually said a little bit about the resurrection at the end, which is how he but it did seem a bit tacked on to me and not really connected to the substance dualism argument. But yeah, I guess he'd say cumulative case or something. But yeah, at any rate, hopefully people found this interesting and learn some stuff along the way. I'd be very open to talking about this issue with Braxton more in the future. I don't intend on doing any more response. Like, I don't think he's going to respond to this, but if he did, I probably wouldn't do any response to that because it gets too much at some point. But I'd be very open to talking with him about it. So take care of yourselves, everyone. Nathan, if there's any closing
Thank you, everyone. Go and subscribe to James's channel if you aren't and you're over here. That's all I will say. And I'll need to get the link in the thingy. And if you're not watching it live, his channel will pop up just after the end for you to subscribe. So yeah, head over there. You happy for us to end? Next Bad Apologetics in a month's time. See you.